Chapter 1. Rebirth on Planet Vegeta. Ugh, ugh, ugh. How unbearable. The incessant noise this early in the morning is utterly disruptive to my slumber. Wang Yang frowned, his patience wearing thin as he reluctantly opened his eyes. Where am I? Wang Yang was taken aback, beholding a room replete with advanced technology, its walls forged from alloy, adorned with an array of intricate and sophisticated instruments. Lying on a soft cot, he noticed that the space above him was shielded by a transparent glass cover, which surprisingly did not feel confining. Rather, it exuded a warm and comforting sensation. Instinctively, Wang Yang extended his hand to touch the glass above him. What is happening? Why has my hand become so diminutive? He suddenly realized that his hand had shrunk to an infantile size, delicate and pale as that of a newborn. What has transpired? Did I merely fall asleep to awaken in this state? Am I dreaming? Have I been abducted? Subjected to experimentation? Reborn? Wang Yang pinched his thigh forcefully, a sharp pain reverberating through him, plunging his heart into despair. This is no dream. The unexpected turn of events left him troubled and anxious, confined within the glass enclosure, uncertain of what lay ahead. At that moment, a figure appeared beside the cot. He was tall and muscular, exuding an aura of formidable strength. A peculiar lens adorned his left eye, and he wore an unfamiliar garment reminiscent of attire from an animated series, complete with a tail that flicked animatedly behind him. A tail? Wang Yang's eyes widened in astonishment as he hastily reached out, only to feel an unfamiliar tail of his own. What is the meaning of this? Could it be? His eyes bulged in disbelief. This is Bardock's child. Let me assess his combat power. What? A mere two? The man exclaimed in surprise after pressing a button on the scanner. Bardock's offspring is indeed disappointing. He mumbled, moving to the cot adjacent to Wang Yang's to assess its occupant's readings. Moments later, he trembled with barely concealed excitement. Combat power of 10,000? Paragus' son possesses a combat power of 10,000? My heavens, this surpasses even Prince Vegeta's power from years past. He is destined to become the legendary Super Saiyan, vanquishing Frieza and leading us to dominion over the entire universe. The thought of such a future filled him with exhilaration. Let me see your combat power, little one. I hope you do not disappoint. He approached Wang Yang's bedside. Combat power of 5001, not too shabby. Upon witnessing the adjacent reading of 10,000, he found Wang Yang's power less astonishing, yet still felt a surge of joy. This was a combat power exceeding that of elite warriors, though not as formidable as the previous child. His potential nonetheless appeared boundless. This fellow is muttering incomprehensibly. It is quite vexing not to understand his words. Wang Yang's gaze remained fixed on him, mirroring the man's astonishment with his own rising anxiety. The little fellow seems quite spirited. While your two companions are fast asleep, you are wide-eyed and observant. The man leaned closer, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Noticing the man's seemingly amiable demeanor, Wang Yang returned a faint smile. After a moment's shared glance, the man departed with enthusiasm, eager to report his findings to King Vegeta. I must have been reborn here, yet I am uncertain of the circumstances or when the planet will meet its doom. Wang Yang had an inkling of his surroundings, but remained uncertain of the specific time. If only he had comprehended the man's earlier words, he would surely grasp his current situation. Strange knowledge surged within my mind. Wang Yang suddenly recognized the influx of unfamiliar memories. Universal language, energy waves, artificial moons, flight techniques. These were technologies developed by the scientists of Planet Vegeta, transmitted via electro waves, imparting foundational knowledge. So it turns out that everyone possesses energy. As long as one can harness their own energy, such techniques can be executed effortlessly. Drawing upon the knowledge in his mind, Wang Yang closed his eyes and immediately sensed the vast reservoir of energy within his being. With a combat power soaring to 5,000, he felt his entire body brimming with this energy, requiring no further contemplation, merely the movement of his right hand. Wang Yang's tiny hand unfurled, and a radiant silver glow emerged. Moments later, two small orbs of light materialized in each palm, swirling gracefully as he guided them with his fingers. It appears rather simple. A smile crept across Wang Yang's lips as he gently levitated, defying the constraints of gravity within the confines of the narrow, enclosed chamber. As infants are innately fragile, he soon succumbed to drowsiness and drifted into a deep slumber. Not long after he fell asleep, an individual entered and carried away the infant with a combat power of 2. An underperforming warrior of the lowest tier, such a child held little potential for cultivation and was swiftly dispatched to a lesser planet, destined for annihilation. Huh! My son possesses a combat power of 10,000. He shall undoubtedly become the mightiest Saiyan. Paragus was ecstatic upon learning of his son's prowess. Paragus, as your brother, I must caution you. King Vegeta intends to eliminate your child. A close ally from the guard conveyed this alarming news, causing Paragus to feel as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, spurring him to dash toward the royal palace. Your Majesty, do you intend to kill my child? Paragus burst into the palace, confronting King Vegeta with fervor. Do not disrespect the king. 2 guards immediately stepped forward, seizing him from either side. Broly's combat power exceeds that of my child. He is an unstable element that must be eradicated, King Vegeta stated coldly, unyielding in his resolve, for the Saiyans valued strength above all. Your Majesty, I implore you to spare Broly. His power is remarkable even at birth. I shall ensure he becomes the finest warrior, loyal to you, and serve Prince Vegeta. Please grant him his life. Paragus fell to his knees, desperation evident in his plea. A son with such formidable power represented his hope. He could never conceive another child with such potential. Your son must perish. Since you hold him in such affection, you may join him in death. King Vegeta approached Paragus, gathering an energy sphere in his right hand, launching Paragus away with a single strike. Ah! A loud cry echoed, jolting Wang Yang awake. His eyes widened in shock at the scene before him. Before his cot stood 2 stern-looking men, one bearing a cross-shaped scar on his face. He grasped the small foot of the nearby infant, lifting him, before plunging a sharp knife into the child's chest. What the hell? Is this happening? Am I Broly? A flash of realization struck him. Frieza is coming. The planet is about to explode. Terror washed over Wang Yang's face as he realized he was on the brink of the planet's destruction. Chapter 2. Escape from Despair. At that moment, another long-haired man, with a cold expression, approached Wang Yang. As he beheld the gleaming weapon in the man's hand, cold sweat began to pour down Wang Yang's brow. This is quite unscientific. How did I end up on the death list? Without further contemplation, as the glass cover of the incubation chamber opened, Wang Yang summoned the flying technique from his mind and soared into the air, narrowly evading the sinister hand of his assailant. Ah, this little brat is quite impressive, the man exclaimed in surprise. In midair, Wang Yang observed the scene below. 2 Saiyans gazed up at him in astonishment. Broly lay on the ground, seemingly lifeless, with a grotesque wound on his tender chest, blood gushing forth and staining the ground crimson. The room was now occupied solely by the 4 of them. The previously weeping child had vanished. Witnessing this spectacle, Wang Yang's visage turned pallid. How audacious of you to send that weeping child away and leave me behind. You truly hold me in high regard. The Grim Reaper beckoned him. Was it still possible to flee? Kafra, come down quickly. It's dangerous up here. The long-haired man revealed a facade he presumed to be amiable, gesturing towards Wang Yang. Kafra was Wang Yang's Saiyan name. Wang Yang rolled his eyes. He had absorbed only fragments of knowledge, and though he did not fully comprehend, the sinister grins on their faces hinted at their intentions. Wang Yang scoffed internally, recognizing that these 2 truly regarded him as a mere infant, their intelligence scraping the ground. He had a plan. His small hands grasped the air, summoning 2 energy orbs that manifested in his palms. Here goes. The 2 spheres, brimming with potent energy, hurtled towards the heads of his adversaries at breakneck speed. Boom! The energy orbs detonated simultaneously, reverberating through the room and causing cracks to spiderweb across the walls. With no time to spare, Wang Yang unleashed his energy, enveloping himself in an invisible force. His diminutive form traced a perfect arc as he seized Broly from the ground and soared towards the exit. Finding a spacecraft to escape was paramount. If he failed to locate one, he glanced at the unconscious Broly in his grasp. If it weren't for our superior combat power, You little brat would have had us this time. A voice emerged from the haze. Who could have anticipated this infant's precociousness? Is this what a top-tier warrior looks like? As the smoke cleared, the two Saiyans appeared, disheveled and aghast. Upon realizing that Wang Yang was fleeing with Broly, their expressions shifted dramatically, and they charged after him in a rage. Hey, brat, where do you think you're going? Wang Yang turned back, noting the diminishing distance between them, his expression shifting in alarm. Armed with deadly weapons, the fierce expressions of his pursuers were chilling. A fist-sized energy ball coalesced in Wang Yang's palm. After a brief moment, he hurled it backward with all his might. The blue sphere erupted from his hand, expanding like a tempest and obstructing the passageway, followed by a deafening explosion that nearly toppled the entire base. Damn it! The energy ball exploded, forcing the two men to halt and brace themselves against the blast. As the smoke dissipated, a massive void was left in its wake, revealing a gaping hole at the top of the base where sunlight streamed in, while Wang Yang and Broly had long since vanished. Where are they? The long-haired man scanned the surroundings. I am a high-ranking warrior, and I fail my mission? The scarred man appeared dazed, his tail dragging on the ground behind him. If King Vegeta were to learn of his incompetence, he would surely face dire consequences. Fool, use the scanner and see where they have hidden. The long-haired man, undeterred, activated the device on his eye. Idiot! The scarred man shot a disdainful glance at his companion, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Shut up, you dimwit, the long-haired man retorted as he observed numerous readings on the scanner. 3188, 2988, 1788, 4112, 3889, 871. An overwhelming array of power levels flooded in from all directions, leaving him utterly bewildered as to which one was theirs. Spaceship, spaceship. Upon exiting the base, Wang Yang began scanning the vicinity, muttering about spaceships. At that moment, the sky darkened suddenly, and Wang Yang looked up to see a colossal black sphere descending rapidly, casting a shadow over the entire area. A tremendous pressure emanated from it. Even from a distance, Wang Yang felt his breath constricting. His already weakened body was compelled downward by this force. So this is what 50,000 combat power feels like. It is indeed terrifying, he gasped, half crouching on the ground, his frail legs trembling as he gazed at the energy sphere that enveloped the sky, unable to suppress a gulp. If that were to land, he would be reduced to ashes. At that moment, a man with crab-like hair and a face marked by a cross-shaped scar soared into the air, attempting to halt the descent of the black sphere. A blue energy wave shot upward, but alas, it could not prevent the inevitable. Both the man and his energy wave were instantly engulfed by the black sphere. In the blink of an eye, the black sphere struck the ground, and after a brief stillness, countless beams of light erupted skyward, illuminating the heavens in a brilliant inferno. Good brother, you are my best ally. Let's see how strong you truly are. Wang Yang shifted closer to Broly, gripping his small hand tightly. At this moment, the wound on Broly's chest had already healed, leaving Wang Yang both astonished and envious. Truly, this legendary Super Saiyan possesses a resilience that is remarkable. Just then, the ground fractured, gravity ceased to exist, and Wang Yang and Broly floated in the air, the oxygen in the atmosphere dissipating, accompanied by a suffocating sensation as the temperature soared dramatically. BRO.ly. A weak voice emerged, and Wang Yang noticed a barely conscious man on the ground, struggling to reach out and grasp his frail leg. I'm not Broly. Don't grab my leg. My little limbs cannot withstand such pressure. What if they break? Wang Yang kicked futilely, attempting to shake off the grip, but his weakened state rendered him powerless. In his stupor, Broly sensed danger and suddenly opened his eyes. Ah! Broly cried out, and a green energy shield materialized, enveloping the three of them. A thunderous explosion resonated, and the entire planet of Vegeta was instantaneously obliterated in the cosmos. Utilizing the shockwave from the planet's explosion, the green energy shield accelerated, slicing through the dark void of space and propelling them into the vast universe. The planet's destruction reduced it to cosmic dust, and silence reigned in the vastness of space until Frieza activated his scanner. Noting the readings from the location of Planet Vegeta had plummeted to zero, a satisfied nod affirming his success. Chapter 3. The Planet of Life. Broly erupted once more before falling back into slumber, while the man clutching Wang Yang's leg also drifted into a hazy sleep, albeit his grip on Wang Yang's leg remained steadfast. Wang Yang, a fragile figure, had endured much that day and was utterly fatigued. Yet he feared to succumb to slumber, terrified that if he fell asleep, he might inadvertently release his hold on Broly. Is this the energy shield that allows Broly to survive in the cosmos? His curiosity piqued. Wang Yang touched the inner surface of the energy shield, which felt as smooth as glass. Suddenly, a look of intense longing appeared on Wang Yang's face as he pressed his hands and feet against the energy shield, ultimately even pressing his face against it to deeply comprehend its essence. If he were to master this technique, he could navigate the cosmos with ease in the future. Drifting through the universe, oblivious to the passage of time, Wang Yang eventually could no longer endure the fatigue. He tore Paragas's cloak into strips and twisted them into a rope, binding himself to Broly. Yet still feeling uneasy, he entwined his tail around them before finally succumbing to a deep slumber. Awakening and falling back asleep repeatedly, Wang Yang found himself ravenously hungry, his stomach growling incessantly, and his vision blurred with stars. After such an extensive period of wandering, bolstered by his Saiyan resilience, the man's injuries had somewhat healed, and he now clutched Broly's calf. Are we truly destined to starve in the void of space? The man exclaimed in despair. Just hold on a little longer. There is life ahead, and soon we shall have something to eat, Wang Yang replied weakly. During these days, he had not been idle, but had been delving into the study of Qi. He explored his own Qi, Broly's Qi, and Paragas's Qi. Qi serves as a collective term for energy. Simply put, everyone possesses it. As he delved into the concept of Qi, he first calmed his mind, then closed his eyes to sense the Qi of Broly and himself, ultimately extending his awareness outward. Strangely enough, since his birth, he felt a remarkable enhancement in his comprehension. The knowledge within his mind had been thoroughly absorbed and even expanded. At this moment, within his perception, he discerned a multitude of faint Qi signatures ahead. Given their velocity through the energy shield, they would soon arrive. Kafra, you mustn't deceive me, Paragas questioned with skepticism. When did Saiyans acquire such abilities? Rest assured, Uncle Paragas, there is certainly a living planet ahead, Wang Yang asserted confidently. During their conversations, he had gleaned a wealth of information, including that this man was Broly's father. Upon learning this, Wang Yang could only marvel at the man's resilience. A day later, a blue-green planet came into view, instantly revitalizing Wang Yang within the energy shield. A planet with life, Paragas exclaimed, tears of excitement welling in his eyes. Kafra, you truly possess remarkable abilities, Paragas turned to Wang Yang, astonished. The fact that he could sense whether life existed ahead was nothing short of extraordinary. A green comet streaked across the sky, entering the atmosphere, causing the temperature within the energy shield to rise. Broly, who had been slumbering, opened his eyes and let out a roar, reducing his speed and allowing both himself and the others to descend gently to the ground. As the trio touched down, the green energy shield dissipated. Uncle Paragas, quickly procure some food. We are on the brink of starvation, Wang Yang instructed Paragas without a hint of hesitation. All right, wait here for a moment, Paragas nodded, dragging his weary body into the air. Despite Wang Yang's articulate speech, he was still merely the same size as Broly. My good brother, you are truly impressive. It was worth my efforts to save your life, Wang Yang laughed, patting Broly on the shoulder. Hee. Broly gazed blankly at Wang Yang, his innocent smile emerging in response to Wang Yang's bright demeanor. At that moment, a dark speck in the sky drew closer, revealing Paragas carrying a massive scaled beast, hovering unsteadily in midair, appearing fatigued as though it could plummet at any moment. Phew, I'm utterly exhausted. Paragas dropped the beast and collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Having gone days without sustenance, Paragas was on the verge of losing his grip on the creature. The scaled beast was as large as a house and bore a wound the size of a basin on its head, its edges charred, emitting a faint scent of burning. Hurry, don't rest. We are nearly starving. Wang Yang urged Paragas to get back to work. At this stage, Adult Saiyans were hardly worth any courtesy, especially not the ambitious Paragas from the original tale. You insufferable brat. Paragas seethed with fury, having barely rested before being commanded to work. Just wait until I am well fed, and I will show you. After considerable effort, Paragas managed to chop the wood, fashioning it into a conical shape, preparing to pierce the beast's body to start a fire. At that moment, a key blast zipped by and struck above the wood. Paragas instinctively glanced to the side. Uncle Paragas, I see you're working hard. I feel a bit guilty just watching, so I'll lend you a hand, Wang Yang said cheerfully. You wretched little brat. You nearly hit me. Paragas's stomach growled in hunger, and anger flared within him. Broly stared blankly at his father, confused as to why he was angry. The more Paragas looked at Wang Yang, the more he found him irksome. He was nowhere near as calm and endearing as his own son, Broly. As night fell, the trio gnawed on large chunks of meat. The simple roasted meat, devoid of any seasoning, tasted like the most exquisite food in the world to Wang Yang. Without regard for an infant's digestive system, he devoured it eagerly. Oh, this is bliss. After satisfying his hunger, Wang Yang lay back on the ground, sighing in contentment. Kid, get up. Paragas twisted his neck and, with fingers clenched, looked down at Wang Yang from above. What is it? Wang Yang floated up to meet Paragas's gaze. What is it? You disrespectful brat. I will teach you what it means to respect your elders, Paragas sneered, extending his massive arm in an attempt to seize Wang Yang. Let's speak properly. No need for violence. Wang Yang swiftly dodged Paragas's grasp. In his perception, Paragas's chi was far beneath his own. Though his physical form was weak, he could easily evade the man's attempts. Paragas, surprised, watched Wang Yang evade him, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger as he soared upward, his hands like phantoms reaching for Wang Yang. To be unable to subdue even this small child was a blow to his pride. Wang Yang darted around, rising and falling, evading capture just before Paragas could grasp him. Chapter 4. Conflict. Uncle Paragas, what is your battle power? My battle power was 5,001 at the time of my birth. Wang Yang, filled with curiosity, recalled the words of the staff from the incubation chamber, where he did not yet comprehend the Saiyan language. Now, having mastered it, he suddenly understood the significance of his birth battle power. Damn it! A surge of heat rushed to Paragas's face, flushing with indignation. He felt utterly humiliated, realizing that this insolent child was mocking his status as a lowly warrior, someone who had lived a lifetime without surpassing the battle power of a mere newborn. Such a feeling was profoundly shameful. In his fury, Paragas lunged toward Wang Yang, who was as slippery as an eel, evading capture effortlessly. Though I may not be able to defeat you for now, you will never catch me. Wang Yang chuckled. Broly, go seize him. Paragas commanded angrily, directing his ire toward Broly, who was curiously observing the altercation. Broly, do not listen to him. Wang Yang called out to Broly. Broly gazed at both of them in confusion. I am your father. You must obey me. Hurry and catch him. Paragas barked. I am your elder brother. You should heed my words and disregard his. Wang Yang smiled at Broly. Caught in a state of bewilderment, Broly ignored both parties. Humph. Paragas felt as though someone was encroaching upon his precious treasure, his anger intensifying. Realizing he was powerless against Wang Yang, he let out a cold snort and ceased his pursuit. As night fell, the stars twinkled overhead, and Paragas kindled a fire. Broly, call me Daddy, he playfully coaxed the young Broly. Daddy, Broly stammered, his speech unclear. Good boy, Paragas exclaimed in delight, pulling Broly into a warm embrace. Broly was not only his hope, but also his emotional anchor. Wang Yang's gaze drifted past the flickering flames, momentarily resting on Paragas before averting his eyes. While Paragas reveled in laughter, Wang Yang remained withdrawn, silent, and contemplative. Since I am here, I shall make the best of it, he mused. Life was arduous in my previous existence, and there is little to reminisce. Now, in this unfamiliar realm, how shall I navigate my future? He pondered the path ahead. For the time being, their coexistence was peaceful, yet as time elapsed, Broly would inevitably struggle to control his burgeoning power. The prospect of an accidental fatality loomed ominously. Moreover, Wang Yang could not remain on this planet indefinitely. He yearned to venture forth and witness the wonders of the cosmos. This planet, with its mild temperature fluctuations and refreshing air, was undoubtedly habitable. Wang Yang estimated its gravity to be merely a tenth of that on Vegeta, instilling a sense of lightness throughout his being. The Saiyan race possessed remarkable physical resilience. Even as an infant, Broly seemed unfazed by the night air and exposure to the elements. The following day, before dawn had broken, Wang Yang was already awake. Exercising atop a small hill. 997, 998, 999, 1000. The youthful figure of Wang Yang performed push-ups with determination. Today shall conclude here. My diminutive frame cannot endure excessive exertion. Wang Yang's face flushed slightly as he wiped the sweat from his forehead, a knowing smile gracing his lips. The volume of exercise he undertook in this life was something he could scarcely have imagined in his previous existence. Now, performing 1,000 repetitions felt utterly effortless. Upon returning to the campsite, Wang Yang encountered Paragus, who was grilling a large fish. "Kafra, where have you been so early? I thought a beast had carried you away," Paragus remarked, tossing a piece of wood into the fire upon Wang Yang's arrival. "If I had been taken by a beast, Uncle Paragus would surely be delighted." Wang Yang retorted with a roll of his eyes. "Of course, that is not the case. Now, among the Saiyans, there are only the three of us left. I bear the responsibility of restoring the glory of our race. How could I allow you to come to harm?" Paragus spoke impulsively, then, realizing his words, regarded Wang Yang with a grin. This fellow possessed a combat power of 5,001. Although he could not yet rival Broly, he surpassed other Saiyans. If I could win both him and Broly to my side, my conquest of the universe would be a breeze, Paragus mused. "Trust you? That is a fool's errand." Wang Yang had little faith in this man's benevolence. "Uncle Paragus, please refrain from calling me Kafra. It sounds dreadful. Just call me Wang Yang," he said, a frown creasing his brow. The name Wang Yang belonged to his previous life. After over 20 years, adapting to a new name felt rather uncomfortable. "Suit yourself. You can be called Little Nuisance for all I care," Paragus shrugged nonchalantly. Broly stared intently at the roasting fish, his mouth slightly agape, drool trickling down the corner of his lips. Once the fish was ready, the three Saiyans descended upon it like ravenous spirits, tearing into the flesh with fervor. The fish was devoured at an astonishing pace. With a clang, a massive fish bone was cast aside by Paragus as he patted his belly and rose to his feet. "I am satisfied. You two follow me. We shall conquer this planet," he declared, instantly reverting to his Saiyan nature. "I can accompany you. But you must not engage in indiscriminate slaughter," Wang Yang cautioned, well aware of the Saiyans' penchant for conquest. It was nearly impossible to dissuade them unless they were defeated in battle, after which they would comply. Unfortunately, Wang Yang was still an infant, his body exceedingly frail. Though his energy surpassed that of Paragus, he would undoubtedly suffer greatly in a confrontation. "Give me a year or two to strengthen my physique, and I shall be able to best you thoroughly," he narrowed his eyes at Paragus. "Enough prattle. If we do not eliminate these people, how can we seize the planet? You are unworthy of being a magnificent Saiyan, squandering such formidable combat power," Paragus snorted coldly, harboring jealousy towards Wang Yang for possessing a strength he could never hope to attain. "I have stated my position. We may conquer the planet, but we shall not engage in unnecessary bloodshed." Wang Yang's expression darkened, his gaze cold as he regarded Paragus. The annihilation of an entire planet's life was, in his eyes, an unforgivable sin. Carrying the worldview from his previous life, he found it impossible to accept the senseless slaughter of the innocent. Paragus, his teeth clenched in anger, suddenly realized how utterly detestable this individual was. Was it truly a sagacious decision to attempt to subdue him, to make him a prominent general under his command? "If you do not wish to follow, then do not come. I refuse to believe that without you, Broly and I cannot seize control of this planet." Paragus' expression darkened, and he immediately took to the skies with Broly. Wang Yang remained silent, perceiving that the strongest aura on this planet was but a fraction of Paragus'. Alas! A white energy enveloped Wang Yang as he swiftly pursued Paragus. Chapter 5. The brutal Saiyans before him lay an expansive plain, at the center of which stood a magnificent ancient city, its walls marred by the scars of time, resembling the wounds of weapons. Atop the city walls stood numerous warriors clad in armor, wielding long spears and bows. In the heart of the city, within a resplendent palace, a middle-aged man, elegantly dressed yet pale, leered as he embraced a beautiful woman, his hands exploring her form, indifferent to the cacophony of battle outside, where blood splattered the ground. Below the walls, a dense army surrounded the ancient city, impenetrable in their numbers. From high above, Wang Yang gazed down to witness countless individuals assaulting the city, their murderous intent palpable, shaking the very clouds above. At that moment, a blue energy sphere was hurled down by Paragus ahead. What is this? The commanding officer behind suddenly noticed the anomaly in the sky, frowning as he inquired of his companion. Congratulations, my lord. This is an auspicious sign, a divine blessing upon us. We shall surely overthrow the tyrant. An elderly man with flowing beard prostrated himself, expressing joy towards the imposing figure above. So it is. Relay my orders. Let the entire army advance. Today we shall breach the royal city, slay the tyrant, and extinguish his oppressive reign. The warlord exclaimed, elated, gesturing grandly to command. Once we conquer the royal city, I shall become the new emperor, and I will dictate the course of history. On the battlefield, more and more individuals beheld the rapidly approaching light sphere in the sky, many halting their actions to gaze upwards. At that moment, the light sphere descended amidst the attacking throng to the east of the city, unleashing a blinding radiance more brilliant and searing than the sun itself. Following this, a thunderous roar resonated. Those enveloped by the energy of the sphere were instantly reduced to ashes, while those on the periphery were violently propelled in all directions, shrieking in terror. As the dust settled, a colossal pit, 1,000 meters in diameter, was revealed. The once unyielding city walls were breached, a massive gash torn open by the explosive shockwave. The warlord in the distant camp stared in disbelief, cold sweat cascading down his brow as he witnessed the devastation unfold. The elder, witnessing the scene before him, was utterly drained of strength, collapsing onto the ground. Did you not proclaim this to be an auspicious omen? The war king glared at the elder with a stormy expression. Indeed, it is a good sign, great king. Observe the breach in the city wall, the elder stammered, pointing towards the gap. Dare you still argue? Seize this wretched creature and execute him. The war king, his face ashen, bellowed furiously at the elder. I truly believed your nonsense. We committed all our elite forces. And now, with a quarter of them lost, my heart aches to the point of suffocation. 3 figures gradually descended from the sky, and those who had narrowly escaped knelt in prayer before them. Wang Yang frowned as he surveyed the enormous pit below. Who is the leader? Step forward. Paragus hovered in the air, surveying the earth with an icy demeanor. In the distance, the crowd turned their gazes towards the war king, who, despite his inner turmoil, maintained an outward composure, slowly mounting his warhorse and advancing. Greetings, great sage, the war king called out, spotting a man and 2 children levitating above, beads of sweat forming in his palms. Although Paragus was unfamiliar with the term great sage, he assumed it bore resemblance to deities of his planet. Are you the leader of this world? Paragus inquired, looking down at the bowing war king with disdain. I am not yet the leader. That fool inside is the true ruler, the war king clarified, though he was uncertain about the concept of planets. He cautiously gestured towards the imperial city, stating, a dead ally is better than a living foe. Let us first bring that individual out to take the blame. Having lived a considerable portion of his life, the war king was adept at reading the room, and sensed that Paragus's demeanor suggested ill intentions regarding leadership. Bring him forth. Paragus commanded. Yes. Fetch the fool. The war king instructed those around him, and soon a figure clad in silver armor, accompanied by a retinue, entered through the remnants of the city wall. The guards dared not intervene, either out of fear or indifference, for the tyrant's actions had chilled the hearts of many. The enemy was at their gates. Yet the ruler remained within, indulging in revelry. When the bound emperor was presented before Paragus, the latter disregarded the tyrant's desperate pleas for mercy and, with a rough hand, directed a blue energy orb towards the emperor's forehead. Boom! The tyrant's head exploded in an instant, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The war king, witnessing this, felt his heart seize in terror. Thank the heavens for my cunning, otherwise it would have been my end. Now that this planet is under my dominion, any dissenters will meet the same fate, Paragus declared, directing his palm towards the southern forces and hurling another energy orb. No. The war king and his allies were paralyzed with fear. Damn it! Wang Yang exclaimed, startled, and without hesitation, unleashed a shockwave that intercepted the incoming energy orb, sending it spiraling away towards a distant towering peak. Under the watchful gaze of the multitude, a distant mountain towering over 1,000 feet suddenly collapsed with a thunderous roar. Countless onlookers beheld this spectacle, their eyes fixated on the still infantile Wang Yang. Could such a feat be accomplished by mere mortals? No. This was not the work of humanity, it was divine. Now, they were entirely subservient to your commands. There was no need for indiscriminate slaughter. Such actions would not elevate your stature. Rather, they would reveal your vulnerability before certain individuals, as you resorted to senseless violence to mask your own insignificance. Furious, Wang Yang ceased to be courteous towards Paragus. You insufferable wretch, are you seeking your own demise? Paragus, enraged by Wang Yang's interference and the piercing truth that struck at his innermost thoughts, directed his palm towards Wang Yang, energy coalescing within it as power surged forth. Do you wish to challenge me? Wang Yang, energy swirling in his hands, regarded Paragus with a chilling gaze. Paragus, perceiving Wang Yang's unflinching demeanor and the flickering brilliance of his palm, weighed his options, realizing that his battle power of 3,201 likely paled in comparison to Wang Yang's 5,001. This time, I shall spare you. But should you dare to disrupt my endeavors again, I shall ensure you regret it. With a countenance fluctuating between anger and contemplation, Paragus retracted his amassed energy, casting a glance at Broly, resolute in his intention to ensure Broly obeyed him, planning to deal with Wang Yang later. Wang Yang, dispersing the energy in his hands, remained unafraid of Paragus, though he acknowledged that in close combat, he could not match his adversary. Consequently, the warrior succumbed to Paragus's ferocity. Bowing in submission. Chapter 6. Cultivation. The inhabitants of this blue-green planet bore a striking resemblance to Wang Yang, save for the absence of the Saiyan tail. Their civilization languished in the Iron Age. They donned archaic garments and resided in humble huts, exuding a quaint simplicity that instantly transported Wang Yang back to the ancient societies of his previous life, stirring within him a sense of novelty and familiarity. This connection was primarily due to their appearance. Had he encountered other humans in the cosmos, those with dark, blue, or grass-green skin, he would have felt no such kinship. Since Paragus's conquest of the planet, he had lived like a tyrant, issuing nonsensical decrees devoid of any gravitas befitting a ruler. Wang Yang chose to ignore Paragus and sought solitude in a place of his own. In this Dragon Ball world, all the riches and opulence paled in comparison to strength. Perhaps at any moment, a shockwave from the cosmos could obliterate the planet, reducing it to mere cosmic dust. By day, Wang Yang engaged in simple physical training and martial arts practice, while in the afternoons, he would sit cross-legged on a stone in the center of a lake, calmly contemplating the world around him, striving to align his inner state with the placid surface of the water. Having enjoyed the pleasures of his past life, he resolved to prioritize his cultivation and strength in this life. I shall not only become a Super Saiyan, but also ascend to the status of a Super Saiyan God. Standing atop the universe to behold its splendor, Wang Yang declared, his gaze resolutely fixed ahead. By the lake, the warrior occasionally glanced towards Wang Yang, cradling a small girl in his arms. Gurgle, gurgle. A pang of hunger struck, and Wang Yang opened his eyes. Another day has drawn to a close. How swiftly time passes. The Battle King has arrived. Wang Yang leapt high and landed by the lake, smiling at the Battle King. If you do not mind, you may call me Uncle Battle King. You are Wang Yang, and I am the Battle King. How fortuitous that we both share the character Wang. The Battle King seized the opportunity to forge a connection, drawing ties where none seemed to exist. Very well, Wang Yang replied with a smile. After all, the man had been serving him daily, alleviating his burdens of life. Thus he owed him a debt of gratitude. I have already instructed the chef to prepare the meal. Let us dine together. The Battle King chuckled. Agreed. The three of them settled into the carriage. What news from Paragus? Wang Yang inquired. Having not seen Paragus for several days, the current Battle King serves as Paragus's chief steward. His Majesty neglects the affairs of state, devoting each day to training Prince Broly. Occasionally, those who lack awareness meet their demise, the Battle King remarked cautiously. Each time he served Paragus, he felt a chill of trepidation. He found Paragus far less agreeable than Wang Yang, viewing him as an unreasonable madman, akin to the tyrants of the previous dynasty. This fellow, once a lower-tier warrior within his clan, had been a target of bullying. Now he parades about here, exerting his influence. Do your best to comply with him, Wang Yang advised, not shying away from exposing Paragus's shortcomings. Understood, the Battle King nodded in realization. He was about to inquire further when he noticed Wang Yang lost in thought, and thus he swallowed his words. It seems Paragus remains undeterred, still training Broly. This is rather concerning. Broly's combat prowess increases by the moment, and the faster it escalates, the more likely he is to lose control. It appears I must intervene with Broly. If this continues, this planet will inevitably fall to ruin at his hands. After a considerable pause, Wang Yang returned to the present. Xiaoyang, have you encountered any difficulties that you might share with me? Perhaps I could be of assistance, the Battle King inquired with caution. It's nothing to worry about, Wang Yang replied with a smile. That little girl is truly adorable. What is her name? Wang Yang had already taken notice of the charming girl nestled in the Battle King's arms. Seeing her innocent big eyes and rosy cheeks, he could not resist giving her a playful pinch. Though he was an adult in years, he found great affection for such a delightful child. The little girl, feeling his pinch, grasped Wang Yang's hand with a pout, attempting to remove it. Haha, this is my little daughter, Xiaoyue. Noticing you are alone, I thought it would be lovely for her to keep you company. The Battle King chuckled, his once stern demeanor now softened with warmth. Wang Yang, perceptive as ever, instantly recognized the Battle King's intentions. I do not feel lonely at all. I cannot engage with such a small child. He shook his head. His days were filled to the brim, leaving no room for solitude or melancholy. Moreover, while Xiaoyue was indeed adorable, he could not fathom how a grown man's mindset could align with that of a child. Did he truly consider himself a child? Wow. The little girl was suddenly overcome with tears, leaving Wang Yang momentarily retracting his small hand, awkwardly glancing at the Battle King, silently urging him to comfort her. The Battle King, gazing at his daughter's flushed face, felt a pang of compassion. The dinner spread was lavish, abundant with an array of exquisite dishes, a testament to the Battle King's understanding of Wang Yang's dietary preferences. While the Battle King savored his meal at a leisurely pace, Wang Yang exhibited a more refined yet swift manner. The food on the table dwindled visibly before their eyes. Little Lu, the Battle King's daughter, watched in fascination as Wang Yang devoured his meal. Her own appetite stirred, prompting her to polish off an entire jug of milk, her little belly now round and full. Once satiated, Wang Yang reclined in his chair to rest. Xiaoyang, shall we visit the star viewing pavilion for some tea to aid digestion? The Battle King proposed. Is there tea here? Wang Yang inquired, nostalgia washing over him at the thought of tea. Haha, so you do have tea where you come from? The Battle King chuckled. Tea is an ancient cultural treasure of our nation, a sentiment that resonates warmly. A gentle smile graced Wang Yang's face. Ah, indeed, the Battle King laughed heartily, pondering deeply. The star viewing pavilion stood as a notable landmark in the imperial city, towering at 15 meters amidst the surrounding 3 to 4 meter structures, thereby drawing attention. The trio arrived at the pavilion by carriage. Wang Yang was steadfast in his belief in balancing work and leisure. He practiced diligently during the day and relaxed at night. The Battle King's method of brewing tea differed significantly from what Wang Yang was accustomed to. He placed a lump of dark tea into the pot, adding water, sugar, salt, and other ingredients to brew together. The Battle King poured a cup of tea for Wang Yang. Upon taking a delicate sip, Wang Yang found the flavor peculiar, sweet yet salty, with a hint of bitterness. What is the matter? Is the tea not to your liking? Would you prefer a different kind? The Battle King inquired upon seeing Wang Yang take but a small taste. The way you brew tea resembles the methods of my homeland from over a millennium ago. I find it somewhat difficult to adjust, Wang Yang replied with a chuckle. Oh, how do you brew tea now? The Battle King asked, intrigued. In our region, after the tea leaves are harvested, they are first dried, then pan-fried over heat. Following that, they are gently rolled and kneaded repeatedly until they curl up, at which point they can be steeped in hot water. The resulting brew possesses a bitterness intertwined with a fragrant aroma, a flavor I cherish. Wang Yang succinctly explained the process. Ah, the Battle King appeared contemplative. Suddenly, 2 monstrous roars echoed from afar, causing the very structure of the pavilion to tremble. Wang Yang's gaze sharpened as he sensed 2 immense presences manifest in his perception. This energy is formidable. In an instant, he soared out of the pavilion, spotting 2 gigantic apes in the distance, their howls reverberating through the air. The colossal mouths of the apes radiated a blue glow, shockwaves recklessly emanating in all directions, vaporizing numerous structures as countless individuals fled in terror. What is happening? Are these apes transforming? Wang Yang instinctively glanced at the sky, where the stars twinkled brilliantly against the backdrop of a full moon, its silvery glow enveloping the earth. Thump, thump, thump. His heart raced violently, and his tail radiated heat as a formidable power surged from it, filling his entire being with an unparalleled force. In an unstoppable transformation, Wang Yang became a colossal ape, towering over the stargazing tower. A tempest of ferocity swelled in his mind, as if yearning to unleash the vast strength coursing through him. How powerful! Is this what it means to become a giant ape? He pondered, gazing at his rough, massive claws. Born with a battle power of 5,001, he ranked among the elite Saiyan warriors, and augmented by the wisdom of his past life, he effortlessly mastered the raging emotions within him. At that moment, a larger giant ape in the distance noticed Wang Yang and unleashed a shockwave towards him, carving a wide trench in the earth as it passed. Crack! With a swift motion, Wang Yang deflected the shockwave skyward with a single hand. He glanced at his own hand, and then at the larger ape, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. This was splendid. The physical strength bestowed by the transformation into a giant ape was immense, capable of withstanding the power within him. There was no need to wait a year or two. He could rectify matters right now. Roaring, the distant giant ape, realizing its attack had failed, pounded its chest with both hands, the resounding thuds echoing throughout the land as it advanced towards Wang Yang. "You all better stand back," Wang Yang called to the stunned War King inside the building before soaring toward the giant ape. Oh, the War King, bewildered by the unfolding scene, quickly grabbed little Yuer and fled. The two giant apes drew closer, with Wang Yang, as a giant ape himself, standing only as tall as Paraga's chest. At that moment, both a large and a small fist struck out simultaneously, generating a fierce gust of wind. Bang! A sharp crack resounded as the Paraga's giant ape staggered back 3 steps, emitting a pained roar. Times had changed. Despite Wang Yang's smaller stature compared to Paraga's, his battle power exceeding 50,000 made it easy to contend with Paraga's, who had a power of over 30,000. Wang Yang swayed slightly, a fearsome grin spreading across his formidable ape visage as he charged forward, his claws aiming to grasp Paraga's. Roar! Paraga's retaliated with a bellow, swinging its massive arm toward Wang Yang. Thump! 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 Each blow resonated with a thunderous echo, as the two giant apes engaged in a fierce melee, exchanging blows with relentless determination. Dust swirled around them, obscuring the view of their battle from onlookers in the distance. Though Wang Yang appeared diminutive beside Paraga's, he fought with ferocity, relentlessly pummeling Paraga's. Paraga's fist struck Wang Yang, inflicting mere discomfort, while Wang Yang's blows reverberated painfully against Paraga's, forcing it to retreat step by step with anguished roars. Suddenly, a furious roar erupted as the larger giant ape was sent flying, stumbling backward for several meters before crashing into a small hillside. The colossal ape arose with a sudden motion, pounding its chest as energy coalesced within its vast maw. Boom! Caught off guard, Wang Yang was struck by its attack, causing the massive creature to stagger back a few steps, a faint sense of discomfort emanating from its chest. It appeared not to be in significant pain. Wang Yang patted his chest, feeling a surge of joy within. Roar! Bang! 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 The giant ape, enraged by the ineffectiveness of its onslaught, relentlessly beat its chest, the resounding echoes reminiscent of thunder, as a terrifying energy blast brewed within its mouth once more. In an instant, seizing the opportunity, Wang Yang leaped forward, transforming his claws into a palm, delivering a powerful slap to Paraga's face, forcing his simian visage skyward. Whoosh! A massive shockwave erupted from the giant ape's mouth, soaring into the heavens, its brilliance gradually fading without stirring a ripple. Boom! Wang Yang seized the moment to counterattack, hurling a blue energy wave that struck the giant ape's chest, propelling it several hundred meters away. With Paraga's launched from the impact, Wang Yang pursued relentlessly, pinning him to the ground and unleashing a torrent of blows. Roar! Dust and debris rose from the ground, mingled with Paraga's anguished cries. He struggled desperately, limbs thrashing, but the disparity in their combat prowess rendered him unable to escape Wang Yang's grip, enduring a relentless barrage of strikes. Suddenly, Wang Yang executed a shoulder throw, lifting Paraga's and slamming him back to the ground with force. With his foot pressing down on the dense fur of Paraga's waist, Wang Yang grasped his tail, wrapping his arm around it, and with a powerful shout, he lifted him up, the tremendous force causing Paraga's tail to emit a distressing squeak. Roar! Roar! With his face towards the ground, Paraga's was engulfed by excruciating pain, his already grotesque features contorting further. He flailed helplessly, accompanied by frantic cries of despair. Roar! As Paragus released a heart-wrenching scream, his body convulsed in agony. With a swift motion, Wang Yang yanked Paragus's tail clean off, tearing away a considerable portion of flesh. And a fountain of blood erupted, splattering Wang Yang entirely. Deprived of the source of the giant ape's strength, Paragus rapidly diminished in size, reverting to his human form in an instant. Now, he lay pitifully on the ground, a gaping wound exposing stark white bone. Discarding Paragus's severed tail without a glance, Wang Yang's gaze shifted towards the distant, still rampaging Broly. Sensing the immense and violent aura emanating from Broly, Wang Yang's expression grew grave. Though still young, Broly's sudden transformation into a giant ape, fueled by his Saiyan bloodline, had fully unleashed the feral power within him. Wang Yang glanced at the moon above and then back at the frenzied Broly, the Saiyan's competitive spirit igniting his desire to test even greater strength. Chapter 8. Good brothers, let us talk it out. Bang! With a resolute idea in his heart, Wang Yang forcefully stamped his right foot on the ground, emanating a white aura as he soared towards the distant chaos caused by Broly. That detestable little brat, Broly will avenge me. He will surely end your life. Paragus, who had already regained his human form and lay collapsed on the ground, bore a bruised face and bloodied lips. His teeth clenched in fury as he glared at the departing Wang Yang. He reached behind him to touch the massive wound, gasping in pain as his features contorted in agony. Tears welled up in Paragus's eyes, yet he stubbornly refused to let them fall. Reflecting on a lifetime of struggle and effort, only to be ruthlessly defeated by a mere child, he felt that fate had been unjust, treating him, a mid-tier warrior, with cruel indifference. A powerful shockwave erupted from the mouth of the giant ape Broly, and a sudden sense of crisis washed over Wang Yang, prompting him to swiftly twist his body aside. Boom! The shockwave tore through the air, resulting in a blinding explosion in the distance. As a towering mountain vanished from Wang Yang's sight, bang! Wang Yang transformed into a streak of light, delivering a forceful punch to Broly's face, causing him to stagger back. Truly, Broly was tough as nails. Even Wang Yang's hand ached from the impact. Realizing that Broly's combat power surpassed his own by more than double, Wang Yang couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. The legendary Super Saiyan, who seemed to thrive effortlessly while his own combat prowess increased exponentially. If only he possessed such a physique, combined with his own innate talent, would he not soar to unimaginable heights, dominating the heavens and earth? Broly, his eyes filled with ferocious rage after being ambushed, launched a furious counterattack, regardless of their kinship. Wang Yang dared not confront him directly and evaded Broly's onslaught. Through their brief exchange, the disparity in combat power between him and Broly appeared even greater than that which existed between Paragus and himself. With limited battle experience, compounded by a combat power discrepancy exceeding twofold, Wang Yang was soon sent flying by a single punch from Broly. Seizing the opportunity to sever Broly's tail, Wang Yang fell to the ground, his gaze fixated on the massive tail, thrashing wildly in the air. Behold my super energy wave. He ascended into the sky, gathering a significant amount of blue energy orbs with both hands, which he then hurled simultaneously. The two energy orbs fused midair, instantly transforming into a massive blue sphere the size of a house, rushing towards Broly with overwhelming force. Boom! A deafening explosion resonated as the tremendous shockwave ruffled Wang Yang's hair backward. As the dust settled, Wang Yang, slightly out of breath, concentrated a key blade in his right hand, charging forward. With visibility obstructed, he relied on his intuition to sense Broly's presence, appearing behind the giant ape amidst the haze. In that moment, a thick tail swung through the dust, and a smile crept onto Wang Yang's face as he prepared to strike. Two beams of crimson light, larger than lanterns, pierced through the haze, illuminating Wang Yang. An ominous feeling surged within him. Amidst the swirling smoke, anguished cries echoed, followed by the colossal form of Wang Yang being hurled from the mist. How could this be? As he soared backward, his mind was plagued with confusion over how Broly had managed to react. Although the great ape Broly had lost his sanity, his extraordinary lineage endowed him with an acute sense of impending danger. As the haze dissipated, the towering figure of Broly approached, looking down upon Wang Yang. He opened his gaping maw, a fearsome green energy sphere coalescing within, instilling dread in Wang Yang's heart. He swallowed hard. Should it strike him? Death or grievous injury would surely follow. Good brother, let us speak amicably. We have shared trials. Let us not turn on one another, lest we become a laughingstock. In response, Broly's menacing jaws widened. With a thunderous roar, the energy sphere erupted from Broly's mouth, engulfing Wang Yang entirely in a massive beam of light. Ah, damn you. Broly. The anguished cries resonated through the heavens. At last, Broly has avenged me. Paragus, struggling with his grave wounds, witnessed the scene unfold before him, only to lose consciousness. A faint smile lingering at the corner of his mouth as he collapsed. Broly, having unleashed his devastating wave, bellowed fiercely at the luminous moon. His power escalating with each roar, wreaking havoc upon the environment. Explosions erupted across the land as innumerable structures were obliterated, and the ground was littered with severed limbs and the sounds of countless groans and wails. After a considerable time, the smoke cleared to reveal Wang Yang's form. He lay motionless at the center of a massive crater, having reverted to his human shape, his bare body mostly concealed by dirt, and his frail frame was drenched in blood, presenting a pitiful sight. My pain is excruciating. I overestimated myself, Wang Yang grimaced, his body racked with agony. He had believed his intellect and combat experience surpassed Broly's. Even with his power diminished to half that of Broly's, he should not have been so easily vanquished. Yet reality proved harsh, and the bitter truth was that Broly's sheer might had crushed him. Lying in the crater, Wang Yang's right hand struggled to rise, perpendicular to the ground, as light began to gather in his palm. Disappear, wretched moon. He summoned all his energy, preparing to unleash it upon the moon above. On the darkened earth, a ferocious great ape rampaged, when suddenly a brilliant blue light shot upwards, resembling a celestial dragon ascending, piercing the darkness and hurtling toward the moon suspended high above. Before long, a magnificent firework silently erupted in the sky. Upon witnessing this breathtaking display, Wang Yang could no longer hold on. His head tilted, and he closed his eyes. Meanwhile, Broly, in the midst of his destruction, suddenly froze. His powerful, robust tail lost its vitality, drooping to the ground as his immense body visibly shrank, reverting once more to that of an infant, unconscious on the earth. The following day, under the brilliant sun, Wang Yang awoke groggily, blinded by the piercing light. Instinctively, his right hand sought to shield his eyes, but an overwhelming pain surged through his body, causing him to gasp sharply. The excruciating ache brought back memories of the previous day's events. The first time in his life he had endured such a beating. Is there anyone there? Help! Uncle Jean Wang, where are you? Hurry and rescue me. If you don't come soon, I'll either die from the pain or starve. Wang Yang lay helplessly in the pit, calling out weakly. As for Paragus, Wang Yang suspected his injuries wouldn't be much better. Moreover, if he were unharmed, he would surely not hesitate to unleash an energy blast upon discovering Wang Yang's plight. Chapter 9. Deceiving Broly while Wang Yang lamented his fate. A small head peeked over the edge of the pit, curiously glancing downwards. Broly, my dear brother, please come and save me. Wang Yang immediately spotted him, raising his hand and grimacing as he called out. Wang Yang, why are you lying on the ground? Who did this to you? I will avenge you. Broly swooped down beside him, his fury ignited upon seeing Wang Yang's pitiful state. The energy radiating from Broly surged, and Wang Yang estimated his battle power to be around 12,000 at that moment. Wang Yang was at a loss for words. How could he possibly respond? No one hit me. I simply had the misfortune to end up like this, he lamented, tears of frustration welling up in his eyes. This beating had been in vain. Then how did you get hurt? Broly inquired, his innocent curiosity shining through his wide eyes as he studied Wang Yang. This is not the time to discuss that. Please just get me out of here, Wang Yang urged. Oh, but you must tell me why you are in this state afterward. Broly, heedless of the situation, scooped Wang Yang up and soared out of the pit. Wang Yang felt a surge of anger. Such a childlike demeanor. Be gentle, he gasped. Ah, where has our home gone? Broly surveyed the area from the sky, only to see the ground riddled with craters, with the royal city nowhere in sight. It's gone? Wang Yang replied curtly. The royal city had been utterly destroyed by Broly's rampage when he transformed into a giant ape the previous day. What shall we do? Broly fretted, scratching his head in confusion. Uncle Jean Wang is over there. We must go find him. Wang Yang pointed in the direction of Jean Wang. Having sensed his energy, Paragus was conveniently forgotten in Wang Yang's thoughts. At that moment, A group of individuals had gathered around Zhan Wang. Upon noticing Broly's approach, they turned pale with fear, clutching their weapons tightly as they stared nervously at him. Uncle Zhan Wang, there's no need to be afraid. He is rational now and won't cause any destruction. Wang Yang forced a smile that was more sorrowful than cheerful. Zhan Wang's lips twitched as he gazed upon the devastated landscape, tears threatening to spill as he mourned the loss of all he had built over a lifetime. Alas, where's my father? Broly scanned the surroundings, failing to spot Paragus. I don't know, Wang Yang replied. Wang Yang cast a glance at a certain discovery, speaking with his eyes wide open in utter deception. Oh, Broly, still in his youth and having spent only a brief time with Paragus, harbored no deep affections. Upon hearing this, he merely responded with a faint acknowledgement. War King Uncle, is there a place for recuperation, along with some sustenance? Wang Yang, grievously injured and with a stomach rumbling in hunger, inquired. Follow me. I cannot be certain whether that place remains intact, the War King sighed. He led Wang Yang to a residence situated 200 kilometers away, a dwelling erected during his confrontations with the previous dynasty. At this moment, Wang Yang was slathered in a multitude of herbs, his body wrapped like a dumpling, watching enviously as Broly voraciously feasted beside him. While he was attended to by a sluggish maid, oftentimes he had already swallowed his food, while the maid was still yet to deliver the following dish. I shall make you suffer greatly in the future, so you can only watch as I indulge, Wang Yang mused, harboring a sense of frustration towards the instigator. Broly, I wish to discuss something with you. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Yang addressed Broly. What is it? Broly responded, his mouth full, his words muffled. You ought to sever your tail. My tail? Broly swallowed his food and, with greasy hands, grasped his tail, gazing at Wang Yang with curiosity. Indeed, we Saiyans transform into giant apes during the full moon, losing our sanity and wreaking havoc, Wang Yang elucidated. What is this 1,007 million times the power of the Blood's wave? Broly, perplexed, did not fully comprehend. But cutting the tail hurts. Broly looked at Wang Yang with a pitiful expression. His knowledge indicated that Saiyans transform into giant apes during the full moon. However, his tender age rendered him oblivious to the moral implications of destruction. If you do not sever your tail, the next time you transform into a giant ape, you might slay us all, and there will be no one left to prepare food for you. You will be left to scavenge for stones to eat, Wang Yang coaxed, with a smile that betrayed no hint of moral conflict. Whoosh! Broly's diminutive figure vanished like a mirage, only to reappear holding a stone as large as his head. Broly licked his lips. Crack! Broly took a bite of the stone, instantly recoiling in pain, clutching his mouth and wailing as the stone clattered to the ground. Poor Broly, so young and innocent, had not even considered the possibility of seeking out real food. Is it not exceedingly unpalatable? If you do not sever your tail, this will be your future meal. Wang Yang continued his playful threats. Broly's expression wavered, caught in indecision. Ultimately, he gazed at the sumptuous feast laid before him, gritted his teeth, stamped his foot, and with a mighty shout, he yanked off his tail. How painful! How painful! Broly exclaimed, jumping around in distress. Splendid! Wang Yang chuckled, his eyes squinting with delight, as the weight that had burdened his heart was finally lifted. Presently, he was the sole Saiyan with a tail in this vicinity, and should Broly go berserk, he could transform into a giant ape and easily subdue him. He possesses the remarkable ability to create artificial moons. It appears that despite his injuries healing, an increase in intensity is still necessary. Should the gap between his normal state and Broly's power widen, even transforming into a great ape would be precarious. The thought of Broly's ever-increasing combat prowess instantly intensified Wang Yang's sense of pressure. The Saiyans truly embody the might of a once-dominant warrior race in the universe. Even in his infantile state, Wang Yang's recovery was astonishingly swift, allowing him to be lively and animated within just 5 days. Broly, you shall train with me from now on. Having just satisfied his hunger, Wang Yang took Broly to the mountainside. Training? Certainly, my father often taught me how to train. Broly replied. Wang Yang understood that Paragus had instructed Broly in physical conditioning and combat techniques. For now, you need not focus on those. Instead, you shall practice what I will teach you, Wang Yang asserted. But how should I train? Broly questioned, gazing at Wang Yang in confusion. Your combat strength is not lacking. In fact, your ever-increasing power poses a threat. Should your power surge beyond your control, It may dominate you, leading to a rampage, Wang Yang said earnestly. Uncertain whether Broly comprehended his words, he continued, you must learn to control the energy within you. Broly stared blankly at Wang Yang, struggling to grasp the concept. Yet he sensed an underlying logic in the instruction. Chapter 10. Teaching Broly now. Sit quietly and attune yourself to the surroundings. Strive for tranquility akin to the sky and embrace the earth's vastness. Only with a serene mind can you avoid being governed by ferocious power. Understood. Broly, lacking strong opinions of his own, complied with Wang Yang's guidance. After imparting the training method to Broly, Wang Yang engaged in weighted exercises alone. The warrior king observed Wang Yang's training regimen, pondering the seemingly mundane nature of his approach, unable to fathom the terrifying strength that could arise from such simplicity. Could it be that this straightforward method harbors secrets I am unaware of? He mused, deciding to instruct his subordinates to adopt Wang Yang's training style subsequently. As Wang Yang performed a deep squat and noticed the warrior king watching him, a thought struck him. Uncle Warrior King, I am curious about how the inhabitants of your planet train. Our methods of training cannot be compared to yours, the warrior king replied with a nervous chuckle. I am quite curious. Do share? Wang Yang encouraged with a smile. Every civilization possesses its wisdom, Wang Yang thought, refusing to succumb to arrogance by belittling what he perceived as a lesser civilization. Since you wish to know, I shall enlighten you. Within the human body, there exist 365 remarkable points that enhance one's physique. Our training method involves massaging and stimulating these points to strengthen the body. The warrior king explained with a grin. I consider myself to have ventured farthest down this path, claiming victory over all, except for you. He added with pride gleaming in his expression. Wang Yang's eyes sparkled with interest as he recognized the warrior king's reference to the body's points, reminiscent of the acupuncture meridians spoken of in his previous life. Uncle Jean Wang, could you impart to me the methods of your cultivation? Wang Yang inquired, pausing his actions. Currently, his cultivation technique was merely the most ordinary, and it could hardly be less efficient. The body is fundamental. Only by strengthening the body can one harbor more energy. If the energy within is entirely depleted, devoid of protective energy, the body would revert to its original form, easily vanquished by an ordinary sword. Very well. Though these methods are closely guarded secrets, it poses no harm to teach you. Given your cultivation far exceeds ours, Zhan Wang conceded, recalling Wang Yang's extraordinary strength. Through Zhan Wang's meticulous guidance, Wang Yang quickly grasped the concept of the body's energy points. Stimulating these points through massage could accelerate blood circulation and enhance metabolism. With consistent exercise and proper nutrition, one could fortify oneself. Wang Yang, undeterred by the need for assistance, innovatively manipulated the energy within his body to rotate and leap across these points, continuously stimulating his physique. He felt a delightful tingling sensation coursing through him, prompting a smile. This sensation was truly wondrous. True transmission is but a word. False transmission fills countless tomes. Every civilization deserves respect. Even if the warriors of this planet are of low combat prowess, they possess their unique merits. As Confucius said, in a trio, there is always a teacher among us. On that day, Wang Yang sat atop a small hill practicing, when suddenly a powerful aura approached from afar. Instinctively, he opened his eyes. Paragus, is he still alive? He pondered. This aura? It is Father S. On the ground, Broly opened his eyes, soon perceiving Paragus' formidable presence drawing near. Understanding energy was a lesson imparted by Wang Yang, and Broly, with his keen comprehension, quickly grasped the fundamentals. So, you have been here. I've been searching high and low for you. Paragus glared at Wang Yang, his teeth clenched. Severely wounded, he had lain in a pit for several days, enduring hunger and hardship, barely clinging to life through the Saiyan's indomitable spirit. Since his injuries had healed, he had scoured the surroundings for Broly. For his son was the hope of his life, a treasure he could not afford to lose. Father, where have you been these days? Broly soared into the air, appearing before Paragus. I've been injured these past days, and just recovered. I rushed here to find you, Paragus replied, his words vague, omitting the fact that he had been gravely wounded by Wang Yang. The shame of being bested by a mere child was too great to bear. Damn Wang Yang, you shall perish. Paragus seethed upon seeing Wang Yang seated atop the hill, his expression unruffled as he regarded him. An anger surged within him, prompting him to unleash a shockwave. Regardless of the outcome, he resolved to attack first, knowing his son was present, ensuring his own safety. Wang Yang let out a cold snicker, extending his right hand forward in a sweeping motion. A blue energy wave emanated from his palm, and the two energy waves clashed mid-air, momentarily locked in tension before gradually advancing towards Paragus. Though my physique has yet to fully develop and pales in comparison to yours, do you not perceive that in a clash of energy waves, you resemble an ancient elder who clings to life too desperately? I, having just been born, am already an entity you shall forever look up to. How infuriating! Paragus raised his palms, his face contorted in a grimace as he valiantly resisted the overwhelming force bearing down upon him, the veins in his arms bulging like writhing worms. As he witnessed the energy wave drawing ever closer, a tremendous force emanated forth, causing Paragus's hair to stand on end, blown back by the sheer intensity. Feeling the oppressive aura of the energy blast, panic surged within him, and he cried out, "Broly, save me." In an instant, Broly transformed into an almost imperceptible shadow, effortlessly redirecting the energy wave skyward with a single kick. Gasping for breath, Paragus could hardly contain his frustration. "Paragus, if you are unscathed, then step aside and do not interfere with Broly and me," Wang Yang stated with a cold indifference. He held a deep disdain for Paragus, particularly for viewing Broly as a mere instrument for cosmic domination. Although the desire to obliterate him simmered within, the consideration of Paragus being Broly's father weighed heavily on his conscience, complicating matters for Broly's future. "Leave if you must. Do you think I long to see you?" Paragus retorted angrily, beckoning Broly to depart with him. With Broly's extraordinary abilities, he sought to cultivate a bond with his son. "I am addressing you, Broly. Remain here with me," Wang Yang interjected, furrowing his brow. If Broly were to leave, he could easily be molded back into the version depicted in the original narrative. Their bond was one of life and death. It was Broly who had saved his life. Aware of Broly's future descent into madness as a mindless destroyer, he resolved to find a way to assist him. "What did you say? You scoundrel! Broly is my son. Do you dare to separate us?" Paragus seethed with rage. "Your intentions are impure. You see Broly merely as a tool," Wang Yang retorted coldly, fixing his gaze upon Paragus. "We shall leave together, and I shall see how you attempt to stop us," Paragus declared, taking Broly's small hand, intent on departing. Chapter 11. 2 years later. Broly. "Have you been unhappy here these past few days? Is the food prepared by everyone unpalatable? Or has someone been bullying you? Do you find joy in being with Paragus or in this place?" Wang Yang spoke softly to Broly. Broly licked his lips, a look of conflict crossing his delicate features. Being with Wang Yang brought him joy and an abundance of delicious food. On the other hand, there was his father. But was his father's food truly enjoyable? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Broly's gaze gradually grew resolute. He desired to remain by Wang Yang's side. Paragus reached out to pull Broly, only to find him as unmovable as a heavy stone. "Broly, do not listen to his nonsense. As long as you stay with your father, I will provide you with copious amounts of food every day," Paragus exclaimed, his frustration palpable. Broly's youthful face displayed a flicker of indecision. "Paragus, pray tell, what is this?" Wang Yang's expression darkened as he raised a small orb that radiated a dazzling light. "What? Is that an artificial moon?" Paragus gasped in astonishment. "Now, among the three of us, only I possess a tail. What do you think would happen if I were to transform into a great ape?" Wang Yang's gaze was fixed on Paragus, his eyes gleaming with a cold light that blatantly threatened him. Paragus's eyes darted to Broly's rear, and a wave of dread washed over him. Where had Broly's tail gone? Surely, that despicable little brat must have removed it out of fear. How cowardly! What should I do? I could be killed. Paragus swallowed hard, feeling a chill run down his spine. If Wang Yang transformed into a great ape, with a combat power exceeding 50,000, he would be an invincible force. "You shall not control Broly." I refused to leave his side. Broly was his hope, and he would rather die than relinquish him, than remain on the sidelines. "I will oversee Broly's training, and do not interfere, or I shall not hesitate to be ruthless." Wang Yang pondered for a moment before slowly retracting the artificial moon. "Humph," Paragus snorted, neither agreeing nor refusing, and walked away to a massive boulder, unleashing his frustration upon it with punches and kicks, as if to vent his inner turmoil. Seeing his father disregard him, Broly obediently sat down to commune with nature. Once Paragus had expended his wrath, the boulder lay shattered into countless small stones. "Is this how you train Broly?" Paragus fumed at Wang Yang. witnessing his son sitting idly without a hint of exercise. Such training will yield nothing. It is a waste of Broly's immense power. Paragus deemed Wang Yang a petty individual, intent on suppressing Broly's strength. Broly was still young, and excessive power could lead to uncontrollable outbursts. Wang Yang had no intention of revealing that Broly was the legendary Super Saiyan, fearing that such knowledge would incite further chaos. What? You vile scoundrel! Your heart is indeed malicious. You envy Broly's strength and wish to let him languish, so you can surpass him. Paragus, having lived for decades, was not easily deceived. He had never encountered such a training method and found it preposterous to consider mere sitting as training. Believe it or not, I do. If you wish to take Broly from me, you must first defeat me with superior power. Otherwise, silence yourself. Should you dare to speak again, do not blame me for my cruelty. Saiyans are capable of anything. Wang Yang's expression remained impassive as he regarded Paragus. Humph. Paragus recoiled slightly, his expression fluctuating between anger and uncertainty. Ultimately, he did not dare to resist, snorting coldly before turning away. As he observed Paragus's retreating figure, Wang Yang fell into contemplation. Perhaps it would be wise to allow Broly to lose control momentarily and eliminate this man. Time flowed like water, and before they knew it, 2 years had passed. For the past 2 years, Wang Yang's strength has steadily increased. Although he lacks a detector, he estimates that his power is approximately 3 times what it once was, around 15,000. As for Broly, he truly embodies the legendary Super Saiyan. While he may not train as rigorously, his combat prowess escalates rapidly. Wang Yang believes that Broly's battle power is double his own. In the high sky, 2 diminutive figures stand suspended, their expressions serious as they observe the confrontation. In their spare time, Wang Yang often engages in combat with Broly to hone their fighting experience. Broly, let us agree beforehand that you cannot unleash your full energy. It must be suppressed to match mine, Wang Yang stated. Should Broly release all his power, Wang Yang would undoubtedly be outmatched, as a difference in strength of such magnitude would lead to a one-sided battle, yielding no advancement in combat experience. Rest assured, I will not play any tricks. Broly replied with a relaxed demeanor. Wang Yang merely scoffed. Suddenly, without warning, the two charged toward each other, their small fists colliding with an unimaginable force. The deep thud reverberated, causing hearts to race involuntarily. In the midst of the air, the 2 little figures engaged in a fierce struggle, rising and falling, the sounds of their fierce clashes echoing in succession. It was too swift. Their movements were nearly imperceptible. On the ground, Paragus gazed at the sky with a look of dismay. The gap between him and the 2 children had widened drastically in such a short time. What began as a struggle to see them had now evolved into complete invisibility, all within 2 fleeting years. He felt utterly inadequate, as if he had been left far behind. In the dark expanse of the universe, a disc-shaped spaceship hurtled through space, trailing a long plume of flame. Lord Linga, there is a life-bearing planet nearby exhibiting a powerful energy surge, reported a man clad in yellow and gray, addressing the bald-headed leader aboard the ship with deference. Powerful energy? Just how strong? Linga asked, reclining in his chair, legs crossed, his dark hand cradling a glass of red wine, which he sipped nonchalantly. According to the readings, the 2 energy signatures measured at 15, 209 and 15, 110, accompanied by a weaker combat power of 3, 399, the gray-clad man reported respectfully. At this moment, Broly had restrained his energy to be nearly equal to Wang Yang's. Thus only their combined strength of 15,000 was detectable. 2 at 15,000? Lingo exclaimed, suddenly alert, sitting up straight. A power level of 15,000 qualifies as that of an elite warrior in the universe. His own power level stood at merely 10,000. And the cosmic marauders of the planets he governed would not dare to provoke them. As for the 399 power level, it was rendered insignificant in the presence of the 2 15,000s. Set a course for that planet immediately. We must extend a proper invitation to the 2 with 15,000 power levels. Our Lord seeks talented individuals, and I believe that should we invite them to join us, our Lord will reward us handsomely. Linga commanded his subordinates with excitement. Understood. The swiftly moving spaceship immediately executed a sharp 90-degree turn, heading towards a turquoise-green planet. Suddenly, Wang Yang crouched to evade Broly's side kick, and in an instant, he leaped into the air, delivering a powerful punch to Broly's chin, sending him flying. Seizing the momentum, Wang Yang relentlessly charged at Broly, unleashing a barrage of punches and kicks that sent him hurtling through the air. Boom! With both hands clasped into a fist, Wang Yang struck down with the force of a mountain, crashing Broly into the ground and burying his diminutive figure beneath a cascade of rubble. Thunderous rumblings echoed as Paragus, standing on the ground, shouted towards the pile of debris, urging Broly to fight seriously and to bring Wang Yang down with ferocity. Suddenly, the ground trembled as if a dragon was stirring, and countless boulders erupted, soaring in all directions. "That hit really stings," Broly exclaimed, surrounded by a radiant white aura, his expression gleeful as he gazed at Wang Yang. Wang Yang looked at Broly with exasperation. It seemed he relished being beaten into submission before becoming serious, a peculiar trait seemingly woven into the very fabric of Saiyan genetics. "Warm-up is over. Now it's my turn." Broly twisted his neck, beaming brightly at Wang Yang. With a sudden intensity, Broly's expression hardened as he roared, channeling his energy, the white flames blazing around him. He stomped down, creating a massive dent in the ground, his powerful physique surging with overwhelming presence as he charged at Wang Yang. Smack! 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 The sky was filled with the sounds of fierce collisions, as numerous energy blasts erupted, sending powerful gusts of energy spiraling outward. Boom! The two warriors, each conjuring energy orbs, collided simultaneously, a blinding light erupting as violent energy waves sent them both reeling. "Behold my technique, the Six Harmonies Energy Wave." Wang Yang gathered energy in his palms, feeling the surge before thrusting his hands forward. A blue shockwave surged towards Broly, which suddenly split into 3 mid-flight, and then further into 6. The 6 energy waves darted with astonishing speed, encircling Broly from every direction, leaving him with no escape. Broly's head spun, seemingly searching for a way out. With a smirk, Wang Yang clenched his right hand, and the 6 energy waves converged, engulfing Broly in a brilliant explosion of light. Moments later, as the brilliance faded and the smoke cleared, Broly was revealed at the center of the blast, encased in a green energy shield riddled with cracks, emitting ominous cracking sounds. Broly's signature technique, the protective shield. "Phew! That move is quite hard to dodge," Broly gasped, retracting the energy shield back into his body. Wang Yang, a sheen of perspiration on his brow, smiled faintly, his gaze lingering on Broly's shield. This technique was nothing short of miraculous, boasting incredible defensive capabilities while allowing for uninhibited flight in the cosmos without the concern of asphyxiation. Wang Yang had long envied it. "Prepare to receive my attack," Broly bellowed, hurling a green energy orb toward Wang Yang with great force. The moment it left his hand, it expanded in the wind, growing to the size of a house. Crash! Wang Yang thrust his hands forward, bracing against Broly's verdant energy sphere. An astonishing force emanated from the projectile, akin to the weight of Mount Tai pressing down upon him, as his calves carved deep grooves into the earth. At that moment, a surge of white energy erupted from Wang Yang's body, halting his retreat and hinting at the possibility of pushing the energy sphere back. Wang Yang's arm muscles bulged, veins protruding on his forehead, as he let out a powerful shout, propelling the energy sphere away. A faint smile crept across Broly's lips, and soon another energy sphere materialized in his palm. With a swift motion of his arm, the new sphere collided with the previous one, merging into a single entity of doubled might. My goodness! Wang Yang felt an overwhelming force bearing down on him. His arms trembled uncontrollably. Suddenly, he let out a shout, and before he could contemplate further, a flicker of blue light enveloped him, followed by being completely engulfed by the green energy sphere, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. The shockwave radiated in all directions, and searing flames shot skyward. Splendid! Such a powerful explosion. This fellow will surely be severely injured, if not killed, Paragus exclaimed, clapping his hands in excitement. Over the past 2 years, Broly and Wang Yang had grown increasingly close, while Paragus had been forced to suppress his true nature. Unable to unleash destruction at will, he now harbored deep resentment towards Wang Yang. Broly's gaze sharpened, surprise flickering in his eyes as he surveyed the site of the explosion. "Let this be the end for today," Wang Yang declared, standing in the crater, hands resting on his knees, bending over to catch his breath. Even with Broly suppressing his energy to match his own level, Wang Yang's stamina and strength had significantly waned by the battle's end, while Broly remained as vigorous as ever, his battle power exceeding 30,000, granting him far superior endurance. After facing Broly's recent attack, Wang Yang felt nearly depleted, unable to continue fighting, while Broly appeared unfazed, as if he could still contend with him at full strength. What was that? Broly inquired, glancing at Wang Yang with uncertainty. Wang Yang merely smiled faintly, remaining silent. At that moment, both he and Broly lifted their gazes toward the boundless sky. What are you looking at? Paragus flew over, curiosity etched on his face. Wang Yang ignored him, continuing to gaze upward without uttering a word. Someone is coming, Broly murmured, his curiosity piqued as he watched the heavens above. Someone, Paragus responded, perplexed. Aren't we the only three with the highest battle power on this planet? Who else could ascend to the skies? After spending 2 years on this planet, Paragus had yet to realize that the newcomer hailed from the cosmos. Could it be? After a moment, a realization struck Paragus, and his expression shifted to one of excitement as he gazed skyward. In the azure expanse, a small black dot gradually materialized, swiftly approaching until, in no time, it hovered above the trio. A thunderous rumble echoed as it descended, revealing a circular spacecraft with 8 metallic legs extending downwards to plant themselves into the ground. Haha, it truly is a spaceship. At long last, I can depart from this wretched place, Paragus exclaimed, bursting into an exuberant laugh. The civilization of this planet is still in the Iron Age, far from achieving interstellar status. At times, Paragus felt as if he were destined to spend eternity here. Now, with a spacecraft at his disposal, he envisioned a vibrant return to the cosmos, where he and Broly could soon reign supreme over the universe. Chapter 12. Visitors from the cosmos. Wang Yang observed the figures descending from the spacecraft with a calm demeanor, green-skinned beings, a one-horned lizard man, avian creatures, and a burly man resembling himself. Greetings, formidable ones of this planet. Linga approached Paragus with a smile, extending his right hand in salutation. To him, Wang Yang and Broly appeared to be no more than 3 or 4 years old, while the adult figure of Paragus was the one he deemed significant. Hello. Paragus eagerly stepped forward to shake his hand, brimming with excitement. While traversing the cosmos, we detected 2 individuals with a battle power of 15,000. We wish to meet them, and it would be splendid to invite them to join our ranks. Linga's tone was amicable. He had to be. For his own battle power barely reached 10,000, insufficient to confront anyone of 15,000. 15,000? Paragus discreetly glanced at Wang Yang, astonished by the substantial increase in his battle power. How fortunate it would be if such strength were his own. Linga adjusted the device he wore before his eyes. 3,399. He then turned to Wang Yang and the other 2. 5. 6. The device scanned the surroundings once more, revealing a multitude of readings at 5, with the highest within 1,000 miles barely reaching 56. Yet, the elusive 15,000 remained undetectable. I wonder where those 2 individuals with a battle power of 15,000 have gone. I seek to pay my respects, Linga remarked, disregarding Wang Yang and addressing Paragus with a cheerful demeanor. Could it be that the device is malfunctioning? Paragus mused, unwilling to reveal the truth. Is it indeed broken? Linga murmured, then called out to his subordinates with urgency. Check immediately for any signs of individuals with a battle power of 15,000. Yes. His subordinates nodded and dispersed to search the area. My readings show nothing here, one reported. Nor do I detect anything, another added. The responses led Linga to genuinely believe that the spacecraft scanner was faulty. His over-reliance on the device clouded his judgment, preventing him from suspecting that the individuals before him might be concealing their true strength. I must instruct those old men to repair the spacecraft scanner upon our return. Linga grumbled, frustrated by the time wasted. What is your name? His tone had become noticeably colder. I am Paragus. He replied promptly. Paragus, I see that your battle power is commendable. Join our faction, Linga stated without room for negotiation. The revelation that the 2 individuals with a battle power of 15,000 were mere phantoms, coupled with Paragus's lesser strength, caused Linga to shed his pretense and reveal his true nature. Everything is negotiable, he said, but if you refuse, well, that's another matter. Paragus paused for a moment, lowering his gaze in acquiescence, unnoticed by anyone, as a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes. Upon my arrival, I discovered that this planet possesses a remarkably hospitable environment, ideally suited for habitation. If sold, it could fetch a considerable sum. Linga surveyed the surroundings with keen interest. Paragus understood the implication. In order to trade the planet, its original inhabitants would need to be eradicated. Wang Yang narrowed his eyes. Having lived on this planet for 2 years, he had developed a profound affection for it. Here resided his esteemed uncle, the War King, the delightful little Yu-Er, and several small yet ambitious brothers. Moreover, the culture echoed that of ancient times in his previous life, leading him to believe he had traversed back in time. Thus, he could not allow this world to be ravaged. He would show no mercy to anyone daring to disrupt the sanctity of this planet. My lord, please do not destroy this world, Paragus implored, lifting his gaze earnestly to Linga. Has he undergone a transformation? Wang Yang observed Paragus in astonishment, as if witnessing a newfound conscience for the first time. Paragus cast a sidelong glance at Wang Yang, silently lamenting, fearing that should Wang Yang unleash his wrath, they would all perish, leaving him stranded without a means to navigate the stars. As a proud Saiyan, one's nature is immutable. I remain Paragus, the Saiyan who instills dread across the cosmos. Very well, rest assured, should you join us, we shall treat you well, Linga replied with a wave of his hand. Laughing heartily, with your formidable combat prowess, you could even apply for protection from your home planet. That is reassuring. Paragus exhaled in relief. My lord, you have traveled a great distance. Please allow me to host you with a grand feast. He invited Linga with genuine hospitality. Haha, Paragus, your thoughtfulness is commendable. If only every inhabitant of this planet were as compliant as you, life would be much simpler, Linga chuckled, recognizing Paragus's cleverness and resourcefulness, affirming that bringing him into their fold was indeed a wise decision. Let us rest here for a day. We shall set forth tomorrow, Linga suggested with a smile, gesturing for the crew to disembark from the ship. At Paragus's request, the banquet was meticulously arranged by the War King, who had ascended from a king to the title of War Emperor. With Wang Yang standing by, Paragus dared not object. Besides, he held little regard for the emperor of such a primitive realm, for his ambitions soared towards the stars and the vast oceans of the universe. Little Yang, did they come from the cosmos like you? The War Emperor inquired curiously during a lull in the conversation. Indeed, I shall depart with them tomorrow, Wang Yang reflected wistfully. Although the scenery and culture here captivated him, his aspirations lay beyond, in the boundless cosmos. Remaining on this planet without adversaries or the collision of intellect offered no path for growth. Thus, he felt compelled to venture forth, should he miss this opportunity. Who could say when another spacecraft would arrive? As long as I depart and find a way to acquire my own spaceship, I shall traverse the cosmos, venturing wherever my heart desires. The wish for Dragon Balls, the King Kai fist, and instant transmission. Thoughts of these fill Wang Yang with an overwhelming sense of allure. Alas, the fortunes of descendants are their own. Though I shall miss you dearly, it is imperative that we seek to stand out in the world and broaden our horizons. Without experiencing the tempests of adversity, one can never grow into a towering tree. The gaze of the War Emperor is profound, as memories from the past flash through his mind like lightning. Had I not ventured beyond the village in those days, perhaps I would still be at home, marrying into a landlord's family, toiling in the fields from dawn till dusk. Xiaoyang, should you ever have the opportunity, make sure to return and visit me. The War Emperor feels a twinge of reluctance in his heart. Very well, I shall certainly come back. Wang Yang nods in affirmation. At the banquet, Paragus and Ringer engaged in jovial conversation while Wang Yang sat at a distance, quietly finishing his meal before leaving. Chapter 13. The Invincible Monkey in the Dead of Night. Tomorrow, I shall embark on my journey. While I am away, you must diligently cultivate your skills. Training is akin to rowing upstream. Without progress, one regresses. I hope that when we meet again, you will impress me. Wang Yang gazes seriously at the 7 children before him, ranging in age from 7 to 15. They had all become his disciples at the behest of the War Emperor. Despite their youthful appearances, the inhabitants of this planet place great importance on etiquette and education. Those who excel are respected, and they regard Wang Yang with utmost reverence rather than disdain. Yes, master. The 7 disciples bow respectfully. When they grow up, may they assist the War Emperor well, treat the people kindly, and advance technology. Wang Yang turns silently, lifting his gaze to the twinkling stars above. The 7 disciples offer a quiet salute and depart slowly. Brother Yang, father says you are leaving. Is it true? Unbeknownst to him, a little girl dressed in a pink frock, delicate and fair, approaches Wang Yang from behind, nervously clutching her skirt and gazing at his back. Indeed, my aspiration is to become the strongest, hence my departure, Wang Yang replies without turning, his tone neutral. But if you leave, I will be very sad, Saiyan says, tears gliding down her cherubic cheeks. Sadness is but fleeting. When you grow up and make new friends, you shall forget about me, Wang Yang reassures with a smile. At this moment, Xiaoya is merely 3 years old, while he feels as though he is 30, nurturing her with paternal affection. Before you go, could you tell me one more story? The tears on Xiaoya's face come swiftly and vanish just as quickly. All right, I shall tell you a story titled The Invincible Monkey. Wang Yang gently pinches Xiaoya's jelly-like cheek and smiles warmly. Once upon a time, in the vastness of the universe, there existed a powerful race known as the Saiyans. On that fateful day, a newborn infant opened his eyes, causing the very planet to tremble. In an instant, flames erupted from the ground, and the planet was engulfed in an explosion. By an extraordinary twist of fate, this little monkey was propelled into the vastness of the cosmos, where his remarkable saga began. On the planet of Gaolao, the Saiyan monkey triumphed over the pig demon, liberating the masses. In the realm of Baigu, the little monkey vanquished the Bone Queen. As he navigated through myriad trials and overcame formidable foes, he ultimately evolved into a mighty powerhouse of unparalleled strength, defeating the self-proclaimed ruler of the universe, Quan Dan, at the pinnacle of the cosmos. From that moment forth, the monkey ascended as the new sovereign of the universe. Wang Yang passionately recounted the journey of the invincible monkey, a tale woven from his innermost aspirations. Xiao Yuer listened, captivated, her bright, innocent eyes fixed intently on Wang Yang. She clutched the monkey's fluffy tail, gently caressing it with her tiny hands, as if she were petting an adorable kitten. As the night deepened and tranquility enveloped the world, countless souls succumbed to slumber beneath the resplendent stars. Within the confines of the spaceship, Paragus stealthily approached Broly's quarters. After the banquet, he had persistently followed Lin Gu aboard the vessel, expressing a desire to familiarize himself with the surroundings. Broly awakened, Paragus whispered, rousing the slumbering Broly from his deep repose. At that moment, Broly lay sprawled across his bed, the thin blanket cast aside, a bubble forming and bursting upon his nose. "Father, what is it?" Broly murmured, his eyes still heavy with sleep as he yawned. "Broly, rise quickly. We must eliminate those extraterrestrials." Paragus's expression was icy, his eyes glinting with a chilling intensity in the dimly lit room. "Why must we kill them?" Broly asked, puzzled, recalling the cheerful conversation they had shared over food just moments ago. "They are villains. We must eradicate them," Paragus replied in a low, somber tone. Oh, Broly, still young and naive, lacked a firm grasp of morality, and perhaps, in comparison to the aliens, he chose to trust his father more. However, had the situation involved Wang Yang instead of Lin Gu and the others, his sentiments would have been entirely different. "Listen carefully to me. You must strike with precision and avoid drawing excessive attention," Paragus instructed in a hushed tone, leaning close to Broly. Awakening fully, Broly's eyes sparkled with determination as he nodded vigorously. "Lord Lin Gu, Paragus seeks an audience," Paragus announced, rapping on Lin Gu's metallic door, the sound echoing with a dull thud. "Go away. What business do you have at this late hour?" "We shall speak tomorrow," Lin Ji's voice boomed, irritable from being abruptly roused from sleep, showing no leniency towards Paragus. In the cosmos, the law of the jungle prevailed. Paragus's combat prowess paled in comparison to Lin Ji's, leading Lin Gu to regard himself as superior. If in good spirits, he might grant Paragus some consideration. If not, he would treat him as a mere insignificant fish, offering no semblance of respect whatsoever. "I have a matter of great importance, concerning the individual with a battle power of 15,000. Paragus clenched his fists, the sound echoing ominously, his countenance dark enough to draw water. "The detector has malfunctioned." Lin Ji's tone was laced with impatience. "It is not the detector that is at fault. There truly exists a person with a battle power of 15,000. You must provide me with a flawless response, or I shall make you acutely aware of the grave consequences." With a resounding crash, Lin Gu flung the door open. At that moment, he stood bare-chested, sweat glistening on his skin, his gaze fixed menacingly on the Paragus duo. The existence of two individuals on this planet with a battle power of 15,000 is both accurate and inaccurate. Paragus spoke in a melodic tone. "What do you mean?" Lin Gu furrowed his brow. "What I mean is that one of these individuals possesses a battle power of 15,000, while the other." Paragus paused thoughtfully. "And the other's battle power?" Lin Gu inquired, stepping forward to grasp Paragus by the collar. The other person's battle power. Paragus cast a fleeting glance at the diminutive Broly, his eyes flickering. Broly, make your move. What? Lin Gu was momentarily taken aback. Broly let out a fierce roar, leaping into the air with the agility of a nimble rabbit, an energy blast striking Lin Gu's chest like lightning. Boom. Ah! Lin Gu's chest erupted, a scream escaping his lips as he was sent flying to the ground, convulsing momentarily before becoming utterly still. Caught off guard, he was instantaneously defeated by Broly, whose power exceeded 30,000. The other person surpasses a battle power of 15,000. He is my son, Broly. Paragus gazed at Lin Gu's lifeless form on the ground, erupting into a boisterous, triumphant laughter. Chapter 14. The cunning Paragus. Having lost the detector and lacking the ability to sense energy, Paragus was uncertain of Broly's true battle power. However, considering Broly's effortless defeat of the 15,000 power King Yang, Paragus surmised that Broly's power must be at least 20,000. Inside the spaceship, with Lin Gu, the strongest warrior, now deceased, Paragus summoned everyone to awaken. Upon witnessing their leader's demise, the crew promptly surrendered, pledging their allegiance to Paragus. Accustomed to the ruthless nature of the cosmos, these individuals had no qualms in switching their loyalties. There exists no loyalty in the universe. Without further ado, let us hasten to activate the spaceship and depart swiftly, Paragus commanded urgently. Yet, Brother Yang has not yet arrived. Did we not agree to leave together? Broly interjected at that moment. I have inquired of Yang, and he expressed a fondness for this planet. Wishing to remain here, Paragus lied through gritted teeth. Is that so? Broly gazed innocently at Paragus, his tender age of 2 or 3 rendering him oblivious to the malice of the world. Indeed, Paragus signaled to the nearby crew members, his eyes brimming with an unmistakable threat. These individuals, seasoned in the ways of the universe, immediately set about initiating the spacecraft. Broly's face was a tapestry of conflict. Reluctant to part with Yang, we are not abandoning our return. Once we grow weary of the outside world, we shall seek him out for amusement. Paragus coaxed as he lifted Broly into his arms. As long as we take Broly away, in due time he will naturally forget about Wang Yang, drawn in by the allure of the world beyond. All right, Broly exclaimed, a smile lighting up his face at the prospect of seeing Wang Yang again. Just then, the spaceship trembled slightly, followed by a brilliant, searing light bursting from its belly. With the force of this explosion, the spaceship soared rapidly into the sky. After listening to Wang Yang's little story, Xiaoyer could no longer resist the pull of slumber and fell asleep. Uncle Jean, Xiaoyer has fallen asleep. So I have brought her back, Wang Yang announced as he gently placed Xiaoyer down in the royal palace, knocking softly on the door of Zhan Huang's chambers. A clattering sound echoed from within, as if something had fallen to the floor. Soon, Zhan Huang, disheveled and flushed, opened the door. Why did you bring her back to me? Just return her to her room, he grumbled, extending his hand to receive the child. Uncle Jean, you? Wang Yang suddenly noticed the evident blush on Zhan Huang's face and scrutinized him, a knowing expression crossing his features. With a playful grin, his youthful face contorted into a comical expression towards Zhan Huang. You little rascal, only you would dare disturb me at such an hour. Zhan Huang shot him a disgruntled glance, his spirits dampened. If he had the power, he would have gladly given Wang Yang a sound thrashing. All right. I shall depart tomorrow. It may be ages before I provoke your ire again, Wang Yang chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Huh, what is that? So bright, Zhan Huang exclaimed, pointing at a dazzling beam of light descending from the sky. Instinctively, Wang Yang turned to look, momentarily taken aback by the sight before him. His expression shifted dramatically. An overwhelming aura erupted from within him, swirling around like an imposing tempest as he shot upwards, akin to a sword cleaving through the heavens. Zhan Huang was swept away by the force of this energy, and the door to his chamber was blown off its hinges, revealing glimpses of alabaster arms concealed behind a yellow curtain. Paragus, you despicable fiend! Wang Yang seethed, his gaze fixed on the spaceship that ascended higher into the sky. In that moment, it dawned on him that he had been outmaneuvered by Paragus. Standing atop the spaceship, glass in hand, Paragus surveyed the diminishing planet below, a triumphant smile gracing his lips. At last, I, Paragus, am leaving this cursed place. My era is about to dawn. My lord, we have detected an immense energy reading of 10,239, which is steadily rising, currently at 115,881, For 182, 816, 023, one of his subordinates reported. As the detector emitted a series of beeps. Pay it no mind, Paragus replied dismissively, fully aware of the source of that energy, a sardonic smile curling his lips. Daddy, I sense Brother Wang Yang's aura, Broly remarked, stepping forward to stand beside Paragus. Your brother Wang Yang is aware of our impending departure and has come specifically to bid us farewell, Paragus remarked, gazing through the window at a distant figure emanating a white aura. How infuriating! Wang Yang accelerated to his utmost limit, yet felt as if the spacecraft was drifting further away. The ship steadily gained speed, swiftly piercing through the atmosphere and soaring into the vast expanse of the cosmos. As Wang Yang pursued the vessel, he burst forth from the atmosphere, enveloped in a shimmering blue energy shield. In a state of heightened urgency and tension, he finally unleashed the nascent energy barrier successfully. Watching the spacecraft fade into a nearly imperceptible black dot against the backdrop of space, he came to a halt. Suspended in midair, his expression a mixture of resentment and determination. Paragus, you are remarkable, truly remarkable. Wang Yang's gaze remained fixed on the departing ship, his fists clenched tightly. His demeanor cold, a glint of fury flickering in his eyes. In a moment of carelessness, he had been outmaneuvered by Paragus, igniting a blaze of wrath within him. Wishing nothing less than to dismantle him entirely. Regaining his composure, he surveyed the energy shield surrounding him, the anger in his visage gradually dissipating. To his surprise, in his moment of desperation, he had inadvertently mastered Broly's signature technique. He murmured to himself. This energy shield was unlike any ordinary barrier. It not only boasted remarkable defensive capabilities, but also allowed for unencumbered flight through the cosmos without the concerns of asphyxiation or cosmic radiation. He had merely scratched the surface of this technique during his last battle with Broly and had anticipated it would take him another month to fully master it. Without a spacecraft, could it be that I cannot depart? Allow you your moment of joy, but do not let our paths cross again, Wang Yang scoffed. Descending slowly towards the blue-green planet below. Given the circumstances, lamentation would yield no fruit. Now, he realized he could survive in the vastness of space, lessening his urgency to leave. As long as his strength was formidable and his speed sufficient, what part of the universe could he not traverse? He recalled that in the realm of time and space, Jiren from Universe 11 surpassed the speed of light, never relying on a spacecraft, always flying for his journeys. Returning from the depths of the cosmos took but a brief period. The following day, the War King suddenly noticed Wang Yang's timely arrival at mealtime, choosing not to comment. Since he had spotted him, it indicated that he had not boarded the ship last night. Perhaps it was for the best that he had remained. Upon seeing Wang Yang, Xiao Yuer and the others were overjoyed. Brother Yang, were you reluctant to leave me? Xiao Yuer twirled around him, her skirt fluttering, resembling an adorable little sprite. Indeed, indeed. I cannot bear to part with the lovely Xiao Yuer. Wang Yang chuckled softly, pinching her round, cherubic face. Regardless of the intensity of his anger, he would not unleash it upon anyone other than the responsible party. Chapter 15. A decade since Wang Yang had learned Broly's protective shield. The cosmos was now at his fingertips, allowing him to calm himself and devote his efforts to training, thus enhancing his combat prowess. Time flowed gently, and in the blink of an eye, a decade had passed. Deep beneath the ocean, in a profoundly dark trench where sunlight struggled to penetrate, the surroundings were shrouded in an inky blackness. A figure radiating a mesmerizing blue luminescence engages in a series of intricate martial arts maneuvers at the ocean's depths, where the currents swirl and surge relentlessly, giving rise to a colossal vortex on the surface. Under an unimaginable weight of pressure, Wang Yang remains utterly unaffected in his movements. Should anyone witness Wang Yang at this moment, they would observe a tremor coursing through his skin with each action he undertakes. 365 points on his body emit warm currents, invigorated by the stimulation of his internal energy, enhancing his physical constitution. This harmonious blend of internal and external cultivation is the culmination of a decade's worth of assimilating the unique training characteristics of the planet with his own acquired knowledge. As he strengthens his physique while refining his essence, his rate of advancement is astonishing. Unencumbered by worldly concerns and free from distractions, he immerses himself daily in the exhilarating sensation of enhancing his combat prowess. The simplicity of his life over the years has rendered his thoughts less convoluted and utilitarian than in his previous existence. He has ascended the planet's highest peak, training in frigid conditions, and ventured into volcanic craters, enduring the searing heat that scorches his flesh. At that moment, a massive golden sea creature approaches from the distance, intent on devouring the luminous Wang Yang in one swift bite. Just as the creature is about to close its jaws around him, a smile unexpectedly graces Wang Yang's lips. In an instant, he materializes on the creature's back, his legs clamping down like a vice, directing the fish to swim from the depths toward the surface. With a tremendous splash, the golden behemoth propels Wang Yang out of the water, soaring higher and higher into the sky. At this juncture, Wang Yang has transformed into a youthful visage, his sharp eyebrows and starry eyes accentuated by hair standing upright, with two distinctive bangs framing his forehead. Clad in loose-fitting white trousers and displaying a bare torso, his muscular physique is a sight to behold, glistening as droplets of water cascade down his bronzed skin, reflecting the sunlight in a dazzling display. Suspended in midair, the giant fish's eyes are filled with panic, struggling to regain control of its body, its tail thrashing desperately in an attempt to escape. When Wang Yang descends to the ground, he prepares the fish for a feast, indulging in a satisfying meal. After quenching his hunger and thirst, he clenches his fists, gradually channeling his energy outward. With a resounding shout, Wang Yang's gaze sharpens, his hair defying gravity as a white aura envelopes him. The surrounding environment is stirred into chaos, with sand and stones swirling about, while trees bend and tremble under the weight of his overwhelming presence, emitting creaks of distress. Master, how powerful! The gap between us continues to widen. At this moment, several individuals on the planet raise their gazes toward the eastern horizon, where the sun ascends. Incredible! Is this the power of Master? A handsome young man stands atop the palace, astonished as he gazes toward the East Sea. Brother, is this the aura of Brother Yang? Please take me there. A beautiful maiden in royal attire, her long gown trailing behind her, calls out from below. You err. I refer to him as Master. You should do the same. The young man replies, leaping down and scratching his nose. I care not. I have not bowed in reverence. The maiden named Yue wrinkled her nose slightly and let out a soft huff. The young man, feeling quite at a loss for words, replied, Please take me to him. It has been far too long since I last saw Brother Yang. Yue clung to the young man's arm, her demeanor playful and charming. The master has instructed that he is to focus on his cultivation and should not be disturbed, the young man said, his expression troubled. Will you take me or not? If you refuse, I shall go alone, Yue declared, stamping her foot before slowly ascending into the air. Hey, at the speed you're flying. It will take ages to reach him. The young man reached out toward Yue's retreating figure, ultimately trailing after her with a sense of resignation. He knew he must protect this sister well. Even if it cost him an arm or a leg, he had to ensure her safety. If he failed, the refined and amiable War Emperor would undoubtedly unleash his wrath upon him. Feeling a terrifying power akin to an abyss coursing through him, Wang Yang clenched his fists, a faint smile gracing his lips. I wonder what my battle prowess is like now? He mused lightly. Yet he was certain that his capabilities had transformed beyond recognition compared to a decade prior, at least 100-fold stronger. Whether due to his extraordinary bloodline or the body-forging techniques he practiced, he found no obstacles in his training. His progress was akin to a rocket soaring into the sky. That weeping child's battle strength must have barely crossed into the triple digits, Wang Yang thought, a sense of self-satisfaction washing over him. However, reflecting on the later generations who could transform into Super Saiyans at the tender age of 6 or 7, he realized he had little to boast about, and the smile on his face gradually faded. I wonder when I will achieve the transformation into a Super Saiyan, Wang Yang pondered, for as a Saiyan, how could he not yearn for such an evolution? Yet, it seemed that achieving this transformation required an intense rage, while he maintained a serene and composed mindset, rendering him unable to find that elusive trigger for such fury. Seated in the void, Wang Yang stroked his chin in contemplation. Never mind, regardless of the circumstances. As long as my base battle power rises, whether I transform sooner or later matters not. After much contemplation without clarity, he could only console himself. Suddenly, his expression shifted as he gazed toward the distant sky, where two figures gradually came into view. What brings you here? Wang Yang asked, recognizing his foremost disciple and close comrade, Zhan Hao, the son of the War Emperor. Well, it has been a while since I last saw the master. I found myself missing you. Upon sensing your energy, I thought to come and pay a visit, Zhang Hao replied with a chuckle, his gaze occasionally straying to Yue beside him. Wang Yang understood immediately, circling around Zhang Hao, shaking his head and nodding in turn. Let us converse calmly. For your demeanor gives me little assurance, Zhang Hao remarked, slightly unnerved under Wang Yang's scrutiny. You seem to have been somewhat negligent of late, Wang Yang observed, stroking his chin in suspicion. Not at all. I feel that my strength has improved significantly. By your standards, I must possess at least 50 in battle power. Zhang Hao retorted, waving his hand dismissively, a nervous chuckle escaping him. Not quite. Ever since you wed, I have seldom seen you rise early to practice, Yue chimed in, seizing the opportunity to deliver a verbal jab. Haha. Suddenly, I recalled that there was a matter yet to be addressed, and so I took my leave. Zhang Hao's expression faltered, and he hastily soared into the sky. The affection between men and women is a natural sentiment. What is there to feel embarrassed about? Wang Yang found it somewhat amusing. Everyone has their own preferred way of life, and one cannot expect them all to prioritize cultivation as he does. Brother Yang spoke wisely. Affection between men and women is indeed a common human experience. A faint blush graced Yue's fair visage. Could it be that Brother Yang has finally come to his senses? Is he no longer engrossed in his cultivation? At her age, many have already married and started families. Chapter 16. Departure. Yue, I must take my leave. Please convey my regards to Uncle Jean, Wang Yang said, surveying the surroundings, every blade of grass and every tree. With a deep breath, his eyes reflecting a hint of nostalgia, soon replaced by determination. With his current battle prowess in the millions, few in the universe could surpass him, having endured for so long. It was time to let those in the cosmos recognize his renown. He was well aware of Yue's innocent affections. He was not averse to romance. Yet she was merely 12 or 13, still in the bloom of youth. With his mature soul, he could not entertain any improper thoughts. Departure? Where to? Yue harbored a troubling premonition. I am off in search of the path to greater strength, Wang Yang replied with a gentle smile, pointing to the sky. I knew this day would come. Will you take me along? Yue implored, her eyes filled with longing as she grasped Wang Yang's hand. Yue, you are still quite young. To me, you remain a child, he said, affectionately ruffling her hair. Other girls my age are already married with children, Yue pouted, dissatisfied with Wang Yang's continual refusal based on her youth. Wang Yang's celestial strength, strikingly handsome visage, and composed demeanor captivated many on this planet, including young Yue. With a smile, he waved as he gracefully spun into the sky. Enveloped in radiant energy, he shot upward, trailing a long streak of light towards the atmosphere. Wait! Yue cried out in alarm, immediately summoning her energy to pursue him. This farewell might stretch into an uncertain future. Unfortunately, the disparity in their abilities widened rapidly, and soon they were separated. Goodbye. As Wang Yang's words faded, he vanished from Yue's sight. How could you truly leave? She lamented, gazing at the direction of his disappearance, tears silently streaming down her cheeks. When I grow up, will you return to take me away? She called out to the void, uncertain if Wang Yang could hear her. Casting his gaze upon the planet he had called home for over a decade, a flicker of nostalgia danced in Wang Yang's eyes. Shaking his head decisively, he focused on the horizon ahead, his figure shooting forth like a comet, akin to a white dragon, unhesitatingly breaking through the atmosphere. As Wang Yang's thoughts shifted, he activated a protective shield reminiscent of Broly's, enveloping himself in a sphere of blue energy as he soared through the dark cosmos at an astonishing velocity. In his perception, the vast expanse of the universe was teeming with an abundance of energy, akin to an ocean of vitality, guiding him towards the densest concentration of chi. The more energy present, the more likely it was to signify a flourishing realm within the universe. Upon reaching the pinnacle of his speed, he momentarily withdrew his energy, allowing the inertia to sustain his flight through the vacuum of space, still cocooned within the energy shield. Curiously surveying his surroundings, Wang Yang was met with an overwhelming silence, the only illumination coming from the distant twinkling of stars. In the depths of the dark universe, devoid of any life forms, an indescribable sense of solitude washed over him. Just moments earlier, as he had harnessed his full energy, a nearby spaceship suddenly blared its alarm. A colossal detector displayed rapidly fluctuating values, soon revealing a staggering reading of 1 million. What on earth is happening? Exclaimed a duck-billed alien, visibly taken aback. Sir, The ship's detector has registered a combat power of 1 million, a crew member reported respectfully. What? Such a high figure? The duck-billed alien was astounded, feeling parched and overwhelmed. A combat power of 1 million was the highest he had ever encountered. Not even his own king possessed more than 500,000. Report this to the king immediately, he commanded, his voice trembling. The crew member hesitated, a look of uncertainty etched on his face. Speak your mind. Why the hesitation? The duck-billed alien fumed, frustrated by the crew's ineptitude and timid demeanor. Were it not for their necessity in maintaining the ship, he would have relished the thought of obliterating them all. Our spaceship's detector has a maximum capacity of 1 million, meaning that energy we detected is at least 1 million, a white-robed worker stated, wiping the sweat from his brow in a hushed tone. The duck-billed alien's pupils constricted, instinctively swallowing hard. Could it be a malfunction with the detector? He questioned, struggling to comprehend the existence of such formidable power. It shouldn't be. This massive detector is a cutting-edge marvel, a star product with countless buyers. I've never heard of any malfunctions, the white-robed worker replied, glancing instinctively at the massive detector. Suddenly, his voice faltered, as though a hand had clasped around his throat. What's wrong? The white-robed worker stared in disbelief as the 1 million reading vanished from the display, nearly causing his eyes to pop from their sockets. Where has that energy gone? You assured me the detector was functioning correctly. Now find it. The duck-billed alien erupted in fury, convinced that a malfunction had indeed occurred. Thankfully, he had not reported this blunder to the king. Had the king learned of this mishap, he knew he would face dire consequences. It's impossible. This is the latest detector, and it cannot malfunction, the white-robed worker insisted. The staff in white coats surveyed the detector with keen eyes, meticulously examining it from every angle. I am heading to the merchant sphere. I must hold them accountable for their audacity in promoting counterfeit products so extravagantly, as if they have no regard for Lord Frieza, exclaimed the irate duck-billed creature, its voice booming with indignation. It was not merely the duck-billed creature's spaceship that detected this surge of energy. Others aboard various vessels also sensed it. In no time, the phone lines of a company on the merchant sphere were inundated with calls, met with a barrage of vitriol. My sincerest apologies. Our products are undoubtedly flawless, a humanoid with a Mediterranean hairstyle repeatedly assured over the phone. You insolent fools, if your products are flawless, then my predicament is the issue, is it not? It is indeed a matter concerning Lord Frieza? No, that is not what I meant, the humanoid stammered. You must provide an explanation for this matter. The planet you inhabit was purchased from us. Should this issue remain unresolved, we will consider finding a new owner for this planet. Yes, of course. We will certainly address this issue. How about this? We will replace your detectors free of charge, and additionally, as a gesture of our contrition, our company will gift you a spacecraft. That is acceptable, provided the spacecraft is registered in my name. Understood. Chapter 17. Detector malfunction? What? Our detector has encountered an issue? Impossible, absolutely impossible. We would never evade responsibility for our faults, yet we shall not concede to matters beyond our control. Just moments ago, Lord Frieza himself praised the excellence of our products. And yet you dare to extort us? A single detector may malfunction, but with so many detecting the same energy, how could there be a fault? A group of muscle-bound brutes, resorting only to violent barbarism. Upon hanging up the phone, the humanoid's expression darkened considerably. In truth, he had been receiving various messages within the company, and it was evident that something was amiss. Others lacked such sources of information and were misled, believing it to be merely a detector malfunction. This would result in significant financial loss. The humanoid recalled the absurd demands made by these brutes, promises of tenfold compensation for a counterfeit, threefold for returns without refunds. Each recollection felt like a dagger to his heart. He yearned to resist, yet they were either cosmic pirates or overwhelmingly powerful. His own faction was weak, leaving him with no choice but to wear a forced smile and acquiesce. As for those of weaker stature, they took a resolute stance, adamantly insisting, "My products are faultless. The issue lies on your end." In the energy shield, Wang Yang's entire being trembled with rapid vibrations, as if countless fleas were dancing beneath his skin. The sound of rhythmic breathing filled the air. Wang Yang slipped into a deep slumber, entering a state akin to hibernation, wherein all his bodily functions were reduced to a minimum. Like a tortoise, he required no sustenance, resting for an extended period, unscathed and at peace. The cultivation has been seamlessly integrated into his being, enabling him to grow stronger with each step, every moment. This is the key to his rapid increase in combat prowess over the past decade. Ahead, a torrential rain of meteors, imbued with the force of thunder, hurtles towards Wang Yang, trailing long tails of flame. The energy shield enveloping him collides thunderously with the oncoming meteor shower. Meteors, akin to the size of houses, shatter upon the impact of the energy shield, sending countless fragments scattering in all directions. As the energy shield first makes contact with the meteors, the resulting shockwaves rouse Wang Yang from his reverie. Upon opening his eyes, the spherical energy shield comes alive, bouncing rhythmically through the meteor storm under his command, moving east and west, forward and backward. In that instant, a conical meteor, as large as a small mountain, charges towards him. Wang Yang's expression sharpens, his gaze cutting like a blade. He gathers his energy, clenches his fist, and strikes fiercely at the meteor. A dull thud reverberates as the sound travels through his fist. From a distance, the imposing meteor is obliterated by Wang Yang's seemingly insignificant punch, breaking into countless smaller meteors that collide with others, momentarily disrupting the meteor shower's advance. As he collides with the colossal meteor, a surge of vitality courses through him, and a distant memory resurfaces. It has been a long time since he felt such fervor. The last time was during his battle with Broly. The thought of Broly ignites a fierce resolve within him. After a decade of training, he longs to face Broly once more, to engage in a showdown and ascertain who stands superior at this moment. Unable to sense Broly's presence, and with Paragus having inexplicably whisked him away, Wang Yang feels a restless itch to fight after such a long hiatus. He stretches his arms, and in an instant, he transforms into a fleeting shadow, launching his fist at the incoming meteor shower. From afar, his diminutive figure becomes a multitude of afterimages, forming an indomitable barrier against the onslaught of meteors, each fragment exploding under the might of his iron fists, unable to advance a single step. As the last meteor is shattered by his strike, a smile graces his lips. Suddenly, he pivots, channeling a brilliant blue energy through his hands, launching it forcefully at the floating debris in space. The radiant blue light swiftly engulfs and annihilates the meteor fragments, reducing them to cosmic dust. With the momentum of the shockwave, Wang Yang accelerates into the distance. "Sir, the ship has detected a combat power of 570,000, reports a cold voice. Previously, it was 1,000,000, now it's 570,000. Such a high combat power appearing frequently. When did experts become so commonplace? I've roamed the universe for over a decade and have yet to encounter anyone with combat power exceeding 200,000. The detector must be malfunctioning. Increase our speed. I want the bald-headed one to witness the severe consequences of selling me counterfeit goods." A colossal, circular spacecraft harbored within it a formidable figure adorned with purple skin, seated upon a grand chair. This individual, crowned with two prominent, horn-like protrusions and possessing dark lips, exuded an air of otherworldly allure. He was none other than the infamous former pirate king, Lord Kurd, whose very name struck terror across the cosmos. "I have heard that you detected an energy level of 1,000,000 combat power?" Lord Kurd rose, his lengthy tail trailing behind him. "My lord, according to our analysis, it appears to be a malfunction with the detector. Aside from you, who else in the universe could possess such formidable power?" A shaggy alien humbly flattered him. "Haha." Lord Kurd's laughter reverberated through the confines of the spacecraft. "Fool." He suddenly hurled a dark energy orb, sending the shaggy alien flying across the room. "Merely attributing this to a detector malfunction? Do you suggest that all my ship's detectors have failed simultaneously?" His subordinates had reported the detection of 1,000,000 combat power to him repeatedly, no less than 10 times. Yet when I conducted further scans, I found no trace of such energy. The shaggy alien, enduring intense pain, cautiously rose and spoke with trembling apprehension. In the vast expanse of the universe, the diversity of races was astonishing, and the ability to control one's internal energy was not uncommon. For instance, the Namekians possessed such prowess. Lord Kurd, well-versed in knowledge, was eager to enlighten his subordinate. "Ah, now I understand," the shaggy alien remarked, a look of realization dawning upon him. "Prepare for immediate departure. I wish to meet this individual with 1,000,000 combat power. Frieza commands the Jinyu force, and as his progenitor, I have but a handful of subordinates. This newcomer arrives at a fortuitous time. I intend to recruit him, Lord Kurd commanded. The prospect of merely 1 million combat power posed no concern for Lord Kurd. In the void of space, his formidable fleet promptly altered course toward the detected location. Within the spacecraft, a projection suddenly materialized in midair. My dear son Frieza, it has been ages since I last heard from you. Lord Kurd greeted the projection of his slightly younger son with a smile. Ah, father, you remain as spirited as ever. I see you are once more preparing to conquer planets. Frieza, seated upon a hovering device, chuckled softly, covering his mouth. It seems my life is one of ceaseless toil. I cannot retire at my age. Whether expanding your territory or earning some extra income for your brother Goldo, there's always work to be done. Lord Kurd sighed, shaking his head. Since you wish to retire, why not bestow your territories upon me? Allow me to handle the arduous task of planet conquest. I am willing to alleviate your burdens. Frieza grinned mischievously. Haha, there is no rush. My estate will eventually belong to you. What brings you to me this time? Lord Kurd laughed heartily, shifting the subject. I have heard that in your domain, there is an individual with 1 million combat power, surpassing my current abilities. I am most curious about who this person might be, Frieza inquired, his curiosity piqued. He remains utterly unconcerned about any potential threat posed by the other party. For it is essential to note that his ultimate form possesses a combat power of 120 million. A mere 1 million combat power? Such a being is but an ant. For the time being, he remains unaware. I am preparing to approach and observe, and when the moment arrives, I shall subdue him and take him along, which would certainly enhance my prestige, King Kurd remarked with a chuckle. Ho ho, may your journey be victorious, father. Frieza replied with a light laugh. Unfilial son, always preoccupied with my scant remnants of power. After concluding the video call with Frieza, a shadow of gloom crossed King Kurd's face as he cursed vehemently. Aboard King Kurd's spacecraft, numerous scientists calculated the approximate trajectory of Wang Yang based on a series of factors, including the time and distance between two energy outbursts. At that moment, Wang Yang was seated within a blue energy shield, blissfully unaware that his two surges of energy had piqued King Kurd's curiosity, who was now advancing towards him with great fervor. After 100 hours, the spacecraft detected a surge of energy. My king, a 20,000 energy wave has appeared ahead. We should encounter it in approximately 3 hours. One of the crew members, clad in a work uniform, respectfully informed King Kurd. Who is it? Bring it up so I may see. King Kurd inquired with curiosity. A combat power of 20,000 is indeed formidable within the cosmos. Even King Vegeta, who once led the Saiyan race in their cosmic conquests, possessed just over 10,000 combat power. Following King Kurd's command, several staff members began to operate the instruments. And soon the projector aboard the ship displayed a clear holographic image, a blue orb of energy enveloping Wang Yang as he soared through the cosmos. To survive in the vastness of space, this fellow's race appears quite extraordinary, King Kurd exclaimed, chuckling with delight. In the boundless universe, the races capable of survival are exceedingly few, one of which is their own frozen lineage. It seems we have found our target, King Kurd thought, gazing at Wang Yang's image with a slight smile. The multitude of life in the universe surpasses even the grains of sand on the Ganges, yet, scattered throughout the vast cosmos, they seem remarkably sparse. Under normal circumstances, a spacecraft could traverse the cosmos for years, even decades, without encountering another vessel. Why does this individual possess a tail? Could he be a remnant of the Saiyans? But aren't the Saiyans incapable of surviving in space? King Kurd leaned forward, his face sporting an expression of intrigue and surprise. Indeed, King Kurd, this individual appears to be the notorious Saiyan, remarked one crew member, clad in battle gear. His teeth clenched as he stared at Wang Yang on the screen. His race had been annihilated by the detestable Saiyans. It seems that Frieza's wretched little scheme did not eradicate the Saiyans entirely. How fascinating. I have never heard of Saiyans being able to survive in space. This fellow must be unlike ordinary Saiyans. King Kurd stroked his chin, his gaze fixed intently on Wang Yang. Even if Wang Yang is different from other Saiyans, King Kurd felt no trepidation. His own combat prowess bestowed upon him immense confidence. 3 hours later, as Wang Yang's figure entered the attack range of the spaceship, a peculiar smile crept across the face of King Kurd. Let me see if you truly possess the combat power of 1,000,000. Unleash your attack, King Kurd commanded, pointing his thick finger at Wang Yang's image projected on the screen. If not, then so be it. A dead Saiyan is a good Saiyan. Suddenly, a massive opening appeared in the belly of the spaceship, and a brilliant beam of light began to coalesce. Moments later, a blue light, tangible in its intensity, shot forth towards Wang Yang with astonishing speed, swiftly engulfing his small energy shield. What kind of scoundrel is this? The laser struck the protective shield, causing it to tremble violently under the immense energy impact. Countless fine cracks appeared on the once pristine barrier, jolting Wang Yang back to full awareness. As the energy shield neared its breaking point, he hastily spread his hands, channeling a continuous flow of energy to stabilize and repair the imminent destruction of the shield. With the eruption of Wang Yang's power, his combat strength surged dramatically, immediately catching the attention of those within the spaceship. My lord, this individual's power is rapidly escalating. It has reached 210,000. One exclaimed. It seems he is indeed the one we have been searching for, King Kurd remarked with a slight smirk. In the vastness of space, being attacked without provocation was perilous. Should the energy shield be destroyed, they would be in dire straits. Wang Yang squinted, sensing the lethal intent behind the assault. Unwilling to be courteous, he prepared to retaliate. Perish, he bellowed, bringing his hands together before unleashing a powerful energy wave. A colossal energy blast erupted from Wang Yang, colliding with the spaceship's laser momentarily before devouring it entirely, much like a dragon consuming water, and then surged towards the vessel. As the shockwave grew in size from the accumulating energy, it swiftly created a massive hole in the spaceship, tearing it apart from bottom to top. My lord, we are in trouble. The energy chamber has been breached, and the ship is on the verge of exploding. The crew members, witnessing the error signals on their monitors, turned pale and cried out to King Kurd. At this moment, there was no time to enter the escape pods. The destruction of the ship spelled doom for those unable to survive in the vacuum of space. What? King Kurd gasped in shock, rising abruptly. Just as the words left his lips, the spaceship trembled violently, followed by an enormous roar, as countless sparks erupted from every direction, engulfing the astonished King Kurd. Chapter 19. Confrontation with King Kurd. Wang Yang hovered in the cosmos, his expression impassive as he gazed at the spaceship emitting billows of thick smoke, which soon erupted into a massive fireball. Even from a distance, he could feel a wave of intense heat wash over him. This spaceship seems oddly familiar. Wang Yang pondered quietly. The spacecraft continued to burn, and through the swirling smoke, a towering figure gradually emerged. Wang Yang's gaze shifted, his expression growing serious as he fixed his eyes upon him. You wretched boy, you've enraged me. I shall reduce you to mere fragments. The king of Kurd, his body somewhat charred and glistening with oily sheen, bore two sharp horns darkened by the smoke. His eyes met Wang Yang's, filled with fury. Had he forgotten how many years it had been since he last found himself in such a disheveled state? Allowing himself to appear so pathetic was a grave sin. Kurd King, this is a serious matter. Wang Yang's countenance darkened as he sensed the situation was turning precarious, countless thoughts flashing through his mind like lightning. Oh, it is the illustrious Kurd King. I have long admired you. It is truly exhilarating to meet you today. However, I am currently preoccupied with important matters and shall return to pay my respects another day. Wang Yang saluted the Kurd King with a smile, oblivious to whether the king could hear him in the vacuum of space. After speaking, he immediately surged to his peak, transforming into a streak of light as he soared into the distance. In the wisdom of life, the best strategy is often to retreat. Preserving one's life is paramount. With a combat power disparity of nearly double, the outcome of a battle was all but decided, and the gap between Wang Yang and the Kurd King was vast, rendering victory nearly impossible unless he could master the king's fist or transform into a Super Saiyan. However, he was uncertain about his ability to achieve the latter at this moment. Seeing the detestable Saiyan's seemingly cheerful demeanor, the Kurd King felt a surge of anger. Yet, in the next moment, Wang Yang dashed away, his speed astonishing, causing the Kurd King's expression to turn icy. It appeared he had once again been outmaneuvered. That insufferable Saiyan monkey. I shall not rest until I have tormented you to death, or my wrath shall remain unquenched. The Kurd King gritted his teeth, patting the soot on his chest. With the spacecraft destroyed, returning to his stronghold would take an indeterminate amount of time, and the more he contemplated, the angrier he became. The Kurd King erupted with rage, hastily pursuing Wang Yang, his long tail thrashing behind him. The situation appeared dire. As he flew through the cosmos, Wang Yang seized the opportunity to glance back, observing the relentless pursuit of the Kurd king, the distance between them rapidly diminishing. This Saiyan monkey possesses considerable prowess. His battle power must exceed 1 million, Wang Yang mused as he noted the king's speed. Just then, a yellowish planet appeared before them, and Wang Yang swiftly altered his course toward it. The corners of the Kurd king's mouth curled into a smirk as he unleashed a burst of purple energy, accelerating toward the planet as well. The two landed on the planet's surface, facing each other defiantly. "What's the matter, little monkey? No longer fleeing?" The Kurd king taunted Wang Yang. "Flee? Why would I run from you? You are hardly worthy of such an honor. I merely seek a suitable place to engage in battle," Wang Yang retorted, unwilling to admit that he had just been escaping. "We shall see how steadfast you remain." The Kurd king replied with a cold chuckle. Suddenly, Wang Yang vanished, reappearing behind the Kurd king, delivering a powerful punch aimed at his back. Bang! A glimmer flickered in the eyes of King Kurd, and with a powerful elbow strike, he collided with Wang Yang's fist. Wang Yang's blow missed, and his figure vanished once more, transforming into 5 afterimages that fiercely attacked the formidable King Kurd in the center. "Is this truly your strength? How utterly disappointing." The faint smile on King Kurd's lips betrayed his contempt. His palms danced gracefully, creating an impenetrable barrier that rendered Wang Yang's assaults ineffective. With effortless ease, he deflected Wang Yang's strikes, clearly demonstrating the disparity in their power. As the afterimages dissipated, Wang Yang reappeared above King Kurd, hands thrust downward, channeling a massive energy orb with resolute force. Super Divine Wave. This was the abbreviated title of the Super Divine Energy technique Wang Yang had devised. Though it was not yet fully refined, he named it Super Divine as a hopeful aspiration for the future, believing that through relentless growth, he would one day make this technique truly deserving of its name. Boom! The energy orb struck King Kurd's head, resulting in a thunderous explosion and a billowing cloud of smoke. Wang Yang leapt high, his gaze calm as he observed the swirling dust below. In his perception, having endured 80% of his energy attack, King Kurd's aura showed little change. As anticipated, when the smoke was swept away by the wind, the imposing figure of King Kurd was revealed. Truly, he was a member of the Ice Demon clan, with skin as tough as leather. Who would have thought that after the destruction of Planet Vegeta, this Saiyan monkey would escape unscathed? Such combat prowess at such a tender age is indeed impressive. The once arrogant King Vegeta pales in comparison to even your little finger, King Kurd remarked with a sinister smile, playfully waving his index finger before him. King Vegeta was indeed a despicable creature. Wang Yang's expression darkened. He had not forgotten the peril he faced at birth. Had it not been for his exceptional understanding and the knowledge he grasped, he would have been killed by those sent by King Vegeta. The memory of that time sent shivers down his spine. King Vegeta truly was a despicable creature. King Kurd was momentarily taken aback by the Saiyan's insult toward their fallen monarch, but then a radiant smile broke across his face. "Do you comprehend the gulf between us?" King Kurd's expression revealed a sense of superiority. He relished the despair that his enemies felt upon realizing his formidable combat strength. Wang Yang remained noncommittal. While King Kurd's power might not match that of the ultimate Frieza's staggering 120 million, it was reasonable to assume he possessed at least 100 million. With Wang Yang's mere 200,000, he was outmatched unless he transformed into a Super Saiyan. "You ice demons are all talk, insufferable," Wang Yang retorted, his demeanor vigilant as he fixated on King Kurd. The purple visage of King Kurd flushed with irritation, eager to boast of his terrifying might, only to find that his opponent was uninterested, akin to punching a cloud. Seeking death, King Kurd seethed with rage. His inability to boast was indeed a source of immense frustration. The imposing figure of the Kurdish king moved with a grace that belied his size, appearing before Wang Yang in the blink of an eye. With a single, forceful punch, he struck Wang Yang squarely in the face, sending him reeling and spitting blood. Soaring through the air, seizing the advantage, the Kurdish king descended upon Wang Yang with a flurry of fierce attacks. Chapter 20. The might of the giant ape. In stark contrast to the Kurdish king's robust physique, Wang Yang's petite frame darted about with remarkable agility. Yet, the vast disparity in their combat prowess rendered his evasive maneuvers futile, and it was not long before the Kurdish king ensnared him. Wang Yang was mercilessly battered from the sky to the ground, then from the earth to the sea, every part of his body racked with pain. Fury, unbridled rage surged within Wang Yang. urging him to transform into a Super Saiyan. Alas, the intensity of the assault was insufficient to ignite that primal fury. Instead, clarity of thought and an exhilarating thrill coursed through his veins, a primal excitement that could not be extinguished. The Kurdish king continued to toy with Wang Yang, his powerful legs striking like whips against Wang Yang's abdomen, bending him into a wretched form as he crashed into the earth, creating a gaping chasm in the solid ground. With a fierce roar, Wang Yang exploded with energy, sending dirt flying as he levitated into the air, his tattered garments flapping about him. Gasping for breath, he wiped the corner of his mouth, revealing a smear of crimson on his hand, a grim reminder of his dire situation. Do you now comprehend the chasm between us? The Kurdish king taunted, arms crossed, looking down upon the beleaguered Wang Yang. I have yet to exert myself, and already you are on the brink of collapse. With no means to reach that ultimate rage, Wang Yang resolved to attempt a different strategy. At that moment, he swiftly gathered a luminous white orb of energy in his hand and hurled it into the sky. What is this? The Kurdish king, well versed in the ways of combat, recognized it as the signature technique of the Saiyans, an artificial moon. He was aware that the transformation into a giant ape would augment Wang Yang's battle power tenfold, a fact renowned throughout the cosmos. Yet, despite this knowledge, he refrained from intervening, intrigued by Wang Yang's potential. Even a tenfold increase in strength would be futile against his overwhelming might. He yearned to witness the despair etched upon his opponent's face. Wang Yang's blood surged like a torrent, his heart pounding like a drum. Roar! In an instant, his diminutive form expanded dramatically, transforming into a massive, black-furred giant ape. With formidable limbs, a fearsome visage, and menacing fangs, he was a sight to behold. Wang Yang felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, an illusion of strength potent enough to shatter the heavens with a single blow. Clap, clap. The Kurdish king jeered mockingly, undeterred by the transformation that granted Wang Yang a combat power exceeding 20 million. He remained unfazed, confident in his absolute dominance. With a fierce roar, Wang Yang unleashed a massive fist towards the Kurdish king, propelled by a terrifying gust of wind that swept the debris on the ground aside. The Kurdish king responded with a cold chuckle, meeting the attack with his own purple-hued fist. The juxtaposition of the large and small fists appeared starkly disproportionate, reminiscent of an ant confronting an elephant. The two forces collided with a thunderous impact. Surprisingly, the diminutive ant managed to push back the colossal elephant. Bang! The mighty gorilla, Wang Yang, regained his awareness, feeling an overwhelming force surge through his fist, compelling him to stagger backward a few steps. His enormous frame shook the ground beneath him, causing it to rumble as if a dragon were stirring. The Kurdish king wore an arrogant grin as he soared into the air, launching a flurry of punches and kicks at the giant gorilla from all angles, leaving trails of afterimages around Wang Yang, moving so swiftly that they were almost imperceptible to the naked eye. The giant gorilla roared in anger, desperately flailing its arms in an attempt to swat away the relentless onslaught, yet it remained futile, though transformed into a gigantic beast with tenfold strength. Boasting a terrifying battle power exceeding 20 million, Wang Yang found his agility compromised, rendering him a mere punching bag against the Kurdish king's staggering combat prowess of over 100 million. He remained largely unchanged from his previous form, save for a slightly enhanced resilience to punishment. With a mighty roar, the giant gorilla seized an opportunity and captured the Kurdish king. A sinister smile crept across its fearsome face as it tightened its grip, both colossal hands clutching the Kurdish king with tremendous force. The sound of grinding bones echoed through the air. Ah! The Kurdish king cried out in pain, thrashing his massive head in a desperate bid for freedom, his cries eliciting a gleeful simian smile from the gorilla. I will crush you! I will crush you! The giant gorilla bellowed with laughter, unleashing its full strength, its thick fur bristling without any wind. Suddenly, the Kurdish king fell silent, gazing at the gargantuan head of the gorilla with a mocking laugh. Wang Yang was taken aback, suddenly sensing a surge of purple energy erupting from within his grasp, an overwhelming force that compelled him to slowly release the Kurdish king. How disappointing, the Kurdish king declared, floating gracefully in midair, shaking his head at the giant gorilla. No sooner had he finished speaking than the Kurdish king's formidable form vanished from the gorilla's sight. When he reappeared, it was with a devastating punch directed at the gorilla's chest. Bang! With a thunderous roar, the giant gorilla was struck hard. its massive body bending and arching as a purple figure relentlessly continued its assault. Wang Yang, understanding that the giant gorilla could only dominate weaker foes, realized that against an equally matched or superior opponent, his cumbersome form would be akin to a living target. Much like the struggle against the formidable Cell during his battle with Trunks, drawing upon his perfect control over his body, Wang Yang endeavored to concentrate all his strength into a singular force. Roar! Suddenly, the colossal ape let out a thunderous roar, unleashing a torrent of energy as if ignited, emanating a blazing aura. The intense heat distorted the very fabric of space, warping the light around it. As the shockwave from this eruption surged forth, the figure of King Kurd was pushed back, and amidst his astonished gaze, he beheld the massive form of the ape gradually diminishing, transforming back into human shape. Wang Yang's exterior was enveloped in a mysterious blue membrane, exuding an enigmatic aura. He clenched his fists, feeling an overwhelming surge of explosive power coursing through him. This strength rivaled, if not surpassed, that of his prior transformation into the giant ape, by condensing the might of the colossal beast into his smaller physique. His speed and strength experienced a remarkable elevation, devoid of the shortcomings that accompanied his previous form. Such formidable power. Could it be that I am now manifesting the strength of the giant ape in my normal state? Wang Yang pondered, recalling how Broly in Dragon Ball Super could wield the power of the ape without transforming. Oh, can't hold on for long, can you? It seems the giant monkey is more resilient than the little ones. King Kurd chuckled lightly, covering his mouth. Chapter 21, Super Saiyan? Wang Yang, with his head bowed, suddenly lifted it, fixing a piercing gaze upon King Kurd. In an instant, King Kurd spat out, propelled backward, followed by a resounding sonic boom as Wang Yang's figure began to vanish from sight. With a powerful punch, he sent King Kurd flying, reappearing behind him to deliver a fierce kick to his waist, launching the king into the sky. Wang Yang flickered through the air, relentlessly striking King Kurd, who was sent soaring back and forth, the sound of flesh meeting flesh echoing through the atmosphere. With both hands clasped, he delivered a heavy blow to King Kurd's hardened skull, driving him into the ground. Boom! The earth erupted, creating a vast crater, with dust swirling into the sky. Wang Yang hovered above, coldly observing the massive pit shrouded in smoke, his right hand gathering a potent energy wave that roared forth, crashing down upon King Kurd within the crater. Thunderous roars filled the air as a brilliant light illuminated the entire sky from the cosmos. One could witness a colossal sphere of light erupting from the surface of the planet, causing it to tremble violently. In the heights, Wang Yang cast a sidelong glance downward, his expression unwavering, fully aware that King Kurd would not be easily vanquished, especially given that his combat prowess far exceeded his own current capabilities. Damn it! A thunderous roar erupted from below, and out of the smoke emerged King Kurd, radiating a purple aura, launching a fierce assault against Wang Yang. King Kurd had assumed that the Saiyan before him, having reverted to normal form, had diminished in strength, lowering his guard only to be caught off guard by a sudden ferocious onslaught. Covered in grime, his formidable aura fluctuated. With a cold snort, Wang Yang advanced rather than retreating, engaging in fierce combat with King Kurd. Smack! A large fist met a smaller one, generating ripples of kinetic energy that surged outward in all directions. With a whoosh, the two figures dispersed once more, reappearing atop a small hill where their elbows collided, creating a force powerful enough to shatter the slope below. Their forms flickered across the entire sky, the ferocity of their battle parting the dark clouds above, revealing the blinding radiance of the sun. A violet energy orb was hurled at Wang Yang by King Kurd, who deftly twisted his waist to evade the attack. After dodging, Wang Yang retaliated with a blue energy orb aimed at King Kurd. Boom! King Kurd, with a hand like a fan, grasped the energy orb, sneering as he effortlessly dissipated it. Kid, I'll grant you a chance to live. Acknowledge me as your father, and I shall spare you. King Kurd suddenly proclaimed. With you? Dare to claim that role? It won't be long before I twist your head off and use it as a ball, Wang Yang replied with a cold laugh. Faced with such defiance, King Kurd's expression soured. Are you the legendary Super Saiyan? A thought flickered in King Kurd's mind as he scrutinized Wang Yang. The youth before him possessed strength far exceeding even that of King Vegeta, making it evident that if he were not a Super Saiyan, who could be? It seemed the warnings from his ancestors were unnecessary. His power greatly surpassed theirs, and he could easily crush this Super Saiyan before him. Super Saiyan? No, I am not yet a Super Saiyan. The true legendary Super Saiyan is someone else, Wang Yang replied nonchalantly. Who is it? King Cool's eyes narrowed. The realization that such a formidable and gifted Saiyan was not a Super Saiyan left him astounded, pondering how powerful the true Super Saiyan must be. You need not concern yourself with that. Just know his combat prowess far exceeds mine, Wang Yang stated coolly. As for whether Broly's strength surpassed his own, he was uncertain but found amusement in frustrating King Cooled. Wang Yang's words unsettled King Cooled, his face darkening as he clearly felt the weight of the Super Saiyan Wang Yang spoke of. Warm-up is over. I will unleash my full power, and you shall experience despair, King Cooled declared, flexing his arms, his eyes wide open as his massive form suddenly vanished. Wang Yang gasped in astonishment, his figure darting upward, struggling to keep pace with King Cooled's full power. Here, King Cooled bellowed, appearing above Wang Yang, his right leg descending like a colossal axe. A tempest ensued, and before his leg arrived, the immense pressure of his force made it difficult for Wang Yang to breathe. Hastily, he raised both hands, but an overwhelming force surged from his arms throughout his body, sending him plummeting like a meteor, crashing through 5 or 6 mountain peaks before embedding into the solid rock, creating a massive gash in the mountainside. How formidable! Several times stronger than I am now. Wang Yang felt the pain coursing through his body, gritting his teeth in a bitter smile. The sunlight vanished as he lifted his gaze, only to discover that the Kurdish king had inexplicably appeared above him. With a thunderous crash, the Kurdish king brought his fist down, shattering the mountainside in an instant. Not feeling the impact of his fist against flesh, the Kurdish king wore a look of surprise. Just before being struck, Wang Yang had executed a phantom fist technique, swiftly evading to appear behind the Kurdish king, his hands coalescing into a powerful energy wave that struck the king's back. What? The Kurdish king felt an overwhelming force against his back, as he was unexpectedly propelled into the ground by Wang Yang's shockwave, creating a massive crater. Damn little monkey. The resilient Kurdish king charged at Wang Yang once more, launching a fierce assault. The previous attack felt like nothing more than a cat's playful scratch to him. The injuries were minor, and his pride could not endure the humiliation. It must be said that the Kurdish king, in full attack mode, was terrifyingly powerful. Wang Yang desperately dodged and defended, struggling to mount a counterattack as his injuries gradually intensified. The sun slowly drifted westward, transforming from a golden hue to a fiery orange. That pesky monkey, truly resilient. The Kurdish king sent Wang Yang flying with a punch, standing on the ground while slightly panting. Stubbornly, Wang Yang scrambled to his feet. His years of relentless physical training had endowed him with remarkable strength, allowing him to endure against such a formidable foe for an extended period. As the battle wore on, the intensity of the conflict left Wang Yang utterly exhausted, his eyes filled with weariness. Kurdish king. Wang Yang leaped in front of the king, forcing a grin. What is the matter? Do you wish to beg for mercy? Even if you do, I shall crush you. The Kurdish king wore a victorious expression, yet amidst his joy lingered frustration. It had taken so long to defeat Wang Yang, which was hardly satisfying. If his 2 sons were to find out, they would surely mock him for growing old. Chapter 22. The battle is not yet over. Beg for mercy? No, no, no. It is impossible to beg for mercy. I shall never do so in this lifetime. Wang Yang shook his finger defiantly, smiling stubbornly. You may destroy my body, but you cannot extinguish my will. The Kurdish king trembled with rage, his face darkening as if water could drip from it, veins bulging on his forehead. Then what nonsense are you spouting? He retorted, glancing at Wang Yang, who had spread his arms wide, placing them beside his face. The Kurdish king, intrigued, wondered what this little monkey was up to. At that moment, and blinding light erupted, more intense than the sun, momentarily searing the Kurdish king's eyes. Solar fist. The 2 suns hung in the sky. On the blue-green planet, Wang Yang recalled the techniques of Earthlings, having made considerable progress in his 12 years of deliberate study. My eyes. That cunning, treacherous monkey. The Kurdish king suddenly covered his eyes with both hands, letting out a piercing scream as his robust tail thrashed violently behind him, cracking the ground beneath. Little did he anticipate that the simple-minded Saiyan would also possess such a troublesome child, employing despicable tactics one after another. A strained smile crept across Wang Yang's face as he concentrated a circular energy slash in his right hand, directing it towards the Kurdish king. Simultaneously, A blue energy wave from his left hand struck the ground, snaking through countless obstacles before ultimately impacting the planet's core. The energy slash carved a perfect arc, slicing past the Kurdish king's shoulder and severing a small hill behind him in two. Suddenly, the Kurdish king felt an excruciating pain in his right arm, instinctively. His left hand reached for the source, only to find his palm sticky and wet. An ominous realization washed over him. Moments later, as the light dissipated, the Kurdish king was met with a sight that made his blood boil. His right arm lay motionless on the ground. My hand. The Kurdish king's expression darkened, threatening to spill over with rage. He crouched down, grasping his severed limb with his left hand, trembling with fury as unstable energy erupted from him, creating a massive crater in the ground. "You vile Saiyan, may you suffer a terrible fate." No sooner had the Kurdish king uttered these words than the planet, shattered by Wang Yang's strike on its core, exploded with a thunderous roar, blooming like a magnificent firework in the cosmos. The Kurdish king, completely unprepared, was engulfed by a blinding light. His imposing figure stretched out under the force of the shockwave. Not far off, a 2-meter boulder, propelled by the immense blast, soared away like a streak of light. This boulder bore an elusive blue glow along its surface, and within a hollow on one side, a boy curled up in the center could be seen. The battle was far from over. I have not yet been defeated. Once I am replenished, Kurdish king, we shall engage in a proper contest. As a stubborn Saiyan, my body may be vanquished, but my spirit shall never yield. After a fierce struggle with Wang Yang, the Kurdish king had his arms severed in a surprise attack, only to be consumed by the ensuing explosion. Now, with his right arm lost and a significant portion of his tail severed, his body was battered and bruised, presenting a truly pitiful sight. He hovered motionless in the cold, dark void of space. Were it not for the slight rise and fall of his chest, one might mistake him for a lifeless corpse. "Saiyan." The Kurdish king's mouth moved, his chest filled with an overwhelming resentment. "Saiyan." His fierce eyes snapped open, and with a roar, he unleashed a surge of energy that blew away the cosmic dust surrounding him. Sensing a powerful presence in the distance, Wang Yang's gaze shifted slightly. Indeed, it was no surprise that this legendary race, known for their resilience, could withstand even the explosion of a planet. Wang Yang reflected, then turned his focus away from the Kurdish king. He exerted a slight force to alter the trajectory of the colossal stone, thereafter employing the turtle-breathing technique to gradually descend into slumber. The massive rock traversed the cosmos at a languid yet swift pace. But where was the man? Where had that wretched monkey vanished? King Kurd, suspended in the vastness of space, unleashed a thunderous roar, his countenance of purple hue appearing exceedingly grotesque, as he glared about with gritted teeth. Having witnessed this loathsome monkey's ability to survive in the cosmos, and knowing that the explosion of planets was orchestrated by him, King Kurd harbored no belief that this cursed Saiyan monkey would perish so easily. Without mastering the perception of energy, no matter how fervently King Kurd searched, there was not a trace of Wang Yang to be found in the boundless expanse of the universe. "Do not let me encounter you again. Next time, I shall not be so complacent." Enraged by his impotence, King Kurd launched energy blasts in a fit of fury, venting his wrath upon the cosmos. On a verdant planet, a streak of light sliced through the sky, piercing the atmosphere to reveal a rock over a meter in size, which ignited into a searing flame as it plummeted toward the surface. Countless creatures on the ground witnessed the celestial meteor, with some beings prostrating themselves in prayer. With a resounding crash, the rock struck the earth, creating a vast crater, while clouds of dust surged forth in rippling waves. A grimy figure swiftly emerged from the haze, darting into a nearby dense forest. "I am starving." At that moment, Wang Yang's mind was consumed by this singular thought. After soaring through the cosmos and battling King Kurd, he was now fleeing with his grievously injured body. Had he not fallen into the state of turtle breathing, the prolonged absence of sustenance would have surely led to his demise. Soaring through the sky, Wang Yang strained his eyes in search of food. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a distant clamor of combat. He beheld a horde of diminutive beings, no taller than his knee, surrounding a towering, 10-meter-long furry beast. The creature, with its gaping maw lined with sharp fangs, stomped about, crushing many of the small beings beneath its feet, painting the ground in blood. In stark contrast to the diminutive folk, Wang Yang appeared imposing as he soared above, sunlight illuminating his form, casting a radiant glow in his wake. resembling a celestial deity descending from the heavens. "O great deity, please save us." The small beings, terrified and battered by the beast, fell to their knees in fervent prayer upon seeing Wang Yang's majestic figure in the sky. In an instant, Wang Yang materialized beside the beast, delivering a powerful kick that sent it crashing to the ground. Following this, he unleashed a wave of energy that engulfed the creature. With Wang Yang's precise control, the energy spread across the beast's body, producing a cacophony of crackling sounds. Shortly thereafter, a savory aroma wafted through the air, as it was charred on the outside, yet tender within. "Splendid. At last, we have vanquished this demon." The small beings, witnessing the divine retribution against the beast that had mercilessly slaughtered their kin, rejoiced in a collective embrace, overwhelmed with joy and tears. Chapter 23. Learning on the planet Yatarat, Wang Yang paid no heed to the exuberance of those around him. He was sprawled across the massive beast, voraciously devouring his meal with the fervor of a starved fiend. The exquisite flavor of the food before him was unparalleled, and in this moment, his hunger made him acutely aware of the essence of happiness. It was astonishingly simple. Happiness manifested merely in the presence of sustenance when one was famished. While Wang Yang was wholly engrossed in his roasted meat, the diminutive beings nearby had fallen silent, their gazes lifted in admiration of his striking figure. Some of the female inhabitants, upon catching sight of Wang Yang, gazed at him with dreamy, shimmering eyes, their cheeks flushed with color. A cursory glance around revealed to Wang Yang that these tiny beings posed no threat. Thus, he resumed his meal, undisturbed. Suddenly, the tallest and strongest among them began murmuring to his companions, after which a chorus of reverence erupted, chanting, "All hail the great king! All hail the great king!" Their voices harmonized in a crescendo that resonated with a grandiosity befitting a royal proclamation. "I am not your king. I am merely an ordinary cosmic traveler," Wang Yang replied, nonchalantly waving his hand while continuing to eat. Yet, the obstinate little beings remained resolute in their insistence on calling him king. With no other recourse, Wang Yang acquiesced to their whims. That day, perched atop a mountain peak, Wang Yang practiced his cultivation. A powerful aura enveloped him, surging upward with such intensity that it scattered the clouds above. "What formidable strength!" exclaimed the little folk, their admiration palpable as they witnessed the flames of his energy blaze around him. Some female members of their race gazed longingly at Wang Yang's magnificent form. At last, he felt the exhilarating sensation of wielding the power of the giant ape with complete freedom. Clenching his fists, he marveled at the tenfold increase in strength he now possessed, his heart swelling with delight. In this moment, he no longer relied on the artificial moon as a conduit. He could command the giant ape's power at will. The transformation into a Super Saiyan offered a 50-fold enhancement. Though he was not yet able to achieve this transformation, he was content with the 10-fold increase. "If I were to master the Super Saiyan transformation while in my giant ape form, transforming into a super giant ape, how formidable would I become?" A sudden thought crossed Wang Yang's mind. The giant ape transformation provided a 10-fold amplification, and should he then transition into a Super Saiyan, would he not attain a staggering 500-fold increase? What if he were to ascend to Super Saiyan 4 afterward? The prospect of such tremendous power sent shivers of excitement coursing through him. This transformation followed a discernible path, reminiscent of how Son Goku achieved Super Saiyan 4 in the GT universe. Consumed by these exhilarating thoughts, Wang Yang's mind was awash with visions of the resplendent Super Saiyan, his lips nearly dripping with anticipation. Anger, fury. What was the source of my wrath? Wang Yang sat cross-legged upon a boulder, stroking his chin in contemplation. There are numerous sources of anger, yet the specific triggers that provoke one to lose their composure remain elusive, simply because, for the moment, no one has dared to infringe upon their pride. As Wang Yang pondered, an inopportune voice broke the silence. "Great King, great King, a colossal armored beast has invaded our territory, resulting in the tragic demise of many of our kin. We implore you for assistance." The former leader of the dwarfs, dragging his severely wounded body, crawled to Wang Yang's feet, pleading fervently for help. Snapping back to reality, Wang Yang regarded him with a hint of exasperation, suddenly aware that these individuals seeking his kingship harbored ulterior motives. Whether it was today's assertion of having found a particularly delectable beast that their people could not subdue, or a tomorrow filled with unfounded grievances of being bullied by other colossal creatures, they would invariably turn to him for salvation. Moreover, whenever they faced formidable challenges while expanding their territory, they would come running to him in distress. In the brief span of less than half a month since his arrival on this planet, he had been approached daily by this very individual. The once modest territory had continually expanded, relentlessly encroaching upon the habitats of other beings, and now it had grown to more than threefold its original size. Although Wang Yang was well aware of their intentions, he merely smiled, indifferent. If he chose not to act, no one could compel him to do so. The survival of one race often relies on the oppression of another. This had been the path of humanity's ancestors, who, through generations of trials and tribulations, vanquished myriad foes to elevate their kind as the sovereigns of the planet. The dwarves, steadfast and tenacious, though fearful, dared to challenge the strong. Wang Yang would not underestimate them due to their diminutive stature. Thus, he would lend them a hand when needed. Though the dwarves were small in physique, their features bore a striking resemblance to his own, and their intellect was commendable. They treated him with great respect and understood the importance of leveraging alliances. Perhaps one day they could emerge as the rulers of this world. After spending a month on this planet, Wang Yang soared into the sky, disappearing from the dwarves' view amidst their tearful pleas and reluctance to part. The former leader of the dwarves lay prostrate on the ground, weeping inconsolably, his heart breaking. In a universe that knows no passage of time, where there are no seasons, only the eternal darkness and solitude prevail. As Wang Yang traversed countless life-bearing planets and witnessed myriad civilizations, his youthful form gradually matured. Elder Pabala, I have been on Adrat Star for 2 years now, and I believe I have absorbed most of your teachings. It is time for me to depart and explore other civilizations. Wang Yang approached Pabala with reverence, performing a respectful gesture of a disciple. 2 years prior, he had acquired the coordinates of the cosmic planet from a merchant and set forth to Adrat Star to study under Pabala. Your talent is exceedingly remarkable. Knowledge that would take most a lifetime to master, you have grasped in a mere fraction of that time. I have little more to impart to you. However, the vastness of the universe is filled with wonders yet to be discovered. There is much left for you to learn. Do not allow pride to cloud your spirit. Maintain a heart that is undaunted by challenges and ever eager for advancement, Pabala said, hands clasped behind his back, gazing earnestly at his exceptional disciple. Indeed, Wang Yang seemed to have a sudden thought, reaching into his pocket to retrieve a crystal-clear orb, which he then handed to Pabala. Elder, you are the sole guardian of the Yadalat Star. Should you encounter formidable foes in the future, simply shatter this orb, and I shall arrive, no matter my location. With the mastery of instantaneous movement, my arrival at Yadalat Star will be swift. Very well. Pabala accepted the orb, fully aware of his own limited power, which relied on intimidation to deter enemies. He had a profound understanding of his disciple's strength. Even Frieza would be no match for him. Wang Yang pressed his index and middle fingers to his forehead, casting a deep gaze at Pabala before his body flickered and vanished from sight. To have such an exceptional disciple in my lifetime is indeed a blessing, Pabala thought, smiling as he watched Wang Yang depart. A disciple who possessed great power and respected his master was someone he greatly cherished. Chapter 24, Bulma. Wang Yang's figure flickered repeatedly, each movement transporting him to a new planet. Since mastering instantaneous movement and gaining the ability to survive in the cosmos, he had fully unleashed his potential, continuously seeking out life forms across the universe. On this day, he silently arrived on a cerulean planet, where a gentle breeze carried the fragrant scent of flowers. Instantly, Wang Yang sensed that this was a habitable world. As he placed his feet on the smooth ground, he beheld a bustling street lined with numerous shops offering delicacies, clothing, and jewelry. The surrounding beings bore striking resemblance to humans, prompting a smile to grace Wang Yang's face. After encountering the bizarre life forms of the universe, seeing humans felt remarkably familiar. A rich aroma wafted toward him from a nearby establishment. Gulyalu. As a voracious eater, the Saiyan could not resist the delicious scent of food, and his stomach growled in response, saliva pooling in his mouth. Bring me a portion of everything on your menu, Wang Yang exclaimed as he approached an elegantly decorated restaurant. May I ask how many will be dining, sir? The manager's eyes lit up at the prospect of a significant customer. Just myself. Please expedite the service. Wang Yang replied with a slight smile. Our menu boasts over 100 dishes. Do you truly think you can consume them all? The manager scrutinized the robust young man before him with skepticism. Though your physique is impressive, I find it hard to believe you can finish it all. If you do, I will perform a handstand and embarrass myself, he jested. Fear not, just serve the food. Wang Yang waved his hand dismissively. As a Saiyan, he had an enormous appetite, capable of devouring food several times larger than himself. Moreover, he was constantly refining his body, resulting in a vigorous metabolism that heightened his food demands. Often, food was digested almost instantaneously upon entering his stomach. Very well. Since the other party expressed such sentiments, the manager remained indifferent. Indeed, the world is replete with peculiarities. There are those who order dishes merely to photograph them without partaking. Before long, an array of visually appealing and aromatic dishes began to arrive. The tantalizing roast suckling pig, braised rooster, crispy roasted red fish, sizzling squid, and delicate salmon sashimi caught Wang Yang's eye, igniting a flicker of recognition mixed with novelty. He reached for a generous piece of pig's trotter, indulging in a civilized manner, despite his rapid pace, in stark contrast to the boorishness exhibited by others around him. Many patrons in the restaurant paused to observe Wang Yang as he swiftly devoured an entire roast suckling pig, some nearly dropping their jaws in astonishment. At a table by the window, a woman gazed into the distance through the glass, having barely touched her meal, dressed in a flowing white garment. Her long legs were accentuated, and her curvaceous figure drew many admiring glances. As Wang Yang finished the roast suckling pig and wiped the grease from his lips, he prepared to summon another, when his gaze fell upon the woman by the window, momentarily captivated. She possessed a delicate visage, vibrant red lips, and cascading teal hair, adorned with pink earrings that enhanced her enchanting beauty. Observing her profile, a wave of nostalgia washed over him, stirring memories of a bygone youth. Had he not visited this planet before? Why did this woman evoke such a peculiar sensation? Could it be the essence of first love? Wang Yang felt a long-dormant heartbeat quicken within him, a stirring in the depths of his soul. This woman stirred something within him. As he continued to savor his meal, his eyes frequently drifted towards her. With the combined ages of his past and present, he had lived over 40 years. Throughout these years, he had remained solitary, surrounded only by the inhabitants of the blue-green planet, until now, where he encountered someone strikingly similar. It was undeniable that he felt a spark upon seeing this beautiful lady. He had no intention of remaining a lifelong bachelor. Miss, our fates have diverged, perhaps never to meet again. Beautiful lady, my name is Wang Yang. May we become acquainted? After finishing the last bowl of chicken soup, he straightened his appearance and approached her with a smile. Happiness must be pursued. Can one truly expect the other to take the initiative? In his previous life, he often fantasized about his ideal goddess pursuing him, a longing rooted in self-doubt. Ultimately, it was only the loyal five-flower girl who accompanied him throughout his life. Armed with newfound confidence in this life, he refused to dwell in self-pity. Even in the absence of material possessions. I think not. I have a boyfriend, the woman replied, regarding his chiseled features with a gentle smile. Flattered by the attention of an attractive man, she felt a sense of pride. Had she been single, she would have welcomed the opportunity for connection. However, her heart was already spoken for, leaving her no choice but to decline his advances. Upon hearing this, Wang Yang was rendered speechless. After finally finding a girl he fancied, it turned out she was already in a relationship. What a predicament! Was he destined to remain solitary for life? In a fit of frustration, he seized a braised pork elbow from the woman's table and bit into it, as if to vent his pent-up emotions. He felt a tinge of disappointment, though not overwhelming sorrow, for he had initially been captivated by her beauty. It seemed that a girl from the blue-green star still held him in her thoughts. Now that she had matured, he wondered if she still remembered him after all these years. He found himself reminiscing about Uncle Jean. You bear a striking resemblance to a friend of mine, the woman opposite him remarked, her gaze shifting. Oh, in what way? Wang Yang replied, his voice somewhat indistinct. Like you, he has an insatiable appetite, she said, glancing at the table, now cleared save for the bones. Is that so? What is his name? Wang Yang inquired casually. His name is Sun Wukong. Not only is he an extraordinary eater, but he is also immensely powerful, currently regarded as the strongest in the world. The woman smiled gently. With the likes of the evil King Piccolo wreaking havoc, it was Sun Wukong who ultimately vanquished him. If he isn't the strongest, then who is? Sun Wukong. Wang Yang abruptly paused, his chewing slowing as he lifted his gaze to scrutinize the woman across from him. The more he looked, the more a sense of familiarity washed over him. Deep down, he suspected she might be Bulma. Have I arrived on Earth? He pondered, though there was nothing particularly surprising about it. After all, he had obtained the coordinates of the cosmic planets, steering towards Earth. That may not be the case. Now that I am here, I am indeed the strongest, Wang Yang proclaimed confidently, lifting his chin slightly. As a Saiyan, such confidence was indispensable. Being able to eat does not equate to strength. I doubt you could match several of my acquaintances without needing Wukong. The woman clearly expressed her skepticism. She was acquainted with the strongest beings on the planet, yet had never heard of this fellow before her. Wang Yang shot her a glance of disdain and resumed his meal, aware of the biases in her understanding. Having spent his life on Earth, how could she fathom the powerful entities of the cosmos? The World Martial Arts Tournament begins tomorrow. Since you are so formidable, do you dare to participate? I believe Wukong will make an appearance as well, she said, her eyes sparkling as she smiled at Wang Yang. You will witness those extraordinary beings. And perhaps your arrogance will be tempered. Absolutely. If I claim the title of the strongest, you must be my girlfriend, Wang Yang retorted. Upon learning of her boyfriend, he had resigned himself to disappointment, but the sudden realization of her identity reignited the extinguished flame of hope within him. With any other girl, he would never dream of interfering in an existing relationship, but she was different. She represented his youth. Let us see if you can claim that title first. Bulma scoffed, grabbing her bag and preparing to leave. Wait for me. Wang Yang also ceased his meal and rose to follow her. With the event set to commence tomorrow, rather than inquiring endlessly about the venue, it would be more prudent to catch a ride with her. Dear guest, you have yet to settle your bill. Just as he reached the threshold, two waiters obstructed Wang Yang's path, while the manager observed him with a stoic expression. I never pay for my meals, Wang Yang proclaimed with righteous indignation. Bulma gazed at him with astonishment, pondering the audacity it took to utter such words. Here you go, no need for change. Wang Yang rummaged through his pocket and produced a piece of deep black metal, reminiscent of a lustrous black pearl, which he pinched between his fingers. This metal was a treasure he obtained while traversing the cosmos, having shattered a colossal meteorite. Its striking appearance had compelled him to collect it. Once the size of a basin, the alloy had diminished over his extensive journeys, and he possessed very few remnants now. Each planet bore its own currency. Yet this rare cosmic metal served as a universal medium of exchange. Dear guest, after consuming so much of my fare, you offer me a mere piece of rock. Do you take me for a fool? The manager's face flushed crimson as he pointed at the alloy in Wang Yang's hand, appalled by the absurdity of the situation. He had never encountered such an outrageous occurrence, attempting to use a glass marble as currency. The manager produced a mirror from seemingly nowhere, admiring the slick-haired, strikingly handsome visage reflected back at him, nodding in satisfaction. This metal is exceedingly precious in the universe, capable of furthering scientific endeavors and driving countless scholars to madness. It is worth 100 times more than meteorites. Auctioning it could likely purchase your entire establishment. Wang Yang shot him an exasperated glance. Each time he spent such alloy, he found himself explaining ad nauseum, only to have these individuals fawn over him, catering to his every whim. Despite its value, the alloy meant little to him. Once he stood atop the universe, such treasures would hardly capture his attention. In due time, a mere word from him would garner gifts aplenty. Well, if it's so precious, why don't you auction it off? Buy my shop, and I shall assist you. The manager chuckled derisively, convinced that such a crude and flawed ruse could not deceive one as seasoned as himself. Let me see that, Bulma interjected, snatching the thumb-sized alloy from Wang Yang's grip without hesitation. The weight of the metal nearly caused her to drop it. Be careful. Wang Yang swiftly supported her delicate hand with his own. Their eyes met, and Bulma's fair complexion flushed, her gaze wavering as she struggled to maintain eye contact. This alloy is indeed as valuable as he claims. If you refuse it, I shall cover the cost of the meal. Diverting her gaze, Bulma scrutinized the alloy, her expression growing more astonished with each passing moment. As an esteemed scientist, she possessed the discernment to recognize its worth. This alloy is indeed exceedingly precious. Some researchers, hindered by material limitations, may finally overcome their bottlenecks. Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement. Her gaze was sharp, and after a moment's contemplation, she had already discerned the properties and potential applications of this alloy. You should proceed with the payment, the shopkeeper sneered. He remained skeptical of the alloy's value, convinced that these two were in cahoots. Moments ago, he had observed them conversing discreetly from a distance. Hey, Wang Yang, where did you acquire this alloy? Do you have more? As they walked, Buma stored the alloy in a versatile capsule, waving it in front of Wang Yang. Yes, I have plenty, Wang Yang replied, grinning as he pulled a handful of colorful beads from his pocket, red, white, yellow, and multicolored, each one remarkably beautiful. Buma leaned in close, her eyes glimmering with delight. Unlike ordinary pearls or gemstones, these items were not only visually stunning, but also held significant research value, presenting an irresistible allure for a scholar like Buma. They're mine. All mine. Buma exclaimed, attempting to grasp the alloy, but her strength was insufficient. These are my means of sustenance. I can part with them. But you must ensure my meals are provided in the future, Wang Yang said with a cheerful smile, now intent on establishing a bond with Buma. Not a problem. I thought it was a bigger issue, Buma responded confidently, patting her chest. To her, Wang Yang's appetite seemed trivial. Her family was among the wealthiest in the world, with funds sufficient to sustain him for a lifetime on just a day's profit. You're not actually considering entering the World Martial Arts Tournament, are you? Buma questioned, eyeing Wang Yang's handsome visage, concerned about the potential for injury. Of course. I'm quite serious. Do you think I'm jesting? Wang Yang laughed. I'm ignoring you now. Buma huffed, seizing the treasures from his hands before departing with an elegant stride. Ahead, Buma, in a short skirt revealing her fair legs, exuded grace. Her figure complemented by high heels that clicked against the ground, stirring a flutter of longing within Wang Yang's heart. Such impure thoughts, however, were to be avoided. In an open area, Buma casually tossed a capsule, and in an instant, a small vehicle materialized. Wang Yang nimbly slipped inside. Chapter 26. The meeting. Where are we headed? Wang Yang inquired from the passenger seat, inhaling the delightful fragrance emanating from Buma. How did you follow me? Buma responded, astonished. What? What did you say? You took my treasures, and now question my presence? Wang Yang shot back, his gaze piercing. Surely, this woman was playing tricks. Huh. I would never forget, Buma replied, waving her hand with a nervous laugh. With her foot pressing the accelerator, the vehicle surged forward, the surroundings rapidly blurring past. Outside the car window, the landscape was adorned with futuristic bridges and skyscrapers, while small aircraft occasionally streaked across the sky. Wang Yang gazed at it all with delight, pondering how many years ahead this technology might be compared to his previous life. Soon, the vehicle came to a halt before an architectural marvel resembling an inverted semicircle, surrounded by a vibrant array of flowers. Get out. This is my home, Bulma said as she alighted from the car. Walking side by side, they passed a flower bed where a beautiful woman with golden hair sang melodiously while watering the plants. Bulma, is this your new boyfriend? Bulma's mother inquired, setting down her watering can with a smile. She approached Wang Yang and, without hesitation, embraced his arm. What is your name, Bulma's boyfriend? Mrs. Briefs asked, her face beaming with warmth. Hello, ma'am, I am Wang Yang, he replied, feeling slightly awkward under her enthusiastic gaze, wishing to reclaim his arm. Mom, Bulma sighed, rolling her eyes at her mother's display of affection. When did you two get together? Have you held hands? Shared a kiss? Been on a date? Mrs. Briefs bombarded him with questions. We just started seeing each other, Wang Yang chuckled. Hey, I haven't agreed to anything yet, Bulma exclaimed at him. How about we go on a date? Mrs. Briefs seemed to ignore Bulma's protest, continuing to beam at Wang Yang. That's not possible. I want to date Bulma, he replied with a nervous laugh. Humph. Bulma snorted in response. The following day, the weather took a turn, with incessant rain pouring down. Wang Yang boarded Bulma's small aircraft, departing together. Bulma, flying in the rain, what if we get struck by lightning and fall? Wang Yang, seated in the co-pilot's seat, jested while observing Bulma, who was intently focused on piloting. My flying skills are world-class. How could I possibly be struck by lightning? She retorted with a glare. Despite her bravado, Bulma remained cautious, knowing that being hit by lightning at high altitude could be perilous. Aren't you nervous? Even if the plane were to explode, I could ensure your safety, Wang Yang declared, thumping his chest confidently. What a boast. The martial arts tournament was held on a small island, where Bulma landed the aircraft in an open area, stowing away the capsule and waiting by the roadside for a taxi. Bulma, don't forget, after the competition, you promised to create a gravity chamber for me. Wang Yang reminded her while shielding her from the rain with an umbrella. Last night, he had lavished her with compliments to secure her promise. Don't worry. How could I forget? She assured him. Finally, a taxi arrived, and the pair climbed in, heading straight for the tournament venue. At the entrance of the martial arts competition, Master Roshi and Launch had been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing Bulma's exquisite figure, Master Roshi nearly suffered a nosebleed, completely overlooking Wang Yang standing beside her. It's been a while. Bulma smiled at Launch, ignoring the lecherous old man. At that moment, taking advantage of Bulma's distraction, a sinister claw reached out from behind her. With remarkable quickness, Wang Yang struck down just before the claw could make contact with Bulma's curvaceous figure. Ouch! 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 Master Roshi cried out, clutching his swelled hand. You old pervert! Bulma turned around and immediately comprehended the situation, raising her fist to deliver a blow that left a small bump on Master Roshi's head. By the way, Bulma, have you found yourself a new boyfriend? Master Roshi inquired, removing his sunglasses to scrutinize Wang Yang. There was something indescribably intriguing about him. He appeared utterly ordinary, yet exuded an air of extraordinary depth. No, he is merely my friend, Bulma huffed. Master Roshi's skeptical gaze shifted back and forth between the two. We are not officially together yet, but Bulma has promised that if I win the martial arts tournament, she will agree to it, Wang Yang replied with a smile. Haha, winning the championship won't be easy. Master Lepin could easily defeat you. Puar, floating in the air, shouted. Wang Yang smiled slightly, disregarding the little creature, and approached the registration desk for the tournament. My name is Wang Yang. I would like to register, he said to the staff. Certainly. At that moment, a small balloon got stuck in the branches of a tree, and a little girl stood beneath it, crying sorrowfully. Don't cry, it's all right. Your sister will help you retrieve it, Bulma said, gently patting the girl's head as she reached for the balloon. Unfortunately, Bulma's height was insufficient, even on tiptoes. She could not reach it. Wang Yang, could you lend a hand? Bulma called to him. Just as Wang Yang was about to assist, he noticed that someone had already retrieved the balloon. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was Sun Wukong. Kakarot. Wang Yang gazed at the frail man with a crab-like hairstyle. Memories flooding back of the infant who had cried incessantly in the incubation chamber. Puar, who had been observing Wang Yang's interest in Bulma, circled around him incessantly. Upon noticing the tail wrapped around Wang Yang's waist, Puar rubbed his eyes and exclaimed in astonishment, a tail. He has a tail. What? Everyone gasped in disbelief. Wang Yang actually had a tail? How do you have a tail? Are you like Wukong? Bulma asked, her surprise evident as she looked at Wang Yang's tail. Indeed. Just like me. Wukong remarked, curiously examining Wang Yang. Wukong, where is your tail? Master Roshi inquired. The god took my tail away, saying it would become my weakness and a hindrance, affecting my battles. Wukong replied, stroking his chin as he recalled the deity's words. I do possess a tail. It is a unique trait of our Saiyan lineage, Wang Yang said, loosening his tail and waving it through the air, producing sharp sounds that pierced the silence. Saiyan. The crowd was left in utter confusion. Hello, Kakarot. Wang Yang strolled up to Goku. Are you calling me? However, my name is Sun Wukong, not Kakarot, Goku said, pointing at himself in confusion. Chapter 27, The Immortal. Sun Wukong is your name on Earth. Kakarot is your true name, Wang Yang replied with a faint smile. Earth? True name? Sun Wukong scratched his head, feeling perplexed. Are you saying? Goku is not from Earth. Bulma exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. Yes, we are not Earthlings. We are Saiyans from Planet Vegeta, Wang Yang declared. But if you are aliens, how did you come to Earth? Bulma inquired curiously. Kakarot arrived in a spacecraft. As for me, this is how I came, Wang Yang replied casually. Goku scratched his head, utterly bewildered. Kakarot, do you know? We were born on the same day. There were 3 Saiyans born that day, and I wanted to fight you the most, Wang Yang said, grinning at Goku. Why? Sun Wukong asked in confusion, feeling as though this was their first encounter and there were no deep-seated grudges. Because the 3 of us were born at the same time in the same room. The other fellow was so powerful at birth that his strength frightened you into crying loudly, preventing me from sleeping well. So I really wanted to give you a beating back then, Wang Yang chuckled. Really? Then I truly wish to fight you, Goku exclaimed, fists clenched, his face brimming with excitement. You need to work hard. I can only give you one good beating, and if that guy finds out about you, he will kill you. Wang Yang warned. How thrilling. Goku was filled with fervor, completely unfazed, instead relishing the prospect of a worthy opponent. Observing the inexplicably excited Goku, Wang Yang was tempted to reveal Broly's battle power and gauge his reaction. However, considering Goku's martial obsession, He figured he would not be frightened, but rather filled with zeal. Goku, hurry and sign up. Time is running out. Master Roshi called out to Goku. All right. Sun Wukong replied, heading off to register. Hey, are you really an alien? Bulma leaned closer to Wang Yang, poking him in the side, and whispered, Yes, I am a Saiyan from Planet Vegeta, but now that Planet Vegeta has been destroyed, I am homeless and can only seek refuge with you, Wang Yang said with a faint smile. No problem. I, Bulma, love to help others, she declared, patting her chest with a flourish. It turns out aliens don't look much different from us. They just have an extra tail, Bulma said with a cheerful grin. You are mistaken. Beings in the universe are incredibly diverse. There are robots, metallic beings, and vegetable people. Over the years, I have only seen 2 planets whose inhabitants resemble us, one of which is your Earth. I see. Bulma's eyes sparkled with interest in matters beyond the cosmos. Can you transform into a giant ape during a full moon as well? At this moment, Master Roshi recalled the image of Sun Wukong transforming into a giant ape and could not resist inquiring. Indeed, we Saiyans possess the ability to metamorphose into giant apes under the full moon. As a top-tier warrior, I retain my intellect during this transformation. It is only those of inferior bloodlines who lose their sanity, much like that fellow Sun Wukong. The smile on Sun Wukong's face faded, revealing the truth. His grandfather was the one he had slain. I see. Since you are a top-tier warrior, this time Sun Wukong shall face a worthy opponent. A group of onlookers remained oblivious to the disparity between elite and lesser warriors. As the registration period drew to a close, Krillin and his companions finally made their appearance. With registration completed, the group set off to a hotel for a celebratory meal. En route, through Poir's narration, Lepin's temper flared as he recalled the events of his 3-year absence, realizing that this individual had usurped his corner. Unable to contain himself, he approached Wang Yang. You despicable fiend. I shall deliver a thorough beating to make you aware of my prowess. Lepin glared fiercely at Wang Yang. His training over the past 3 years had significantly enhanced his strength, filling him with confidence, convinced that he would not be outmatched even against the rebirth of King Piccolo. Although this individual before him shared kinship with Sun Wukong, Lepin did not regard this seemingly unremarkable person as a formidable threat. Beside Lepin stood Krillin, Tien Shinhan, and Dumpling, their expressions grave as they regarded Wang Yang. The 4 had forged a deep bond over the years of close companionship. If you have the audacity, come at us 4 together. Even one hand would suffice to deal with you. Wang Yang crossed his arms, casting a disdainful glance at the group. His usual calm demeanor did not imply a lack of temper. His assertion held merit, with his current combat prowess. A mere surge of power could easily obliterate these individuals with combat abilities around 200. The atmosphere momentarily stiffened. Everyone, let us not lose our tempers. Let's converse amicably. Wukong laughed heartily, gesturing with his hands as he stood in the center. For his innocent nature, he could not comprehend what warranted such anger. What is a wife? Can it be eaten? Indeed, indeed. The competition is tomorrow. We can settle matters on the arena then. Master Roshi interjected to mediate. Ever since discovering Wang Yang was a relative of Wukong and contemplating a confrontation, Master Roshi had grown wary, concerned for his disciples' well-being. Under the collective mediation, Lepin was compelled to suppress his rage, casting intermittent glares at Wang Yang. When mealtime arrived, the group could only marvel at Wukong and Wang Yang, who indulged heartily, affirming their alien origins. The following day marked the official commencement of the martial arts tournament. Through Dumpling's discreet maneuvers, Wang Yang was assigned to a different arena, thus avoiding a clash with Wukong and the others. Although these opponents possessed considerably lower combat abilities, Wang Yang remained exceptionally humble, adhering to the philosophy that in a trio, there is always a teacher among them, and diligently observed every battle. As time flowed steadily, victors began to emerge from the preceding arenas. Wukong, Tien Shinhan, Tao Bai Bai, the unnamed, the second generation of the demon, Krillin, and Lepin. Now only Wang Yang remains, surrounded by a group of onlookers. As they witnessed the final match of the preliminary rounds, Wang Yang versus the bespectacled, lecherous middle-aged man, Saiyan. It seems there is little suspense in this battle. Kling gazes at the repugnant Saiyan, chuckling, humph. He is fortunate to face such an opponent. Even if he makes it to the top 8, I can still eliminate him. Lu Ping also considers Wang Yang to be lucky. Against that lecherous Saiyan, isn't it just a matter of having hands? On the arena, the 2 stand off. Wang Yang subtly gestures with his right hand, inviting his opponent to strike first. Then I shall not hold back, Saiyan replies, donning his glasses. The lenses glinting as he suddenly lunges towards Wang Yang, claws outstretched. How can someone so flawed make it to the final match of the preliminaries? Clint, observing Saiyan's numerous vulnerabilities, cannot help but facepalm in disbelief. Chapter 28. The battle with Saiyan. At that moment, Saiyan unexpectedly stumbles and falls to the ground, only to spring up again with vigor. Smack! Wang Yang smiles faintly, applying pressure with his right hand to pin Saiyan's head down. The latent strength in his arm would surely render an unsuspecting foe unconscious. In this encounter, he consciously restrains his power, matching his opponent's strength. If he were to unleash his full might, each bout would end in a swift and decisive victory, yielding no growth in his combat experience. Only through evenly matched battles can he learn and enrich his fighting prowess. Otherwise, when faced with an equally formidable opponent, his lack of diverse experience could lead to dire consequences. Wang Yang is determined to become the strongest in the universe. It is not merely about power, but also about being invincible among equals. My apologies, my foot slipped. Saiyan retreats a few paces, chuckling as he bows an apology. His gaze darkens as he watches Wang Yang. Subsequently, Saiyan fully commits to his performance, feigning falls, stomach aches, and cramps, yet always managing to counter Wang Yang's attacks instinctively. This fellow is truly here to cause mischief, Lu Ping remarks. Sun Wukong, however, wears a serious expression, sensing a familiar aura emanating from Saiyan. No need to play the fool anymore, Wang Yang observes with a bemused smile. Having roamed the universe for many years, he has battled numerous beings and possesses immense combat experience and keen insight. Though Saiyan's antics are amusing, the subtleties of his movements reveal an extraordinary nature that does not escape Wang Yang's scrutiny. Saiyan's demeanor shifts, shedding his playful facade as he realizes that without employing his true skills, victory is unattainable. In that case, let us engage in earnest combat. With that, Saiyan transforms into a streak of light, launching an elbow strike towards Wang Yang with astonishing speed. What? So fast? The crowd gasps in astonishment, initially believing this lecherous middle-aged man to be a mere facade, only to discover his formidable ferocity. I knew this old gentleman was not to be underestimated, Wukong remarks, observing the unfolding battle in the arena. Whoosh! At this moment, Wang Yang, under the assault of Saiyan, gradually faded away, revealing it to be merely a shadow of him. Bang! Wang Yang materialized behind Saiyan, delivering a powerful punch to his back, sending him hurtling towards the edge of the arena. Saiyan let out a cry as he spun in the air several times before plummeting towards the ground. Just as the spectators believed the outcome was decided, Saiyan astonishingly found himself suspended a meter above the ground. Flying? Wukong and his companions were instantly taken aback. Tianjin Fan gazed at Saiyan in shock. Flight was the hallmark technique of his crane school, yet this middle-aged man seemed to possess it as well. You are indeed a formidable warrior. It appears that without resorting to my ultimate skill, I cannot best you. Saiyan executed a somersault and landed on the arena, his gaze fixed intently on Wang Yang. With both hands raised, a powerful gust of energy surged forth, propelling Wang Yang into the air. Immediately following, Saiyan pushed off the ground, launching himself skyward with that very force. In midair, Wang Yang twirled once, swiftly regaining his balance, and as he beheld Saiyan approaching from below, he clenched his fist and struck at him. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as the two figures momentarily grappled in midair, before they began to exchange blows vigorously. They fought from the 8th arena to the space above the 7th, then soared above the 5th arena. The relentless clash reverberated through the air, leaving the onlookers in awe. Wang Yang could fly as well. How impressive! Such fierce combat in the preliminary rounds was unprecedented. Below, Lepin was dumbfounded, unable to discern the movements of the two combatants. The only ones who could clearly follow the battle were Wukong and the second generation of the Demon King, both wearing grave expressions as their eyes darted between Wang Yang and Saiyan's fierce exchanges. Damn it! Not only is their son Wukong, but these two also possess such formidable strength. How can I dominate the earth without eliminating them? The second generation of the Demon King seethed with rage, veins bulging on his forehead. At that moment, a figure broke through the roof above, soaring into the sky, followed closely by another agile silhouette. The two figures engaged in an intense aerial battle. The spectators below rushed to watch the spectacle. Those outside clamoring to enter the arena halted their cries, gazing upwards. How intense. They had fought their way out from within. Master Roshi removed his glasses, his eyes wide in concentration as he observed the scene above. Is that Wang Yang? Bulma, with her fair hand resting on her forehead, recognized one of the figures suspended in midair, even without a clear view of his face. His unique physique and robust form made it unmistakable. The battle was extraordinarily fierce. The two contenders had fought their way out of the preliminary arena. At that moment, the blonde host stood below with a microphone, passionately narrating the action. Currently, neither of them had touched the ground, thus it did not count as leaving the arena. Saiyan, panting heavily, regarded Wang Yang with awe. This was truly remarkable. He seemed utterly flawless. Saiyan had not experienced such an intense fight in many years, and for a moment, he found himself struggling to keep up with Wang Yang's rhythm. Wang Yang suddenly let out a fierce shout, propelling himself toward his opponent, his hands gathering two orbs of azure light. What? Saiyan exclaimed in astonishment, his index and middle fingers raised in an attempt to manipulate the energy orbs with magic. Sensing that the energy orbs were slipping from his control, Wang Yang tightened his grip, resisting the opposing force, and forcefully pressed the two orbs against his adversary's chest and back. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed, smoke enveloping the arena, and a figure clad in white cried out as they plummeted from the sky, crashing into the ground and creating a large crater. The Saiyan contestant has fallen outside the ring, the golden-haired host remarked, bewildered. Does this count as going out of bounds? I concede. Saiyan, disheveled and trembling, managed to rise. With that, Wang Yang was declared the victor of this match, marking the emergence of the 8 finalists in the tournament. Wukong, Tianjin Fan, Tao Bai Bai, the Nameless One. The second generation of magic, Krillin, Lepin, and Wang Yang. The golden-haired host bellowed with enthusiasm. You are truly remarkable, possessing extensive combat experience, never allowing yourself to be complacent. You are an exceptionally skilled warrior. Even without my soul's assistance, I would not stand a chance against you, Saiyan said, cleaning his glasses and smiling at Wang Yang. Although I wish to win, losing to you is no shame, Saiyan added, casting a glance at Piccolo, who stood with arms crossed, before turning back to Wang Yang with a grin. You are impressive as well. If time permits, I would like to seek your guidance on magic. Wang Yang replied with a slight smile. The two exchanged light-hearted banter as they walked back inside together. Chapter 29. Without training the legs, impotence is inevitable. Wow. Wang Yang, you are incredible, Wukong exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Wang Yang, aware of Wukong's eagerness, grinned in response, feeling a twinge of excitement himself. Next came the drawing of lots. Wang Yang was number 1, Lepin number 2, Tianjin Fan number 3, Tao Bai Bai number 4, Wukong number 5, Chi-Chi number 6, Krillin number 7, and Piccolo number 8. What a coincidence. We face off in the first match, Wang Yang said with a smile directed at Lepin. Humph. Just wait and see my ultimate move. Lepin, feeling somewhat intimidated after witnessing Wang Yang's battle with Saiyan, maintained his bravado, unwilling to be outdone, especially by Wang Yang. On the spacious arena, the two stood facing each other. Wang Yang, with his striking features and robust physique, exhibited smooth muscle lines, his hair slightly spiked, and 2 strands of bangs accentuating his spirited demeanor. Go, go! Bulma cheered from below, her hands clasped in encouragement. Bulma, who are you cheering for? Oolong asked with a sidelong glance at her. I'm supporting both. They should give it their all, Bulma reasoned, deciding that cheering for Lepin was appropriate, as he was her friend, and she ought to encourage Wang Yang as well. A woman with divided loyalties. Oolong muttered. A fist of pure jade descended from above, striking its target with the force of a meat hammer. Silence. Behold my wolf fang fist. As the match commenced, Lu Ping dashed towards Wang Yang, acutely aware of his formidable strength, and refrained from holding back, unleashing his signature technique right from the outset. A ferocious wolf materialized behind Lu Ping, its claws bared as it lunged at Wang Yang. Wang Yang regarded Lu Ping with a calm smile, arms crossed, remaining utterly still as he allowed Lu Ping's assault to unfold. Lu Ping's fists moved like the wind, conjuring numerous phantom arms. His relentless strikes rained down upon Wang Yang. Moments later, he was horrified to discover that he felt no resistance whatsoever, as though he were striking mere illusions. Phantom fist? But why do the phantoms not dissipate after my attacks? Lu Ping somersaulted 3 times backward to create distance, astonishment etched upon his face. No, this isn't a phantom technique. Wang Yang's speed is simply too extraordinary. evading my strikes and returning to his original position, making it seem as if he were motionless. Tianjin Fan's 3 eyes were exceptionally keen, faintly perceiving Wang Yang's astonishing velocity. Piccolo's expression darkened. He sensed that Wang Yang's displayed speed was nearly on par with his own, increasing the pressure he felt. Of course, this was still with Wang Yang restraining a significant amount of energy, comparable to Lu Ping's. Otherwise, none would have been able to perceive it. Suddenly, Lu Ping felt a sharp pain in his calf, his entire body losing balance, followed by a searing pain in his chest as he hurtled toward the arena's wall like a kite severed from its string. Your base is unstable. Your fists weak and feeble, like a rootless reed. I suggest you practice your legs diligently. As the saying goes, neglecting leg training will inevitably lead to impotence. Wang Yang's gaze was piercing, and he quickly discerned Lu Ping's flaws, offering a nonchalant piece of advice, while simultaneously teasing him. In truth, he bore no ill will towards Lu Ping. His pursuit of Bulma was not solely because she was the first woman to capture his heart upon arriving in this world, but more significantly, because she later became Vegeta's partner. Having nearly been killed by King Vegeta at birth, he harbored deep resentment towards him. Though King Vegeta was deceased, this vendetta could not go unavenged. A son must repay his father's debts, which was why he had set his sights on Bulma. Had Bulma been with Lu Ping in the original narrative, even if he had feelings for her, he would never have pursued her. Curse it! Lu Ping wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, feeling that Wang Yang was mocking him. With no other option, he resorted to his ultimate move. Aware that his chances of victory were slim, he could only make one last desperate attempt. Lu Ping suddenly spread his right hand, palm facing up in a claw shape, gripping his wrist with his left hand, as a yellow light flickered around him. A yellow energy sphere slowly materialized above his palm. Receive my technique, energy sphere. Under Lu Ping's control, the yellow energy orb sped toward Wang Yang. As the energy sphere approached, Wang Yang advanced toward Lu Ping, swiftly dodging the attack with a slight shift of his body. At that moment, a faint smile crept onto Lu Ping's lips as he brought his index and middle fingers together and spun them in a circle. In the midst of the air, an energy sphere spun rapidly before hurtling towards Wang Yang's back. It appeared as though he possessed a sixth sense, for with a swift motion of his right hand, he grasped the energy sphere and, utilizing its own momentum, directed it forcefully towards Lu Ping's chest. What? Lu Ping's eyes widened in horror as he beheld the approaching energy sphere. With a thunderous boom, he was propelled backward, collapsing to the ground in a fit of convulsions. Extraordinary. Clin gazed in astonishment at the scene, realizing he had failed to evade Lu Ping's earlier maneuver. It was a breathtaking moment. Wang Yang seemed to have eyes in the back of his head, redirecting Lu Ping's own energy against him. The blonde host erupted in cheers, reveling in the excitement. As the competition unfolded, Wang Yang remained captivated, even though he foresaw the outcome. The fierce conflict between Tao Bai Bai and Tianjin Fan, Goku's engagement with Chi-Chi, and Klin's defeat by the second generation of Piccolo played out before him. Chi-Chi looked remarkably beautiful. Had she not taken the initiative, Goku might have faced a solitary existence. The semifinals were imminent. Since his defeat at the hands of Wang Yang, Lu Ping sat despondently in the stands. Ding! The match commenced. Wang Yang signaled for Tianjin Fan, who was poised for action, to strike first. In that case, I shall not hold back, Tianjin Fan bellowed, launching himself toward Wang Yang. With deft blocks and counters, Wang Yang parried the onslaught. The sound of their collision echoed throughout the arena, a rapid series of sharp cracks. Such speed. Their movements were nearly imperceptible. Master Roshi scrutinized the stage intently, unable to discern the state of the battle. Bulma tugged at Oolong's ear, eliciting a pained grimace from him. Tianjin Fan, give it your all and knock him down, shouted the furious blonde Lan Chi, directing her fervor at the fighter on stage. Wang Yang, defeat Tianjin Fan, Bulma cried, waving her arms in encouragement. Go, Tianjin Fan, go. Lan Chi glared at Bulma, tugging Oolong's ear with renewed vigor. Oolong, wincing in agony, could only suppress his ire. Then, with a resounding thud, a figure plummeted from the sky. It was Tianjin Fan. Your speed is astounding, but can Three Eyes truly keep up? What of 12? Tianjin Fan scrambled to his feet, brushing off the dust from his face. Chapter 30, Victory. Is that your ultimate technique? Wang Yang inquired with a smile. Indeed. Tianjin Fan replied, and with a mighty shout, 4 replicas of himself emerged on the arena. This technique resembled the splitting technique from the planet Yatarat. Wang Yang regarded the four Tianjin fans before him, contemplating the wonders of Yatarat, a realm filled with astonishing abilities such as instant teleportation, forced energy separation, gigantification, and the art of splitting. When he first arrived at the planet Adralat, he beheld a multitude of figures, which later coalesced into Elder Pabala. In truth, Pabala was the sole inhabitant of the entire Adralat. He utilized a technique of division to conjure countless personas, thereby instilling fear across the cosmos. I am eager to witness how you intend to defeat 4 Tian Shinhan. The 4 Tian Shinhan struck varied postures, gazing confidently at Wang Yang. Is that so? Wang Yang chuckled, stepping forward, and in an instant, he split into two. With another step, the two figures multiplied into 4. How can you also wield this technique? Tian Shinhan was momentarily taken aback, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. The four-way fist was his signature move, and it was astonishing that his opponent could replicate it. How can we proceed from here? This is quite simple. One glance is all it takes to master it, Wang Yang remarked with a smile. When he first witnessed Pabala's division technique, he had merely pondered it briefly to grasp it. He spoke the truth. His soul was inherently powerful, allowing him to learn swiftly. Coupled with years of honing his mindset, which deepened the connection between his spirit and body, enhancing his comprehension. On the planet Adralat, mastering various secret arts requires a tranquil mind and formidable insight. Wang Yang possessed both qualities, which is why he could assimilate the secret techniques of Adralat in such a short span of time. At that moment, Wang Yang sprang into action, and the 4 Wang Yangs engaged in combat with the 4 Tian Shinhan. The battle quickly revealed a lopsided dynamic, with Wang Yang overpowering Tian Shinhan. While Tian Shinhan's four-way fist divided his strength into 4, Wang Yang's 4 manifestations retained their full potency. Before long, the 4 Tian Shinhan were sent tumbling off the stage. Out of bounds, the announcer stared in disbelief at the Tian Shinhan outside the ring before bellowing. The Tian Shinhan contestant has stepped out of bounds, and Wang Yang is victorious. Hooray! Wang Yang has triumphed. Below, Bulma gleefully tugged on Oolong's large ears, laughing heartily. Cursed be it. Lan Shi, with her golden hair, delivered a punch that left a sizable bump on Oolong's head. Next came the showdown between Goku and the Demon King Piccolo II. Wang Yang watched with keen interest as the two engaged in a fierce exchange. This marked what should be the pinnacle for Demon King Piccolo. Future confrontations with Son Goku would no longer reach such heights. During one clash, Piccolo's hat was knocked off, revealing 2 long antennae. It is the Demon King Piccolo. Someone immediately recognized him, shrieking at the top of their lungs, causing others to flee in terror, afraid to linger. Only Goku's friends and the dedicated golden-haired announcer remained on the scene. At this juncture, Goku and Piccolo were locked in an intense struggle, with Piccolo seizing a moment of vulnerability from Goku to launch a ferocious assault. Outside the ring, the God of Earth, having reverted to his true form, was about to assist Goku when a hand rested upon his shoulder. The God of Earth felt as though his energy had been shackled, rendering him unable to move. The battle is not yet concluded. We must not intrude upon their conflict. The voice of Wang Yang echoed in the ears of the deity. As a Saiyan, encountering an equally matched adversary was a thrilling experience. Over the years, he had diligently honed his skills while wandering through the vastness of the universe. Yet he had not encountered a worthy opponent to unleash his full potential upon, leaving him with a profound sense of solitude. He sought revenge against King Kurd, but had found no trace of him. The universe was immensely expansive, and with Wang Yang's current strength, he could not sense energy signatures from such great distances. However, Wang Yang was indeed the formidable Demon King Piccolo, who could bring about Goku's demise. Bulma watched anxiously as Goku found himself at a disadvantage. Do not fret. Son Goku has yet to unleash his full power, Wang Yang reassured them, withdrawing his hand from the deity's shoulder with a faint smile. How do you know? Master Roshi inquired curiously. Because Saiyans yearn for exhilarating battles and seldom reveal their full strength prematurely, Wang Yang replied with a grin. Especially Goku. He relishes the thrill of being thoroughly beaten before he truly fights back. Is that so? Krillin and Tien paused momentarily, finding such a peculiar interest quite strange. Haha. Once I have dealt with you, your friends will be next. Prepare to experience the terror of being dominated by the Demon King Piccolo. Piccolo laughed heartily, pointing at Wang Yang and the others. Damn it, let us all attack together. Tien exclaimed furiously. his aura surging with the intent to engage in combat at the slightest provocation. You pathetic weaklings, even 100 of you would not stand a chance against me. Piccolo, having knocked Goku down, was overflowing with confidence, feeling invincible. Piccolo. Wang Yang observed the boastful Demon King with a smile. Piccolo glared at Wang Yang. You should deal with Goku first. After that, do not leave. We shall have a spar, Wang Yang said, clenching his fist with a radiant smile. At that moment, Goku flipped and leaped to a distance, appearing remarkably agile, seemingly unscathed. Following this, Goku shouted, no longer holding back, as he engaged Piccolo in a fierce battle. The sound of their intense clashes and the barrage of energy blasts transformed the arena into chaos. Behold my super explosive wave, Piccolo exclaimed, his body radiating light as he gathered immense energy. Run, Goku shouted to the others, sensing the overwhelming force. It's too late. Tien soared into the air and unleashed a ki blast, creating a deep, square-shaped pit in the ground. Wang Yang observed Tien's ki blast, his gaze shifting slightly, as if a glimmer of brilliance flowed within him. Wang Yang, come down quickly, Bulma cried from within the pit, looking up at him. Lu Ping nearby felt a twinge of jealousy and gritted his teeth in annoyance. Just stay safe. I am unharmed, Wang Yang said, arms crossed, his tone indifferent. Such power was insufficient to compel him to evade. Ha, this is perfect. I shall eliminate both of you at once. Piccolo, noticing that Wang Yang and Goku had not taken cover, laughed joyously. Suddenly, a deafening explosion rang out, and a terrifying beam of light surged outward, engulfing the island's structures entirely. Let the light disperse. The vista before my eyes is dominated by yellow earth, with all structures vanished without a trace. The terrifying flames seem incapable of encroaching upon Wang Yang, parting effortlessly around him. The arena, once paved with stone bricks, has now been reduced to bare yellow soil, with both Piccolo and Goku gasping for breath. Chapter 31. The disheveled Piccolo beneath the arena. Wang Yang stands with arms crossed, his attire untouched by a speck of dust, while two pristine white patches of ground remain unscathed beneath his feet, creating a striking contrast. Upon witnessing this scene, Piccolo's pupils constrict sharply, his wariness towards Wang Yang surpassing even that towards Son Goku. Even Goku, astonished, gazes at Wang Yang. He has expended all his strength resisting this formidable force, unable to maintain the same ease and composure as Wang Yang. Such strength! I can barely withstand this force, yet Wang Yang remains unscathed. His power must indeed surpass my own. Those who crawled out from the pit were equally taken aback by Wang Yang's presence, rendered speechless. As the surrounding structures disappeared, the two white patches beneath Wang Yang's feet remained untouched. Lepin, witnessing this, clenched his fists in frustration but ultimately released them, his head drooping in despair. So powerful. It's almost inhuman. Wang Yang shook his head slightly at Piccolo. For one with vast combat experience like him, he deemed Piccolo's earlier attack a gross waste of energy. Goku inhaled deeply, summoning his strength for a fierce onslaught against Piccolo, leaving him defenseless. Finally, with a powerful blow, Goku struck Piccolo, who fell to the ground, motionless. Judge Uncle, please begin the countdown, Goku called out to the blonde-haired man. All right. The host ascended to the arena and began counting for the motionless Piccolo in the pit. 1, 2, 3. Goku was in for a rough time. Suddenly, Wang Yang chuckled. He sensed a fluctuation in Piccolo's energy, indicating he was preparing for an attack. What? Bulma was taken aback. Why? Wasn't it a victory? Krillin looked at Wang Yang in surprise. Not yet. 8, 9. Just as the host was about to shout 10, Piccolo suddenly surged upward from the pit, unleashing a wave of energy that pierced through Goku's right chest. At this sight, everyone gasped in shock, yet Wang Yang remained composed. Seemingly unfazed, Goku had mistakenly believed he had defeated Piccolo and let his guard down, which Piccolo exploited to launch a surprise attack. With Goku incapacitated, Piccolo unleashed a brutal assault upon him, first shattering his limbs, then soaring into the sky to gather all his energy for a final strike against the helpless Goku below. Wang Yang, you must help Goku, Bulma pleaded anxiously, gripping Wang Yang's arm. Wang Yang nodded slightly. He too was uncertain if Goku could turn the tide in such dire circumstances. With a swift movement, he appeared atop the arena, looking down at the pained expression of Goku and smiling. Can you still evade? Do you require my assistance? The Saiyans are notoriously stubborn, at times. Even when one extends a helping hand, the recipient may perceive it as meddling. Therefore, it is imperative to seek the other as consent in such circumstances. No, I must defeat him, Goku declared, gazing skyward as the radiant waves of light drew ever closer, dismissing Wang Yang's goodwill. Do as you wish, but I shall still give you a beating. Do take care not to perish. Upon hearing this, Wang Yang ceased to linger and swiftly appeared by Bulma's side. He held Goku in high regard. In Goku's eyes, victory often bore greater significance than life itself. Goku. Chi-Chi moved to approach, but Wang Yang, quick and astute, seized her back. Goku does not wish for my assistance. He desires to triumph on his own, he stated. What a fool. Chi-Chi bit her garment, tears welling in her eyes. This is Goku. Master Roshi observed the arena with palpable anxiety, sighing in reflection. The colossal wave of light struck the ground, causing Wang Yang to raise an eyebrow. A tremendous explosion ensued, revealing a vast crater where Goku had vanished. Haha, he has been utterly obliterated. Even the dragon cannot resurrect you now. Piccolo bellowed with laughter at this sight. The onlookers were engulfed in sorrow, particularly Chi-Chi, who was heartbroken. Having just married, yet now feeling like a widow. He's not dead, why mourn? Wang Yang remarked nonchalantly. No sooner had he spoken than a small black dot appeared in the sky, swiftly enlarging. Goku was hurtling towards Piccolo. The unsuspecting Piccolo was abruptly sent flying, landing motionless outside the ring. The second-generation demon contestant has fallen out of the ring. Son Goku is victorious. The announcer scanned the crowd before proclaiming loudly, Did I win? Son Goku lay on the ground, struggling to speak. Wang Yang quietly observed as Yachirobe emerged from the earth, offering a senzu bean to Goku. Having just swallowed the bean, Goku sprung up, invigorated. Haha, I'm restored. Yachirobe, grant me another senzu bean. What for? Isn't T1 bean sufficient? Yachirobe grumbled, yet still handed another to Goku. Before the astonished onlookers, Goku fed a senzu bean to Piccolo, reviving him completely. You fool, Son Goku. Today I concede to you, but mark my words. I shall one day defeat you. When that time comes, I will seize the world and make it known that I, the great demon king Piccolo, reign supreme. Piccolo did not regard Goku with warmth due to his assistance, slowly ascending higher into the air. Come down at once, Wang Yang suddenly shouted, extending his right hand toward the airborne Piccolo. Piccolo's expression shifted to one of shock as he found himself uncontrollably descending. The crowd gasped at the spectacle. How could the fierce and formidable Piccolo be so effortlessly drawn down by Wang Yang? You claimed you could take on 100 of me. Now that your battle with Son Goku has concluded, let us train properly and see how you fare against me. Wang Yang smiled at the somewhat disheveled Piccolo. Enough of the chatter, bring it on. Piccolo rose to his feet, his voice resonating with authority as he shouted at Wang Yang. Aware of the formidable nature of his opponent, he knew that as the Dark Overlord, he could not show weakness. Suddenly, Wang Yang vanished, followed closely by Piccolo. As they engaged in an intense battle, Wang Yang managed to suppress his energy to match Piccolo's level. He remained steadfast in his belief that mere dominance was not the goal. Rather, it was the pursuit of combat experience that would lead to his advancement. The two combatants soared from the ground to the sky and back again, fierce winds whipping across their faces. Those present, with the exception of Goku, could barely discern their movements. Goku watched the fierce clash with a serious expression, knowing that his own confrontation with Wang Yang was imminent. Observing Wang Yang's battle tactics would undoubtedly aid him in the forthcoming fight. Wang Yang suddenly seized the opportunity as Piccolo left his chest unguarded, delivering a powerful blow that sent Piccolo reeling, causing him to spit out blood. Seizing the advantage, Wang Yang unleashed a flurry of punches, leaving Piccolo staggering and unable to regain his balance. Chapter 32. The rising star of the baseball field in midair, Piccolo was battered and bruised, blood oozing from his mouth. Wang Yang then clasped his hands together and struck Piccolo's head like a hammer, sending him crashing to the ground like a cannonball. The earth trembled under the impact, prompting the onlookers to instinctively crouch down. Such power, Goku murmured to himself, standing firm like a resilient pine tree. He recalled his earlier struggle against Piccolo, having expended all his strength and barely emerging victorious. He never anticipated that Wang Yang would so effortlessly defeat Piccolo, clearly illustrating the difference in their abilities. Suspended in the air, Wang Yang smirked down at Piccolo, his right hand pressing downward as a surge of blue energy erupted from his palm. resembling a majestic blue dragon that collided with Piccolo. A brilliant light burst forth upon the earth. With a thunderous roar, the ground shook violently, and the already uneven terrain was transformed into a massive crater by Wang Yang's assault. The crowd quickly pressed themselves to the ground. Below, Bulma gazed up at the sky, where Wang Yang stood with his raven-black hair, exuding strength and confidence, his demeanor radiating masculinity, causing stars to twinkle in her eyes. Wang Yang's fierce aura and his slightly upturned smile made her heart flutter. Meanwhile, Piccolo lay battered and half-buried in dirt, his chest rising and falling, making it easy to mistake him for lifeless. Having just recovered, he found himself once again on the brink of defeat, his heart a tumult of astonishment and dread. Such strength! The crowd watched in disbelief. Just moments ago, Piccolo had been evenly matched with Goku, yet now he fell so easily at Wang Yang's hands. It was clear that while Wang Yang's power was comparable to Piccolo's, it was his vast combat experience that allowed him to exploit Piccolo's weaknesses and unleash relentless attacks, leaving no room for retaliation. His power was remarkably concentrated, never wasting energy on futile endeavors during battle. Goku, with a serious expression, observed this scene. Such a fighting style was unfamiliar to him. His usual approach involved warming up before unleashing his full strength. Wang Yang landed gracefully. Casting a glance at the pit where Piccolo lay, his gaze shifting to the solemn-faced Goku. Next is our battle. Do you require a moment to rest? Wang Yang inquired with a smile directed at Goku. No need. I just consumed a Senzu bean and am fully restored. What about you? After your bout with Piccolo, do you need a break? Goku replied with a smile. I am also fine. You have witnessed my fighting style and should understand that I have always been giving my all. If you do not start with your full strength in our upcoming battle, do not blame me for not granting you an opportunity. Wang Yang kindly cautioned the often hesitant Goku. Haha, that won't happen. Goku laughed heartily. Faced with Wang Yang's unwavering commitment from the outset, he felt an urge to test his mettle but was apprehensive of suffering a defeat akin to Piccolo's. Lamenting the loss of his hidden cards, Wang Yang was formidable, and Goku sensed an immense pressure, yet he quickly adjusted his mindset to enter a combat-ready state. With a powerful shout, Goku gathered energy, elevating his ki to its peak. His strength had increased somewhat, likely due to his recent revival from the brink of death, triggering his Saiyan bloodline. Wang Yang sensed this surge in power and understood its relativity. To him, Goku's augmented strength was negligible. Goku's right foot struck the ground with force as he transformed into an invisible streak, charging towards Wang Yang. Wang Yang promptly raised his energy to match Goku's level, feeling the latter's position, and clenched his fist to strike back. Their fists collided, Goku's form materializing out of thin air as they momentarily held their ground in midair before simultaneously vanishing. Goku unleashed a punch, his fist effortlessly passing through Wang Yang's form, which left behind a distorted afterimage that quickly faded. What? Goku exclaimed in surprise as Wang Yang's body reappeared to his right. Executing a sweeping kick, Wang Yang sensed something amiss, realizing he had also failed to land a hit. An afterimage. I am here. Goku's voice suddenly rang out, followed by a punch that came swiftly after. The two exchanged blows, yet neither could land a strike on the other. How swift. My three eyes struggled to keep pace with their movements, Tien remarked, his eyes darting around in awe. Wang Yang evaded Goku's midair sidekick, his form flickering as he focused intently, capturing Goku's true position. He concentrated energy into a sphere, directing it towards Goku. In response, Goku, unfazed, swiftly gathered a wave of light in his right hand, directly colliding with Wang Yang's energy sphere. A dazzling radiance suddenly pierced the bright sky, swiftly followed by a tumultuous wave of energy that swept across the ground, lifting the earth and enveloping the air in a cloud of ochre dust. Both Wang Yang and Sun Wukong were propelled backward. They executed a backflip upon landing, immediately springing forth like arrows released from a bow, rushing toward each other. In that moment, evasion was cast aside as they engaged in a fierce battle, the sounds of their clashes resonating with intensity, culminating in a spiraling ascent into the heavens. Kamehameha. A thunderous roar echoed through the sky as a beam of white light, thicker than a barrel, erupted from Wukong's hands, hurtling toward Wang Yang. Unfazed, Wang Yang observed the scene unfold. His body expanded as he gathered two brilliant orbs of light, spinning in the air like a luminous tornado, hurtling toward the Kamehameha wave. As the two forces converged, an unexpected collision resonated through the air, yet the tornado of energy evaded Wukong's attack at the last moment, swirling around like a serpent and striking toward Wukong. What? Wukong gasped in astonishment, never anticipating Wang Yang's energy wave to exhibit such agility. Achieving such finesse necessitated not only exquisite control, but also an immense mental fortitude. Both were indispensable. Lu Ping, witnessing this spectacle, felt a tinge of disappointment. Wang Yang's technique appeared far superior to his own proud mastery of energy manipulation. The Kamehameha, a culmination of Wukong's might, was not easily redirected. As the two energy waves approached with increasing proximity, Wukong hastily dispersed his Kamehameha, crossing his arms defensively in an attempt to withstand Wang Yang's onslaught. With a thunderous crash, both energy waves collided against Wukong, who let out a cry of anguish as he was sent hurtling away. A hint of a smile graced Wang Yang's face as he swiftly pursued, materializing behind Wukong and delivering a fierce kick to his back, sending him soaring. In a flash, Wang Yang vanished again, reappearing above Wukong to unleash a barrage of strikes. Get back! Wukong strained to regain control of his body. A powerful surge of energy emanating from within, as if an invisible sphere sought to repel Wang Yang. This resembles a divine technique. A thought flickered through Wang Yang's mind. However, the force of his concentrated fist was not something Wukong could easily fend off in his haste. Despite the slight deceleration of his punch, Wang Yang's resolve remained unshaken as he broke through Wukong's defenses, landing a solid blow to his face. The invisible barrier was shattered by Wang Yang's fist. How formidable! His battle experience is simply extraordinary, Wukong mused, a wry smile creeping onto his lips. Initially, their exchanges had been evenly matched, a back-and-forth dance of power. Yet, it was a seemingly innocuous opening that Wang Yang had exploited with precision, leaving Wukong ensnared in a precarious predicament. Wukong found himself struggling against Wang Yang's relentless assault, which offered no opportunity for reprieve. Once a chance was seized, the rhythm of the fight turned merciless. He longed for Wang Yang to pause for a moment, allowing him to catch his breath before continuing the fight. However, Wang Yang's relentless assault left him speechless. He feared that if he relaxed even slightly, he would be overwhelmed by a barrage of attacks. Wukong. Chi-Chi anxiously observed the sky, where Wukong darted back and forth. Dreadful. At that moment, Piccolo, having barely regained his composure, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and crouched on the ground, gritting his teeth as he gazed upwards. Ah! The great demon King Piccolo. Bulma and others nearby noticed Piccolo preparing to stand and instinctively recoiled, as if fearing that proximity might bring harm. Boom! Suddenly, a figure plummeted like a cannonball, followed closely by Wang Yang's descent. Uncle, isn't Wukong out of bounds? Wang Yang remarked to the blonde host beside him. Oh, the battle was indeed fierce. Contestant son Wukong has fallen from the arena. Wang Yang has emerged victorious in this grand martial arts tournament, the host exclaimed, supported by Chi-Chi. Wukong rose to his feet, casting a glance at the seemingly unyielding Wang Yang, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. Wang Yang, is this truly the extent of your power? Almost, Wang Yang replied with feigned bravado. My combat skills require refinement. I shall train diligently and ensure that I defeat you next time, Wukong declared, clenching his fists. He felt a surge of determination, convinced that the disparity in their strengths was minimal. Only Wang Yang's battle experience surpassed his own. With further development of his fighting style, victory seemed within reach. With such thoughts, Wukong felt invigorated. Very well, I shall await your challenge. Wang Yang responded with an indifferent tone. After consuming a senzu bean and upon the divine request for Wukong to become the next deity, Wukong, startled, hurriedly seized Chi-Chi and fled. Wang Yang glanced at Piccolo, who, sensing the gaze, quickly took flight. The deity, initially concerned, smiled at this scene and nodded to the others as he ascended towards the heavenly realm. Witnessing the prowess of Wang Yang and Wukong, Piccolo seemed to have lost his sense of invincibility, no longer feeling the need for constant vigilance. After enduring this tournament, everyone was undoubtedly exhausted. Why not gather at my home for a proper celebration? Bulma casually tossed a capsule, and a brand new yellow aircraft appeared. Excellent. A group of them boarded Bulma's craft, setting off grandly towards West City. At the banquet, laughter and conversation flowed freely, as Wang Yang once again showcased the Saiyan's extraordinary appetite. Once satiated, Wang Yang wiped the remnants from his mouth, stood up, and approached the glum Lepin. Lepin, come here. I have something to discuss with you. What is it? Lepin replied with a hint of discontent, but still followed Wang Yang outside. The group watched the two depart, exchanging glances and unsure of what to say. After half an hour, the pair returned with expressions unchanged. Bulma's keen eyes scrutinized them closely. Bulma, I'm heading back now. Puar, let's go. Lu Ping greeted Bulma, and then called to his companion to leave. All right. Puar paused for a moment, gazing at the departing Lu Ping, and hurriedly followed. After Lu Ping had left, Krillin scrutinized Wang Yang for a while. His curiosity piqued about their earlier conversation. The sky was growing dim. Bulma, we should also return, Master Roshi yawned, smiling as he waved at Bulma. Take care on the way. Bulma nodded in acknowledgement. Soon, the group departed, and it was then that Bulma approached Wang Yang. What did you discuss with Lu Ping just now? Nothing significant, just imparting some wisdom. I mentioned his flirtatious nature, suggesting he has the potential to be a notorious playboy, lusting after youthful and beautiful young ladies. I also informed him that many lovely girls adore baseball. As long as one excels at baseball, one need not worry about lacking a girlfriend. Upon hearing this, Lu Ping felt both ashamed and pleased, realizing he was unworthy of your company, which prompted his departure. Wang Yang maintained a calm demeanor, grinning at Bulma. Embracing his true self, Lu Ping is now entirely preoccupied with baseball and numerous charming girls. Is that so? Bulma regarded Wang Yang with suspicion, feeling that the matter was not as straightforward as it appeared. More authentic than gold. Bulma, about the gravity chamber I mentioned last time. When will it be ready? Wang Yang shifted the topic. I have some ideas now. It should be completed in 5 days. Speaking of her area of expertise, Bulma radiated confidence, no longer probing into Wang Yang's conversation with Lu Ping. Puar, fly a bit slower. Under the dim street lights, Lu Ping weakly called out to Puar. Clutching his chest, Master Lu Ping, that Wang Yang went too far to have beaten you like this. You must train hard and defeat him next time. Puar floated indignantly in front of Lu Ping. His strength is overwhelming. I cannot defeat him, Lu Ping despondently replied. Then what shall we do? Puar asked, somewhat disheartened. Martial arts have no future. I believe he had a point about playing baseball. As long as one excels at baseball, one can earn the affection of many lovely ladies. Lu Ping envisioned himself on the baseball field, surrounded by beautiful girls, his eyes dazzling, and a stream of glistening droplets forming at the corner of his mouth. Inspired by Wang Yang's advice, Lu Ping completely abandoned the path of martial arts and devoted himself to baseball. With a solid foundation in martial arts, Lu Ping emerged as a rising star on the baseball field, frequently surrounded by admirers. Chapter 33. Wang Sheng as spring gave way to autumn. 5 years had elapsed since the last World Martial Arts Tournament. Wang Yang, why has Goku contacted you lately? Bulma inquired curiously. Observing Wang Yang emerge from the gravity chamber, drenched in sweat. That fellow has gone to train with King Kai, Wang Yang replied with a smile. Since Sun Wukong claimed victory at the martial arts tournament, he felt an overwhelming sense of superiority, especially after marrying Chi-Chi. Although he continued to train, the absence of pressure led him to become significantly complacent. Over the span of 5 years, as Raditz arrived, his combat power increased only gradually, from a little over 200 to just above 400. However, the recent defeat at the hands of Wang Yang during the tournament ignited within Wukong a renewed sense of purpose, prompting him to diligently pursue his training. Each time he made progress, he would rush to the West capital to engage in battle with Wang Yang, albeit always falling just short of victory. Following Wang Yang's advice, Wukong sought out the North Kai, who took him under his wing for training. It has now been a year. After 5 years of rigorous training and mastering the Kaioken technique, Wukong pondered how much of his newfound strength he could now unleash against Wang Yang. To the North Kai's realm? Bulma murmured, aware from previous discussions with Wang Yang about the divine beings of the universe, thus not entirely perplexed. Time indeed flies. In the blink of an eye, their little saint had grown so much. Bulma's gentle gaze fell upon a child frolicking in the courtyard. The child, around 3 or 4 years old, was adorably plump and rosy-cheeked. His name was Wang Sheng, the offspring of Wang Yang and Bulma. Ever since Lepin's departure, coupled with Wang Yang's relentless pursuit, Bulma had eventually relented to his heartfelt proposal, leading to the birth of their child the following year. Indeed, time passes swiftly. One moment I was an infant, and in the next, I find myself as a parent. Watching his son, Wang Yang reminisced about his own arrival in this world, escaping the dire circumstances of Planet Vegeta. With Wukong training at the North Kai-S, Gohan had not been brought over, leaving little Shang alone for quite some time. Bulma noticed her child's solitude, harboring a tinge of resentment towards Wukong. At this age, children are bursting with energy and require companions their own age to play with. Yet Wukong was absent. Why not take little Shang to Baozi Mountain to find Gohan? Or perhaps we could have another child. Wang Yang jested. Bulma shot him a playful glance, her expression filled with charm. Chi-Chi had become rather fierce. Otherwise, Wukong's nature would have certainly compelled him to bring Gohan along during his training. Gohan's combat power was remarkably high. So much so that when little Shang was born, his own power was astonishing, far surpassing that of Wukong. Upon learning this, Wukong was taken aback. Wang Yang explained that the stronger the Saiyan, the mightier their offspring, especially when combined with Earthlings, whose potential is exponentially greater. Concerned that Gohan's talents might go unrecognized, Wukong often used the excuse of bringing Gohan to play with Shang as a pretext to secretly train him under Wang Yang's guidance. Eventually, Chi-Chi learned of this, and the dormant volcano erupted. It had been ages since they last visited Baozi Mountain. Bulma, upon hearing Wang Yang's suggestion, momentarily paused, her mind drifting back to the first encounter with son Wukong. All right, I shall take little Shang to play with Gohan tomorrow. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, the phone rang. Hello? It's Master Roshi. Tomorrow? All right. Master Roshi called, expressing his longing for a reunion and inviting everyone to gather at his place the following day. Bulma chuckled. You should go, I'll pass. Wang Yang waved his hand dismissively. If you choose not to attend, then I shall first fetch Chi-Chi and Gohan, and we will head to Kame House together. I want them to see just how remarkable our child is. Bulma's eyes sparkled with mirth. As a mother, she felt an overwhelming sense of pride in showcasing her child's brilliance. Are you truly not coming with me tomorrow? Bulma clung to Wang Yang's robust arm, leaning against him affectionately. Well, I plan to train in the universe for a while tomorrow, so I won't accompany you. Wang Yang chuckled awkwardly. Honestly, you leave for the universe to train every so often. What kind of cosmic environment are you seeking? Share it with me, and I shall see if I can simulate it for you. I would rather not have you disappearing intermittently. Bulma chided lightly, her suspicions rising. If he were not so engrossed in training, she might have doubted if he was off courting someone else. That evening, Bulma prepared a lavish feast, the table laden with an abundance of delectable dishes. With her hands propped under her chin, she beamed at her two voracious eaters, a tender, caring partner, and an adorably innocent son, filling her heart with warmth and happiness. Little Shang, father will be away for a few days. You must listen to your mother and take good care of her, all right? Wang Yang said to his son, who was busily devouring his meal with grease smudged across his face. Wang Sheng nodded vigorously, mumbling in response while gulping down his food, his chubby hands patting his chest. Don't worry, Dad. I'm quite capable. I won't let any bad people bully Mom. All right, after dinner, we'll take a short break, and then I'll train you a bit more, Wang Yang replied with a gentle smile. Huh, Wang Sheng exclaimed, his mouth agape, a pout adorning his tiny face. In the deep of night, Wang Sheng was fast asleep in his room, the thin blanket having slipped to the floor. You're too strict with him at such a young age. Look how exhausted he is, Bulma complained as she emerged from the bath, her delicate skin wrapped in a low-cut robe, her hair damp as she dried it. If I'm not strict, I fear he won't become a true warrior, Wang Yang mused. Wang Sheng, despite his tender age, was enveloped in his parents' love and had not faced the trials of hardship, lacking the fervor to strive upward. No matter how strong he became, he would not embody the essence of a true warrior. In a world where peace prevails, what good does it do to be strong? It's far better to live safely and pursue what you love, Bulma retorted, casting Wang Yang a disapproving glance, unable to comprehend his perspective. The universe is vast, and the world is unpredictable. We never know what may come first, misfortune or tomorrow. Only by fortifying oneself can one address all challenges, Wang Yang asserted, rising to assist Bulma with her hair. In the future, Earth may face multiple cataclysms, and those ordinary people will be powerless to change their fate, forced to endure it all passively. For certain beings, their power is indistinguishable from that of ordinary individuals. Bulma did not engage in any argument with Wang Yang. Instead, she nestled against him, her cheeks flushed, relishing in his affection. He was not only strikingly handsome, but also the mightiest warrior on earth. Tender and family-oriented, a rarity that one could scarcely find even with a lantern. Bulma's heart brimmed with happiness. Chapter 34. A beaming Wang Yang as twilight descended. Wang Yang and his wife reclined together on their bed. With a snap of his fingers, the lights in the room extinguished, and a soft rustling sound ensued. "Keep it down. Little Sheng might wake up," he cautioned. "Trust in your design. This room is acoustically insulated, and after such a rigorous workout, he will sleep soundly until dawn." In the enveloping darkness, two slender red serpents intertwined in the water. Suddenly, a colossal serpent emerged from the dense clouds. Winding its way through the thick mist, coiling around two majestic peaks, the sound of its body rubbing against the mountains echoing through the air. In the distance, two ethereal clouds, resembling neither jade nor bronze, engaged in a perpetual dance, at times overlapping, at others separating, oscillating between the heights and the ground in an endless cycle. Gradually, the horizon revealed a hint of pale dawn, as sunlight cascaded upon the earth, clarifying the once murky scenery. The long silent door of the main chamber swung open, and a delicate, fair hand emerged, reaching out listlessly into the void. At that moment, a robust arm extended, seizing the small hand and drawing her back inside. The door slamming shut with a decisive thud, followed by a faint cry from within. "Little Sheng is waking. I must prepare his meal." Silence. "I sense a volcano is about to erupt 20 miles outside the West City. I worry it may cause collateral damage." Wang Yang's expression turned grave. "Ah, you can sense such a distance? I hope it does not harm anyone." Bulma gasped, her eyes wide, her hands covering her pale, cracked lips, trembling in fear. Before long, Wang Yang's serious demeanor dissipated, replaced by a look of relief. "Phew, it's all right. No innocent lives are at risk." After freshening up, Bulma yawned as she prepared breakfast. Wang Yang embraced her from behind, his cheek brushing against her fair, flushed skin, a contented smile gracing his face. "I'm utterly exhausted." Bulma pouted playfully. "Watch this." Wang Yang released her, his finger tapping her forehead, and a radiant light began to flow. Bulma felt a refreshing breeze sweep through her mind, dispelling her fatigue in an instant. "What is this technique? It is truly remarkable. I thought you were only adept at combat," Bulma exclaimed, gazing at Wang Yang in astonishment. "This is a soul enhancement technique I learned from the planet Adratlat, a little trick I call spiritual light. It can rejuvenate a weary mind," Wang Yang replied with a smile. Elder Pabala possesses profound knowledge in the realm of spiritual studies, while Wang Yang, endowed with a formidable soul, has also made significant contributions to this path. His spiritual applications are remarkable. He not only created the spirit's light, but also devised numerous techniques, such as the non-combative soul dissuasion and the spiritually infused soul sword. "My dear husband, you are truly remarkable," Bulma exclaimed, planting a kiss on Wang Yang's cheek, her face radiant with joy as she continued her tasks. After finishing breakfast, Bulma bid farewell to Wang Yang before departing with Wang Sheng in a small jet. "Make sure to return early," she urged. "Of course. I shall return once my training is complete," he replied, standing on the grassy field. Wang Yang raised his right hand to wave goodbye to the aircraft as it disappeared from his sight. He then proceeded to the bathroom to cleanse the remnants of the previous night's exertions, emerging refreshed. With a swift motion, he pressed his right index and middle fingers to his forehead, and in an instant, his figure vanished from the grass. He materialized across several celestial bodies before arriving at a verdant planet, where he appeared in an ancient courtyard. In the garden, a gracefully attired woman gazed skyward, her silhouette radiating elegance. Above, a child wobbled through the air, seemingly having just mastered the art of flight. In no time, the child soared freely, navigating the skies with ease. At that moment, the child spotted Wang Yang and hastily darted towards him. "Father!" The woman instinctively turned, her eyes meeting Wang Yang's form. "Brother Yang, little you where." Meanwhile, Bulma cautiously piloted the aircraft, descending gently upon a small hill. As she beheld the familiar surroundings, memories of her quest for the Dragon Balls and her first encounter with Goku on the Bowsy Mountain flickered in her mind, causing her lips to curl into a nostalgic smile. The naive youth of yesteryears had now married and started a family. "Wu Fan! Wu Fan!" Wang Sheng leaped from the aircraft, making his way towards a nearby house with familiarity. It's Wang Sheng." Wu Fan, engrossed in his homework, perked up at the sound of the familiar voice, a smile spreading across his face as he abandoned his studies and rushed outside. The two boys, close in age, shared a common language and played joyfully together. Bulma, you've come. Chi-Chi greeted her with a warm smile, the two mothers bonding over shared experiences. Indeed, little Shang was feeling quite lonely at home, so I brought him to play with Wu Fan, Bulma replied with a grin. As they observed the two children frolicking in the yard, Bulma and Chi-Chi settled down to chat, their conversation inevitably revolving around their children. I hope Wu Fan grows up to be an exceptional scholar, Chi-Chi said, her hands clasped in front of her as she gazed at Wu Fan with hope. Bulma, don't you wish for Wang Sheng to become a scholar as well, so they may have each other as company? Chi-Chi inquired, her eyes fixed intently on Bulma. The scholarly profession commands immense respect, as one dedicates themselves to nurturing the potential of others, enduring any hardship or exhaustion in the process. As for me, I have yet to contemplate what path my son shall tread. However, Wang Yang harbors aspirations for him to become an exemplary warrior. Bulma pondered, her finger resting thoughtfully upon her crimson lips. Coming from a lineage of the world's wealthiest, her family lacks not in riches. Thus, the future endeavors of Wang Sheng shall be left to his own discretion. Engaging in violence is rather crude. A scholarly pursuit is far superior. My Goku often vanishes for days on end, and this time, he has been away for nearly a year. It truly vexes me. I must not allow Gohan to follow in his father's footsteps. The mere mention of Goku ignited a storm of fury within Chi-Chi. Bulma chuckled nervously, recalling that Goku's recent training escapade had been his own idea. This is a matter that must remain concealed from Chi-Chi. Bulma mused internally. Chi-Chi, it has been ages since we've gathered with everyone. Why don't we visit the Kame house for a reunion? Bulma quickly attempted to divert the conversation. I have no desire to encounter that lecherous old man. Chi-Chi scoffed at the thought of the perverted Master Roshi. Then I shall take Gohan along. I will return him by evening, Bulma suggested, noticing the two children still engrossed in their play. Very well, but ensure you bring him back early. He has much homework to complete. Chi-Chi hesitated briefly, then softened at the sight of Gohan's rare joy, ultimately relenting. Thus, the three ascended into the aircraft, soaring towards Kame house, leaving Chi-Chi alone at home. Chapter 35. Visitors from the cosmos. A streak of light sliced through the heavens, crashing into a desolate expanse and creating a massive crater upon impact. It was a small spacecraft, from which emerged a robust man with long hair, a thick tail coiling around his waist. To his astonishment, there were indeed humans on this planet. Kakarot, what on earth are you up to? Raditz fumed upon spotting the human before him. Beep, beep. The nearby scanner emitted a reading. A power level of merely 5. Raditz sneered disdainfully at the farmer wielding a firearm. Smack! The farmer, upon witnessing Raditz's malevolent visage, trembled and fired a shot, only for Raditz to effortlessly catch the bullet. With a flick of his finger, he sent the projectile hurtling back, sending the farmer sprawling. Pathetic. Just then, a surge of potent energy registered on the scanner. Is that Kakarot? Raditz exclaimed in excitement, soaring into the sky towards the source of the energy. Greetings, everyone. The aircraft touched down on a small island, where Bulma disembarked with Wang Sheng and Gohan. In the room, Krillin and Master Roshi stared in astonishment at Bulma guiding the two children, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. Bulma, are you babysitting? Krillin chuckled nervously. Not at all. This is Goku's son, Gohan. Bulma smiled, gesturing towards Gohan, then pointing at Wang Sheng. And this is my son, Wang Sheng. Your son, Wang Sheng? Is he the offspring of you and Wang Yang? Master Roshi inquired. Indeed. Now, you two greet everyone. Bulma encouraged the children. Hello, everyone. Wang Sheng and Wu Fan politely greeted each other. To their surprise, after 5 years apart, both had children now. Krillin felt a pang of nostalgia, reflecting on the time he and Goku first embarked on their journey. Now, Goku's children had grown so much, while he remained alone. A thought that brought forth a bittersweet sorrow. What of Goku? And Wang Yang? What about Lu Ping? Why haven't they come? Master Roshi inquired, curious. Goku has gone to train with King Kai. Wang Yang has ventured into the cosmos, and I forgot to inform you about Lu Ping, Bulma replied with a smile. At that moment, an unfamiliar figure descended from the sky. A formidable aura emanated from him. Master Roshi, peering from beneath his sunglasses, wore a grave expression. Raditz's demeanor turned icy upon seeing the group before him. His scouter detected immense power. However, the presence of an elderly man, a woman, 2 children, and a bald man did not align with the image of Kakarot. Damn Kakarot. How disgraceful that there are still humans alive on this planet. Raditz seethed. Kakarot, Bulma muttered, suddenly recalling Wang Yang mentioning that Kakarot was Goku's Saiyan name. Who are you? Stop spouting nonsense and leave. Krillin stepped forward, waving him away. With a swift motion, Raditz's tail lashed out like a bolt of lightning, sending Krillin flying. Ah! Bulma gasped, clutching Wang Sheng and Wu Fan, trembling. How infuriating! Master Roshi removed his sunglasses, his expression serious as he regarded Raditz. A tail? He is also a Saiyan, Bulma exclaimed, startled by the tail that swung behind Raditz. She remembered Wang Yang mentioning that the Saiyan planet had exploded, leaving fewer than 10 Saiyans alive, and apart from him and Goku, the remaining Saiyans were notoriously malevolent, often destroying planets and annihilating life. Raditz, noticing the tails of Wang Sheng and Wu Fan, deduced that Kakarot had been sent to Earth, and with so few Saiyans remaining, these children were likely Kakarots. Tell me, where is Kakarot? Raditz demanded, looking down at Bulma. Kakarot? He is not on Earth. He is training with King Kai. Bulma responded nervously. Not on Earth. Raditz's expression darkened. Who are you? What do you want? Krillin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, leaning against the wall, glaring at Raditz. Who am I? Huh. I am Raditz, a fearsome elite warrior of the Saiyan race. Raditz laughed heartily, relishing the fearful expressions of the weak. Among the Saiyans, he was considered a low-class warrior, but in the cosmos, he was an elite. We Saiyans are the mightiest warriors in the universe. However, our planet was struck by a colossal meteor, leading to the demise of my kin. Only I and 2 companions survived, as we were on a mission at the time. As the homeless, we are left with no choice but to invade planets, extinguishing all life forms upon them, only to sell the remnants for a handsome price. Now, as we assault a particular planet, we encounter fierce resistance, prompting memories of my younger brother, Kakarot, who was sent here in our childhood. Raditz proudly boasts about his formidable profession, displaying a malevolence more ruthless than even the infamous Demon King Piccolo. Master Roshi, in a fit of rage, calls out, Wang Yang. Where are you? Come forth and vanquish this fiend. Bulma trembles with fear. Since my foolish brother failed to eradicate the life on this planet, it falls upon me, as the elder sibling, to fulfill the task. A terrifying smile spreads across Raditz's face. Gohan, upon witnessing Raditz's ferocious demeanor, cowers behind Bulma, clutching her clothing tightly. Bulma, you must flee. I will hold him off. Hurry back to inform Wang Yang and Goku. Master Roshi bellows, his frail muscles inflating impressively, transforming him into a robust figure. Raditz erupts into laughter, soaring into the sky, effortlessly conjuring an energy blast to hurl downwards. Kamehameha. Both Krillin and Master Roshi shout in unison, launching their own energy waves. Unfortunately, their combat power is dreadfully insufficient. Their attack is swiftly obliterated by Raditz's overwhelming force, which continues unimpeded towards them. Master Roshi and Krillin are struck by the energy wave, its immense power propelling them towards Bulma and the others. Bulma clings tightly to Wang Sheng and Gohan, crouching on the ground, trembling in fear. I must protect Mama. Wang Sheng recalls his father's admonition to safeguard his mother. As Krillin and Master Roshi brace for an inevitable explosion, they find the tremendous pressure suddenly dissipating. To their astonishment, the energy wave has inexplicably halted midair. Krillin notices a small figure wedged between them, a tender hand pressing against the energy wave. Chapter 36. Astonishing power. How dare you bully my mother? Wang Sheng's cherubic face contorts with fury. With a determined push of his hands, the energy wave hurtles back at a velocity surpassing its initial speed, exploding upon impact with Raditz, who gazes in disbelief. Witnessing the spectacle, Bulma stands dumbfounded. She recalls Wang Yang mentioning that Wang Sheng, being a product of their union, possesses extraordinary strength. She is now witnessing the extent of that power. 5 years ago, Wang Yang was already immensely powerful, and at the moment of Wang Sheng's birth, his combat prowess was formidable. Huff, huff. Raditz endures the backlash of his own energy wave, smoke billowing from his body as he hovers in the air, seething with anger as he glares down below. How infuriating! Wang Sheng glared at the sky, his teeth clenched in fury as he gazed at Raditz. His diminutive figure emanated a radiant white light, and with tightly clenched fists, he surged upwards with astonishing speed, his hair standing on end in the rush of air. Beep, beep. The detector on Raditz' device emitted a series of urgent warnings. What? The combat power is rising? 2,000, 3,000, 5,000. Unbeknownst to anyone. As the detector registered 5,000, a mysterious and intricate pattern on Wang Sheng's back began to shimmer with a golden glow. 5,000 combat power. It must be a malfunction of the device. Raditz stared in disbelief at the fixed number on the detector, unable to fathom that a mere child could possess such formidable strength. As Raditz saw the child approaching from below, he shouted, crossing his arms in front of his chest. Little Sheng, Bulma exclaimed anxiously, watching from the ground. In that instant, Wang Sheng, with an astonishing surge of power, propelled himself upwards from Raditz's back, unleashing a torrent of blood. This is unbelievable, Krillin exclaimed in shock, fully aware of Raditz's immense strength. Knowing that neither he nor Master Roshi could withstand even a single energy wave from him. As the momentum subsided, Wang Sheng marveled at how high he had soared. The island below reduced to a mere speck, and panic set in as he flailed helplessly in midair. Help! I can't fly. Krillin, catch little Sheng. Bulma cried out, her heart racing at the sight of her beloved son plummeting from thousands of meters above. Krillin nodded, his bald head glistening, and leapt high, catching the flailing Wang Sheng securely before landing safely on the ground. At that moment, a tremendous crash resounded. Raditz had fallen to the earth. A gaping wound marred his chest, blood gushing forth as his mouth hung open and his eyes glazed over. I never imagined that I, the great Raditz, would be slain by a mere child. Do not revel in your victory. In a year's time, my comrades will arrive, their strength far surpassing mine. And they will exact vengeance upon you. Not just you, but all who inhabit this planet shall perish. Raditz trembled as he raised a hand, pointing weakly at Wang Sheng in Krillin's arms, his voice growing increasingly feeble. As soon as Raditz finished speaking, his arm fell lifelessly to the ground, his eyes wide open in disbelief, staring blankly at the sky. Bulma gasped, horrified at Raditz's final gesture toward her son. You must be pointing at Krillin. Not my son. Krillin looked at Bulma with a forlorn expression. You are utterly useless if you cannot even defeat that detestable Saiyan. Bulma retorted angrily. A woman's fury knows no reason, and Krillin could only offer a wry smile. Remarkable. Krillin marveled as he gazed at Wang Sheng in his arms, reflecting on his years of arduous training, only to find himself outmatched by a mere 4-year-old child. Are you hurt? Bulma snatched Wang Sheng from Krillin, cradling him protectively, scanning him anxiously for any signs of injury. Hello, Wang Sheng. You are truly remarkable. Gohan rushed over, his face filled with admiration for Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng laughed joyfully, his movements exuberant. However, do not celebrate too soon. A year from now, their comrades will arrive on Earth. At that moment, a voice suddenly pierced the air. Who is it? Everyone turned their heads in unison. It's Demon King Piccolo. Krillin and Master Roshi appeared as though struck by lightning, their faces pale with terror, the fear once commanded by Piccolo resurfacing. Bulma clutched her son tightly, feeling vulnerable in her husband's absence. Gohan gazed curiously at the figure before him, clad in tattered clothing, with scars adorning his green skin. Hey, where are Sun Wukong and Wang Yang? Piccolo shouted at the crowd. They are not on Earth. Bulma stammered. What? Piccolo's eyes widened in disbelief. A year from now, the malevolent Saiyans will arrive, and these two fools are absent from Earth. Am I to be their defender? How infuriating. I, the aspiring ruler of the world, have become the bastion against the evil invasion of Earth. Piccolo ground his teeth, reflecting on how this was entirely contrary to his ambitions. I intended to be the great Demon King. Why must I assume the role of a savior? The most critical point is that I am incapable of fighting. I was just soundly defeated by this fellow named Raditz. These two youngsters possess tremendous potential. I must take them away for training. Piccolo seized Gohan and then moved toward Krillin, intent on taking Wang Sheng. You intend to eat them, don't you? Krillin retreated in fright. You fool. I, Demon King Piccolo, do not consume humans. I merely intend to train them, to prepare for the enemies that will arrive in a year. Piccolo roared in anger at Krillin. These two children harbor immense power, and with Wang Yang and Wukong absent, they indeed require a strict mentor like me. Master Roshi, wise from age, pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. I vehemently disagree. Bulma exclaimed, outraged at the thought of entrusting her child to the evil Piccolo. She struck Master Roshi on the head, causing a lump to form, as she protectively held Wang Sheng close. Ouch! 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 Master Roshi clutched his head in pain. My Wang Yang has merely gone to train in the cosmos and will return shortly. He will personally guide little Sheng's training. Bulma huffed defiantly. Piccolo noticed Wang Sheng clenching his fists, glaring at him with fierce determination, feeling once more the tremor of power that sent shivers down his spine. Very well, then. I shall take my leave. Piccolo scoffed, swiftly carrying Gohan away. He feared that if he lingered, this little boy might strike him, leading him to suffer the same fate as Raditz. Ah, help! Gohan's panicked cries faded into the distance. Chapter 37. To the Temple of the God's Mom. Gohan has been captured. What should we do? Wang Sheng cried out anxiously, pointing at Piccolo's receding figure. Little Sheng, do not worry. Gohan has merely gone to train. Bulma replied, feeling a headache coming on. How shall I explain this to Chi-Chi? The mere thought of her fury sends shivers down Bulma's spine. Perhaps it would be wise to take refuge outside for a while. Bulma, when will Wang Yang return? Krillin inquired. Each time he ventures into the cosmos for training. It ranges from a month to half a year. I am uncertain of his return, Bulma lamented, running her fingers through her long blue hair. Oh, just now. The Supreme Kai informed me that I should gather everyone for training at the Kai's temple, Krillin suddenly exclaimed. The heavenly realm? I shall join as well. And I'll ensure that little Saint trains alongside us. Bulma rejoiced, for she had been searching for a purpose. Unlike Chi-Chi, who constantly urged Gohan to focus on his studies rather than training, Bulma wholeheartedly supported her son's endeavors, especially with a formidable enemy looming on the horizon. Greater strength would better equip him to protect himself. That evening, Chi-Chi, having not seen Bulma return with Gohan, decided to call her. Chi-Chi. It's like this. There's a powerful foe approaching in a year, and Gohan has gone with Piccolo for training. You needn't worry, Bulma spoke in a hushed, frantic tone. She held the phone at arm's length, and sure enough, the next moment, Chi-Chi's furious roar echoed through the line, crystal clear despite the distance. Not worry. How could I not worry? That's the Demon King Piccolo. Gohan aspires to be a great scholar. How could he engage in such perilous activities? What if something goes awry? Such matters should be left to Goku and Wang Yang. Why must Gohan be involved? Moreover, the terrifying Demon King Piccolo could lead my sweet Gohan astray. Hello? Hello? Why is there no signal? Chi-Chi, the reception is poor here. I'll call you back later. Bulma said, her face flushed with embarrassment, hastily ending the call. Phew. After hanging up, Bulma patted her chest, relieved. She had been quite courageous. But facing an enraged Chi-Chi was still beyond her capacity. My poor Gohan. At Bowsy Mountain, Chi-Chi, with her face buried in her hands, was utterly heartbroken. In a distant part of the universe, on a beautiful life-bearing planet, explosions reverberated as countless lives fell in pools of blood. Inferior warriors are truly useless. To be vanquished by a mere child. A bald, muscular man sat upon a stone, his expression one of disdain. From beside him, a short man with wild hair scoffed coldly. Shall we seek vengeance for Raditz on that planet? The bald man asked. Such worthless beings do not merit our retribution. Our Saiyan numbers are already scant. Those two little brats seem to possess potential. I shall recruit them, along with Kakarot, as the prince of the Saiyans. I am determined to restore our glory, Vegeta proclaimed with pride. Yet, beneath his words lay another thought. As the prince of the Saiyans, how could I continue to serve under Frieza? Even if it means defying his orders, I must venture to Earth this time. As long as I can subdue those two exceptionally promising Saiyans and cultivate them into my right and left arms, I shall possess the strength to oppose Frieza. That Kakarot's son indeed possesses immense potential, far surpassing that of other Saiyan children, Vegeta remarked coolly. He presumed that Wang Sheng was Kakarot's offspring. Could it be mere coincidence? Naba inquired. Impossible. How could a low-class warrior possibly bear a child of such tremendous potential? It must be a hybrid of a Saiyan and a being from that planet. Endowed with a formidable power, Vegeta asserted, shaking his head. If that were the case, it would be splendid. We would simply need to proliferate such beings. And ruling the universe would no longer be a dream, Naba laughed heartily. Do not jest. If the universe were populated entirely with such individuals, we would find ourselves with nowhere to stand. Let us proceed. Off to Earth. The two rose and made their way toward the spacecraft, their destination set for Earth. On the serene blue-green planet, two figures, one large and one small, stood by a tranquil lake, surrounded by blooming flowers of vibrant hues. A woman with cascading hair, graceful demeanor, and skin like jade sat amidst the beautiful blossoms, quietly observing the two individuals on the lake's surface. Suddenly, the mirror-like lake began to ripple, the waves growing in frequency, spreading outward from the child's feet. However, as the ripples reached Wang Yang's feet, they seemed to encounter an inexplicable force and immediately settled down. To calm one's heart like the surface of the lake is to master the energy within oneself, Wang Yang softly spoke. The training methods of the Namekians bear striking resemblance to those of the Adetralans. Both require a tranquil mindset and a robust spirit to achieve perfect control over one's energy. Thus, their secret techniques are quite similar, including abilities such as gigantification, limb regeneration, potential awakening, division, and fusion, though the Adetralans have delved deeper into this path. The child's previously strained expression gradually softened, and the waves beneath his feet ceased their tumultuous motion. Observing this, Wang Yang felt a sense of clarity. It is the power that is too overwhelming, still a bit beyond his current grasp. Suddenly, Wang Yang appeared behind the child, his right hand tracing enigmatic patterns in the air, soon conjuring a mysterious and intricate design that materialized above. With a gentle press of his right hand, this arcane symbol passed through the child's clothing, imprinting itself on his back, the faint lines barely discernible. Should Wang Xing witness this scene, he would observe that the pattern on the child's back was identical to his own. As this act was completed, the child's overwhelming aura gradually diminished, the ripples at his feet fading until the lake's surface returned to its glassy calm. Wang Yang nodded slightly, a hint of approval gracing his features. Two children possess formidable powers within them, yet their tender age renders them unable to harness this strength, posing a risk of inadvertently harming the innocent. Thus, it is imperative to temporarily seal this power. Nonetheless, should their emotions spiral into extreme anger or if their lives are threatened, the seal within them will be briefly lifted. This is also the reason why Wang Yang chose to depart Earth despite knowing Raditz' imminent arrival. Amir Raditz would pose no threat as long as his son remained composed. Chapter 38. The Moon Father, I have succeeded. Wang Shun exclaimed with joy as he noticed the ripples beneath his feet had ceased. With his words, a fluctuation stirred within him, and the water beneath him began to ripple once more. Observing this scene, Wang Shun's expression turned to one of dismay as he looked earnestly at Wang Yang. You did splendidly, my little one. With more practice, the depth of your control will determine how swiftly the power within you can be unsealed, Wang Yang praised. Regarding his son, with admiration. Yes, I shall strive diligently. Wang Shun's spirits soared at his father's commendation. Good. We shall pause here for today. Your mother has been waiting for quite some time. Wang Yang chuckled as he embraced his son and soared toward the shore. As night fell, the royal city illuminated with flickering candlelight, while the stars hung high in the sky, casting a silvery glow upon the earth. The twinkling starlight melded with the candlelight below, creating a breathtaking tableau of harmonious brilliance across countless homes. The Wang family resided in a tranquil estate on the outskirts, far from the bustling center of the city. A gentle breeze caressed their faces, filling their lungs with fresh air imbued with the faintest hint of floral fragrance, banishing their fatigue and invigorating their spirits. Seated in their courtyard, the trio enjoyed tea while engaging in light-hearted conversation. This planet had been Wang Yang's home for over a decade, and years ago, a longing for his roots had compelled him to return and reconnect with old acquaintances through instantaneous travel. Upon encountering the now adult and strikingly beautiful Xiao Yu, who still held him in her thoughts, Wang Yang felt like an ordinary man. As the saying goes, a mountain separates the man from the woman he pursues, while a mere sheet of paper separates the woman from the man she desires. No man could resist such a stunning beauty. Having spent over a decade here, establishing his martial foundation, and now blessed with a wife and child, this planet had become profoundly significant to Wang Yang. Why do you frequently leave? Is there another woman in your life? Xiao Yu's voice was tinged with melancholy. Nonsense. I have reached a bottleneck in my cultivation. A typical training environment is of little benefit to me. I venture into the cosmos to cultivate under various harsh conditions, Wang Yang declared, setting down his teacup and looking at Xiao Yu with resolute sincerity. If you truly have another woman, then bring her along. It is commonplace for men to have multiple wives. I would not feel jealous and would treat them well. Xiao Yu gazed at Wang Yang with deep affection. Living in such a feudal society, where emperors maintained numerous consorts, Xiao Yu's worldview diverged significantly from Bulma's. Wang Yang believed her words were heartfelt. I truly do not. I am genuinely focused on my cultivation. Wang Yang spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness, offering a wry smile. While you may accept this, the other party is bound to erupt upon learning of it. Very well, I concede that I have misjudged you. The pure and beautiful eyes of you gazed at Wang Yang for a moment before breaking into a radiant smile, reminiscent of a blooming garden in spring. I have heard from my father that over 20 years ago, a resplendent moon graced our skies, round and exquisite, an embodiment of purity. You are. Her delicate face adorned with dreams, looked up at the myriad stars. Indeed, there once was a large and luminous moon, yet it also heralded a great calamity. Wang Yang, recalling the cities that lay in ruins and the lives that were lost, could not help but sigh. Here, there are no Dragon Balls. Those who perished are truly gone. Yu nodded in agreement, having gathered much about that time from her father. Wang Yang regarded Yu's alabaster visage, a subtle longing flickering within him. Let us revel in the moonlight together today. With a smile, Wang Yang conjured a white artificial moon in his hand. He gently tossed it into the air, where it swelled magnificently, soaring into the sky and finally resting serenely in the distant horizon. What is this? The young men on the ground gazed up at the ascending artificial moon, their faces etched with confusion. Could it be the legendary moon? The moon. This is the moon. The elders, witnessing this spectacle, were moved to tears. The moon holds a place of great significance in our cultural history, inspiring countless ancient poems and legendary tales, evoking a profound yearning within the hearts of many. Yet, ever since the moon's sudden disappearance over 20 years ago, many elders have reminisced with a hint of sorrow, believing they would never behold its beauty again. To their astonishment, in their lifetime, they found themselves in the presence of a grand and round moon once more. An elderly man, frail and on the brink of death, lay motionless in bed. In a haze, he seemed to perceive a beautiful and familiar light, and suddenly, he opened his eyes wide and sat up. Under the astonished gazes of those around him, the old man looked up at the radiant moon in the sky, unable to contain his laughter. The moon. Ha, ha, ha. After 3 resounding laughs, he lowered his head, and soon the room was filled with cries of despair. I have no regrets in death. An elderly man, nearing 70, with a beard cascading to his chest, gazed up at the heavens, his face brimming with tears. He was the most distinguished literary figure on this planet, having penned an abundance of poetry about the moon, harboring deep emotions for it. Suddenly, a spark ignited within him, his mind overflowing with inspiration as he began to compose a piece titled Ode to the Moon, crafting an article destined to resonate through the ages. Thud, thud, thud. The heartbeat within Wang Yang echoed like the thunderous drumbeats, propelling the weighty blood coursing through his veins. Yu beside him could hear it clearly, feeling a palpable tension enveloping the sky. Under Wang Yang's command, his form remained unchanged, yet the power coursing through him surged to more than tenfold. As a Saiyan second only to Broly, Wang Yang possesses an extraordinary lineage, having mastered this formidable power many years ago. At that moment, a figure loomed larger, casting a shadow over the land and swiftly obscuring the moonlight above. It was the curious King God, who was playing nearby, gazing at the unusual sky. The artificial moon emitted a brilliant white light, and he found himself entranced, his small form uncontrollably growing larger. Little God, the moon exclaimed in astonishment, springing to her feet, her face etched with concern. Do not worry, Wang Yang reassured, gently patting the back of the moon. Ah, father, mother, why have I transformed like this? The youthful voice of King God echoed, as he stood frozen in fear, his giant ape form scanning the surroundings in confusion. As Wang Yang's child, King God inherited his exceptional bloodline, which allowed him to easily maintain consciousness during the transformation into a great ape. Do not be afraid. Learn to control it, Wang Yang said with a gentle smile, his eyes emitting a white light that penetrated the head of the great ape. Chapter 39, Moon God. It seemed the great ape received some signal, closing its immense eyes, and soon its form began to shrink rapidly, ultimately standing naked on the ground. The artificial moon reappearing in the moon's view. King God's clothing had been torn apart during the transformation, leaving his chubby body exposed to the air. He glanced around curiously, his innocent demeanor appearing quite endearing. The moon, both amused and exasperated, hurried back inside to fetch some clothing for King God. Hurry and put this on. Don't catch a chill. Father, Why do I feel that my power has increased immensely? King God asked innocently, now dressed, looking up at Wang Yang. Indeed, we are Saiyans. Whenever we gaze upon a full moon, we can transform into great apes, and during this transformation, our strength multiplies tenfold. Although you have reverted to your original form, you are still a great ape at heart, merely expressing that power in the guise of an ordinary human, Wang Yang explained, playfully pinching his son's cheek. King God nodded, somewhat understanding. Are you also in that state now? The moon inquired, having grasped Wang Yang's words. Her eyes filled with curiosity. Yes, I am. However, I can control this power at will, Wang Yang replied with a smile. So marvelous, the moon said, closely observing her son with fascination. Would you like to see my great ape power in action? Wang Yang whispered softly into the moon's ear, a gentle breath grazing her delicate earlobe. How? The moon asked, her earlobe flushed, her cheeks tinged with pink as her innocent gaze met Wang Yang's. I will show you shortly, he said, planting a tender kiss on her lips. The moon suddenly realized and playfully shot him a glance. With a light touch of her toes, she gracefully ascended, her white dress fluttering in the wind, reminiscent of Chang'e, soaring to the moon. Mother is so beautiful, King God exclaimed, gazing up at his mother, who seemed to blend seamlessly with the moon, unable to contain his applause. It is exquisite, truly magnificent. Wang Yang nodded in agreement. Within the moonlight, the moon danced gracefully, raising her wrist and lowering her brow, twirling her delicate form, her flowing sleeves seemingly enveloped by mist, creating a scene that felt as though one were immersed in a dream. At this moment, she was the celestial goddess of the moon, to be admired from afar, but never to be trifled with. Witnessing the moon gliding like an ethereal being, performing a dance of freedom in the sky, Wang Yang's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to suppress a swallow. Moon goddess. Those observing the moon from a distance suddenly spotted the woman within, exclaiming in surprise. As the moon descended from the heavens, Wang Yang approached with a radiant smile. My moon goddess has descended. The moon, adorned with a gentle smile, playfully gazed at Wang Yang. Their eyes met, filled with profound affection, an intimate atmosphere enveloping them. Little deity, it is quite late. You should retire for the night. Wang Yang affectionately patted his son's head and then turned to smile at the moon. But I am not sleepy. I cannot fall asleep. Little Wang protested, pouting, still yearning for more playtime. No, it is too late. You must go to bed. The moon too felt that the young deity should be weary at such an hour. Wang Yang gazed at the moon with a smile. The moon's cheeks flushed like sunset, her eyes sparkling as if they could weep. Wang Yang felt as though he had been struck by an electric current, his entire being ignited with fervor. After finally coaxing the young deity to sleep, Wang Yang and the little moon returned hand in hand to their chamber. The only flaw of this planet was the absence of electric lights. Within the antiquated room, a few candles flickered, casting a hazy glow. The little moon's form appeared as if sculpted from white jade, emanating a soft, sacred light, pure and ethereal. Despite years of companionship, each time he beheld this scene, Wang Yang's eyes brimmed with passion, his demeanor shifting to one of impatience, a stark contrast to his usual calm and congenial nature. Today, the moon sensed an evident excitement radiating from Wang Yang. Brother Yang, did you find my dance beautiful? The moon asked, her breath fragrant like orchids, gazing dreamily at Wang Yang. Beautiful, utterly captivating. Wang Yang mumbled, his head bowed, as if something lingered on his lips. Next time, I shall dance for you again, shall I? Oh well. Having spent over 3 months on this planet, after freshening up and under the reluctant gaze of the moon, Wang Yang spoke. I am going to cultivate in the universe. You must take care of yourself and not let yourself become thin. Yes, cultivate well and return early. I will perform moon goddess for you. The moon shyly lowered her head. At her words, Wang Yang felt a jolt, his blood surging to his head. Very well. You have my word. Using instantaneous movement, Wang Yang hurriedly departed from the blue-green planet, fearing that if he lingered, he would lose the courage to leave. Utilizing multiple celestial bodies as stepping stones, he rapidly transported himself to Earth. In the courtyard, Wang Yang's figure vanished, leaving the moon standing still. Her gaze fixed on the spot where he had disappeared, lost in thought for a long while. Return soon. The little deity and I will be waiting for you at home. Wang Yang, why haven't you returned yet? In the heavenly temple, Bulma stood with her arms crossed, her right foot tapping rhythmically on the ground. Her gaze occasionally shifted to a small figure, Wang Sheng, who was diligently sweating. Did I not return? Wang Yang's voice suddenly resonated from behind Bulma. "You finally come back," Bulma exclaimed, spinning around and leaping into his embrace. "What brings you here?" Wang Yang held Bulma close, his eyes scanning the surroundings, and he quickly realized where they were. "Speaking of which, shortly after you left, I encountered a detestable Saiyan at Kame House," Bulma recounted, a hint of frustration in her tone regarding her encounter with Raditz. "I see. There's no need for concern. Raditz is merely a minor threat, hardly capable of causing a stir," Wang Yang replied nonchalantly, fully aware of his son's capabilities. "In a few months, that Saiyan's companion will appear. You must be present then. Otherwise, little Shang may be in danger. He is still just a child," Bulma expressed her worries, glancing at their son in the distance. "Should calamity strike, I will be there to shield him. My son shouldn't bear the burdens meant for his age," Wang Yang reassured her. "Rest assured, I will certainly be there." "Speaking of Goku, I wonder when he will return from King Kai's realm." Wang Yang chuckled as he pondered Goku's prolonged absence. He mused if Goku was reluctant to leave the training environment on King Kai's planet due to the lack of adversaries. Despite King Kai's modest fighting prowess, his remarkable abilities provided Goku with ample training resources. At the onset of Dragon Ball Super, after Goku triumphed over Majin Buu, he had also ventured to train with King Kai. Chapter 40. The reluctance of Goku to depart, observing Wang Sheng training under the guidance of the Supreme Kai. Wang Yang smiled gently, placing a hand on Bulma's shoulder, and with a swift motion, they vanished from the heavenly temple. The Supreme Kai seemed to sense something, a smile gracing his face as he watched the pair disappear. "You finally returned. Oh dear, why did you bring me home?" Bulma frowned at Wang Yang, recognizing the familiar surroundings. Their son was still training in the heavenly temple. "Bulma, Wang Yang, you've returned." Briefs, strolling in the garden, beamed upon seeing his daughter and son-in-law. "Indeed, we have. You still haven't answered my question." Bulma placed her hands on her hips, her brows furrowing. "Isn't spending time together enjoyable?" Wang Yang winked at Bulma playfully. "Ah, you're right. I need to indulge in some shopping, get a new outfit, style my hair, and travel," Bulma replied, momentarily taken aback before breaking into a smile. Since the birth of their child, her focus had solely been on him, leaving little time for her own relaxation. With Wang Sheng training in the heavenly temple, it provided the perfect opportunity for her to unwind. In the following days, even while accompanying Bulma on her outings, Wang Yang maintained his training, constantly refining his body. During this period, he also made a trip to Blue Green Star to provide guidance to Wang Shun. On that day, Wang Yang brought his index and middle fingers together at his forehead, and in a swift motion, his figure vanished. Shortly after his departure, 2 meteors streaked across the sky, prompting the warriors on Earth to look up with grave expressions and soar into the air. Upon arriving in an unfamiliar location, a powerful fist came crashing towards him. Wang Yang raised an eyebrow, evading the attack with a slight tilt of his head. "I traveled a great distance to find you, and on our first encounter, you strike me? That is quite uncouth," he remarked, observing the robust figure of Sun Wukong clad in an orange martial arts uniform. "This planet's gravity is 10 times that of Earth," he noted, as he watched Wukong, with weights strapped to his hands and feet, throwing punches and kicks. "What brings you here, Wang Yang?" Wukong asked, shedding his burdens and gazing at him in astonishment. "What brings me here? I have come to take you away," Wang Yang replied, his expression one of exasperation. It was evident that had he not come, Wukong would have remained here training indefinitely. "Leave?" Wukong paused, a hint of confusion crossing his face. "Surely, you haven't given up on leaving? What about Chi-Chi and Gohan?" Wang Yang chuckled. Haha, how could I possibly abandon them? It's just that the path to the King of Worlds is fraught with difficulties. Next time, I will need the guidance of the celestial beings. Traversing the Snake Way is quite complicated. Hence, I decided to train here a little longer." Wukong scratched the back of his head, letting out a nervous laugh. "Wang Yang, I feel my strength has increased tremendously. You might not stand a chance against me now," Wukong boasted, recalling the relentless training he had undergone, often to the point of neglecting sleep and food. During their last battle, Wang Yang had only been slightly stronger than him. Now, Wukong believed he had surpassed him significantly, especially after mastering an extraordinary technique from the King of Worlds. Understanding Wang Yang's nature, he knew that his progress would not invoke anger in him. Thus, he felt inclined to showcase his advancements. "Is that so? Shall we engage in a spar?" Wang Yang proposed, facing Sun Wukong, who exuded confidence and seemed eager to test his newfound abilities. "Then I shall not hold back," Wukong declared, his eyes gleaming with determination. Eager to ascertain the prowess of the King of Worlds' techniques and whether he could withstand his full might. With a fierce roar, Wukong unleashed a powerful aura, causing a nearby monkey to tumble uncontrollably from the force of the wind, only managing to cling to a tree to stabilize itself. The rotund King of Worlds lay on a recliner, a book covering his face, deep in slumber. Suddenly, a loud roar startled him awake, causing him and the chair to jolt upright. "What is happening?" he exclaimed. Wukong, enveloped in a white aura, felt the overwhelming power within him, confidently facing Wang Yang. "Is that all you've got? Can you push further?" Wang Yang questioned with a chuckle, unsure if Wukong had revealed his full potential, suspecting he was still concealing some strength. "Not enough." Wukong clenched his fists and roared once more, the energy radiating from him surging to new heights. Since Wang Yang expressed that it was insufficient, it was indeed inadequate. At this moment, Wukong ceased to hold back, unleashing the full force of his being. "And now?" Wukong inquired with a beaming smile. "Just barely." Wang Yang chuckled, acknowledging that his opponent had yet to reveal the King's fist technique. However, feeling the immense power emanating from Wukong, he couldn't help but reflect on the fact that this warrior had not squandered 5 years as depicted in the original narrative. The current battle prowess was extraordinarily formidable, comparable to half of the strength possessed by the former King Kurd. Should he transform into a Super Saiyan, he could effortlessly pin both King Kurd and his son to the ground with a mere hand. "I wonder how you have honed your skills over these years," Wukong murmured. And then with a mighty roar, he charged towards Wang Yang, fist clenched. Wang Yang smiled slightly, choosing not to evade, and met Wukong's punch with his own. A thunderous crash resounded as the petite planet trembled beneath their clash. "You managed to catch my full force strike so effortlessly?" Wukong gasped in disbelief, questioning if Wang Yang's strength was truly only slightly superior to his own. Despite 2 years of diligent training under the king, he found himself still outmatched. Yet, such a contest was invigorating. Saiyans thrived on the thrill of fierce combat. Reinvigorated, Wukong launched himself at Wang Yang once more, and the two engaged in a fervent aerial battle. At that moment, Wukong appeared to Wang Yang's right, delivering a swift elbow strike. Wang Yang remained still, and just as Wukong believed he had succeeded, Wang Yang suddenly vanished. "Oh no, a mere afterimage!" Wukong exclaimed in alarm, only to be met with a searing pain in his abdomen as he was propelled backward, spinning several times around the planet before he could stabilize himself. After 2 years without combat, he felt somewhat out of practice. He mused inwardly. "Ah, please be gentle. My planet cannot withstand such turmoil," the king lamented, observing the ground marred with deep furrows, on the verge of tears. Before Wukong could regain his footing, Wang Yang surged forward, launching a fierce onslaught. "Here it comes." Familiar with Wang Yang's tactics from their previous encounters, Wukong braced himself for a relentless assault. A thunderous roar echoed through the air as Wukong radiated a crimson glow, his form darting through the sky like an agile serpent, evading Wang Yang's pursuit. Double King's Fist. Chapter 41. The Mighty Wukong, What Overwhelming Power! The king trembled, clutching a large tree. In the sky, 2 beams of light, one white and one red, collided with great speed before swiftly separating, spiraling around King's planet like a vibrant web of red and white. Their rapid exchanges produced a continuous cacophony of clashes, the battle growing increasingly intense. 5 times, Wukong's aura surged dramatically, an overwhelming presence enveloping the entire planet. King's planet shook incessantly, as if it were on the verge of exploding. Ah, my planet is doomed." The king of the world felt the planet tremble beneath him, clinging to a tree trunk and shouting. Boom! 2 fists collided with tremendous force, unleashing a tempest of energy that surged outward, sweeping the surroundings with an overwhelming might. The once picturesque King's planet was left ravaged, the earth beneath uprooted. My double king fist exchanged blows with Wang Yang in a fierce display, and even as I unleashed the 5-fold king fist, I found myself evenly matched against him. This fellow Wang Yang possessed strength that was always nearly equivalent to mine. Could he be concealing his true power as well? During the battle, Goku couldn't help but ponder this thought. While engaged in combat, Wang Yang seized the opportunity when he noticed Goku's momentary sluggishness, landing a punch squarely on his chest that sent him hurtling backward. Tenfold. Just as Goku had barely been sent flying, he suddenly roared, his crimson aura surging even more fiercely, instantly halting his retreat and charging toward Wang Yang. The King Fist is truly remarkable, Wang Yang thought, watching as Goku radiated an intense crimson light. As Goku closed in at an alarming speed, Wang Yang's aura suddenly expanded dramatically, and he swung a fist toward Goku. Boom! The two fists met with a resounding impact, their figures becoming visible in midair. They were locked in a fierce struggle, veins bulging from their foreheads, gritting their teeth, each grasping the other's hand in a test of strength. One was a formidable Goku, engulfed in a surging red aura, while the other was Wang Yang, seemingly ordinary with a subdued aura. The entire King's planet shook violently, and bolts of lightning erupted from thin air, causing the plump king to tumble from his perch. Ouch! At that moment, Goku's crimson aura intensified, almost as if it could bleed, and his energy surged dramatically. Stop! Both of you cease this at once. The king, in a state of panic, hurried forward, waving his arms desperately at the two combatants suspended in the air. If you do not stop, my King's planet will be destroyed. Hearing the king's plea, Wang Yang and Goku exchanged a brief glance, understanding each other, and simultaneously eased their energy. Goku's external red aura receded as he stood, panting heavily. Suddenly, he noticed Wang Yang, who appeared unruffled, and couldn't help but blink in surprise. You haven't gone all out? Goku exclaimed, pointing at Wang Yang. Of course, I have given my all. I simply possess extraordinary physical resilience and endurance. Wang Yang replied with a chuckle, observing Goku's disheveled state. Really? Goku asked skeptically, recalling how Wang Yang always claimed this after their battles. It cannot be more truthful. For 20 years, I have honed my body, achieving formidable strength. In my view, even the legendary Super Saiyan Broly would struggle in a prolonged battle against me, provided, of course, that Broly's power does not escalate during the fight. The Kaioken technique is indeed a remarkable skill. Wang Yang gazed at Goku with a hint of a smile. Before transforming into a Super Saiyan, this technique was nothing short of divine, especially with his robust physique. If the Kaioken were to be wielded by him, the amplification would undoubtedly surpass that of Son Goku. Hee ha. Upon hearing Wang Yang praise his extraordinary skill, the KO appeared initially reserved but eventually succumbed to uncontrollable laughter. Clutching his belly, Goku, it seems you weren't using your full strength earlier, Wang Yang remarked, his eyes gleaming at the sight of Goku grinning foolishly across from him. Not really. That was about my full power, Goku responded, suddenly leaping up with his hands flailing, his head shaking like a rattle drum. Keep pretending. Wang Yang raised an eyebrow. He perceived that Goku's body had not yet reached its limits and could indeed execute an even more formidable Kaioken. Moreover, he thought he had heard Goku mention a 20-fold increase. A 20-fold Kaioken? That might be quite overwhelming for me, Wang Yang mused inwardly. Wang Yang, what brings you here? Goku hastily changed the subject. Well, a year ago, your brother Raditz informed me of the situation, Wang Yang began. Saiyans? Is this new enemy formidable? Goku, who had frequently trained with Wang Yang over the years, was somewhat familiar with the Saiyans. The arrival of his brother Raditz did not come as a surprise. Yet the mention of a new adversary sparked a restless excitement within him. How strong are they? Wang Yang scratched his head. Quantifying combat power was quite unfamiliar to Goku. Suddenly, he spotted the plump KO, and his eyes brightened. Perhaps they are about as strong as the KO. Huh, is that all? Just the strength of the KO? Goku exclaimed in astonishment, considering the KO to be rather weak, easily defeated with a mere finger or two. Son Goku, you rascal. What do you mean by that? Do you underestimate me? The KO, hearing Goku belittle him, reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, leaping up to roar at Goku. Haha, I misspoke. Lord KO is indeed formidable. I owe my current prowess largely to him. Goku quickly backtracked, offering a sheepish smile. Humph, it's good that you understand. I am indeed quite powerful, the KO replied, his expression revealing a sense of pride. Seizing the opportunity, Goku told a few light-hearted jokes to amuse the KO. Under the KO's warm hospitality, Wang Yang and Goku thoroughly enjoyed a hearty meal on the KO's planet before standing refreshed on the narrow-paired lawn. We're off now. We shall visit you again, KO. Goku waved his arms, and with that, Wang Yang activated his instant transmission, and the two figures vanished from the KO's planet. Goku's progress and strength has been truly remarkable. It seems there are few in the universe who could surpass him. The KO looked up at the tranquil sky, as if envisioning a Goku smiling back at him. and he couldn't help but chuckle aloud. He felt an immense sense of pride in cultivating such a formidable disciple as Goku. Next time we meet, I shall take Goku to witness the world. At the edge of the Divine Hall's plaza, the deity gripped his scepter, his expression grave as he gazed down at the billowing clouds. His eyes seemingly capable of penetrating through the layers to perceive any location on Earth. Silently, Wang Yang and another appeared behind the deity. "Hello, Divine One," Goku exclaimed, playfully patting the deity's shoulder. Is that you, Goku? You've returned." The deity was startled, but upon seeing Goku's radiant smile, his worries dissipated, and a faint smile crept onto his aged face. It seemed that as long as Goku was present, any adversary could be vanquished. Goku, Wang Yang. Two immensely powerful evil Saiyans have invaded this time, and everyone has rushed to confront them. Wang Sheng and Gohan have already gone. I fear they may not stand a chance against these two Saiyans. You must hurry and assist them. The deity urged the two men. Rest assured, Divine One. With us here, everyone will be safe, Goku declared confidently, thumping his chest. Just as he prepared to gather his energy and soar toward the potent aura emanating from a distant location, Wang Yang suddenly placed a hand on his shoulder. Confused, Goku looked at Wang Yang, puzzled as to why he was being halted. Goku, these two Saiyans present no challenge for us. But don't you think this serves as an excellent training opportunity for Wang Sheng and Gohan? Wang Yang's gaze drifted into the distance, as though he could envision Wang Sheng's facade of stoicism on the battlefield. That makes sense, Goku mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. He too wished for his son to become an exceptional warrior, and fierce battles were the most effective means of fostering growth. Goku, you too mustn't jest. Those two powerful Saiyans are exceedingly formidable. How could Gohan and the others possibly be their match? The deity, overhearing Wang Yang's words, was visibly alarmed and leapt up to admonish them. This is untenable. If that's the case, wouldn't everyone be in grave danger? At this moment, Goku began to contemplate some issues, shaking his head in disagreement. He would never consent to sacrificing others for the sake of his son's training. Fear not, after all. We have the Eternal Dragon, Wang Yang waved dismissively. But what of Dend and Krillin? They have perished once. Even the Eternal Dragon cannot revive them. And what if Piccolo were to fall? If he dies, the deity would vanish as well, rendering the Eternal Dragon useless. Goku pressed on. The deity nodded repeatedly, indicating his agreement. Have no fear. The Eternal Dragon is not exclusive to Earth. The deity's homeland, Namek, also possesses a dragon, and theirs can grant 3 wishes. Wang Yang replied with a smile. Oh, I see. Goku, upon hearing this, relaxed, a flicker of intrigue crossing his face. So I truly am not an Earthling. The deity, hearing Wang Yang's words, fell momentarily into a daze, murmuring to himself. He had long sensed his differences from Earthlings, and had suspected he might not belong to Earth. Goku, what kind of person do you hope Gohan will become in the future? Wang Yang inquired. Chi-Chi desires for Gohan to engage in diligent study, while I aspire for him to become an exceptional martial artist. Goku stroked his chin, contemplating earnestly. However, if Chi-Chi were to discover that I am training Gohan, she would undoubtedly be quite upset. Goku, it is wise to heed your wife's words at home, but outside, one need not be so compliant. For they cannot see you, wouldn't you agree? Wang Yang remarked with a knowing smile, having repeated this advice to Goku on numerous occasions. Otherwise, Goku would not frequently bring Gohan over to his home for leisure. A smirk danced upon Goku's face, hinting at a mischievous intent. The arrival of these two Saiyans presents a perfect opportunity for an exhilarating battle. Nearby, the Supreme Kai, upon hearing their intent to abstain from intervention, felt a surge of anxiety, uncertain of the outcome. If these two malevolent Saiyans could be defeated by their own offspring, it would surely reflect the prowess of their father. Boom! Wang Yang tossed out a multifunctional capsule, and as the smoke dissipated, an aircraft materialized in the courtyard of the Supreme Kai's palace. Come aboard. Let me demonstrate my piloting skills, Wang Yang said to Goku. All right. As the aircraft ascended into the sky, the Supreme Kai remained tense, beads of sweat refusing to evaporate from his brow. Supreme Kai? Bobo's expression remained largely unchanged. Goku, suppress your energy. Do not allow them to sense our arrival. Lest they cease their fervor, Wang Yang urged as he accelerated the aircraft to its maximum speed. Understood. The plane dove vertically, quickly hovering at the level of Master Karen's domain. Greetings, Master Karen. Goku greeted the wise cat with a cheerful smile. Master Karen. Do you have any senzu beans left? Please, give me a can. Wang Yang leaned out, addressing the white-furred Master Karen with a grin. Ah, it's you again. Do you think senzu beans grow so easily? The beans I've cultivated over the years have all been devoured by you. And now I have not a single one left. By the way, Yachirobe has 3 beans hidden away. You should go ask him for them. Upon seeing Wang Yang, Master Karen felt overwhelmed, as the senzu beans he had diligently grown had mostly ended up in Wang Yang's possession, leaving even Yachirobe to hide his supply. Wang Yang chuckled, reasoning that whether he took them or they went to the rotund Yachirobe, it was of little consequence to him. With your presence, Goku, I need not worry about those 2 Saiyans anymore, Master Karen said, his relief evident upon seeing Goku aboard the aircraft. Have all the reckless fools gathered here? Little Vegeta stood atop a massive rock, gazing down at the others with a cold smile. Where is Kakarot? Has he hidden away in fear? Vegeta laughed boisterously, his mirth brimming with arrogance. You mean Goku? He is still training with King Kai and has yet to return, Krillin interjected, unable to suppress his irritation. Considering that the Earth was on the brink of destruction by evil forces while Goku continued his training. Humph. Vegeta scoffed. Hey, what brings you two to Earth? Is it to avenge your companion? Piccolo's expression grew grave. Raditz is a worthless fool. His death is inconsequential, and he is hardly worthy of my vengeance. Vegeta scoffed, dismissing the notion. His combat power is inferior, even to that of a vegetable being, truly a disgrace to the Saiyan race. You two youngsters, I present you with an opportunity. Vegeta continued, crossing his arms defiantly as he gazed upon Gohan and Wang Sheng. Surrender to me alongside your father, and annihilate every human on this planet. And I shall spare your insignificant lives. I will never surrender. My father is extraordinarily powerful, and you cannot defeat him. Wang Sheng shouted boldly, his heart swelling with pride for his father. And my dad is formidable too. You cannot overcome him. Gohan joined in, echoing his friend's fervor. How dare you? Vegeta roared, veins bulging on his forehead. As the proud prince of the Saiyans, he found it utterly disrespectful to be compared unfavorably to a lower-class warrior, even if uttered by the lips of a child. Are not your fathers the same man? Vegeta forced himself to suppress his rage, directing a piercing gaze at the two boys. Of course not. My father is named Wang Yang, and Gohan's father is Goku. They are certainly not the same person, Wang Sheng replied, his tone matter-of-fact. Is there another Saiyan? Vegeta pondered, a flicker of confusion crossing his mind. Had it not been for Raditz's revelation, he would have remained oblivious to the existence of Kakarot, who was still alive. Perhaps this Wang Yang is akin to Kakarot, a low-class warrior sent away in his infancy. Nappa, teach them a harsh lesson, Vegeta commanded the hulking brute. Yes, Prince Vegeta. Allow me to gauge the battle strength of these earthlings, Nappa replied, pressing a button on his scouter. Gohan, 901. Wang Sheng, 985. Piccolo, 1200. Krillin, 996. Tien, 1001. Fools. Do you truly believe you can challenge me with such pitiful power? Allow the seedlings to entertain you. Nappa sneered, producing 6 seeds from his pocket and planting them in the soil, subsequently applying a special nutrient solution. Soon, 6 green vegetable beings emerged. Unbeknownst to Nappa, the battle power of Earthlings could be concealed. Beep, beep, beep. Wang Yang's phone rang. He glanced to see it was Bulma calling. It's Bulma, Goku remarked, peering over to catch a glimpse of Bulma's face on the screen. With a slight exertion of his right hand, Wang Yang crushed the phone effortlessly. Why did you break the phone? Goku asked, perplexed. She merely expressed concern for Wang Sheng's safety, urging me to deal with those 2 Saiyans. At home, she calls the shots. Outside, it is I who determines how Wang Sheng is trained, Wang Yang replied, his tone even. Goku chuckled, feeling a kinship with Wang Yang. At the Kame house, a gathering sat before the television, transfixed by the fierce battle between Wang Sheng and the ruthless Saiyans. Bulma, did Wang Yang answer? That detestable Wang Yang. How dare he ignore my call? Bulma seized Oolong's ears and struck his head with heavy fists. Ah, just wait until we get home. Bulma exclaimed in fury, her hands moving relentlessly, leaving Oolong's head bruised and swollen. Faced with Bulma's wrath, Oolong, filled with rage, dared not speak. On the plane, Goku's expression suddenly changed, and he hurriedly sat up straight. Has Yamcha's spirit vanished? He inquired. Wang Yang replied nonchalantly. Damn it, I shouldn't remain idle, Goku exclaimed. He had promised to train Gohan and the others, but as the situation unfolded with casualties, Regret began to seep in. Dumpling? He has fallen too. Damn it. Goku stood up, ready to disregard everything and fly to the battlefield. He found himself unable to harden his heart like Wang Yang. Goku, since the person is already dead, going there now won't change anything. Besides, with the Dragon Balls, those who have perished will ultimately be revived. Wang Yang hastily intervened. He too was torn, concerned for his son's safety while fearing that his constant presence might foster dependency in Wang Sheng, hindering his true growth. Goku paced the plane, visibly agitated. Before long, the aircraft finally landed atop a mountain. Wang Yang and Goku disembarked, taking refuge behind a rock to silently observe the distant battle. At that moment, the bald-headed Nappa was demonstrating overwhelming might, with Krillin, Tien, and Piccolo proving no match for him. Witnessing Nappa's brutal combat and recalling the deaths of Yamcha and Dumpling, Gohan and Wang Sheng felt an intense fear, trembling as they huddled behind a rock. They were still mere 5-year-olds, not yet mature, and it was only natural for them to feel fear, especially when one faltered, the other followed suit. Wang Sheng, that person is terrifying. Gohan stammered to Wang Sheng beside him. Yes, very frightening and ruthless, Wang Sheng gulped nervously. In the distance, Wang Yang and Goku witnessed the two little ones cowardly retreating at a critical moment. They exchanged awkward glances, both feeling embarrassed and quickly averting their gazes. As if to say, this is not my concern. With a resounding thud, Nappa's massive fist struck Tien in the abdomen, sending him flying into a small hill not far from Wang Sheng and Gohan. Uncle Tien. The two little ones rushed cautiously towards Tien, who lay motionless on the ground. You two, get back to fighting. Piccolo bellowed upon spotting them, his fury igniting. After a year of hard training, to have them flee during the decisive battle nearly drove him to the brink of madness. What to do? Krillin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Speaking to Piccolo. Truly useless. Piccolo seethed, glaring at the two little ones below. Don't get too complacent. Goku and Wang Yang will definitely show up. And then you'll have to answer for this. Krillin felt a sense of despair. Nappa was simply overpowering. Why haven't they appeared yet, despite their incredible strength? Nappa hovered in the air, shouting loudly. They must have seen my appearance and were so terrified that they wanted to flee from Earth. Nearby, Vegeta heard Krillin's words and burst into laughter. He believed that this was indeed the case, which Saiyan would not tremble at the sight of the Prince of Saiyans. Not so. My father will definitely appear. Wang Sheng, filled with indignation, clenched his small fist and glared at Vegeta. My father will come. Gohan shouted resolutely. If you all have such faith in them, then I shall wait for their arrival, but I shall give you 3 hours. Vegeta proudly held up 3 fingers. The battle paused momentarily. During the wait, Krillin and Piccolo found Gohan, who was still hiding. The two little ones hung their heads in shame. It was not their fault. After all, they were still young, and this was their first experience on the battlefield. It was natural to feel fear. Krillin sympathetically patted their heads, recalling how, at their age, he had been bullied by a senior at the Korin Tower and had not dared to resist. I thought you would amount to something. It seems I was naive. I do not wish to see you here any longer. You should return to your mothers. This battle does not require your presence. Piccolo crossed his arms, his tone cold. Though Piccolo was tough on the outside, he had a soft heart. Despite Gohan's shortcomings, after a year of companionship, he held an exceptionally special place in Piccolo's heart. Deep down, he hoped Gohan would leave and preserve his life. The two little ones pouted, unwilling to leave. The 3 hours swiftly passed. As the time concluded, the two Saiyan traitors had yet to appear. It seemed they truly were cowards. Nappa laughed heartily. My father is not a coward. Wang Sheng replied angrily, having always regarded his father as invincible, and he would not allow them to slander him. They have not shown up and dare to mock me. Vegeta's expression grew increasingly furious. Nappa, take action. Vegeta commanded Nappa. He no longer wished to subjugate the two children. He wanted to demonstrate just how terrifying the wrath of the Saiyan prince could be. Very well, Vegeta. Nappa cracked his knuckles, a sinister smile spreading across his face as he stepped toward Gohan. Oh dear, where are Wang Yang and Goku? Their delay is truly frightening. Krillin felt despair, pondering how they could possibly contend with these two formidable individuals. Goku, if I die, you must use the Dragon Balls to bring me back. Wang Yang instinctively glanced at Sun Wukong, noticing him tense, his eyes fixed on the battlefield, as if he might spring into action at any moment. What did you say? You can come back to life after dying? Vegeta, with keen ears, was taken aback by Krillin's words and hurriedly pressed for details. Humph. Krillin, at this moment, stood firm, turning his head away to ignore Vegeta. Good, good, good. How dare you disregard me? Vegeta repeated the word thrice, veins throbbing on his forehead. If he intends to kill you, do not show fear, or you will surely meet your end. Your strength is formidable, as long as you do not succumb to fear. You can vanquish this despicable foe. Krillin earnestly addressed the two young ones. I won't be afraid. They both nodded in unison. Onward. The battle was imminent as Krillin and Piccolo exchanged a glance and charged towards Nappa. Wang Sheng. Gohan glanced at Wang Sheng beside him. Onward. With gritted teeth and a determined stomp, Wang Sheng surged forward. Excellent. Seeing Wang Sheng's advance, Gohan felt an immense surge of encouragement and followed closely behind, teeth clenched. Well done, Gohan. From a distance, Goku applauded as he witnessed Gohan finally overcoming his trepidation. Just SOSO, Wang Yang remarked, though his gaze remained fixed on Wang Sheng. A life-and-death battle from birth? Is that true? Gohan questioned, puzzled, recalling how weak he had been at birth. Goku, bewildered, looked at Wang Yang, remembering Gohan's frailty, fearing that a mere exertion might break his arm. Upon my birth, my battle power was 5001, slightly weaker than that bald-headed fellow. Wang Yang spoke with a nonchalant tone, yet his eyes sparkled with untold stories. He initially did not comprehend the words spoken by the Saiyans upon awakening, but as he learned their language, their meaning became clear. What? Goku's eyes nearly bulged out. He observed Nappa tossing Piccolo about on the battlefield, astonished by Wang Yang's revelation. You were that powerful from the outset. Alas, 3 of us were born at the same time. You, me, and one named Broly. Your battle power was merely 2, mine was 5001, and Broly's was an astonishing 10,000. Wang Yang explained, his gaze fixed on the battlefield as he spoke to Goku. On the battlefield, Wang Sheng transitioned from a state of chaos to gradually adapting to the rhythm of combat, his inner strength continuously surging. Goku felt a tinge of embarrassment upon recognizing the gap between himself and Wang Yang. The disparity was indeed vast. However, reflecting on his years of diligent training, he felt a sense of accomplishment, as he had nearly bridged that gap. Being born with low power mattered little. Through perseverance, he would surely catch up. Clenching his fists, Goku resolved silently. Because your battle power was so low at birth, you were sent to Earth. Meanwhile, when King Vegeta witnessed the overwhelming power of Broly and me, fearing for his own status, he dispatched assassins to eliminate us, Wang Yang pointed out, indicating Vegeta. Broly was stabbed while in slumber, a scene I witnessed firsthand, prompting me to rescue him from peril. What happened next? Goku inquired eagerly. I initially intended to find a spaceship to escape, but the planet was soon under attack and on the brink of explosion. And how did you evade the planet's destruction? Goku asked, curiosity piqued. Fortunately, at that moment, I acted with great astuteness, steadfastly holding onto Broly. As the planet erupted, Broly instinctively conjured a protective shield, guiding us safely into the cosmos. Wang Yang spoke with a tone of nostalgia, reflecting that, had it not been for Broly, he might have been reborn. How utterly despicable! Hearing Wang Yang's words, Goku was filled with both trepidation and profound anger, appalled that a mere child could be so ruthlessly targeted, truly devoid of humanity. The Saiyans, indeed, are a remarkably ferocious and malevolent race. Over the years, despite the destruction of Planet Vegeta and the death of King Vegeta, whenever he reminisced about those events, a sense of discontent lingered in his heart. Wang Yang sighed, recognizing that this was one of the reasons he was determined to win Bulma's affection after learning of her true identity. Oh, I never imagined you would still harbor such feelings after all these years. You really are rather petty, Goku teased, winking at Wang Yang. Wang Yang, gazing at Goku's innocent smile, was momentarily taken aback. For Goku, there seemed to be no grudges worth carrying throughout one's life. In the original narrative, even Vegeta and Frieza, who had slain Goku's companions, were ultimately met with his forgiveness after their defeat. Reflecting on Bulma's radiant smile and the adorable visage of his son, Wang Yang felt the anger within him dissipate in the warmth of Goku's grin. Now that he was living a life filled with happiness, and with King Vegeta suffering in the afterlife, it was clear he need not dwell on past grievances. A clean slate, Wang Yang mused, as he observed the proud stance of Vegeta in the distance. At that moment, Wang Yang felt an immense lightness wash over his spirit, akin to dust being wiped from a mirror, strengthening the bond between his soul and body, enabling him to master his physical form with greater finesse. Chapter 43. Lifelong rivals. At this juncture, Krillin and Piccolo lay defeated on the ground, their energy waning. Reduced to watching as Gohan and Wang Sheng engaged in a fierce battle against Nappa. Suddenly, Nappa delivered a powerful kick that sent Gohan soaring into the air, followed by a swift chop that sent him crashing against a small mountain. Just as Nappa was about to revel in his triumph, a sharp pain struck his abdomen, followed by Wang Sheng's small fist landing a blow, propelling him away. Haha, I knew Wang Sheng possessed immense energy within him, once harnessed. He could surely vanquish this loathsome Saiyan. During his training in the other world, Krillin had witnessed firsthand Wang Sheng's formidable strength and extraordinary potential. The battle between Wang Sheng and Nappa had evolved from a state of utter helplessness to a precarious defense, and now to a dynamic exchange of blows. With progress that was astonishingly rapid, Gohan, you must rise and unleash your true power, Piccolo urged, observing Krillin's admiration for Wang Sheng. Feeling a pang of jealousy as he called out to Gohan, who was seated on the ground, cradling his head. Damn it! Nappa wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his energy fluctuating violently, stirring up a powerful gust that swept across the ground, sending dust and debris flying. With a thunderous roar, he charged once more at Wang Sheng. At that moment, a streak of light soared in, and under Piccolo's encouragement, Gohan joined the fray. The trio, comprising one formidable figure and two smaller ones, engaged in a fierce aerial battle. Vegeta, adorned with a scouter, detected the escalating battle power of the two youngsters, one at 5675 and the other at 4989. What was happening? How could their strength be increasing so rapidly? A sense of alarm crept into Nappa's heart. Suddenly, a small figure appeared beside Nappa, delivering a punch that contorted his face and caused him to spit in shock. What? Nappa's eyes widened in disbelief as he let out a roar, his hefty body hurtling away like a cannonball. Special beam cannon. Gohan, noticing Nappa being sent flying, seized the opportunity and raised his hands, unleashing a powerful energy wave that struck the retreating Nappa. Boom! A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the smoke as Nappa suffered. Useless. Vegeta observed Nappa's predicament with indifference, his contempt growing for the fact that the mighty warrior was being so thoroughly trounced by two children. Unforgivable, unforgivable. I shall destroy you. As the smoke dissipated, Nappa's battered figure was revealed. Die! He bellowed, launching an energy wave towards the two. In response, Gohan and Krillin shouted in unison, Kamehameha! Special beam cannon. Their respective energy waves spiraled together in midair, ultimately merging into a magnificent yellow-blue beam that collided with Nappa's oncoming attack. What? Nappa's eyes widened in shock as the combined energy wave surged forward with unstoppable force, consuming his own attack and barreling towards him. A chilling scream erupted as Nappa's massive form was struck, erupting in a dazzling explosion of light that was nearly blinding. Haha, incredible! Krillin laughed heartily, tears of joy streaming down his face as he recalled the comrades who had fallen to the merciless Nappa. Humph, at least you show some promise, Piccolo remarked, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his gaze. Well done. Goku, witnessing the scene from afar, clapped his hands together in admiration. A faint groan emerged as Nappa, struggling, crawled out of the crater, each movement seemingly wrought with immense pain. Vegeta, he gasped weakly, raising a trembling arm towards the distant Saiyan. Vegeta, a smirk playing on his lips, soared towards him. Nappa, I'm sorry I failed. Nappa wheezed, his breath faltering. Enough. Vegeta sighed, then propelled himself forward, delivering a kick that sent Nappa soaring into the sky. Why? Nappa cried out in panic. To be defeated by two children. What a disgrace to the Saiyan race. You are the shame of our kind, Vegeta shouted. Immediately, he concentrated his entire being and unleashed a powerful shockwave towards the sky, striking Nappa. Nappa was hit by this luminous wave, his face contorting violently as he emitted a shrill scream reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. Boom! As the radiance dissipated, a charred figure plummeted from the heavens. Nappa lay motionless in the dirt. He had been slain by his own comrade. Krillin and the others were horrified by Vegeta's ruthless actions. How heartless to personally kill a fellow warrior. How cruel. Goku, witnessing Nappa's demise at the hands of his companion, was once again confronted with the brutality of the Saiyans, his face a mask of disbelief. Wang Yang, however, remained impassive, having traveled through the cosmos. He had long been acquainted with the myriad distortions of human nature, moral decay, and the terrifying darkness and bloodshed. This scene was merely trivial to him. With Naba deceased, Vegeta stretched his limbs, preparing to step into the fray. Goten, this opponent seems even more formidable. Wang Sheng and Goten positioned themselves side by side, whispering to one another. Indeed, he appears even more terrifying. Goten felt a chill in his heart at the thought of his opponent's mercilessness in killing his own comrade. You two, be cautious. From a distance, Krillin shouted to Wang Sheng and Goten. Whoosh! Vegeta raised an eyebrow and swiftly waved his right hand towards Krillin's direction. Startled, Krillin and Piccolo leaped away just as a tremendous explosion erupted behind them. A powerful shockwave surged forth, rendering them unable to control their movements, causing them to tumble and fall. Uncle Piccolo! Uncle Krillin! The two youngsters cried out, then, fueled by rage, charged at Vegeta. Wang Yang's gaze lingered momentarily on Krillin before shifting to Goku beside him. Why does your gaze seem so peculiar? It makes me uneasy. Goku suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. It's nothing, Wang Yang chuckled softly. Krillin, the celestial sacrifice. Goku, the immortal. Krillin, the celestial sacrifice. Boundless powers. The two children finally confronted Vegeta. Goku's expression turned grave, his eyes fixed intently on Goten. Goku's muscles tensed, ready to spring into action at any moment. Meanwhile, Wang Yang appeared relaxed, yet he was acutely attuned to Wang Sheng's energy, prepared to teleport to his side at a moment's notice. It must be said that Vegeta was indeed extraordinarily powerful, far surpassing Naba. Unfazed by the assaults from Wang Sheng and Goten, he effortlessly countered with 2 punches, sending them crashing to the ground. Goten, are you alright? Wang Sheng groaned as he rose from the dirt, helping Goten up. So powerful. I feel pain all over. It seems I can no longer fight. Goten managed a faint smile. It's alright, I can still battle. Wang Sheng rubbed his stomach, forcing a strained smile. Meanwhile, in the Kame house, Bulma and the others watched the battle unfold through the crystal ball provided by the fortune teller. Ah, my Goten. If this continues, he will perish. With a firm grip on the crystal ball, Kiki cried out, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. Little saint, my dear little saint. Bulma, in a state of desperation, stomped her feet and struck Oolong's head with force. Wang Yang, you scoundrel, why do you not show yourself? Divination Granny, please, reveal to me the whereabouts of Wang Yang. I must go find him. Bulma seemed to recall something urgently and shouted at the fortune teller. Yes, yes, yes. The turtle hermit and others quickly came to their senses and urged the fortune teller to perform her magic. If they could locate Wang Yang, the 2 Saiyans would undoubtedly not be his match. I require immense concentration to divine, and I cannot cast spells lightly. It takes a considerable time to recover after each incantation, the fortune teller lamented, her face nearly displaying the words pay me. Please, just perform the divination, Kiki implored, her tone urgent. Bulma rolled up her sleeves, revealing her fair arms, seemingly ready to act if the fortune teller dared to refuse. Observing the ire of the 2 women, the fortune teller refrained from provoking them, fearing she might suffer an unprovoked beating with no recourse for justice. You have no respect for your elders. Had I known, I would not have come, she muttered under her breath, then began to move her gnarled hands before the crystal ball. Under the fortune teller's spell, the crystal ball flickered, and the figures of Wang Yang and Goku gradually materialized within its depths. Goku is actually with Wang Yang? The turtle hermit remarked, astonished. Where are they? This place seems somewhat familiar, Bulma mused, her delicate brows furrowing as she leaned in for a closer look. The scene shifted, revealing the striking visage of the green Piccolo in the corner of the crystal ball. Ah, the Demon King Piccolo? They are actually there? Bulma gasped, her eyes widening in shock. How could you, Goku? You stand there, witnessing Gohan being bullied, and you do nothing? I won't forgive you. Kiki's eyes bulged with fury as she glared at Goku's figure. Wang Yang, possessing keen perceptive abilities, immediately sensed the prying eyes upon him. He swiftly shut his eyes. Following the mysterious connection, Wang Yang's gaze seemed to transcend time and space, a myriad of colorful illusions swirling before him. Moments later, he opened his eyes, only to be startled by the scene before him. Inside the turtle hermit's house, everyone glared at him in anger, and an awkward expression crossed Wang Yang's face. Oh no, I've been discovered, he exclaimed with a nervous laugh as he greeted the group. Huh, Goku, puzzled by Wang Yang's seemingly random salutation to thin air, scratched the back of his head in confusion. Wang Yang, who are you speaking to? You are actually over there? You watched our son get beaten? Bulma pushed through the crowd in front of the crystal ball, shouting at Wang Yang, her desire to confront him palpable. Goku, you rascal. Gohan is about to be killed. And you just stand there watching him get beaten. You are driving me to madness. Kiki also stepped forward, angrily shouting at Goku beside Wang Yang. Smack! Wang Yang snapped his fingers, withdrawing from the immediate vision. Inside the Kame house, the crystal ball of the fortune-telling old woman instantly became blurred, and the figures of Wang Yang and Wukong vanished from within it. I must go, Bulma declared fiercely as she strode to the door, producing a universal capsule and tossing it onto the ground. I shall accompany you. Chi-Chi followed suit. The Kame Sennin, Bull Demon King, Oolong, and others also scrambled to join them. Initially apprehensive about the potential hazards of venturing to the battlefield, their fears dissipated upon learning that Wang Yang and Wukong were present. The aircraft sliced through the sky, leaving behind 2 long trails of flames. At this moment, Bulma, driven by maternal instinct, pushed the speed of the plane to its zenith. Kame Sennin and Oolong, failing to secure their seats, inadvertently soared into the air, splayed awkwardly at the aircraft's tail. Wukong, there's troubling news. Brace yourself. Wang Yang said gravely, his gaze fixed on the horizon where a formidable and terrifying aura was rising. Feeling this overwhelming power, he found himself incapable of summoning his own strength, as if surrendering was the only means to ensure his survival. Upon observing Wang Yang's serious demeanor, Wukong's expression shifted to one of concern. What is this bad news? Is there a new enemy? Wukong's mind raced with images of adversaries. Indeed, this enemy is extraordinarily fearsome. They are our lifelong foes. I fear that neither of us stands a chance against them, even if we trained for 1,000 years. We would lack the courage to engage them, Wang Yang stated solemnly. Is it truly that formidable? Wukong's eyes lit up. Wang Yang, you once told me to never lose heart, to always maintain a spirit of relentless striving. How can you entertain such a thought now? You do not understand. This enemy is unlike any other. Wang Yang shook his head, exhaling a sigh. Fear not. The stronger the opponent, the more invigorated I become. This provides me with a target to surpass. If you find yourself unable to strike, then allow me to take the lead. I shall not hold back, Wukong declared, his excitement evident as he clenched his fists. Wukong felt that he could never lose his fighting spirit like Wang Yang. At that moment, he genuinely believed he had surpassed him and eagerly anticipated the approaching adversary. He began to throw punches and kicks into the air, seemingly warming up for battle. Hee. A mysterious smile flickered in Wang Yang's eyes. I hope you truly dare to engage. Boom. A tremendous sound drew the attention of Wukong and the others. Wang Sheng roared, and the debris enveloping him was instantly obliterated by his immense power. What is happening? This fellow's strength is inexplicably increasing as the battle progresses, Vegeta exclaimed, astonished as he watched Wang Sheng rise once more. In the midst of combat, the power sealed by Wang Yang was continuously being unleashed, transforming Wang Sheng into a completely different entity compared to his initial state. This cannot continue. Otherwise, with this bizarre individual, there's a chance that his battle power may surpass mine as the fight unfolds. Vegeta, consumed by rage, let out a thunderous roar, unleashing a torrent of energy that sent the unsuspecting Gohan flying. Chapter 44, The Unsavory Kakarot. What an immense power! Wang Sheng, with his small stature, desperately shielded himself with his hands, yet was continuously pushed back by the overwhelming force, leaving deep imprints in the ground. Die! Vegeta bellowed, his fist clenched tightly as he lunged towards Wang Sheng with incredible speed. Wang Sheng barely managed to cross his arms defensively, but the sheer might of Vegeta was insurmountable, sending him hurtling backward. Perish! A sinister smile crept across Vegeta's face as he rapidly unleashed a barrage of energy blasts towards Wang Sheng. This was his ultimate technique, the prince's battle art. The air was filled with the cacophony of explosions as Vegeta relentlessly hurled energy orbs, their blinding light intensifying with each violent detonation. Are you not going to intervene? Goku urged Wang Yang, who stood nearby, witnessing the chaos unfold. It's all right, Wang Yang replied, shaking his head. From his earlier perception, he sensed that the seal he had personally placed within Wang Sheng was beginning to weaken, allowing a trickle of energy to escape. It was important to note that Wang Sheng was born during Wang Yang's peak strength, possessing immense potential and a powerful energy within him. Over the past 5 years, This energy had grown tremendously. Without the seal he had enacted, even Vegeta's combat power of 18,000 would be no match for him. Oh dear, Wang Sheng. You mustn't perish, Krillin exclaimed, his mouth agape as he anxiously watched the area engulfed in explosions. Not far away, a hefty figure, resembling a small tank, darted across the ground, appearing beside Gohan after several rapid flashes. The rotund individual scooped up the injured Gohan and vanished in an instant. A Kakarot? Goku's concern for his son was palpable as he recognized the familiar figure, his face reflecting astonishment. This reminiscent scene brought back memories of when he had been defeated by Demon King Piccolo, with a Kakarot carrying his gravely injured self to Korin Tower. Gohan, you must rally yourself. Defeating these two Saiyans is now your task, a Kakarot muttered, then produced a cloth bag from his pocket, extracting a senzu bean and placing it at Gohan's lips. Gohan struggled to chew, the crisp sound echoing as he swallowed the bean. Instantly, a wave of revitalization surged through him, banishing his fatigue. With a sudden burst of energy, he sprang to his feet. How marvelous! Thank you, uncle. Is this truly a senzu bean? Gohan expressed his gratitude joyfully towards a Kakarot. Indeed, a Kakarot replied, his head held high with pride. Uncle, you still have 2 more in your bag. Could you possibly save Uncle Piccolo and the others as well? Gohan's keen eyes had spotted the remaining senzu beans within a Kakarot's pouch. Do not squander the senzu beans. Those 2 possess insufficient strength and would be unable to contend with that formidable Saiyan. It would be wiser to reserve the beans for those of greater utility. Akarobi shook his round head vigorously, akin to a rattling drum. What? Gohan expressed a hint of disappointment. You should ascend to battle. I wonder if that little brat, Wang Sung, has met his demise. I must go check on him. Akarobi urged Gohan to engage in the fight. Uncle, you are so powerful. You should fight alongside me. Gohan gazed at Akarobi with hopeful eyes. I shall not partake. The matter of battle is entrusted to you. Akarobi fervently shook his head in refusal. With persuasion proving futile, Gohan had no choice but to venture forth on his own, unleashing a fierce shout as he soared into the sky. Vegeta hovered in midair, arms crossed. Casting a sidelong glance at the billowing smoke below, a triumphant grin adorning his face. Ha ha, it is indeed I, Vegeta, who stands invincible. At that moment, Vegeta's expression stiffened, his eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld Gohan charging towards him, and scathed. What is this? He has recovered? One must understand that even in the cosmos, the most elite warriors require several hours in healing pods to recuperate. Could it be him? Vegeta's gaze fell upon Piccolo, who was panting heavily. He had heard that Namekians possessed unique abilities to heal swiftly. No, it cannot be him. He is a combat-type Namekian. Damn it. I shall not let you off easily. Gohan, perceiving Wang Xing's dire predicament, felt a surge of anger welling within him, his energy escalating dramatically. Indeed, it is known that a Saiyan's battle power increases following injury and recovery. You little brat, do not think that just because you have recovered, you can stand against me. This time, I will ensure your demise. Let us see if you can recover again. Vegeta bellowed furiously, pointing an accusatory finger at Gohan. The esteemed Prince Vegeta, engaging in a prolonged battle with a mere child, was nothing short of a profound humiliation. With that, Vegeta disregarded Wang Xing, still concealed in the smoke, and unleashed a powerful aura as he charged towards Gohan. Come on. Gohan positioned himself midair, his unwavering gaze fixed on Vegeta. With his battle power already remarkable, Gohan's recent recovery had significantly amplified his strength, enabling him to keep pace with Vegeta, occasionally causing the latter some trouble during their skirmish. Gohan. Goku watched anxiously as his son was tossed about by Vegeta, furrowing his brow in concern. After pushing Gohan away, Akarobi noticed that Vegeta's attention was entirely focused on Gohan, and he stealthily darted away, swiftly slipping into the thick smoke. This lad, despite appearing cowardly, proves to be quite resourceful when it matters most. Wanyan couldn't help but smile at Akarobi's sneaky antics. With a resounding cry of righteous fury, Wang Xing burst forth from the smoke like a meteor, propelled by tremendous power, directly entering the fray with unwavering force. Wang Xing's arrival granted Gohan a much-needed respite, allowing him to relinquish the lead in the assault to Wang Xing while he assumed a supportive role on the sidelines. What? Vegeta was taken aback. He could hardly believe that Wang Sheng had also recovered. Particularly striking was the fact that Wang Sheng's powers had ascended to new heights, making their collaboration quite challenging for him. With Wang Sheng leading the assault and Gohan providing support from the sidelines, the trio engaged in a fierce aerial battle, their forms flickering in and out of sight. The intensity of the conflict left Piccolo and Krillin struggling below, unable to discern their movements. To his astonishment, Piccolo realized that in just a year's time, Gohan had surpassed him. His gaze remained fixed on the sky, filled with profound thoughts. As the smoke dissipated below, Vegeta's keen eyes spotted a sneaky figure lurking nearby. It was him, that detestable, rotund fool. I shall tear you to shreds. Vegeta seethed, glaring at the grotesque silhouette. Distracted by this revelation, he suddenly found himself struck by Wang Sheng's fist. With his defenses down, he was swiftly overwhelmed by the relentless assault of both Wang Sheng and Gohan, their barrage of punches drowning him. Chapter 45. The Turnaround Kamehameha. Magical Flash. The two young warriors executed their techniques with remarkable synchrony, unleashing twin energy waves that engulfed the beleaguered Vegeta. A resounding explosion echoed through the air, as the blast generated a thick cloud of smoke that enveloped the battlefield. At that moment, a figure shot downward like a cannonball, crashing into the earth and stirring up a massive cloud of dust. Haha, we finally defeated this brutal foe. Gohan and Wang Sheng exchanged glances, their faces alight with joy. Have we triumphed? Krillin managed to rise, supporting himself on his knees, unable to conceal his own smile. Humph, it's passably satisfactory. Piccolo remarked with a hint of pride. It seems we need not intervene. Gohan and Wang Sheng can vanquish him without our aid. Goku said with a smile directed at Wang Yang. Given Gohan's performance in the recent battle, he felt a swell of pride. At that moment, a furious roar erupted, and the ground shook with a tremendous sound as the battered Vegeta reappeared, his body marred with injuries. His face was bruised, blood trickled from his mouth, and one eye was swollen shut while the other was wide open as he gasped for breath. You dare to leave me in such a pitiful state? I will not forgive you. Vegeta ground his teeth in rage. The fact that he had been bested by their offspring, with the two lower-class warriors absent, severely wounded his pride. Vegeta propelled himself into the sky with determination. Not dead yet. Wang Sheng and Gohan exchanged a glance and nodded, charging forward once more. No. If these two shameless children continue to work together, it will spell disaster for me. Vegeta clenched his jaw, veins bulging on his forehead, as he spread his palms wide, gathering a sphere of white light. What is this? Goku sensed the energy coalescing in Vegeta's hands. Its power seemed ordinary, and defeating Wang Sheng and Gohan with it appeared impossible. A man-made moon, as Wang Yang's words echoed in the air. The luminous orb hurled by Vegeta ascended into the heavens, transforming into a perfectly round artificial moon. In that very moment, Vegeta, Wang Sheng, and Gohan beheld the celestial spectacle, and their bodies uncontrollably began to expand. Oh no! Exclaimed Krillin and Piccolo, their faces draining of color as they witnessed Goku and Gohan transition into colossal apes. The sheer irrationality and unbridled destruction, coupled with a surge in combat power, rendered the scene a veritable nightmare. Wasn't Gohan's tail severed? Piccolo pondered darkly, casting a scrutinizing gaze at Gohan, only to discover the intact tail protruding behind him, silencing his thoughts abruptly. Roar! 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 Three thunderous howls reverberated through the air as three immense brown great apes materialized before the onlookers. The largest among them wore a smirk of triumph, exclaiming, "You two lowly warriors' offspring, the great apes are devoid of reason. Observe as I subdue both of you." Ah, Gohan, why are you attacking me? Wang Sheng, still acclimating to his great ape physique, faltered and was struck by the mindless Gohan, stumbling backward in disarray. The berserk Gohan was consumed by an insatiable desire for destruction, yearning to obliterate everything in sight. Gohan, cease at once. Our adversary is that malevolent Saiyan, Wang Sheng shouted, desperately evading Gohan's relentless strikes, unwilling to retaliate for fear of being exploited by the other Saiyan. His colossal form appeared rather disheveled as Krillin and Piccolo stared in bewilderment, baffled by the sudden infighting. Haha, I truly am a genius, effortlessly inciting your self-destruction, chuckled the great ape Vegeta, arms crossed, relishing the spectacle while silently applauding his own intellect. He refrained from joining the fray, wary that intervening could lead to a dual assault from both Gohan and Wang Sheng, a perilous predicament he wished to avoid. Instead, he opted to maintain a safe distance and reap the benefits of their discord. Yet, a flicker of doubt stirred within Vegeta's mind. Were Kakarot and Wang Yang truly lowly warriors? Why, then, did this individual named Wang Sheng retain his sanity upon transforming into a great ape? Could it be that Wang Yang was also a high-ranking warrior? Vegeta mused, dismissing the possibility. It was improbable. He believed he knew of all elite fighters. Moreover, how could an elite be exiled to such a remote, lowly planet? High-ranking warriors typically emerged as the elite among Saiyans, nurtured on Planet Vegeta and as the Saiyan Prince. He would be well acquainted with all on that planet. Unperturbed by his uncertainty, Vegeta thought, even if Wang Yang is an elite warrior, so what? I am the Prince of the Saiyans, the strongest. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Yang's battle power at birth far surpassed his own, second only to Broly. With a lineage even more distinguished than his, Wang Sheng, Gohan has transformed into a great ape and lost his sanity. You must be cautious. Krillin shouted loudly at Wang Sheng. What shall we do? While desperately fending off Gohan's attacks, Wang Sheng turned to Krillin and inquired. The tail. If we sever his tail, Gohan will revert back. Piccolo shouted. He was well versed in this matter. The previous year, during training with Gohan, Gohan had transformed into a gigantic ape. And it was Piccolo himself who had cut off Gohan's tail, allowing him to return to normal. All right, Wang Sheng exclaimed joyfully, leaping forward to tackle Gohan's massive form to the ground. The tremendous force caused the ground to tremble violently. Krillin, I have Gohan pinned down. You all help me sever his tail. Wang Sheng gritted his teeth, exerting all his strength to hold Gohan down while shouting to Krillin and the others. The giant ape Gohan seemed to sense the impending threat and struggled fiercely, his powerful arms pounding the ground and kicking up clouds of dust. Got it. Watch my energy blade. Krillin nodded at Wang Sheng's words, concentrating his energy into a blade and preparing to strike Gohan's tail. Just then, a wave of light surged from the distance, instantly sending both Krillin and Piccolo flying. They crashed heavily to the ground, left incapacitated, and Krillin's energy blade dissipated into nothingness. Ah, Uncle Krillin, Wang Sheng cried out, glaring furiously at Vegeta in the distance. You want to ruin my plans? You clearly underestimate me. Vegeta scoffed, relishing the opportunity to let these two troublesome children battle amongst themselves. He would not allow anyone to interfere with this spectacle. Enjoy yourselves, I'll deal with you later. Ensuring that no one would interrupt their fight, Vegeta strode away, his colossal footsteps resonating through the ground as he surveyed his surroundings, seemingly in search of something. Chapter 46. The appearance don't come any closer. Please, don't come any closer. A Kakarot hid behind a small hill, trembling in fear. I found you, you fat rat. Vegeta's eyes gleamed with excitement as he cast his enormous hand downwards, capturing the panicked Kakarot firmly in his grasp. Ah, it hurts. It hurts. Let me go? A Kakarot screamed as he felt the immense pain coursing through him. Tell me honestly, why did those two suddenly recover? Vegeta tightened his grip, his blood-red eyes fixated on the chubby creature he held. The powerful voice stirred a fierce wind, causing a Kakarot's hair to whip about wildly, the foul stench nearly overwhelming him. It's the Senza beans. No matter how severe the injuries, consuming a Senza bean can completely restore one's health. A Kakarot, lacking any fortitude, spilled the information as if pouring beans from a bamboo tube. Where are the Senza beans? Hand them over. Vegeta demanded urgently, knowing he must acquire such a valuable item. There are none left. Not a single one. A Kakarot shook his head vigorously. None. If that is the case, then you have no use for them. Prepare to die. Vegeta, filled with fury, intensified his grip, and a faint cracking sound resonated from the bones of a Kakarot. Wait, I still have one left. In the face of life and death, a Kakarot dared not conceal the truth. Hurry, give it to me. Vegeta raised his left hand, crossing it over his chest, while his right thumb and index finger formed a tight ring around a Kakarot's nearly invisible neck, suspending him in midair. A Kakarot, panting, hastily retrieved a small cloth pouch from his pocket and tossed it into Vegeta's palm. A vibrant green bean tumbled out, presenting itself before Vegeta's eyes. A wondrous treasure. A miraculous gem. Vegeta exclaimed with uncontainable joy, for a single bean could restore a gravely injured warrior, a divine artifact for the battle-hungry Saiyan. Is there any more? Greed ignited within him. With an abundance of these beans, he could engage Frieza in a war of attrition, ultimately defeating him. There's truly nothing left. Kakarot lamented with a woeful expression. Ah! Vegeta exerted more force, causing Kakarot to weep and wail in agony, his cries piercing the heavens. Is there still nothing? Vegeta pressed on. None. Kakarot weakly protested, regretting his past gluttony that had depleted his stock of the sacred beans. At this moment, Vegeta finally believed this spineless, rotund figure. What had that bald man said about resurrection? Vegeta voiced his confusion. It is the Dragon Balls. Gather all 7, and one can wish for anything from the eternal dragon. Kakarot answered without hesitation. Dragon Balls. Vegeta's eyes sparkled with excitement, saliva nearly dripping from his mouth. Since arriving on Earth, he had encountered countless astonishing phenomena: the ability to control one's aura, the miraculous healing beans, and the wish-granting Dragon Balls, all of which reshaped his understanding of value. He suddenly realized the treasures this planet harbored were boundless. Mine, all mine. Indeed, the Dragon Balls were creations of the deities, and Kakarot, having trained in the sacred temple for a year, was well aware of many matters. Seeing Piccolo, who lay incapacitated nearby, Vegeta's expression darkened. If he is dead, so be it. I shall journey to his homeland, Namek. Vegeta clenched his teeth, speaking in irritation. Lord Vegeta, from the moment I first laid eyes on you, I have held immense admiration for you. Let us become good friends. Kakarot forced a smile. Pleased by Kakarot's perceptiveness, Vegeta's mood lifted. You, this repugnant fatso, think you are worthy to follow me? With a newfound sense of elation, Vegeta hurled Kakarot into the air with great force, delivering a fierce kick that sent the rotund figure soaring like a ball. When Kakarot fell to the ground, he bounced several times, ultimately kicking up a cloud of dust. Haha, though this may have been a bit of a mess, victory is mine. Vegeta laughed heartily, his voice echoing in triumph. However, upon reflecting on those who had brought him to such a state of disarray, a fierce glint ignited in Vegeta's eyes. He opened his formidable jaws, and a terrifying energy sphere began to coalesce. I shall not spare anyone who has harmed me. I will annihilate you all, and subsequently eradicate every inhabitant of Earth. At that moment, Wang Sheng was pinning Gohan down, delivering a barrage of blows, when he suddenly sensed a dreadful energy approaching. The searing heat permeated the entire sky, and an overwhelming sense of oppression enveloped him. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Sheng turned his head, only to be met with an overwhelming white light that filled his vision. Ah, Daddy, I'm scared. In a state of panic, Wang Sheng instinctively covered his eyes with both hands and cried out. After a brief moment, he felt no pain nor heard any explosion. He unconsciously lowered his hands. Before him stood a towering figure in the sky, whose right index finger gently pressed against the oncoming shockwave. Astonishingly, the immensely powerful shockwave could not advance even a single step before this figure. Daddy! Wang Sheng was momentarily stunned, but then elation surged within him. He quickly stood up, his gaze fixed unwaveringly upon the greatest person in the world. Wang Yang flicked his right index finger, and the immense light wave instantly retreated at an astonishing speed. What? Vegeta's eyes bulged as he shouted, desperately attempting to summon his internal power to counterattack. Yet, he quickly realized that the shockwave he had unleashed showed no signs of slowing down. In an instant, he was struck by the light wave. With a thunderous roar that shook the heavens, a crimson radiance flooded the earth, causing the ground to tremble violently. Wang Yang slightly raised his head, a beam of light coalescing in his eyes, directing it towards the artificial moon suspended in the sky. Silently, the beam struck the artificial moon, causing it to dissipate into nothingness. As the artificial moon vanished, Wang Sheng and Gohan on the ground could no longer maintain their great ape transformation, their massive forms shrinking visibly. Daddy! Returning to their original forms, Wang Sheng's petite body lunged forward, burying his small head in his father's chest. Meanwhile, Goku appeared, cradling the naked Gohan. Little Sheng, you fought brilliantly, Wang Yang exclaimed, lifting Wang Sheng high with a smile. Haha! Wang Sheng, fully nude, beamed a radiant smile. Damn it! Not far away, Vegeta lay battered and bloodied, convulsing on the ground. I have not yet lost. Vegeta trembled as he raised his hand, revealing a vibrant green bean nestled in his palm. Chapter 47. Fusion. Wang Yang cast a casual glance at Vegeta, then dismissed him from his thoughts. The current Vegeta was not noteworthy enough to command his attention. He pointed his index finger at the two naked little ones, and a radiant glow danced at his fingertips. To their astonishment, the two children discovered that they were adorned in brand new garments. This small enchantment was a skill he had learned from the Supreme Kai in recent years, having grasped the principles of energy with remarkable depth after just one explanation. How marvelous! Gohan and Wang Sheng exchanged a glance, their faces lighting up with joy. Father, please save Uncle Krillin and Uncle Piccolo. At that moment, Wang Sheng finally remembered his comrades. Do not worry. Their resilience is remarkable. They will not perish. Wang Yang replied with a faint smile, yet he swiftly descended beside them. Just then, Goku arrived, cradling Gohan in his arms. Krillin and Piccolo lay motionless on the ground, their weary eyes the only indication of life, barely able to move. Krillin, are you all right? Goku asked anxiously, his gaze fixed on Krillin. You are gravely injured. Fortunately, you still cling to life. Otherwise, we would have to rely on Shenron, Wang Yang remarked, observing the two fallen figures. Krillin and Piccolo managed to force a grim smile, seemingly devoid of the strength to utter a word. Open your mouths. Upon instinct, they complied, and two magical beans flew accurately into their mouths. They struggled to chew and swallow the beans, and within moments, their eyes brightened as their injuries miraculously healed. Haha, I'm alive. Thank you for the magic beans, Wang Yang. Krillin exclaimed, rising to his feet with hands on his hips, laughing heartily. Humph. Piccolo scoffed, his gratitude unexpressed. Just as Krillin celebrated, a furious roar erupted, unleashing an overwhelming force that sent shockwaves rippling through the air. From the source of this energy explosion, countless beams of light surged toward Wang Yang and his companions. Sensing a power far beyond anything previously encountered, Vegeta felt an overwhelming surge of confidence, convinced he could effortlessly defeat the two companions. Regarding his earlier attack's failure, Vegeta simply attributed it to that individual being slightly stronger than himself. He believed his current strength could achieve the same. With everyone on an equal playing field, he felt assured that he, Vegeta, would excel. Oh dear, that Saiyan has recovered, and he appears even stronger. Krillin gasped, startled to see Vegeta restored and launching a fierce assault, quickly retreating behind Goku. Wang Yang raised his eyelids slightly, releasing his aura, creating an invisible barrier that intercepted the incoming energy blasts. Boom! The thunderous explosions echoed continuously, enveloping everyone in a cloud of smoke. Incredible! Krillin and Piccolo stood in stunned silence, as they effortlessly countered the Saiyan's onslaught without needing to move. As the smoke dissipated, Vegeta realized his attack had failed to make an impact and swiftly appeared before Wang Yang and the others. You cowardly fools have finally shown yourselves. Prepare to experience despair, Vegeta declared, cracking his knuckles with a sinister grin. He paid no mind to the earlier failure, for his power had increased, buoying his confidence. He believed that in the vast universe, only Frieza was worthy of being his adversary. You should first surpass these two little fellows before speaking further. Wang Yang cast a casual glance at Vegeta, his interest scarcely piqued. The disparity between them was not merely a matter of magnitude. Even if Vegeta were to transform into a Super Saiyan or even a Super Saiyan God at this moment, he would still be no match for Wang Yang. After all, the difference in their base combat powers was too vast. The transformations into Super Saiyan or Super Saiyan God could not possibly amplify his strength by 10,000 times. Unless he could achieve a Super Saiyan transformation atop the Super Saiyan God level, he would stand no chance against Wang Yang. Vegeta's strength had indeed increased. Yet without mastering the Kaioken technique, it seemed that Gohan and Wang Sheng would not be able to contend with him this time. Goku was also somewhat perplexed. Although their combat abilities were commendable, they would be effortlessly defeated with just one hand. Vegeta proclaimed with pride, "You may come at me together." Vegeta's arrogance swelled. Do you truly believe that if I teach them a single technique, they would be able to make me cry out in defeat with just one hand? Wang Yang replied with a smile. The Saiyan's pride could not tolerate such provocation, and as soon as the words left Wang Yang's lips, Vegeta erupted in protest. What a joke! I, Vegeta, cannot believe they could defeat me with a mere technique. Having returned from the brink of death, Vegeta's combat power had surged tremendously, filling him with boundless confidence, and he could hardly abide Wang Yang's taunts. If you have the ability, then teach them. You shall soon discover that no technique can harm me, Vegeta declared, arms crossed and head held high, exuding arrogance. How boastful! You shall soon reap the consequences. Wang Yang sneered. Vegeta's arrogance often led him to utter the most haughty remarks, only to receive the most painful repercussions. Wang Yang, what technique do you intend to teach them? Goku inquired eagerly, his curiosity piqued. There exists a remarkable technique on the planet Metamor in the universe, known as fusion. By balancing their energies and executing a specific dance, two warriors can merge into one. The newly formed warrior possesses the strengths of both and experiences a significant leap in combat power. However, this technique is time-limited and will separate after half an hour. Wang Yang explained with a smile. Krillin and Piccolo exchanged glances, astonished. Fusion? Is it truly that powerful? You must teach them quickly, Goku urged, his eyes bright with anticipation. With a wave of his right hand, Wang Yang summoned a surge of energy, conjuring two figures composed of pure energy from the ground. These figures bore an uncanny resemblance to Wang Sheng and Gohan. The two approached cautiously, examining their identical counterparts. They look just like me, Wang Sheng exclaimed in awe. Indeed. Gohan nodded in agreement. With a thought, Wang Yang set the two figures into motion. Pay close attention and learn well. From a distance, Vegeta observed the embarrassing postures of the two little ones, feeling a twinge of awkwardness. You feel no embarrassment, yet I find it quite awkward. Here, raise your hands a bit higher and don't spread your legs so widely. Your postures must be consistent. Additionally, your breathing should be synchronized. Chapter 48. I shall call him Wu Sheng. Although these two little ones are still quite young, their capacity for learning is commendable, and they quickly begin to mimic the movements with impressive accuracy. An hour later, they are ready to attempt it. Begin, with Wang Yang's command. Wang Sheng and Wu Fan stand apart. Fusion. As their delicate index fingers touch, a brilliant light flashes, and their figures merge as if they have become shadows of one another. The radiance is so intense that it surely indicates success. Krillin gasps in astonishment. Did they succeed? Goku watches with curious eyes, filled with anticipation. Failed. Wang Yang sighs, rubbing his forehead, having observed that the two little ones had misaligned their fingers. As the light dissipates, it confirms Wang Yang's suspicion. A chubby boy, appearing about 10 years old, emerges, clad only in a vest that exposes his plump, soft belly. The boy shifts slightly, and then takes a few small, clumsy steps with legs thicker than Wang Yang's, before squatting down on the ground, panting heavily under the bewildered gazes of the onlookers. Huh? Are you sure he can defeat that Saiyan? Krillin asks, his face flush with embarrassment, gently nudging Wang Yang's arm. Ha! This little chub is supposed to defeat me? Vegeta bursts into laughter, holding his belly. Failed. Ignoring Vegeta's ridicule, Wang Yang steps forward and delivers a light slap to the boy's head. A silvery light flows from his palm, and upon contact, the chubby boy emits a white glow. In the next moment, Wang Sheng and Wu Fan's figures reappear on the ground. With remarkable control, Wang Yang forcibly separates the two energies that had fused within the boy. You misaligned your fingers during the final step, he illustrates the mistake. The two little ones nod earnestly. Again, Wang Yang calls out. Fusion. The light surges once more, followed by a weak cough. Cough. Another failure. Goku stares at the emaciated child before him, momentarily stunned. The outcome is evident. He begins to doubt whether this technique possesses the might that Wang Yang had claimed. Cough. Cough. Wang Yang watches anxiously as the child struggles to cough. Fearing he might suddenly choke, Goku steps forward and delivers a slap to the frail boy's head. Smack. The already weak fusion individual collapses, convulsing on the ground. Cough, cough. The intervals between the coughs stretch long, as if he truly cannot catch his breath. Why haven't you separated yet? Upon witnessing this scene, Wukong felt an immediate sense of embarrassment as he covered his head, having just observed Wang Yang split the fusion being apart with a single mighty palm. He had assumed that such an action would suffice to separate them. However, he was quickly disabused of this notion when the outcome unfolded contrary to his expectations. Wang Yang cast a disdainful glance at Wukong, enveloping the fusion being lying on the ground in his aura, lifting it before him, and then delivering another resounding strike to its head, once again fracturing its form. How on earth did you achieve that? Wukong inquired, his curiosity piqued, as he regarded Wang Yang as an enigma, seemingly well-versed in every arcane skill. Quite simply, it is a manipulation of qi. The fusion being is a confluence of two individuals' powers, yet this amalgamation carries a degree of separation. If one can masterfully control qi, one can forcibly sever the powers contained within the fusion being by navigating through that very separation, thus dissolving their state of fusion, Wang Yang elucidated. I see. Sun Wukong exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon him. Wukong, your strength has grown considerably over the years, Wang Yang remarked, observing Sun Wukong. Not too shabby, Wukong replied modestly, scratching his head. However, your mastery over Qi has diminished. It would be wise to take some time to meditate and refine your control, Wang Yang pointed out, shifting the focus to Wukong's shortcomings. You are correct, Wukong acknowledged with a nod. Let us proceed. Wang Yang instructed the two young ones once more. Absolutely. We must not fail this time. The competitive spirit of the two young ones was ignited after two unsuccessful attempts. Fusion. Wang Yang's lips curled into a subtle smile. A radiant light surged skyward, an overwhelming aura enveloped the surroundings, and powerful waves of energy radiated outward. Amidst the swirling smoke, a lithe figure gradually emerged. With a handsome visage adorned by a confident smile, clad in a vest that revealed his sculpted abdomen, his physique appeared taut with explosive potential. Haha, we did it. Krillin laughed heartily. He sensed the aura of this child akin to a blazing sun suspended in the heavens, an inexhaustible source of power flowing forth, leaving all in awe. A hint of a smile appeared on Piccolo's lips. What? This power? Vegeta, at that moment, could feel the unfamiliar yet immensely potent energy without the aid of a scouter, rendering him momentarily stunned. The might of this energy was overwhelming. Under its immense pressure, he felt like a fragile sailboat amidst tumultuous waves, utterly insignificant and powerless. Regret washed over Vegeta as he lamented his previous arrogance. You are neither Gohan nor Wang Sheng. What name do you bear now? Wang Yang inquired of the youth before him with a smile. I shall be called Wuxing, Wuxing declared, clenching his fists, acutely aware of the vast power surging within him. This power is formidable enough to easily vanquish this Vegeta. After stating this, Wuxing began to stretch and warm up, throwing punches and kicking, generating a fierce gust of wind that caused numerous stones to levitate around him. Suddenly, Wuxing clenched his fists, lowered his waist, and let out a thunderous roar. Accompanied by a world-shattering shout, a powerful wave of energy surged outward in all directions, causing the stones suspended in the air to disintegrate into dust. Wukong, sensing the immense aura radiating from Wuxing, marveled at the unexpected might of their fusion. Wang Yang, if our adversaries prove too formidable, let us also attempt fusion. Wukong was eager to discover the strength that would arise from the union of himself and Wang Yang. Together, who in the universe could possibly stand against us? We shall see, Wang Yang replied nonchalantly, though he harbored some reluctance towards the fusion, particularly with the unpredictable Sun Wukong. Trouble looms. Our enemies are about to appear. Wang Yang's smile faded, and his expression turned grave as he gazed into the distant sky. Chapter 49. Wukong confronts Chi-Chi. Wukong jolted, his demeanor turning serious as he followed Wang Yang's gaze. At that moment, a small black dot appeared in the sky, which gradually enlarged and ultimately transformed into a pale yellow aircraft before Wukong's eyes. The plane bore a conspicuous logo, Capsule. As he beheld the aircraft, an ominous premonition filled Wukong's heart. He sensed the approaching individuals and nearly jumped in fright. It's Chi-Chi and Bulma. What are they doing here? What should we do? They discovered our whereabouts through Granny's crystal ball and are furious. The rest is up to you. Make sure to give them a good thrashing. Wang Yang chuckled, observing Wukong's apprehension. I can't do that. Wukong was taken aback. Thoughts of overcoming Wang Yang vanished in an instant. Chi-Chi was indeed an insurmountable force in his life. Whenever she was enraged, Wukong could only tremble in fear. Seeing the uneasy stance of Wang Yang and Wukong, Krillin and Piccolo exchanged glances, a hint of amusement in their eyes. Who would have thought that the two strongest beings on Earth are also afraid of their wives? Before the aircraft had even landed, a woman clad in a Chi-Pao leaped from it. As Chi-Chi touched down, she scanned the surroundings, searching for her son, Gohan. 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 My Gohan, where are you? Chi-Chi called out loudly. Wuxing slightly turned his head, gazing at Chi-Chi and Bulma with surprise. He had not anticipated their arrival. He was in no hurry to confront Vegeta, viewing him as merely a grasshopper at summer's end, unable to leap for long. Wukong, come here. Unable to find her son, Chi-Chi bellowed at Sun Wukong. Chi-Chi, what brings you here? Wukong, compelled to comply, hurriedly approached her. Where's my Gohan? Chi-Chi seized Wukong by the collar, glaring at him intensely. Over there. Wukong smiled broadly, pointing toward the distant Wuxing. Gohan. How could he possibly be Gohan? My Gohan is only 5 years old and certainly not this large. Chi-Chi glanced at Wuxing. Although this youth bore a striking resemblance to Gohan, he was undeniably not him. At that moment, Bulma descended from the aircraft, clad in a sky-blue miniskirt that accentuated her curvaceous figure. With hands firmly placed on her hips and her calves encased in ankle boots rhythmically tapping against the ground, she cast an irritated glance at Wang Yang. Bulma, you have arrived. Wang Yang chuckled, approaching her with a mischievous grin as he draped his arm around her shoulders. Humph. Do you have any idea how worried I was just now? Had I known you were here, I wouldn't have been so anxious, Bulma retorted, turning her head aside with a huff. The sight of Wang Yang's unrepentant grin incited a desire within her to deliver a thorough thrashing. Wang Yang paused, momentarily taken aback, recalling that Bulma was not like Chi-Chi. If he insisted on having Wuxing participate in the battle, she would likely worry but ultimately acquiesce to his decision, much like she had with his previous excessive requests. Bulma, I apologize for not considering your feelings this time, which caused you concern. I promise to consult with you thoroughly next time, Wang Yang said earnestly, his tone reflecting genuine remorse. I'll let this slide for now, but where is Xiao Shang? Bulma inquired with a cold snort. Over there. Wang Yang indicated Wuxing. Earlier, Wukong claimed he was Gohan, and now you say he is Xiao Shang. What on earth is going on? Bulma asked, her brow furrowing in confusion. It is as follows. Wang Yang recounted the fusion of the two. If they were so powerful during the fusion, why did Gohan suffer such a beating earlier? You should have taught them how to use it. Chi-Chi shouted at son Wukong. Wukong smiled awkwardly, scratching his head. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Gohan was not beaten badly at all. You must have misseen it. Look, he is still standing there with great poise. If you don't believe me, I can call him over, and you can ask him whether he was truly beaten. Wang Yang shook his head, his demeanor resolute. We all saw it. How could we have misseen it? Oolong mumbled. You must be mistaken. It was undoubtedly the fortune-telling old woman's crystal that created an illusion, failing to reveal the true situation. That old hag lacks skill in her craft, and her divinations are costly. Next time, do not summon her. I shall perform the divination for you, Wang Yang insisted, refusing to concede. These little rascals are truly unscrupulous, expecting a fortune-telling without payment. In the Kame house, the fortune-telling old woman chastised Bulma and the others, muttering incessantly. Suddenly, she sneezed, sending the crystal before her flying. Which scoundrel dares to slander me from behind? Just wait until I find you. Why is it you again? Never mind. This time I shall not hold it against you. The fortune-telling old woman said, looking at the familiar face in the crystal ball, her heart sinking as she broke the spell. Wang Yang discreetly winked at Bulma. Bulma, with a profound understanding, delivered a decisive blow to Oolong's head. Silence. Wang Yang is mistaken. It was the fortune-teller who erred, she asserted. Oolong, feeling quite hurt, protested. I spoke the truth. Why must I be struck? Master Roshi withdrew slightly, positioning himself behind Oolong. Indeed, Wang Yang is correct. Gohan was not severely beaten, he chimed in. At that moment, Goku chuckled heartily. You dare laugh? If you hadn't been so engrossed in your training and absent from home for 2 years, Gohan wouldn't have had to fight. He could be at home studying diligently, being a good child. Chi-Chi scolded him repeatedly. Do not fret, Chi-Chi. Once the battle concludes, Gohan will have ample opportunity to study. Goku reassured her, gently patting her shoulder. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of light streaked across the sky, accompanied by a tremendous scream. Chi-Chi was seen embedded in a rock, sprawled out. Chi-Chi, Goku gasped, glancing at his palm in shock, before rushing towards her. Wang Yang regarded Goku with exasperation, recognizing the consequences of his uncontrolled strength. Mother. Wuxing anxiously rushed over. Father, why did you strike Mother? Look at the state you've put her in. He complained. It was Gohan. I failed to control my strength and merely tapped Chi-Chi, yet it sent her flying. Goku explained sheepishly as he helped Chi-Chi to her feet, offering a nervous chuckle. Bulma observed Chi-Chi's pitiful condition, her throat tightening with concern. What happened? Wang Yang inquired, puzzled. Chapter 50. Next time, you'll hit your own bottom. Will you, like Goku, strike your wife? Unlike Chi-Chi, I am not trained. My little frame cannot withstand such blows. Bulma gazed at Wang Yang with a pleading expression. How could I ever strike you? Rest assured, even if I were to hit, it would never be you. Wang Yang vowed earnestly. Humph, remember your words now. Next time, you shall strike your own bottom. Bulma shot him a flirtatious glare. Oolong and Master Roshi sensed the overwhelming tension in the air, exchanging glances. They felt it prudent to leave, hastening to check on Chi-Chi's injuries. Goku, you must learn to control your strength. Fortunately, it was Chi-Chi. Had it been another woman, the consequences would have been dire, Master Roshi advised solemnly. Wise words, Master Roshi. Alas, poor Kaiotsu. He has perished once and cannot be revived by the Dragon Balls. He lamented suddenly. Master Roshi, Wang Yang mentioned that on Namek, there are also Dragon Balls. Once this battle is over, we shall journey there and request their assistance in reviving Kaiotsu, Goku suggested. I see. You must indeed make that journey. They protect the Earth from formidable foes. And we must ensure their revival. Agreed. How infuriating. They are so powerful, utterly beyond our reach. In the distance, Vegeta sensed the formidable power emanating from Goku. A force so intimidating that it sent shivers down his spine, compelling him to tremble with fear. As a prince of the Saiyan race, he was determined not to retreat. However, the disparity in their strengths was undeniably vast. At that moment, noticing that Goku seemed oblivious to his presence, Vegeta discreetly took a few steps back and, with a sudden surge of energy, soared into the sky. I shall retreat for now. Once my power grows stronger, I will ensure that I eliminate you all to quell the hatred festering within me. Despite the fury raging in his heart, Vegeta was not foolish. He understood the necessity of retreating at a crucial moment. Suddenly, as Goku was watching Chi-Chi, he perceived Vegeta's intent to escape and instantaneously appeared in front of him. What? Vegeta was startled to see a figure materialize before him, instinctively halting his advance. How did he get in front of me so quickly? The prince was astonished by Goku's speed, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Where do you think you're going? Goku asked, arms crossed, casting a cold glance at the terrified Vegeta. Die? The intertwining emotions of rage and humiliation surged within Vegeta as he saw Goku blocking his path, prompting him to unleash a fierce roar. Gathering immense energy in his hands, he directed it vehemently towards Goku. Die, die, die. Vegeta's hands moved rapidly, transforming into a whirlwind, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts. Boom. A tremendous explosion erupted, flames shooting skyward, engulfing Goku's figure in a tempest of energy. My Gohan. Just moments ago seemingly lifeless. Chi-Chi sprang to her feet upon witnessing Goku under attack by Vegeta. Little Saiyan, Bulma, disregarding her banter with Wang Yang, turned pale with fear at the sight and rushed into her husband's embrace. Do not worry. Goku is incredibly strong now. Vegeta is no match for him. Just look back. Isn't Goku standing there unscathed? Wang Yang gently patted Bulma's back, offering reassurance. Upon hearing Wang Yang's words, Bulma turned to look. As the smoke dissipated, Goku indeed stood unharmed, arms crossed, observing Vegeta. Is this your idea of an attack? It merely tickles. Perhaps you should eat something before attempting to fight again, Goku scoffed, an unmistakable look of disdain on his face. Curse you. Vegeta's pride was severely wounded. His anger clouded his judgment. He lunged forward, throwing a punch at Goku's face. Slow. Too slow. This is like child's play. Goku effortlessly tilted his head to evade the strike, failing to land a hit. Vegeta's face contorted in rage as he continued his assault, his hands becoming mere blurs as he aimed blows at Goku. Yet, the overwhelming gap in their combat prowess rendered all of Vegeta's attacks futile. The mighty Wuxing exuded an air of arrogance. With his left hand casually resting behind him and his right hand raised, a single finger pointed skyward, effortlessly parrying all of Vegeta's onslaughts. With a resounding thud, Wuxing, having grown bored of the exchange, flashed a radiant smile before delivering a thunderous punch to Vegeta's abdomen. The impact struck Vegeta like a bolt of lightning, leaving his mind blank and his face contorted in agony. He clutched his midsection, staggering backward in disarray, saliva spraying forth before he crumpled to his knees, his head crashing heavily against the unforgiving stone beneath him. Such formidable strength. Krillin, witnessing Wuxing's decisive blow that left the once invincible Vegeta in shambles, stood in stunned silence. Wow, little Saint is incredible, Bulma exclaimed, her hands covering her vibrant red lips, her eyes sparkling with pride as she beamed at her son's prowess. Gohan, give him a good thrashing. How dare he come to Earth and disrupt your studies? Chi-Chi, cradled in Goku's arms, turned to shout at Wuxing, her fist raised defiantly. Goku, meanwhile, felt a surge of frustration. Damn it, I can't even withstand a single attack from him. Vegeta lay on the ground, his face twitching, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow as the dust beneath him became dampened. He felt a profound ache throughout his body. The energy within him shattered by Wuxing's blow, rendering him unable to gather strength anew. From his elevated position, Wuxing gazed down upon the fallen Vegeta with a cold demeanor, his right hand slowly raising to aim at the defeated warrior below. A sphere of yellow energy coalesced in his palm, a strike potent enough to obliterate even Vegeta at his peak. I will die? I refuse to die. I have yet to become a Super Saiyan, and I still have not avenged myself against Frieza. Vegeta trembled as he sensed the chilling aura above him, his body quaking with an overwhelming desire to survive. Wuxing. Just then, Wang Yang appeared at Wuxing's side, softly calling out, "Father?" Wuxing looked at Wang Yang, perplexed. Let him go, Wang Yang sighed. In the past, he would have never spared Vegeta, given their history of enmity. However, with the resolution of his own inner conflicts, he no longer harbored animosity and decided to grant Vegeta a chance at redemption. All right, father. Wuxing nodded in agreement, dispersing the energy in his hand. Although Wuxing was a fusion of two beings, he held deep respect for Wang Yang, adhering to his father's wishes without question. Well done. Goku, accompanied by Chi-Chi, praised Wuxing, expressing his approval of Wang Yang's decision to spare Vegeta. If we can avoid taking a life, we should, he affirmed. Haha, I'm glad. Wuxing, slightly bashful from the praise, scratched the back of his head and chuckled. Vegeta, you may leave. Focus on your training from now on and refrain from senselessly destroying planets. Such actions lead to no true progress. A true Saiyan seeks strength and the thrill of battle, not destruction for its own sake. Wang Yang admonished coldly to the fallen warrior. Humph. Vegeta let out a cold snort, trembling as he retrieved a remote control from his pocket, summoning his spacecraft. The spherical vessel soon appeared, and Vegeta, regaining some strength, clumsily climbed aboard. This grudge shall be avenged, he seethed, watching the figures below shrink into insignificance. After half an hour, the time for fusion arrived, and a flash of light heralded the appearance of King Saint and Gohan. As these two young ones emerged, Chi-Chi and Bulma immediately abandoned their husbands to fuss over their sons. Gohan, are you feeling unwell? Let me see. Little Saint, you must have sustained injuries. Make sure to eat well and recuperate. King Yang and Goku exchanged glances, both recognizing the shared exasperation in each other's eyes. After gathering the remains of the dumplings, the group made their way to King Yang's home, celebrating their victory over the Saiyans while discussing plans for their journey to Namek. Eat more. An abundance of delicacies was spread across a grand round table, with Bulma and Chi-Chi seated beside their sons, serving them food. The two women occasionally chastised King Yang and Goku for their actions. Gohan is still so young. Goku, how could you allow him to fight? It truly infuriates me. Indeed. Little Saint is still so small. I cannot fathom how you, as a father, could be so heartless, Bulma added, casting a disapproving glance at King Yang. King Yang and Goku allowed their complaints to wash over them, nodding in agreement while wearing unapologetic smiles as they devoured their meals. After satisfying their appetites, the group settled onto the sofa to chat. King Yang, you mentioned that Namek, Piccolo's homeland, possesses Dragon Balls. When do you plan to go there? Goku inquired. What? Me? King Yang pointed to himself, bewildered by Goku's suggestion. Of course. You can teleport. If not you, then who? Goku replied matter-of-factly. I have never been to Namek. I am unfamiliar with their location or energy signatures. King Yang shook his head. No problem. Just ask King Kai for guidance. Goku chuckled. Having their location is futile if I cannot sense their energy. I have an idea. Let us ask Shenron to transport you there. Krillin chimed in. Shenron can only be summoned once a year and should be reserved for emergencies. We should acquire a spacecraft to travel to Namek, treating it as a journey. Piccolo would likely wish to visit his homeland. King Yang suggested, glancing at Piccolo, who subtly nodded in agreement. Having spent years together, Bulma understood King Yang well. Noticing his search for excuses, she sensed he had ulterior motives. But we do not possess a spacecraft. Though that Saiyan has one. It is far too small for all of us, Goku remarked with a shake of his head. This is simple. Wait here while I borrow a spacecraft from a friend. King Yang said, activating his teleportation and vanishing from the room. Teleportation is truly remarkable. One can travel anywhere in an instant. Wukong's voice resonated with envy. In the vast darkness of space, a fleet of hundreds of spacecraft traversed the cosmos. Wang Yang's figure materialized on a purple, circular vessel. Long time no see, Pillar Star. Wang Yang addressed a being with purple skin. Ah, it is Lord Wang Yang. I pay my respects, my lord. Upon seeing Wang Yang, the Pillar Star was taken aback, standing at attention and bowing repeatedly in greeting. The individuals nearby clearly recognized Wang Yang as well, each offering respectful bows in acknowledgement. Every time Wang Yang appeared so suddenly, the Pillar Star felt as though it might faint from fright. How could it be that, even after altering its course numerous times in the vast universe, Wang Yang could locate it so effortlessly? Frieza was the most prominent real estate mogul in the universe, while the Pillar Star was infamous as a pirate, known for robbing cosmic merchants and invading affluent planets. Years ago, the Pillar Star had attempted to plunder a prosperous planet, only to be encountered by Wang Yang, who decisively dealt with it, destroying numerous vessels and severely wounding its pride, relegating it from a top-tier cosmic pirate to an ordinary one. Since then, it had lived in fear of Wang Yang, always eager to comply with his wishes, desperate to see him depart. After years of arduous effort, the Pillar Star had finally regained its status as a top-tier cosmic pirate, dreading the possibility of offending Wang Yang once more and reverting to a state of struggle. No need for that. No need. Wang Yang waved his hand dismissively, taking a seat on the throne recently vacated by the Pillar Star. I have come to seek your assistance with a matter, Wang Yang said, smiling at the Pillar Star. My lord, you flatter me. Whatever you require, I am at your service. I assure you, I will fulfill your request without hesitation. Even if you demand all my spacecraft, I would not flinch, the Pillar Star replied, keenly understanding the situation and refraining from inquiring about the specifics of the task. In the universe, there is no loyalty. It is a realm governed by the law of the jungle, where the strongest reign supreme. Should Wang Yang desire to usurp the Pillar Star's position, its subordinates would swiftly turn to serve him. I happen to be in need of a spacecraft, and yours appears quite suitable. Send someone to pilot it to Earth at once, and do so swiftly, as I am in urgent need of it, Wang Yang stated without seeking the Pillar Star's consent. He then provided the coordinates for Earth and, with a flicker of instant teleportation, departed without further ado. As Wang Yang vanished, the Pillar Star wiped an imaginary bead of sweat from its forehead. You all will pilot this spacecraft to Earth. Once there, you must heed Lord Wang Yang's every command. Do you understand? The Pillar Star bellowed to those aboard the ship. Understood. They responded in unison, having witnessed Wang Yang's formidable presence and daring not to be negligent. After issuing orders to its subordinates, the Pillar Star hurriedly boarded a small craft, departing from the larger vessel and entering a slightly smaller ship nearby. He truly wished to avoid meeting Wang Yang, preferring to distance himself as much as possible, ideally from the planet known as Earth. Soon, the colossal spaceship detached from the entire fleet, propelling itself rapidly toward a cerulean planet, while the fleet of Pilar redirected its course in the opposite direction of the departing vessel. Before long, Wang Yang's figure materialized within the room. The spaceship? Bulma inquired, circling him, noticing his empty hands. I just borrowed one from a friend. It's en route and should arrive in a few days, Wang Yang replied with a smile. There were also several spaceships on Earth, including those belonging to the deities Raditz, Nappa, and Goku. However, these required repairs and modifications, demanding considerable effort, making it far more practical to simply borrow one. Who will venture to Namek? Wang Yang asked the assembly. After a unanimous discussion, the chosen ones to travel to Namek were Goku, Piccolo, and Krillin. I want to go too. Gohan timidly raised his hand. Gohan, please don't joke about such matters. Chi-Chi softly admonished. I'm not jesting. I genuinely wish to help. We all aim to assist Earth in defending against the Saiyans, Gohan insisted, clenching his fists with determination. No, I cannot allow it. You've just returned after a year of training, and now you want to go to Namek? You still need to study. And you've already fallen behind your peers. Moreover, you are still quite young. What would happen if you encountered danger? Your father is going. So you needn't add to the chaos, Chi-Chi asserted with fervor. Wang Yang exchanged glances with Bulma and discreetly departed, taking Wang Sheng with him. Chi-Chi can be quite fearsome when riled up, yet Gohan's desire to assist in reviving everyone demonstrates remarkable resolve. Bulma praised Gohan. Wang Sheng wishes to accompany us to Namek to aid in the revival efforts. What do you think? Wang Yang gently inquired of Wang Sheng. I want to go. Wang Sheng replied earnestly. Such a good boy. A true man must bear responsibility, Wang Yang said, affectionately ruffling Wang Sheng's hair. I want to go as well. Bulma expressed her eagerness for an extraterrestrial adventure. With Wang Yang by her side, she felt secure no matter the destination. I'm not going, and you shouldn't either. Stay home with me, Wang Yang remarked contemplatively. What? Bulma exclaimed, taken aback. If Wang Yang did not go, how could she feel at ease with their son venturing to Namek at such a tender age? You must go. Wang Sheng is still very young, and I cannot bear the thought of him traveling so far, Bulma insisted. Do not worry, Goku will be there. There is no danger, Wang Yang reassured her. That is precisely why I am worried. With Goku around, I feel even more anxious. He is so simple-minded and careless. How could he look after anyone? Bulma retorted, infuriated. I'm currently facing a bottleneck in my repairs and could use your assistance, Wang Yang stated. I still don't feel comfortable with Wang Sheng going. Bulma pinched Wang Yang playfully. It's all right. He is my son, with immense potential. What danger could he possibly face? Furthermore, should any peril arise, he and Gohan can fuse and resolve any issue, Wang Yang whispered soothingly. Let me think about it. Bulma's tone softened slightly. As night enveloped the world, Bulma lay breathlessly in Wang Yang's embrace, her fervent breath casting a delicate blush upon her skin, while a cascade of azure green hair clung to her cheek. Bulma, I feel as though my body has reached a plateau. Do you possess any methods to further enhance my strength? Wang Yang inquired, sensing that the repairs he had undertaken recently seemed to yield diminished results. Stronger? But your physique is already exceedingly formidable, Bulma exclaimed, sitting up abruptly, her voice laced with surprise. In that moment, a brilliant light illuminated the dim room, prompting Wang Yang to instinctively grasp it and gently pull Bulma back down. Is it possible that the pressure in the gravity chamber is insufficient? Perhaps I should consider upgrading it, he pondered aloud. Bulma, resembling a playful kitten, nuzzled against Wang Yang's face. That could work, and if feasible, creating artificial lightning would be even better, Wang Yang added after a moment's contemplation. Lightning, with its cataclysmic power, also embodied vibrant vitality. In his youth, he had sought to draw lightning from mountaintops, narrowly escaping its wrath. The memory lingered with trepidation, yet now, with his physical form significantly strengthened, he felt it was time to venture once more. All right, as long as it's your request, no matter how daunting. I will find a way to assist you, Bulma replied, her tone imbued with affection. Having a brilliant and enchanting scientist as a wife truly is a blessing. Wang Yang mused, and with a playful grin, he deftly flipped over in response to Bulma's teasing. The following morning, after breakfast, Bulma enlisted the help of Dr. Briefs to commence the construction of a brand new gravity chamber. It is worth noting that this father-daughter duo undoubtedly ranks among the Earth's most elite scientists. Within a mere 2 days, a completely new gravity chamber was unveiled before Wang Yang. This chamber took the form of a semicircular structure, its walls impeccably smooth, resembling a colossal circular lens. Surrounding the walls were several metallic rods. This gravity chamber could be adjusted to a maximum gravity of 10,000 times and could be controlled through vocal commands. The metallic rods were designed to release lightning. With a total of 10 power levels, each increment amplifying the potency tenfold, also operable via voice control, as Bulma succinctly explained to Wang Yang. Before she could finish, Wang Yang was already brimming with eagerness to test it out. Bulma, you may step outside. I wish to give it a try, he declared. Very well. I will monitor from outside. Should any danger arise, I will immediately halt the process, Bulma responded, her concern palpable. Given the perilous nature of this training, her unease was entirely justified. Were it not for her understanding of Wang Yang's fervent desire for strength, she would never have consented to the creation of such a hazardous apparatus. Agreed, Wang Yang affirmed, nodding in acknowledgement. Upon entering the gravity chamber, he decisively sealed a heavy metal door behind him. Silly girl, activate 2,000 times the gravity, Wang Yang instructed the control system with a calm demeanor. His previous gravity chamber had a maximum of only 1,000 times, which he had found relatively effortless to conquer. Silly girl, I hear you. As Wang Yang's words echoed, an immense gravitational force surged forth, causing the surrounding air to become dense and searing. A gentle inhalation felt akin to a flame shooting through his nostrils. Wang Yang lightly moved his arm, sensing that this pressure was not overly burdensome. Chapter 53, Thunderous Body Refinement. Foolish girl, activate 5,000 times. Wang Yang suddenly felt an overwhelming weight, as if Mount Tai had descended upon him, while his feet felt as though they were glued to the ground. For the moment, he remained still. He squeezed his somewhat stiff fingers, and began to circulate his cultivation technique, every muscle in his body trembling violently. Under the strain of this powerful pressure, Wang Yang felt his cultivation speed intensifying. Indeed, my previous burdens were insufficient. Remarkably, Wang Yang could endure 5,000 times the gravity. Dr. Breves adjusted his glasses, reflecting on the matter with a hint of admiration. Of course, my chosen husband is exceptional, Bulma replied, her face glowing with pride. Foolish girl, switch to level 1. Wang Yang commanded solemnly. Having nearly been struck by lightning in the past, he approached this initial training with caution. In the control room outside, Bulma leaned forward slightly, her expression tense as she observed Wang Yang on the screen. Surrounding electrical sparks crackled, and suddenly, 6 bolts of lightning erupted from the walls, converging above into a dazzling purple radiance. The temperature in the air surged, carrying a charred scent, and in an instant, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a thumb, struck down towards Wang Yang. In that moment, his hair stood on end, his entire being enveloped in electricity, radiating a purple glow. Within the gravity chamber, Wang Yang appeared remarkably at ease. So this is the strength of my body. Foolish girl, activate level 5. What? Bulma exclaimed, astonished at Wang Yang's sudden surge in power. Is he recklessly challenging fate? The screen displayed a terrifying deep purple beam descending from above. The crackling sounds reverberated within the gravity chamber as Wang Yang felt a searing pain coursing through him, his eyes stinging as if they might be blinded at any moment. Alarmed, he quickly shut his eyes, refusing to relent, continuously cycling his technique. All 365 acupuncture points in his body vibrated and spiraled, absorbing waves of destructive energy that merged within, fortifying his physique. Wang Yang did not call for a halt. The electricity above continued to gather, striking him with a bolt of lightning every 10 seconds. Foolish girl, activate level 6. With a thunderous roar, a lightning bolt as thick as a barrel descended, completely engulfing Wang Yang. Wisps of black smoke emerged, and Bulma outside detected the acrid scent of something burning. Had I known, I would not have designed such a high level for him. In the external world, Bulma gazed at Wang Yang's body, which was exposed within the gravity chamber, a pang of regret welling up in her heart. Wang Yang's skin appeared ashen, as if he had emerged from the depths of darkness. Blood continuously spattered from his wounds, staining the surroundings with a vivid crimson hue, creating a scene both tragic and grotesque. Wang Yang, are you all right? I need to shut this down. Bulma called out urgently, her heart aching at the sight of him in such a state. I'm fine, I feel great, Wang Yang replied, his voice hoarse yet tinged with exhilaration. Despite his charred exterior, it was merely superficial injuries, and he would soon recover. The blood he lost was but waste from his body. At that moment, Wang Yang sensed his physical prowess surging, and through the myriad of wounds, the glimmer of his bones, as radiant as jade, became faintly visible, exuding remarkable resilience. How can you be fine in such a condition? Bulma's eyes brimmed with tears. Lightning struck relentlessly, leaving no part of Wang Yang unscathed, rendering him a mere mass of ruin suspended upon a skeletal frame. Others would surely not survive such torment. Suddenly, Bulma noticed a flicker of golden light emanating from the blood at Wang Yang's wounds. Realizing he was nearing his limit, Wang Yang lacked the strength to speak further and shifted his gaze to the screen displaying Bulma. Upon meeting his eyes, Bulma, without hesitation, pressed a red button with an instinctive motion. Instantly, the immense gravity within the chamber dissipated, and the crackling currents above subsided. Wang Yang collapsed to the ground, exhaling deeply as relief washed over him. As the gravity chamber returned to normal, Bulma rushed over without delay. Wang Yang, how are you? She asked, nearly on the verge of tears at the sight of his disheveled state. It's just superficial injuries. I'll recover soon, Wang Yang replied, taking a deep breath of the refreshing air, feeling a sense of liberation within. He managed a strained smile towards Bulma. As he trembled, the charred remnants of his skin began to fall away, and the wounds on his body writhed and healed, revealing skin as pure as alabaster. Before long, Wang Yang appeared unblemished before Bulma's astonished gaze. Have you healed so quickly? Bulma gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. Continuing this training, my physical form will grow stronger, and one day I shall achieve the ability to regenerate lost limbs or even be reborn from a single drop of blood, Wang Yang thought to himself, clenching his fists. His body had grown increasingly powerful, enhancing his recovery abilities. Bulma, observing his now more radiant skin, reached out enviously to touch him. Startled, Wang Yang lifted his head abruptly. Locking eyes with Bulma, he noticed her gaze was unfocused, her cheeks flushed, and her body temperature rising. "Why are you suddenly feverish?" he inquired, placing his hand on Bulma's forehead and feeling an unusual warmth. In a moment of helplessness, Wang Yang had no choice but to lead her to the restroom, splashing some water on her in hopes of alleviating her fever. A pink mist enveloped the gravity chamber as the sky gradually darkened. Wang Yang supported Bulma as they exited the gravity chamber. Thanks to the cold water, Bulma had returned to her normal state. "Bulma, could you extract a small sample of my blood for research?" Wang Yang suggested, addressing Bulma, who was clinging to his arm with an expression of utter dependence. "Sure," Bulma replied languidly, her voice barely above a whisper. On the couch, Bulma appeared charmingly delicate, akin to a lazy kitten nestled in Wang Yang's embrace. "You seemed to have something to ask me earlier. What was it?" She yawned, her lethargy apparent as she barely moved a finger. "Well, us Saiyans possess a transformation known as Super Saiyan, which can amplify our strength exponentially. However, the conditions for this transformation are quite stringent. It requires an overwhelming surge of anger," Wang Yang explained, gesturing animatedly with his right hand. "And then?" Bulma inquired, a hint of confusion in her tone. "I have a beautiful and alluring wife, as well as a well-behaved son. Achieving extreme anger is beyond my capability, but I do possess extreme happiness," Wang Yang said, leaning in to look at Bulma with a smile. Upon hearing this, a smile crept across Bulma's face, her eyes nearly squinting with delight. This was music to her ears. "I need your assistance to extract some of my cells for thorough research, to see if we can discover a method for me to transform into a Super Saiyan." Wang Yang elaborated. "One must embrace the evolution of the times and seek direction in technology when faced with challenges." "Not a problem. Your wife can do anything. Leave this to me," Bulma declared confidently, patting her impressive chest, creating a ripple of enthusiasm. "Then it's settled. Whether I can transform into a Super Saiyan depends on you, my dear wife," Wang Yang chuckled. "Of course, just look at who I am," Bulma replied, her lips curling into a proud smile, delighted to assist Wang Yang. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, a colossal spaceship descended from the cosmos. Having received prior notification, Wang Yang promptly instructed those aboard to land the vessel in a desolate area outside West City. "Goku, make sure to take good care of Gohan," Chi-Chi said, her numerous packages nearly engulfing her figure. Ultimately, she could not persuade Gohan to refrain from traveling to Namek. "Gohan, remember to study diligently on Namek and write to us often," Chi-Chi whispered to Gohan, oblivious to the awkwardness of those around them. The others exchanged glances, perplexed by how one could write letters from another planet. Would he really take a spaceship back just to send a letter? Wang Yang glanced at Goku, unsure how this fellow managed to convince Chi-Chi to allow Gohan to venture to Namek. Wang Shen cautiously approached, surveying the circular spaceship with a mixture of trepidation about the unknown cosmos and anticipation for the journey ahead. "Little Shang, is he really going to be all right?" As the moment approached, Bulma still felt a tinge of anxiety, clutching Wang Yang's arm with concern. "Rest assured, everything will be fine," Wang Yang declared, his chest pounding with confidence. "Hey, Goku, once we arrive at Namek, make sure to look after Little Saint. If there's a battle, you must take the lead, understood?" Bulma commanded, hands on her hips, directing her words at Goku. "Huh, sure," Goku replied with a grin, glancing at Wang Yang. Subsequently, Bulma tossed a box to Goku. "What is this, Bulma?" Goku caught it, puzzled. "It's the Dragon Radar. How else would you find the Dragon Balls?" Onward to Namek. A group stood at the base of the spaceship, enveloped by a brilliant white light as they slowly ascended into the ship's interior. The hatch sealed with a gentle tremor, and the massive spacecraft gradually lifted off, drawing the gaze of everyone present. Its speed increased dramatically, soon bursting through the atmosphere and soaring into the distance, leaving countless celestial bodies in its wake. Bulma continued to wave her arms from the ground, her eyes fixated on the now-vanished ship. "Little Saint, please be safe." Wang Yang, sensing her lingering worry, reassured her, "Do not fret. Remember, I possess instant transmission. I can check in on them whenever needed. Then take me along," Bulma urged. "We'll discuss it later." Wang Yang acquiesced. "All right. By the way, I've made progress on that research you asked me about last time," Bulma smiled, shaking off her earlier melancholy. "Let us head back," Wang Yang said, grasping Bulma's hand as they instantaneously appeared beside Dr. Briefs. You're back. Has little Saint already departed? Dr. Briefs chuckled upon seeing them. Indeed, Bulma replied. Wang Yang, your friend is quite generous to offer such a large spaceship, Dr. Briefs remarked, astonished as he viewed the massive craft captured by satellite imagery. If you like it, once Goku and the others return, I'll have it sent to you. Wang Yang jested. As a pragmatic individual, Wang Yang felt no remorse over a mere spaceship. After all, Dr. Briefs was essentially family, akin to transferring from one hand to the other. Then it's settled. I'm genuinely curious about the design of their spacecraft and how it differs from my own concepts, Dr. Briefs laughed. Returning to her quarters, Bulma printed several reports from the device. This is too complex for me to grasp. Perhaps you could explain it to me, Wang Yang admitted, pushing the reports back towards Bulma. His expertise lay solely in martial arts, rendering him as naive as a novice in technological matters. Very well. I shall share my findings with you. Through my research, I discovered that Saiyan cells bear a striking resemblance to human cells, albeit with several extraordinary variations. When a person experiences anger, a surge of adrenaline is produced. Following your suggestion, I injected this hormone into certain cells, and indeed, one type of cell absorbed the adrenaline, resulting in an explosive growth. Bulma gently caressed her hair and remarked, So, you found this type of cell? If I inject that specific adrenaline, I can transform into a Super Saiyan? Wang Yang exclaimed joyfully, embracing Bulma, and unable to resist planting a kiss on her cheek. Bulma shot him a playful glare. It should be the case. Once the quantity of these cells in your body reaches a certain threshold, you can transform into the Super Saiyan you mentioned. Lie down, and I will conduct a full-body scan to determine how many of these cells you possess. Bulma produced a device resembling a scanner. All right. With excitement coursing through him, Wang Yang swiftly emerged from his clothing like a slippery eel. You don't need to strip completely. Bulma scolded him with a playful slap. This guy's ability to undress was as rapid as ever. Nonetheless, Bulma plugged in the device, which emitted a blue glow that enveloped Wang Yang. Nothing here. Turn over. Wang Yang obediently rolled onto his side, presenting his back to Bulma. A furry tail playfully brushed against Bulma's face. Behave yourself, she exclaimed, grasping the thick tail and playfully flicking it against Wang Yang's backside. After being reprimanded by Bulma, the tail drooped in submission. I found it. The scan indicates a significant concentration of cells in your back and tail. Under the scanner's illumination, a golden light swirled beneath Wang Yang's skin. Bulma's slender fingers traced the edges of the golden glow on his back, gradually moving downward to grasp his robust tail, which shimmered golden under the blue light. Chapter 55. You're just like Goku, hitting your wife strange. Why are these cells in your body growing so rapidly? Does my touching your tail irritate you? Didn't you previously say you enjoyed it? Bulma's expression shifted, her eyes narrowing as she glared at the back of Wang Yang's head, her delicate hand firmly pinching his resilient tail. No woman tolerates deception from a man. Don't overthink it. Are we really angry in this situation? I am currently at peace, and even if you wrong me, I hold no resentment. Wang Yang turned to look at Bulma, exasperated. Really? Bulma found some belief in his words, though she felt that men sometimes needed a little discipline. Of course, I'll tentatively trust you. I believe these cells should not only proliferate during anger, but can also increase in number with a calm and composed mindset, Bulma said thoughtfully. If that's the case, then after over 20 years of cultivating my mental state, I should have an ample amount of these cells. Wang Yang spoke softly. Your back? Your tail? As Wang Yang felt a stirring in his heart, he instinctively channeled the energy within him into the area where Bulma had just grazed her finger. In an instant, a resplendent golden light illuminated the room, the intensity of which compelled Bulma to clutch Wang Yang's tail tightly, shielding her eyes from the blinding radiance. A powerful wave of energy surged forth, howling like a tempest, causing the room's lights and glass to shatter under the onslaught of this force. Bulma let out a startled cry, losing her grip on his tail, and was propelled into the air. Wang Yang, you scoundrel! You must have done this on purpose. Just like Goku, hitting your wife. As she hurtled towards the wall, a figure radiating a rich golden aura appeared behind her, resembling a celestial being descending from the heavens. With her eyes tightly shut, Bulma felt herself enveloped by a robust arm. The familiar warmth and reassuring presence could only belong to Wang Yang. Have I ever struck my wife? I care for you far too much. Humph. Bulma pouted, her hands obediently wrapping around Wang Yang's neck. Under his control, the golden light enveloping his body gradually receded, the overwhelming aura dissipating in an instant as he became a vessel of restrained energy. Having just transformed into a Super Saiyan, he had already attained full power, showcasing the terrifying mastery he held over his abilities. Meanwhile, aboard the spaceship, Goku was instructing Gohan and Wang Sheng in the training room when he suddenly paused, a look of astonishment crossing his face. Piccolo and Krillin, too, awoke from their training, exchanging shocked glances. What was that? So powerful, so terrifying. Dad, what's wrong? Gohan inquired, puzzled by his father's demeanor. Nothing. Let us continue, Goku replied, smiling as he turned to his son. I think I just sensed Dad's energy. Did he arrive via instant transmission? Wang Sheng murmured softly, his eyes darting about. That immense energy had surged forth, seemingly emanating from Wang Yang. It was formidable and awe-inspiring, as if he were right there in their midst. Wang Yang certainly concealed his strength well. I cannot afford to slack off. Wang Yang has surpassed me by a great margin. Inspired by Wang Yang's power, Goku became somewhat distracted while guiding the two children. Piccolo, you are strict in your teachings. Why don't you train Gohan and Wang Sheng for a bit? Goku called out to Piccolo before stepping aside to resume his own training. Piccolo's forehead twitched with tension. I am Piccolo, the great demon king. I aspire to dominate the world, and you dare to command me? He bellowed at Goku. Uncle Piccolo, are you going to teach us? Gohan asked, his innocent eyes wide with curiosity. Piccolo fell silent for a moment before stepping in front of Gohan. I will add a bit of weight to your training. You will start with 10,000 push-ups. Haha. Krillin chuckled broadly. Bulma was gently set down by Wang Yang, who held her in a princess carry. As she gazed at him, she couldn't help but momentarily freeze in astonishment. His once black hair had transformed into a magnificent golden mane, and his light green eyes, coupled with a resolute expression, exuded an air of aloofness. A fluffy golden tail swished through the air, accompanied by sharp sounds that pierced the silence, clearly indicating the terrifying power contained within. It appeared that after over 20 years of cultivating his inner peace, the dormant cells within him had surpassed their limits. There was no need for anger to ignite them. Just the right guidance would naturally lead to transformation. Wang Yang smiled at Bulma, elated that his long-held wish to transform into a Super Saiyan had finally been realized. Every Saiyan possesses these unique cells, and the more advanced the Saiyan, the greater their abundance. Wang Yang, along with Broly, was among the highest combat power at birth, already harboring a significant number of these special cells. His calm demeanor had allowed these cells to reach the threshold for transformation many years ago. The delay in his metamorphosis was simply due to a lack of understanding. Indeed, there is a saying, true knowledge can be conveyed in a single phrase, while false knowledge may fill volumes. Without Bulma's research and guidance, he would not have achieved his transformation so swiftly. He pondered whether he could have transformed into a Super Saiyan when he encountered King Kurd, realizing that had he done so, he could have easily defeated him. It had been a long time since they last met, and he intended to inquire about his whereabouts through his son. On a distant, frigid planet, a tall man felt a chill penetrate his being. Alas, growing older made it challenging to endure the environment of his home planet. Having grasped the fundamentals of the Super Saiyan transformation, and with his exceptional comprehension, Wang Yang could now effortlessly switch between Super Saiyan and his normal state, relishing the newfound power. Bulma, I need to step out for a moment. He informed her before sensing the presence of the Supreme Kai. He activated instant transmission and arrived in the other world. Wang Yang, you've arrived. The Supreme Kai greeted him with a smile as soon as he appeared. He had felt the surge of energy that Wang Yang had unleashed and was deeply impressed by his strength. Indeed, Supreme Kai, I have come to seek the use of the hyperbolic time chamber. I have recently broken through a bottleneck and wish to further contemplate within. Wang Yang replied with a smile. Following the conclusion of the World Martial Arts Tournament, he often visited the Supreme Kai to seek advice on cultivation matters, holding deep respect for this wise and devoted deity of Earth. Chapter 56. Seclusion. Have you experienced a breakthrough in your cultivation? That is an incredibly powerful force. It certainly requires solidification, the Supreme Kai remarked with a smile. Wang Yang humbly smiled in return. Lately, I have felt an unsettling sense of foreboding, as if a great calamity is approaching Earth. However, upon witnessing the tremendous power you just unleashed, it seems that a glimmer of hope has emerged amidst this calamity. The old god pondered for a moment, his expression laden with concern as he gazed at Wang Yang. Wang Yang was momentarily taken aback, but soon a confident smile graced his lips. Is it Cell? Even if Cell were to reach his peak, he would be no match for me. A thought stirred within Wang Yang. Presently, his regular strength surpassed that of King Cold by several magnitudes, and upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, even a mere finger from Cell could obliterate him. The only opponent capable of standing against him now is the sealed Majin Buu. If you do not emerge soon, my power will have grown even further. Fear not, old god, for not only I, but Goku as well possesses formidable strength. All our enemies shall be vanquished. Wang Yang assured the old god with a smile. The old god, aged yet wise, nodded slowly. Ultimately, under the guidance of the old god, Wang Yang entered the room of spirit and time. Within this sacred space, one must not stray too far, lest they become lost and unable to find the exit. The entrance was adorned in simplicity, while the distant expanse was a sea of white, vast and boundless, making it easy to lose oneself. Wang Yang, remember this. One day outside equates to a year within the room of spirit and time. A person may only enter for 2 days in their lifetime. Exceeding this limit means one shall never escape, the god solemnly warned Wang Yang. Rest assured, I am well aware, Wang Yang replied with a slight smile. Inside the time chamber, the air was exceedingly thin, the temperature elevated, and the gravity significantly stronger than that of Earth. With a clang, the old god shut the door of the time chamber. Finally undisturbed, Wang Yang smirked, letting out a powerful shout as a golden beam of light shot into the sky. His hair transforming into a brilliant gold, and a magnificent aura surged forth, enveloping the surroundings. As the winds roared, the white mist in the room of spirit and time dissipated under the overwhelming golden light. Such formidable power. Wang Yang gazed at his hands, unable to contain his laughter. He began to throw punches and kicks, waves of powerful energy surging ferociously. Multiplication technique. Wang Yang suddenly called out, and an identical figure emerged from within him. Standing face to face, a flash of light sparked in their eyes as they charged towards each other with breathtaking speed. Their combat techniques were flawless, each blow landing with visceral impact, creating terrifying collisions, while dazzling energy blasts were unleashed with abandon. At this moment, both Wang Yangs fought with unrestrained fervor. Only in the presence of an equal could one engage in such a thrilling battle. Their figures flickered across the sky, chasing each other in every direction. Their presence felt above and below. The incredibly resilient dimensional barrier began to ripple under their combined assaults, suggesting that if their power were to intensify further, it could be shattered. Within the room of spirit and time, time was devoid of its conventional sense, with only an hourglass steadily pouring to signify the passage of time. According to the passage of the hourglass nearby, the battle between Wang Yang and his opponent raged on for an entire 2 days and nights. Blood was splattered across the ground, and both combatants bore the marks of their fierce struggle. With a final, climactic clash, they unleashed their ultimate techniques simultaneously. Their powerful energy waves colliding with a brilliant burst of light that illuminated the heavens and unleashed a cataclysmic explosion. As the smoke cleared, 2 battered figures descended from the sky. One of them twisted in midair, transforming into a golden stream of energy that flowed into Wang Yang's body below. A sense of comfort and exhilaration washed over him as he lay on the ground, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Since his confrontations with Broly and King Cold, he had reigned invincible for over a decade, enduring years of solitude and emptiness. Though he often suppressed his power in battle, it was not only to absorb combat experience, but also to engage in a fair and exhilarating fight. Purely overwhelming victories were tedious and offered no real growth. Similarly, Goku, despite his superior strength, preferred to temper his power to ensure an even match. They were kindred spirits, both seeking passion in their battles. However, unlike Goku, who enjoyed the thrill of being challenged, Wang Yang unleashed his full might, showing no mercy upon exploiting his opponent's weaknesses. Lying quietly on the ground, Wang Yang's wounds healed at an astonishing rate, restoring his flawless physique. Yet, the grueling battle had drained his stamina significantly, and he made his way, somewhat unsteadily, towards the cafeteria not far from the entrance. Inside the hyperbolic time chamber, although food and water were plentiful, the flavors remained rather bland. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Wang Yang exhaustedly lay on the hard ground, slipping into a deep slumber. A faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he dreamed. As the finest spaceship of planet Pala, the vessel was equipped with every conceivable amenity. It boasted a thrilling amusement park, a cozy romantic restaurant, and a plethora of culinary delights from across the cosmos. Upon learning from the crew about the spaceship's unparalleled training room, capable of simulating various extreme environments found in the universe, Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he dove right in. Since sensing the remarkable energy emanating from Wang Yang on Earth, Goku felt the vast chasm between them widen, prompting him to train relentlessly in the facility. In a corner of the training room, several healing pods awaited. Throughout their time aboard the spaceship, Goku alternated between intense training and immersion in the healing pods, leading a life marked by routine. Inspired by Goku's fervent dedication, Gohan and Wang Sheng, among others, also committed themselves to rigorous training. Time passed, and eventually, Wang Yang rubbed his eyes and awoke. Upon regaining consciousness, he gazed at his hands in bewilderment. The power has surged immensely. Wang Yang possesses a profound understanding of both energy and the soul, acutely sensing the release of his latent potential within. Upon a moment of contemplation, he comprehended that a Saiyan's battle prowess increases with each near-death experience. This assertion holds truth, yet it is also misleading. Only with inherent potential can one harness the brink of death to continuously stimulate the power within, thereby enhancing combat strength. In the absence of such potential, no matter how many times one faces death, their battle prowess remains stagnant. In the original narrative, Goku exhibits a solid foundation and substantial potential, breaking through 3 million in battle power after several near-fatal encounters. Vegeta, alongside Broly, is born with the highest initial battle power and immense potential, experiencing significant leaps in strength following multiple brushes with death. In contrast, lower-tier warriors like Raditz would see little enhancement in their strength even after 100 near-death experiences. As Goku and Vegeta progressed, their training became intensely rigorous. Every recovery led to rapid increases in strength. Thus, when they finally engaged in combat, even after being severely wounded multiple times and consuming sins of beans to recover, their battle power saw minimal enhancement, as they had already exhausted their potential. After a period of training, they would release the accrued potential, then train again to unleash that power. This exponential training method allowed Goku and Vegeta's strength to soar like a rocket. The advantage of this method lies in its swift training speed, while its drawback is that strength no longer increases after near-death experiences. However, the benefits outweigh the drawbacks. Over the past decade, Wang Yang has largely avoided severe injuries and has not intentionally placed himself in near-death situations during training. Consequently, while his battle power has steadily increased, so too has his internal potential. The recent 2-day, 2-night ordeal of extreme combat inflicted grave injuries. Yet as his body began to heal, a vast reservoir of potential within him was unleashed. Should this potential be fully realized, it would undoubtedly be formidable. Wang Yang contemplated releasing this potential, but reconsidered. At this stage, he has no adversaries, and thus does not require this power to augment his capabilities. Furthermore, his strength is escalating rapidly. It would be wiser to temporarily seal this potential, reserving it for when he encounters a bottleneck in his training and cannot progress further, allowing him to utilize it to break through. Having resolved this, Wang Yang ceased to dwell on the immense potential within him. He rose again, transforming into a Super Saiyan, feeling an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. With a swift motion of his right hand, he grasped at the air, producing a thunderous explosion that reverberated through the surroundings, warping the very space around him. Wang Yang focused intently on the distorted space ahead, and with a sudden determination, he grounded himself and bellowed forward. The formidable energy erupted, and the void before him shattered like a smooth mirror, splintering into countless cracks. Bam! A sharp sound, reminiscent of a mirror shattering, resonated as a circular aperture, half a meter in diameter, manifested before Wang Yang. Through this portal, the silhouette of the divine temple from the outside world became visible. The dimensional fabric had been forcefully breached by Wang Yang. The celestial beings and Bobo outside looked at the shrinking hole with bewilderment, their senses engulfed by the aura emanating from Wang Yang, leaving them utterly astonished. In a fleeting moment, the dimensional opening gradually diminished until it vanished completely. Could this be what Wang Yang extracted from the time house? The elder god's eyes widened, his throat dry, grappling with disbelief. It must be. Bobo, sweating profusely, nodded in affirmation. Truly remarkable. With this, even without the door of the time house, he could emerge from it. The elder god sighed in contemplation. Having shattered the dimensional space, Wang Yang did not rush to exit. He still had matters to comprehend. Could I, as a Super Saiyan, truly rupture the dimensional realm? Does this imply that my current strength is on par with that of Majin Buu? Wang Yang gazed at his hands, grappling with incredulity. However, after a moment of reflection, enlightenment dawned upon him. This was due to the immense power he possessed in his base form, far surpassing that of Goku during the Majin Buu saga. Coupled with the 50-fold enhancement from transforming into a Super Saiyan, enabling him to achieve this feat had his base strength been significantly weaker. Even a transformation into Super Saiyan 3 would not suffice to breach the dimensional barrier. Next, he set a modest goal, to amplify his base strength 50-fold, thereby allowing him to rupture the dimensional realm in his natural state. A smile graced Wang Yang's lips. Next, he decided to experiment with the transformation into a great ape Super Saiyan. His expression shifted as he reverted from the Super Saiyan form. The Saiyans possess three forms: the ordinary Saiyan, the great ape form, and the divine Saiyan form. Since the ordinary Saiyan form can transform into a Super Saiyan, and the divine form can also undergo a Super Saiyan transformation, becoming Super Saiyan Blue, it stands to reason that the great ape form should also be capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan, evolving into a super great ape. How formidable would that be? Contemplating this, even Wang Yang's steadfast mind could not suppress the surge of excitement. With his eyes firmly closed, he gradually calmed his thoughts, only to suddenly open them wide. As his gaze expanded, his form swelled at an astonishing pace, transforming into a colossal great ape towering over 100 meters. Through years of study, Wang Yang had mastered the transformation into a great ape without the need for an artificial moon, able to change at any moment. The great ape's fur was a rich brown, its blood-red eyes devoid of visible pupils, and its fearsome countenance, akin to a pillar of the heavens, instilled dread in those who beheld it. As it took strides, the great ape ran recklessly through the vast dimensional space, its gargantuan size producing no sound. A testament to Wang Yang's extraordinary mastery over his own control. With a slight movement of his body, the colossal ape, embodying a human-like demeanor, raised its arms to its waist and unleashed a thunderous roar that resonated through the heavens. Instantly, a golden radiance erupted from its being, enveloping it in a resplendent golden cocoon. Within this luminous aura, the ape's brown fur gradually transformed into shimmering gold, morphing it into a magnificent golden giant. Its robust golden tail sliced through the air, producing sharp sonic booms that sent ripples through the sturdy dimensional space, revealing faint black fissures. Such might, such overwhelming power. It dwarfed the previous Super Saiyan by a factor of 10. The terrifying visage of the golden giant bore a hint of a human-like smile. Overjoyed, Wang Yang leapt and frolicked in place, performing multiple somersaults in sheer exhilaration. Although the super giant possessed immense strength, its massive size rendered it ill-suited for combat. Regaining his composure, Wang Yang contemplated this dilemma and swiftly began to control his colossal form, gradually diminishing in size. The inherent power of the giant was a technique Wang Yang had mastered during his battle with King Cooled, making it a familiar endeavor. As his physique shrank, the brilliance of his aura intensified, causing him to resemble a radiant golden sun. After an undetermined passage of time, the luminescence surrounding him began to fade. Chapter 58, Breakthrough. Super Saiyan 4 before him stood a figure with black hair cascading to the shoulders, crimson eyes framed by golden black irises. Thick red fur enveloped its body, leaving only the chest exposed, showcasing polished and robust muscles, exuding an aura of primal ferocity. The fusion of the giant ape, the super transformation, and the reduction in size brought about a tremendous metamorphosis. Haha, is this what they call Super 4? I knew this path of the supergiant would prove fruitful. Feeling an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, a force even more formidable than that of the supergiant, Wang Yang could not help but laugh heartily. I wonder if the Super Saiyan God is mightier, or if this form surpasses it. I must test this when the opportunity arises. With a flick of his arm, numerous spatial rifts materialized around him, filling the surrounding space. After spending over a month in the hyperbolic time chamber, Wang Yang finally opened the door and stepped outside. Wang Yang, you have emerged. The Supreme Kai immediately sensed his presence and rushed over. Indeed, I have made some progress. My seclusion has come to an end. Wang Yang replied with a humble smile. Some progress? The Supreme Kai, having witnessed the occasional emergence of dimensional rifts, could hardly believe Wang Yang's words. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the Supreme Kai, Wang Yang sensed Bulma's energy and promptly activated instant transmission to depart. You returned so quickly? Did you finish your business in just 2 hours? Bulma, enjoying a bath, was taken aback to see Wang Yang at the door, blowing the suds off her hands. She could not help but inquire. Not 2 hours. I traveled to the Supreme Kai's realm and spent a month in the hyperbolic time chamber. A single day outside equates to a year inside, Wang Yang explained. Oh, Bulma was momentarily taken aback, but upon witnessing Wang Yang's subsequent actions, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. You return, yet why must you disrobe? It has been a month since I last bathed. I too wish to soak. With a splash, Bulma exclaimed as water erupted around Wang Yang's form. Vegeta, gravely injured, returned to the planet. Upon recovering from the healing pod, he learned that his master, Frieza, had ventured to Namek without him, igniting a furious rage within him. That detestable Frieza, he knows of my affairs on Earth and is aware of the Dragon Balls. It infuriates me. The Dragon Balls should belong to me. I cannot allow this. I must act swiftly to fulfill my wish for immortality, or I shall forever be unable to defy Frieza. Enraged, Vegeta hurriedly boarded his spaceship, setting a course for Namek. Goku had just emerged from the healing pod when a crew member approached, calling out to him, Sir, we shall arrive at Namek in 1 day. Upon hearing this, Goku, who had intended to continue his training, paused. Tomorrow, you say? Then I shall take the opportunity to rest. As the others concluded their training and realized they would reach Namek the following day, they too abandoned their training plans and chose to relax alongside Goku. The crew prepared a sumptuous feast, which was quickly devoured by the ravenous group. In recent days, everyone's strength had significantly improved, particularly Gohan and Wang Sheng. Goku affectionately ruffled the hair of the two youngsters, praising, You two are quite remarkable for your age, which elicited beaming smiles from them. Soon, after freshening up, Goku and the others donned their pajamas and nestled into bed, ready to face the inhabitants of Namek in optimal condition. Meanwhile, King Frieza was informed. A spaceship is en route to Namek, expected to arrive tomorrow. Inside a circular spacecraft, a rotund pink figure addressed the holographic image before him with respect. On the floor lay an orange glass sphere, the size of a basin, with 3 stars suspended within it, the Dragon Balls of Namek. It appears others are aware of the Dragon Balls on Namek and wish to seize them, Frieza mused, momentarily furrowing his brow before relaxing. To him, it mattered not who approached. He was Frieza, the formidable ruler of the universe, unafraid of anyone. Sir, it seems this spaceship hails from Planet Parla, the pink figure continued. Planet Parla? It appears they have grown audacious. How dare they show their face while I am present? I shall teach them a lesson. A cold smile crept across Frieza's lips. As the universe's largest real estate mogul, Frieza often faced complaints from clients regarding the infamous Planet Parla, which frequently visited their territories. This displeased him greatly, and he sought to discipline Planet Parla. However, the planet's inhabitants proved elusive, slipping away from his grasp on multiple occasions. Dodoria summoned the elite team to handle Planet Parla properly. Yes, Doria promptly stood at attention, responding with a loud affirmation. The following day, under the watchful gaze of Frieza and his companions, a colossal purple spaceship streaked through a beam of violet light, descending rapidly. Goku retrieved a box given to him by Bulma, and upon opening it, he discovered 2 Dragon Ball radars. 2. Goku scratched his head, uncertain about how to allocate them. You all go search. I will explore other areas, he declared as Piccolo soared into the sky with an air of aloofness. In that case, Krillin, you take Wang Sheng and Gohan to search together. I will manage on my own, Goku said, handing a Dragon Ball radar to Krillin. All right. Krillin accepted the radar, glanced at the location of the Dragon Balls, exchanged knowing looks with Wang Sheng and Gohan, and the 3 of them harmoniously ascended towards the east. Observing their trajectory, Goku then flew towards another destination. After spending a few days on Earth, Wang Yang informed Bulma that he intended to return to the cosmos for training, prompting Bulma to roll her eyes. You just emerged from seclusion, and now you're off again? Facing Bulma's skeptical gaze, Wang Yang remained composed. What can I say? My talents are too exceptional. Once I hit a bottleneck, I must break through. It would be a disservice to my abilities not to train diligently, he quipped. Keep dreaming. Bulma retorted, rolling her eyes again. What about Xiao Sheng? If you go train, who will take care of him? Don't worry. I will definitely check on Namek before embarking on my training. Then I can train with peace of mind. Then I shall rest easy. After reassuring Bulma, Wang Yang vanished in an instant. Having lingered on the blue-green planet for several days, that evening, Wang Yang revealed his purpose to Xiao Yu. Where? Though Xiao Shun is young, it is time for him to partake in battle. But there is no one on this planet who can match him. How can he engage in combat? Are you suggesting he fight you? Xiao Yu's voice was soft. The universe is vast and teeming with formidable beings, far beyond the capabilities of those on this planet. Chapter 59. The arrival of Wang Shun. Are you planning to take Xiao Shun away? Xiao Yu's delicate features shifted slightly. Yes, I will bring him to participate in a battle, and afterward, I shall return him, Wang Yang replied with a smile. This planet cannot be compared to Earth. Although the atmosphere for training is rich, without powerful adversaries, rapid growth is unattainable. Wang Yang felt a pang of reluctance for his son to be confined to such limitations. Remembering how Wang Shun had already participated in significant battles at a tender age, he believed it was time for Wang Shun to join the fray as well. You must take good care of Xiao Shun. His potential is extraordinary, and he requires proper nurturing, Xiao Yu murmured, leaning against Wang Yang. Unlike Bulma, who also cherished her son deeply, Xiao Yu hoped for her child to grow increasingly powerful. This perspective was shaped by the culture of their planet, which emphasized both etiquette and personal strength. Even if her son were the mightiest being on the planet, she desired for him to venture forth, standing tall at the pinnacle of the universe, much like Wang Yang. Moreover, there was a crucial reason. Wang Yang's decisions were typically met with her unwavering agreement. Two figures strolled hand in hand towards the chamber of the divine Wang Shun. Upon pushing open the door crafted from fragrant sandalwood, the silvery starlight streaming through the window illuminated a small figure sprawled carelessly upon the bed, a delicate blanket having been kicked to the floor. Each night, he cast off the covers, a perpetual restlessness marking his slumber. The moon, with its alabaster visage, revealed a look of concern as it tenderly gazed upon its child. Wang Yang extended his index finger towards the sleeping Wang Shun, and a luminous orb of azure light enveloped the slumbering boy, gradually drifting towards Wang Yang. I shall depart for a while and return in a few days. You wait at home. Wang Yang smiled at the moonlit figure beside him. With that, he placed his hand upon the energy sphere, activating a teleportation that whisked him and Wang Shun away. Come back soon. The moon, with its delicate hand, waved into the air. Once she witnessed the father and son had vanished, a soft sigh escaped her lips. A surge of longing filled her heart, banishing any trace of drowsiness. She strolled into the courtyard, cradling her chin in her hands, and her bright eyes remained fixed upon the countless twinkling stars in the sky, seemingly searching for the celestial body to which the two had journeyed. The energies of Goku and his companions had ceased, indicating they had arrived at Namek. A few faint energies nearby bore some resemblance to Piccolo. Wang Yang lingered on a planet, meticulously attuning to the presence of Goku and the others. Suddenly, his gaze brightened, and he promptly vanished with the still sleeping Wang Shun. As the sun ascended, casting its gentle light upon the earth, a new day commenced. A Namekian preparing for labor unexpectedly spotted a small figure lying on the ground, soundly asleep. Who is this? They do not appear to be one of our Namekians, remarked an elder, portly Namekian, as he approached, observing the delicate creature on the ground while stroking his chin in contemplation. Elder, he has awakened, exclaimed a childlike Namekian. Noticing the small child on the ground stretching his limbs with closed eyes, bathed in bright sunlight, Wang Shun slowly opened his eyes. Upon seeing the peculiar green beings surrounding him, he was taken aback. Ah, where am I? Father? Mother? Where are you? In a flurry of panic, Wang Shun sprang to his feet, glancing around frantically. This is Namek. You do not seem to be from our planet. Where do you hail from? The elder approached, speaking kindly. Sensing the purity of the child's spirit, a hallmark of kindness, the peaceful and nature-loving Namekian greeted him with a friendly demeanor. I do not know. I remember sleeping at home, and upon awakening, I found myself here. Wang Shun, though young, articulated clearly, his gaze wandering in search of familiar figures. How did you come to Namek? The elder inquired, gently touching his wrinkled face. Hello, my name is Tendi. What is yours? A small Namekian stepped forward, smiling warmly at Wang Shun. Greetings, I am Wang Shun. Wang Shun paused momentarily before extending a friendly handshake to Tendi. A rumbling sound emanated from his stomach, and feeling a bit embarrassed, he glanced at the elder Namekian. Grandfather, Do you have anything to eat? I am quite famished. Indeed, follow me. The elder led Wang Shun into a room. Upon seeing the table laden with fruits, vegetables, and clear water, Wang Shun's expression fell. Grandfather, these fruits will not suffice. As a Saiyan, I am accustomed to a diet rich in meat. However, we typically consume these fruits. They are quite delicious and sweet. You should give them a try. Tiandi said, somewhat puzzled, as he handed Wang Shun a red fruit. The Namekians revered peace and nature, primarily adhering to a vegetarian diet, only harming the environment or other beings when absolutely necessary. Thus, Wang Shun begrudgingly began his first experience with vegetarianism since he could remember. Above the clouds, Wang Yang observed his brother Wang Shun interacting amicably with the Namekian elder, nodding in approval. Frieza, I wonder if this time your father will come to your rescue. Sensing a malevolent aura reminiscent of King Cold in the distance, Wang Yang chuckled softly before vanishing into the clouds. As Wang Shun grimaced while eating the fruit, the elder's expression suddenly shifted. Oh no, a profoundly evil presence is approaching. Frieza and his associates had just arrived on Namek, and their keen perception of energy had alerted them to the danger heading their way. What should we do? Tiandi and another child clung to the elder in fear. Let us hide in the room. The elder, perspiring profusely, sighed. He had learned from the Grand Elder that this calamity would affect the entire Namek, far beyond his ability to resolve alone. Grandfather, are there villains coming to wreak havoc? Wang Shun inquired, biting into a purple fruit, gazing curiously at the elder. Yes. I truly apologize for involving you in this disaster, the elder replied, gently patting Wang Shun's head with his large hand. I am not afraid. I will assist you, Wang Shun declared, his chest swelling with confidence. On his home planet, he was the second most powerful being after Wang Yang. Whenever there were significant challenges, even at his young age, his grandfather often sought his help to resolve crises, be it a mountain flood or the construction of a road requiring the demolition of two great mountains. He had even quelled a terrifying beast tide in the primordial mountains with a single energy wave. Wang Shun possessed unwavering confidence in his abilities. Chapter 60. Wang Shun's first battle. At that moment, a figure clad in battle attire, wielding a weapon, appeared at the door. All of you who wish to live, come out. Grandfather. Tiandi and the other child trembled, clutching the elder's garment. Let us go. The elder, unable to resist, gently patted the heads of the two youths and sighed as he walked towards the exit. Grandfather, do not be afraid. Allow me to confront him, Wang Shun declared, his eyes narrowing as he stood to take action. No. The elder restrained Wang Shun, shaking his head. Given the current uncertainty, there may yet be hope. Should we engage? The outcome would be unpredictable. What? A battle power of 20,000? Doria suddenly noticed the detector on his face flickering. Why has it ceased? Could the device be malfunctioning? Doria hastily removed the detector for a closer examination. My lord, our detector has also registered a battle power of 20,000, a subordinate respectfully reported nearby. If that is the case, then the detector is functioning correctly. That Namekian is controlling his own power. Does he intend to ambush me? A subtle smirk played at Frieza's lips. A mere 20,000 battle power is but the existence of an ant. I see, however. Such a paltry battle power cannot alter anything. Unlike Wang Shun, who often remained at home, Wang Yang was diligent in urging Wang Shun to cultivate. As Wang Shun exited alongside the elder, he curiously observed the individuals before him, particularly one figure seated upon a hovering device, which exuded an immense pressure. What a formidable aura! Thus, the previously boisterous and resolute Wang Shun fell silent, obediently trailing behind the elder. Dawdling, do you wish for death? Hurry up. Suddenly, a force came from behind, causing Wang Shun to shift his weight and halt his forward motion. Sensing a confrontation, he glared at the source of the disturbance. What do you want? Little brat, what are you staring at? Do you wish to die? The individual, feeling somewhat embarrassed at having failed to topple a mere child, was about to strike again when the pink, rotund figure ahead spoke up. The one with the battle power of 20,000, stepped forward, the plump figure said, a hint of excitement in his tone. Doria, focus on the matter at hand, Frieza interjected, his brow furrowing as he cast a cold glance at Doria. Ah, yes. Lord Frieza, Doria replied. According to our information, you possess Dragon Balls. Hand them over immediately, he commanded, pointing at the elder. Dragon Balls? Wang Shun inquired with curiosity. I do not possess any Dragon Balls, the elder replied, realizing that the opposing side had already gathered for Dragon Balls. causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead. This indicated that 4 tribes had already been ravaged, perhaps even slaughtered. You Namekians truly are insufferable. The first 3 Dragon Balls were obtained in this manner. Refusal to yield. And ultimately, I annihilated them. The 4th one was slightly more compliant, and even provided me with information about the Dragon Balls. Now, you will hand them over willingly. Or I shall not hesitate to send you all to the depths of hell, Frieza declared coldly. Our Namekian elders do not fear death. An elderly Namekian beside the elder gritted his teeth defiantly. It seems you truly are impervious to reason. Sabro, show them what they are in for. Frieza said with a slight smile. Understood. With long hair and green skin, Sabo respectfully acknowledged, then swiftly appeared beside the elder Namekian, delivering a powerful kick that sent him sprawling to the ground, lifeless. What? King Kai stood momentarily stunned, at a loss in his homeland, despite having faced many trials. He had never witnessed such brutal violence over mere words. Do not resort to violence. I shall retrieve the Dragon Balls. You must promise to leave once I do, and spare us from harm. The elder, witnessing the murder of his kin, realized that if this merciless extraterrestrial did not obtain the Dragon Balls, the lives of his people would be forfeit, and he would inadvertently endanger the innocent King Kai. Oh ho ho, if only you had been this accommodating sooner. Such bloodshed is truly detrimental to goodwill. Frieza expressed his delight, his long tail swishing through the air, knowing well that in the face of death, no one would stand defiant. The elder sighed deeply, his steps faltering as he slowly made his way into the dwelling. Shortly after, he emerged, cradling a Dragon Ball the size of a basin. You all must leave at once, he shouted, raising the Dragon Ball towards Frieza and his cohorts. Ho, ho, ho. Thank you indeed. By the way, could you kindly inform us of the whereabouts of the other 2 Dragon Balls? Frieza grinned, his arrogance unabated. I do not know, the elder exclaimed resolutely. He would rather die than betray his comrades, especially when it involved the Grand Elder. The old man has a poor memory. Sabo, perhaps you could assist him in recollecting? Frieza remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Sabo. No sooner had he spoken than Sabo leaped into action, unleashing a powerful energy wave towards another elder Namekian nearby. An explosive sound erupted, and as the smoke cleared, it revealed that the elder remained unharmed, shielded by a small figure with crossed arms. It appears that the one with a combat power of 20,000 was you, little one. Yet you do not seem to be a Namekian, Frieza observed, leaning forward in curiosity. You are truly cruel. King Kai had initially intended to remain inconspicuous, but witnessing such brutality compelled him to intervene. Recently arrived in this unfamiliar realm, the Namekians had shown him kindness, and he could not remain apathetic. So it is you. Just as I felt the urge to engage. Sabo, this one is mine. Dodoria laughed heartily as he stepped forward. He relished in preying upon the weak, each display of fear from his adversaries bringing him immense pleasure. You only know how to bully the weak, Sabo retorted, stepping back to cede King Kai to Dodoria. Fear. Boy, Dodoria bellowed as his corpulent form charged at King Kai. Be careful, the elder cried out in alarm. Humph. King Kai scoffed, his expression grave, as he too charged towards his opponent. The clash of their fists resonated, echoing the fierce confrontation that unfolded. Suddenly, Dodoria's expression shifted dramatically. He felt as if his fist had struck nothing but air. His hand passed through his opponent's body, and in his line of sight, the form of the god of destruction began to fade away. Behind you, you foolish pig, Sabo shouted loudly at the bewildered Dodoria. Instinctively, Dodoria turned his head at the sound, only to be met with a sharp pain in his face, followed by a scream as his rotund body was sent flying like a ball, crashing into a distant mountain peak. Chapter 61. I can still be saved after sending Dodoria soaring. The god of destruction leapt forward to pursue, launching 2 energy orbs toward Dodoria. These orbs spun rapidly and intertwined midair. Upon reaching Dodoria, they erupted in a blinding flash of light that soared into the sky, sending powerful shockwaves rippling outward. The surrounding Namekians instinctively raised their hands to shield their faces. How impressive! Tien exclaimed in delight. This foolish pig remains as carelessly oblivious as ever, Sabo scoffed disdainfully. As the smoke cleared, Dodoria was seen writhing in a large crater, a gaping wound the size of a bowl on his round belly spilling forth a steady stream of blood. It was evident he was on the brink of death. Lord Frieza, please save me, Dodoria pleaded, raising his hand in desperation, feeling his life ebbing away. If I can just reach the healing pod, I can recover. I cannot afford to be so careless again. I must exact a brutal revenge upon you and fry you for my meal. Dodoria raged inwardly, consumed with intense hatred for the god of destruction. No need for that. Rest in peace, Frieza coldly replied, raising a finger that coalesced with dark energy, flicking it towards Dodoria in the pit. And no, Dodoria desperately struggled to rise, wanting to convey to Lord Frieza that he could still be saved. A tremendous rumble shook the ground, as a terrifying explosion of energy filled the air, accompanied by a deafening sound. The force of Frieza's casual strike was astonishingly greater than the god of destruction's previous Kamehameha. The god of destruction found himself momentarily stunned by the display of power. He took up a defensive stance, eyes wide and pure, darting around in anticipation of Frieza and his minions. Sabo, take care of this little brat, Frieza said nonchalantly from his spacecraft. Yes, Lord Frieza, Sabo replied with a respectful nod, his confidence brimming as he regarded the god of destruction. With a mere battle power of 20,000, he believed this task would be effortless. He was certainly not a fool like Dodoria. Sabo advanced slowly, his cloak billowing in the wind. Suddenly, he bellowed, his figure flickering as he appeared before the god of destruction, delivering a swift knife-hand strike. The god of destruction, seeing this, did not hesitate and countered with a powerful uppercut. Boom! A resounding thud echoed as the two, one large and one small, locked in a fierce struggle, grappling against each other. Crack! Crack! Several detectors suddenly erupted, eliciting startled cries from their wearers. Concealed power. Frieza's gaze flickered with intrigue. These detectors could only register a combat power of 24,000 and would detonate if that threshold was exceeded. With a thunderous roar, King God unleashed a surge of energy that propelled Sabo skyward. Ascending into the heights, Sabo extended his right hand downward, while his left arm pressed against his right. A brilliant yellow beam of energy hurtling toward King God. Unperturbed, King God calmly responded with a palm strike that deflected Sabo's energy wave, redirecting it toward Frieza, who frowned as his massive tail swished to intercept the incoming energy. Sabo, what have you done? If you fail to eliminate this little brat, I shall deal with you myself. Frieza's countenance darkened, frustrated with his subordinates' incompetence in handling such a trivial foe. Indeed, they were unworthy of greatness. Summoning Jinyu had proven to be a wise decision, he mused. Ah, yes. Sabo trembled at the reprimand. It appeared transformation was imperative. He was loath to change, for his transformed visage was undeniably grotesque. As his anger escalated, he howled at the sky, scattering a passing cloud with sheer force. With limbs outstretched, Sabo's muscles bulged, his previously handsome features contorting into an ugly visage. His father's words rang true. Numerous races in the universe possessed the ability to transform. King God regarded Sabo with a weighty expression, sensing the amplified power emanating from him. To compel my transformation, you little brat, is a worthy demise for you. My size is not the only thing that has changed. My strength has multiplied several-fold. Sabo pivoted, fists clenched, and charged toward King God with incredible speed. Die, you wretched little brat. The outcome remains uncertain. King God bellowed, enveloped in a silvery aura, a formidable presence ascending skyward, causing the ground to tremble and fracture. Surrounded by this radiance, King God's diminutive figure exuded an air of mystery. He finally unleashed the power of the great ape. At that moment, he slightly lowered his stance, gathering a blue energy sphere in his palm, unleashing it with a cataclysmic force that soared into the sky. Perish! The overwhelming power generated a colossal whirlwind that ravaged everything in its vicinity. A mere trivial skill, daring to challenge me. Witness as I send you flying. Empowered by his transformation, Sabo brimmed with confidence. As he faced the descending shockwave, a smile graced his lips as he prepared to counter it with a punch. However, as his fist made contact with the energy wave, Sabo was struck by the realization that his hand had collided with an indestructible alloy. A searing pain surged through his hand as the shockwave expanded ominously within his sight, causing his expression to transform into one of sheer terror. Boom! Sabo was instantly engulfed by the onslaught, his grotesque visage contorting as the formidable force shattered his battle attire, tearing through his flesh. No! With a terrified scream, Sabo's body was utterly obliterated by this power. What? Frieza was momentarily taken aback, unable to restrain himself from sitting upright. Although Sabo, after his transformation, still did not impress him, Being dispatched by a child appearing merely 5 or 6 years old was indeed astonishing. This little brat is surprisingly powerful? Frieza regarded the king god with incredulity. Gohan, king saint, an immensely potent force has erupted ahead. It must be what Vegeta referred to as King Frieza. Should we consider changing our course? Krillin, sensing the fluctuations of energy nearby, felt a wave of trepidation. Just a short while ago, they had encountered a lively Vegeta, from whom they had gleaned information about Frieza. Of course, Vegeta had ulterior motives, hoping to incite a clash between the Earthlings and Frieza, thereby reaping the benefits himself. Uncle Krillin, there are 5 Dragon Balls just ahead. We cannot allow Frieza to succeed, King Saint suddenly exclaimed. King Saint is right. The Dragon Balls lie before us. We cannot abandon our pursuit. Gohan concurred. How about we wait for Goku? Krillin suggested weakly. The extraterrestrial beings around him were all significantly stronger, leaving him feeling quite insecure. 2 innocent, wide-eyed gazes fixed upon Krillin. All right then, let us proceed together. Krillin sighed with a wry smile. Goku, oh Goku, come quickly, King God exclaimed. King God is amazing. Tien clasped his hands together, gazing in admiration at the formidable King God. Indeed, it seems we are saved. The elder, sensing the continuous surge of power emanating from King God, nodded with delight. Kid, I find you quite talented. Would you be interested in becoming my subordinate? Frieza, witnessing the demise of 2 slightly stronger insects beside him at the hands of King God, lowered his stance and extended an invitation to King God. Not interested. King God's expression darkened, his gaze fixed upon Frieza. Within his perception, he sensed a powerful force within this individual, far surpassing his own. Kid, it would be an honor for you to submit to me, and you dare refuse? Are you courting death? Frieza's facade cracked, his expression turning as dark as stormy waters. Kid, perish. Frieza concentrated a tiny, yellow glow at his fingertip, which rapidly transformed above his head into a colossal energy sphere, its diameter spanning hundreds of meters. King God gritted his teeth, stamping his foot as energy coalesced in his hands, launching toward the energy sphere conjured by Frieza. A blue beam, thicker than a barrel, soared like a blue dragon toward Frieza's head. Upon impact, the blue wave collided with Frieza's energy sphere, causing it to oscillate violently, on the verge of collapse. Sensing the intense fluctuations above, Frieza, astonished, hastily increased his energy input. Amid the astonished gaze of King Shun, the energy sphere atop Frieza's head stabilized and grew in magnitude, unleashing an overwhelming pressure that compelled the elders below to collapse onto the ground. Then, with a booming laughter, Frieza pointed downward, and the tangerine-hued energy sphere surged rapidly towards King Shun. Realizing that this attack far surpassed his own strength, King Shun understood that he could not withstand it head-on. With a sudden burst of energy, he leaped high into the air. Ah, a clever little one. Frieza chuckled lightly, flicking his finger, causing the energy sphere, which had partially embedded itself into the ground, to bounce upward towards King Shun. What? King Shun gasped in shock, as the energy sphere approached menacingly. With no means of escape, he pressed both hands down, gritting his teeth to resist the oncoming assault. The tremendous force tore at his garments, revealing the disparity between King Shun's power and that of the energy sphere as he was propelled toward the sun above. In the distance, Wang Yang furrowed his brow, a flash of white light flickering in his eyes. High above, a mysterious pattern gradually emerged on King Shun's back, shimmering with golden light under the blinding sunlight. In this perilous moment, Wang Yang discreetly intervened, unlocking the sealed power within King Shun. The energy sphere, which had initially carried King Shun toward outer space, began to slow under Frieza's bewildered gaze until, at last, King Shun kicked it away forcefully, feeling the relentless surge of power flowing from within. King Shun gasped slightly in midair. How did the seal break? He pondered, but had no time for contemplation. Gathering his hands, he concentrated energy within his palms, striking downwards toward Frieza. Now take this. Meanwhile, the stealthily observing Vegeta, witnessing the immense powers exhibited by King Shun and Frieza, found himself questioning his very existence. Frieza, is this formidable? Who is that little brat? Why are the youths of today so powerful? Alone in the vastness, Vegeta tore away his proud facade, collapsing to the ground, his fists pounding against the earth with resounding thuds. As a Saiyan prince, I cannot even defeat a child. His thoughts drifted to 2 young ones on earth, then back to the child in the sky, feeling as if the entire world mocked him. Glancing once more at the empty surroundings, tears finally betrayed him and streamed down his face. Just moments ago, having acquired a Dragon Ball from a Namekian elder, Goku sensed two unfamiliar yet potent energies in the distance, piquing his curiosity. Whose energies are these? He wondered, as he noticed Gohan and the others nearby. Realizing the situation, Goku embraced a Dragon Ball and soared toward the source of the energy explosion. Behind a mountain, Krillin and his companions crouched low, observing intently. "He is so powerful," exclaimed Wang Sheng, pointing to King Shun in the sky. Indeed, Gohan nodded vigorously in agreement. Klin gazed at the deity in the sky, a sense of déjà vu washing over him as his gaze instinctively shifted to Wang Sheng and Gohan beside him. Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated the heavens, prompting Klin to observe the deity once more before his eyes settled intently on Wang Sheng's profile. "Uncle Klin, why do you keep staring at me?" Wang Sheng inquired, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under Klin's scrutiny. "I can't shake the feeling that you bear a resemblance to him," Klin remarked, gesturing towards the celestial being. Upon hearing this, both Wang Sheng and Gohan were taken aback. "Indeed," Gohan exclaimed, scrutinizing the two with astonishment. "Is that so?" The deity mused, a hint of skepticism in his tone. "Damn little brat, truly bothersome." Frieza grunted as he braced himself against the deity's energy wave. The immense force sent Frieza, along with his spacecraft, crashing into the ground. With a resounding yell, violet flames erupted from the earth, and the shockwave, which had completely submerged into the ground, suddenly veered sharply towards a distant mountain. Creaking and cracking, a towering figure emerged from the smoke. At that moment, Frieza had undergone a significant transformation. His form had swelled considerably, and the sharp horns on his head curved skyward. His power now doubled from before. Perched atop a grand tree, Wang Yang observed Frieza's transformation below, momentarily taken aback. This form resembled that of the legendary King Cold from years past. In that form, King Cold's combat strength soared into the billions, far surpassing even Frieza. If King Cold were to attain Frieza's ultimate transformation, would his power not reach astronomical heights? Contemplating this, Wang Yang couldn't help but feel a chill of apprehension. In the past, he had utilized the strength of the great ape, barely managing to escape King Cold with a combat power of only around 20 to 30 million. Reflecting on it now made him break out in a cold sweat. However, it must be noted that Frieza's ability to transform does not imply that King Cold possesses the same capability. Great strength does not necessarily equate to the ability to transform. Transformation is a matter of comprehension. Perhaps King Cold was simply less astute than Frieza, only capable of the initial transformation. Chapter 63. The Master of Subterfuge having already transformed into a Super Saiyan, Wang Yang had much to say on the subject. Transformation indeed requires understanding, not merely an increase in power. At this moment, Wang Yang's base combat power surpassed that of Goku during the Majin Buu saga, yet he had not grasped the subsequent transformations of the Super Saiyan, remaining only capable of the first transformation, unable even to access the second, let alone the third. Below, the deity had engaged Frieza in fierce combat, their clash wreaking havoc on the environment. The relentless sounds of fists colliding resonated, accompanied by a series of explosive air bursts that sent Tian and others soaring. Amidst this chaos, a man with a fiery spirit darted across the ground, glancing occasionally towards Frieza in the heavens. Vegeta erupted into boisterous laughter, releasing the gloom that had weighed upon his heart. He felt an overwhelming sense of elation. Haha, the Dragon Balls are mine. Fortune smiles upon me. That little brat has managed to distract Frieza, providing me the perfect opportunity to seize what is rightfully mine. As Vegeta appeared before the dwelling, he unleashed a barrage of energy blasts towards the surrounding individuals. Once he had concluded his assault, his gaze fell upon the 5 magnificent Dragon Balls, and with a sly grin, he began to hurl them away one by one. Ah, it's Vegeta. He has mercilessly annihilated everyone. Krillin and the others were fixated on the Supreme Kai, but at that moment, Gohan caught a glimpse of the scene below and was startled to witness Vegeta's rampage. Just then, the imposing figure of Frieza seized the opportunity, landing a powerful punch squarely on the Supreme Kai, sending him hurtling through the air. Frieza let out a chilling chuckle, his robust form darting forward, his massive hand poised to unleash a devastating energy blast against the Supreme Kai's abdomen. The Supreme Kai, still youthful and lacking in combat experience, was paralyzed by fear. unable to comprehend such a dire situation. As Frieza ignited the energy sphere, a violent explosion erupted, accompanied by the Supreme Kai's panicked cries. Behind a small hill. King Kai gritted his teeth and attempted to rise. No, this Frieza is too powerful. We stand no chance. Krillin, trembling with fear, pressed down on King Kai's shoulder. I cannot stand by. I must save him. King Kai's eyes were resolute as he gazed into the swirling smoke, sensing a faint aura lingering. If he did not intervene, this unfamiliar child would surely perish. For reasons unknown, seeing the child who bore a resemblance to himself stirred a sense of kinship within him, igniting a desire to befriend him. King Kai's gaze shifted to Gohan, who was gritting his teeth in anger at the sight of the retreating Vegeta. Upon hearing King Kai's words, Gohan nodded in understanding. He recognized the intent to fuse. The two assumed their stances, ready for the fusion. At that moment, a weak yet defiant voice echoed through the air. I'm a bit hungry. Let me grab something to eat first before I deal with you. The youthful tone faded as it lingered in the distance, nearly inaudible by the time the last word was uttered. King Kai and Gohan stood frozen, unable to continue their fusion. We should leave quickly. We must not be discovered by that fiend, Krillin whispered. All right. Thus, the three suppressed their auras and stealthily retreated. With the main threat having fled, their own actions seemed futile. In the distance, King Yang, recalling an event from many years prior, couldn't he help but smile at King Kai's words. Frieza, watching the direction in which the Supreme Kai had vanished, realized that his mission remained unfulfilled. Wiping the blood from his cheek, he chose not to pursue further and slowly descended downward. For now, I shall spare you. Once my wishes are fulfilled, none of you shall escape. Frieza let out a chilling laugh, but soon his smile froze, veins bulging uncontrollably as he threw his head back and roared. Who did this? Scattered across the ground lay dozens of corpses, and the 5 magnificent Dragon Balls had vanished without a trace. The thought that someone had audaciously seized the Dragon Balls he had painstakingly collected during his battle ignited an inferno of rage within Frieza, his terrifying aura erupting like a volcano. A formidable energy surged from within him, shaking the earth and causing the clouds above to churn restlessly, reminiscent of an apocalyptic scene. The force of his energy wave sent the lifeless bodies flying in all directions. Among them was a universe being, who crashed heavily to the ground, blood gushing from his throat as he writhed in agony. Still alive? Frieza noted the creature's faint movements and swiftly flew over, seizing its collar and shaking it violently. As he did, blood erupted from the creature's mouth, splattering Frieza's face. Speak. Who stole my Dragon Balls? Cough. Cough. It was Vegeta who took them, Lord Frieza. The being coughed, struggling to meet Frieza's menacing gaze. The blood that sprayed onto Frieza's face only served to deepen his grim countenance. Damn Saiyan monkey. Frieza tossed the creature high into the air with a flick of his wrist, immediately following up with an energy blast that obliterated it into nothingness. Heh. Frieza is in a frenzy now. I shall grant your wish. Freshly emerged from the water with the 5 Dragon Balls, Vegeta sensed Frieza's explosive aura and, anticipating his imminent wish, could not help but break into a delighted laugh. Ha ha. Suddenly, Vegeta's laughter caught in his throat as 3 diminutive figures descended from above: Krillin, Goku, and Gohan. You? Vegeta exclaimed, a hint of panic washing over him, as memories of being effortlessly defeated by the fused warriors on Earth flashed through his mind. My battle power has significantly increased, but I am still no match for their fusion. He cast a furtive glance at Goku and Gohan, dismissing Krillin entirely. Gohan, you dare to kill those Namekians? I will not let you go unpunished. Gohan glared at Vegeta with righteous fury. You won't let me go? I shall decide your fate first. Vegeta charged forward, determined to strike before they could fuse. With his newfound strength, he felt unafraid, especially as the 2 children had not yet merged. In that moment, Gohan deflected Vegeta's punch with his left hand and struck him hard in the face with his right, sending him plummeting to the ground and shattering several small mountains. A heart-wrenching scream echoed as Vegeta clutched his face, shouting in agony. Why have you become so strong? Rising from the rubble, bloodied and incredulous, Vegeta stared wide-eyed at Gohan, his mouth agape in disbelief. Why has my combat power increased by tens of thousands, yet I am still inferior to this little brat? Chapter 64. The secret is out. This is what my father and Uncle Piccolo taught me. Gohan proudly proclaimed, hands on hips and head held high. Within the confines of the spaceship, they diligently trained in the simulated environment alongside their companions, subsequently recuperating in the healing pods. In just over a fortnight, the group's progress was remarkably pronounced. Particularly, Gohan and Wansheng, two hybrid Saiyans with immense potential, saw their combat power soar to around 200,000. Kakarot, you lowly warrior. Vegeta seethed with gritted teeth. He had always looked down upon lower-ranked fighters, yet his son effortlessly vanquished him, delivering a crushing blow to his pride. Should I ever witness you slaughtering the innocent again, I shall not show you mercy. Despite Gohan's inherently kind nature, he could not bring himself to deliver a fatal blow, sparing the beleaguered Vegeta. You scoundrels! Witnessing the trio swagger away with the Dragon Balls he had painstakingly seized, Vegeta could not restrain a furious roar, collapsing onto the ground. Dazed, he gazed at the blue sky and white clouds, feeling a profound sense of weariness wash over him. Ahead, 5 Dragon Balls sped towards another. Goku glanced at the Dragon Ball radar in his hand, astonished. Is that Gohan and the others? It seems I must hasten my pace, Goku chuckled. Initially, he had hoped to confront that malevolent figure, but with the 7 Dragon Balls nearing assembly, he preferred to summon the Eternal Dragon without further ado. Gohan, Wansheng, look! A Dragon Ball is swiftly approaching us, Krillin exclaimed, eyes gleaming with excitement as he peered at the radar. It must be Dad. Gohan beamed. If that's the case, as long as we secure the Dragon Ball ahead, we will have gathered all 7. Krillin replied, grinning. The trio's auras surged with white energy as they accelerated towards the last, stationary Dragon Ball. That child's energy is nearby, Krillin remarked, sensing a familiar aura around them, astonished as he spoke to his companions. Let us go investigate. Wansheng expressed curiosity, eager to meet this unfamiliar individual. Agreed. We can wait for Goku as well. The trio conferred and veered towards a forest below. At that moment, King Kai was crouched on the ground, gazing expectantly ahead. Following his line of sight, a plump animal was being roasted over an open flame, the intense heat causing its fat to sizzle and pop. Sensing the arrival of 3 unfamiliar auras, King Kai briefly glanced over before returning his focus to the nearly cooked delicacy. Hello, Wansheng greeted cheerfully as he landed before King Kai. Greetings. King Kai looked up at Wansheng, a hint of confusion in his eyes as he noticed the outstretched hand. Is this the custom of this planet? Wansheng rose to his feet and, after a moment's hesitation, extended his right hand to shake hands with Wansheng. I am Wansheng. May I ask your name? Wansheng inquired with curiosity. I am Wansheng. Wansheng replied, his gaze assessing Wansheng from head to toe. Krillin observed the profile of the two. Wearing a contemplative expression, they bear a striking resemblance. I witnessed your fierce battle with Frieza. You were truly formidable. Wansheng marveled. Yet, he was still not a match for him. Upon hearing this, Wansheng's expression dimmed slightly. You are not a Namekian, are you? Krillin asked, puzzled. No. I was at home asleep last night and woke up here, Wansheng replied, a hint of melancholy creeping into his voice. Where is your home? My home is in the Mingyuan Manor, located east of the Imperial City on the Blue-Green Star. The thought of his mother brought tears to Wansheng's eyes. He missed her dearly and longed to return home. What are those things, and why are you all vying for them? Wansheng inquired, pointing at the 2 Dragon Balls Krillin held. These are Dragon Balls. If you gather all 7, you can summon the Eternal Dragon to grant any wish, Gohan explained. Dragon Balls. Wishes? Wansheng's eyes sparkled with hope as he looked at Gohan. If I wish to return home with the Eternal Dragon, can I? Indeed. But we need to resurrect our friends first. If you wish, why not accompany us to Earth and make your wish there? Yes, yes. Wansheng nodded vigorously. As long as he could return home, he would gladly go to Earth with them. Soon, the food was ready, and Wansheng, momentarily forgetting his sorrow, dove in eagerly. Wansheng and Gohan watched, their mouths watering, unable to resist licking their lips. Hey, Wansheng, share some with me. Wansheng called out, a bit shyly. I'm hungry too. Please give me some. Gohan chimed in opportunely. After contemplating, Wansheng thought that aside from himself and his father, the others at home had small appetites. So he believed these 2 would not consume much either, and he nodded in agreement. However, soon a discontented voice emerged from Wansheng. How can you eat so much? We agreed to have just a little. Oh, come on, just a bit more. Exactly. Exactly. In the end, under Wansheng's reproachful gaze, Wansheng and Gohan, still unsatisfied, rubbed their bellies. So you are here. At that moment, Goku descended from the sky, laughing heartily. "Dad!" Gohan exclaimed, rushing toward him. "You all are impressive. You've gathered 5 Dragon Balls so quickly," Goku praised. "This is thanks to Wang Shun," Gohan explained, detailing how Wang Shun battled Frieza. After which the Dragon Balls were stolen by Vegeta, only to be reclaimed by themselves after defeating him. "Really? I sensed your energy from a great distance. I can't believe you possess such strength at such a young age," Goku said, reaching out to pat Wang Shun on the head. "Wang Shun, Wang Shun," Goku murmured, uncertain of the connection between this child and Wang Yang. Yukong instinctively recalled Wang Yang upon hearing the name Wang Shun. Considering the boy's formidable power at such a tender age. "Do you know my father?" Wang Shun's eyes brightened as he clutched Yukong's garment, gazing up at him. "What? You are Wang Yang's son?" The surrounding onlookers gasped in astonishment, while Wang Shun stood utterly dumbfounded. "He is also my father's son? Are we brothers? Could it be that you are also Bulma's child? Yet, why have I not realized this in all these years?" Yukong, taken aback, inquired anxiously. "Who is Bulma?" "My father refers to my mother as Yuer," Wang Shun responded, perplexed. "What?" Yukong and Krillin's jaws nearly dropped to the ground. Chapter 65, The Scapegoat. Vegeta, a group of individuals exchanged incredulous glances, grappling with the shocking revelation. Wang Yang, it seemed, had not only Bulma but another wife and yet another son? Yukong felt overwhelmed by the magnitude of this information, his mind struggling to process it all. Should Bulma discover this, Wang Yang would surely face dire consequences. Even the naive Yukong grasped the implications of such a situation. If he were to have another woman outside, Chi-Chi would undoubtedly explode with fury. For some reason, a flicker of curiosity sparked within Yukong, pondering how Bulma would react upon learning the truth. Gohan looked at his father, puzzled about what amusing thoughts were crossing his mind. Krillin, astounded yet envious, lamented his own single status, while Wang Yang appeared to have 2 wives, igniting a mix of admiration and jealousy within him. "My father is also Wang Yang," Wang Shun remarked, his expression a blend of complexity as he regarded his newfound brother. "What? Now it's Wang Shun's turn to be astonished. You are my brother? I surmise that your arrival on Namek was facilitated by your father's instant transmission," Yukong mused, stroking his chin with a smile aimed at Wang Shun. "Then my father must be here as well?" Wang Shun's anxiety dissipated upon hearing Yukong's words. "Although I cannot sense his energy, I believe he is indeed here on Namek. We just do not know his whereabouts," Yukong reassured him with a grin. Recalling the time he and Wang Yang had hidden to observe the 2 children confronting Vegeta. "MHM," Wang Shun nodded enthusiastically. "If my father is here, I must perform admirably." Thus, the group soared toward the location of the final Dragon Ball. Without enduring the storms, how can one witness the rainbow? What are my troubles in comparison? Wang Yang gazed solemnly at the sky. Everything he did was for the purpose of empowering his son. That blabbermouth, Yukong. Where is Vegeta? Frieza hovered high above, surveying the earth with unwavering focus, fearful of missing any detail. Suddenly, Frieza's eyes widened as he spotted a conspicuous blue figure sprawled on the ground, seemingly familiar. "It must be you, Vegeta." Frieza's eyes glimmered as a formidable aura erupted from his being, trailing a long blaze as he descended. "What? Frieza?" Vegeta, lying on the ground in contemplation, suddenly sensed the overwhelming and malevolent energy of Frieza approaching, causing him to be engulfed in shock as he swiftly regained his footing. Following the direction of the ominous energy, Vegeta abruptly raised his gaze and beheld Frieza's unforgettable visage. Alarmed, Vegeta's expression transformed dramatically as he leapt into the air, evading the imminent threat. Had he not witnessed the fierce battle between the King of Gods and Frieza, he might have recklessly engaged Frieza, emboldened by his enhanced power. Still seeking to evade, Frieza's eyes narrowed slightly, and in an instant, his imposing figure materialized before Vegeta. "Prince Vegeta, where do you think you are going?" Frieza inquired, his expression devoid of emotion. "Frieza, is that you? What do you want from me?" Vegeta responded cautiously. "I have eliminated those individuals. He surely does not suspect my involvement." Still defiant? "Spare me your nonsense. Where are my Dragon Balls?" Frieza's finger pointed menacingly at Vegeta's head as he spoke coldly. "What Dragon Balls?" "Frieza, I truly have not taken your Dragon Balls," Vegeta protested, shaking his head in denial. "I see you will only learn the hard way." Frieza's demeanor darkened as a radiant wave of energy erupted from his fingertip. "Ah!" Vegeta shrieked as he was sent hurtling backward. The speed of the energy wave was astonishing. leaving him with no chance to evade. He could only watch helplessly as it pierced through his shoulder. One of the individuals you killed still drew breath. He informed me that you seized the Dragon Balls. Do you still wish to deny it? Reveal their whereabouts. Frieza appeared abruptly above Vegeta, his foot crashing down mercilessly upon the wound in Vegeta's shoulder. I do not know. I did not take the Dragon Balls. Vegeta cried out in agony. After years of surviving under Frieza's tyranny, he was acutely aware of Frieza's ruthless nature. If he confessed that the Dragon Balls had been taken by Earthlings, he would lose all value and be slain without hesitation. Thus, he resolved to remain obstinate, hoping to convince Frieza that the Dragon Balls were concealed by him, thereby preserving his life. Frieza gritted his teeth and unleashed another wave of energy, piercing Vegeta's other shoulder. Vegeta screamed once more, blood mingling with saliva as cold sweat streamed down his forehead. Speak. Tell me, Frieza demanded, his impatience palpable as he continued to trample upon Vegeta. Where are the Dragon Balls? In a sudden flash of realization, Frieza recalled that since the Dragon Balls had been taken by Vegeta and Vegeta was present, it implied that the Dragon Balls must be nearby. With this thought, Frieza abandoned the notion of torturing Vegeta further and soared downward to meticulously search for the Dragon Ball's location. He scoured the heavens, the earth, and even the waters, yet after an exhaustive search, he found no trace of the Dragon Balls. Blood continued to flow, and Vegeta's vision grew increasingly blurred. Yet, he gritted his teeth, refusing to divulge the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls to Frieza. Unthinkably, I, Vegeta, am enduring suffering for the sake of these detestable Earthlings. You are truly despicable, and I vow to annihilate you all. A profound rage surged within Vegeta. In the heavens above, Frieza's countenance twisted with fury as he realized that despite his prolonged search, he had yet to locate the Dragon Balls. Observing Vegeta below, seemingly on the brink of collapse, Frieza clenched his teeth and descended. You cannot die. If you perish, I will be unable to find the Dragon Balls. Frieza felt a sense of frustration, yet was compelled to spare Vegeta's life. Once you recover, I shall thoroughly torment you. I refuse to believe you will remain silent. With a disdainful expression, Frieza seized the fallen Vegeta and soared towards his spaceship. As consciousness slipped into darkness, a faint, enigmatic smile crept across Vegeta's lips. Indeed, I have wagered correctly. Uncle Piccolo, you are here as well. Upon arriving at the last Dragon Ball, Gohan was pleasantly surprised to find Piccolo beside a rotund Namekian. Exclaiming with delight, "It's Gohan, you have finally arrived." Piccolo's typically icy visage softened slightly. You have obtained 6 Dragon Balls. Did you seize them from that nefarious force? The Grand Elder spoke weakly, although he had remained indoors for several days. He was well aware of the plight of the other Namekians and had learned from Piccolo that their group had also come in pursuit of the Dragon Balls. Chapter 66, My Dragon Balls. Indeed, we owe it to the Kaioshin. During his battle with Frieza, the Dragon Balls were stolen by that wicked Vegeta, and we managed to reclaim them from his grasp, Gohan explained joyfully. I see. Yet, it is unfortunate that evil has not yet been vanquished, the Grand Elder lamented. Grand Elder, could you awaken Gohan's latent potential? There is immense power within him. Together, we could surely defeat Frieza. Piccolo spoke with reverence, having personally experienced a tremendous enhancement in strength after being empowered by the Grand Elder, prompting him to think of Gohan first. Enhance my strength? Gohan pointed to himself, puzzled. Certainly, young one. Come closer, the Grand Elder beckoned. At Piccolo's gesture, Gohan approached the Grand Elder's side. The Grand Elder's broad palm enveloped Gohan's head entirely. Indeed, his potential is extraordinary. With a flash of white light, Gohan's aura erupted forth, an overwhelming energy surging from him. How formidable! The Kaioshin gazed in astonishment, envious, as Gohan's power now surpassed his own significantly. The Grand Elder exhaled wearily. Initially wishing for the Grand Elder to enhance his own potential, the Kaioshin found himself unable to voice his request upon witnessing the Elder's current state. The Kaioshin looked on eagerly, as Gohan's strength now eclipsed even that which he had exhibited during his confrontation with Frieza. Despite having fought impressively earlier, it was primarily through techniques imparted by his father, bolstered by the strength of the great ape. Come here, little one. As the gaze of the King God bore down upon him, the Grand Elder smiled faintly and spoke to the king with a light chuckle. Grand Elder, is your health all right? A young Namekian stood beside Piccolo, casting a worried glance at the Grand Elder. Fear not. Thank you, Grand Elder. Rest assured, I shall do everything in my power to vanquish that wicked foe," the king declared, darting over to Gohan's side and pledging earnestly to the Grand Elder. "Thank you," the Grand Elder replied kindly, placing his hand gently atop the king's head. Just as he was about to unleash his power, the Grand Elder suddenly uttered a soft gasp. "What is it, Grand Elder?" the king inquired, perplexed. "Your potential is indeed vast. However, within you lies a tremendous force that has been sealed. This seal is quite mysterious, indicating that its creator is a formidable master," the Grand Elder elucidated, feeling a kinship with the one who had such a profound understanding of energy. "It was my father who imposed it, claiming that I harbor immense strength that must be contained, allowing me to gradually unearth it," the king blinked, revealing. "I see," the Grand Elder remarked, retracting his arm. "Is that all, Grand Elder? Why do I feel no increase in my strength?" The king surveyed his surroundings, noticing no change from before. "Since your father sealed your power for a reason, I shall not overstep my bounds to awaken your potential," the Grand Elder explained. Krillin, somewhat speechless, thought it ridiculous that one would seal away such power. Wang Sheng, too, ceased his pleas for the Grand Elder's assistance, as his situation mirrored that of the king. "Come here, young one. I shall help you unlock your potential," the Grand Elder beckoned Wang Sheng. "Grand Elder, I shall pass on that. My father has also placed a seal upon me." The onlookers were once again left speechless, realizing that neither son had been overlooked. "Is it not done yet?" Frieza impatiently glared at the healing pod containing Vegeta. "My lord, the instruments indicate 10 more minutes," one of his subordinates cautiously reported while glancing at the screen. Frieza returned, seething with rage, having already obliterated several clumsy subordinates. And the others dared not treat the situation lightly. My lord, the sky over Namek has suddenly darkened." A warrior clad in battle attire and with dark skin rushed in, flustered. "So it has darkened. Have you never witnessed such a phenomenon? Why do all my subordinates resemble imbeciles?" Frieza's ire, having somewhat subsided, reignited upon hearing such trivial news, and he could not restrain himself from cursing. "No, my lord. According to the Namekians, when they summon the dragon, the entire sky darkens." The warrior wiped the cold sweat from his brow and explained cautiously. "What?" Frieza's eyes widened in shock. He could no longer afford to concern himself with Vegeta in that pod. His aura surged as he soared out of the spaceship. Frieza's energy surged away at high speed, leaving one to ponder what could have caused such anxiety. Yet, this turn of events was fortuitous. I would soon restore my strength. And at that point, no one would impede my departure. Within the healing chamber, Vegeta sensed Frieza's distant aura and silently reflected. Though Vegeta had regained consciousness long ago, the presence of Frieza before him deterred him from opening his eyes. Had night fallen so swiftly? Wang Yang suddenly noticed the sky darkening, thick with ominous clouds, accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunder, enveloping the world in a heavy atmosphere. It was the summoning of the eternal dragon. In an instant, Wang Yang realized that had he been weaker, he would have summoned the Dragon Balls to fulfill numerous wishes, such as instant teleportation, the Kaioken, and the Spirit Bomb, enabling survival in the cosmos. Alas, he had since matured, acquiring profound knowledge and mastering many abilities, rendering the dragon's wishes unnecessary. For instance, he had learned the Kaioken after analyzing his battle with Son Goku. A spectacle was about to unfold. Wang Yang's brow arched slightly as he gazed toward a specific direction, a smile playing upon his lips. My Dragon Balls! My Dragon Balls! Frieza, gritting his teeth, fixated on a massive creature in the distance and immediately escalated his energy to the maximum, propelling himself forward at breakneck speed. Cursed be this immortality. The 7 Dragon Balls emanated a dazzling light, heralding the majestic Namekian dragon's appearance, characterized by brawny arms and formidable musculature. Purunga can grant 3 wishes. What do you wish for? Nail casually addressed the group. Let us resurrect the Namekians who perished during this time. Goku contemplated before speaking. The Namekians had suffered greatly due to the Earthlings' disclosure of the Dragon Balls. Thus, the first wish must be their revival. Nail's eyes brightened as he expressed gratitude with a smile toward Goku and the others. Nail communicated with Purunga in the Namekian tongue. I apologize, but Purunga can only resurrect one individual at a time. Nail informed Goku and the others with a look of disappointment. Chapter 67. Following in Vegeta's footsteps, we have our own eternal dragon on Earth. In that case, let the Earth's dragon assist in resurrecting all of you. Goku replied with a grin. Thank you. Nail's face lit up with renewed joy. Thus, for the first wish, let the dragon bring back the dumplings from Earth. Very well. For the second wish, let Tien Shinhan be revived. And for the third wish, let Yamcha return. Once the 3 wishes were granted, Paranga's eyes gleamed momentarily before transforming into the 7 Dragon Balls and soaring into the distance. Wang Sheng, please retrieve the communicator you have with your mother. Goku instructed Wang Sheng. Instinctively, Wang Sheng pulled out a square communicator from his chest and handed it to Goku. This device was created by Bulma out of concern for her son, enabling constant communication with Wang Sheng. Bulma, have you gathered all the Dragon Balls over there? Please help us make a wish. It's Goku. Have you all arrived at Namek? Is Little Saint all right? Have you encountered any dangers? When will you return? Upon hearing Goku's voice, Bulma immediately bombarded him with a flurry of questions. Everything is fine. First summon the dragon. I wish to make a request. Goku, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, hurriedly interrupted Bulma. By summoning the dragon through Bulma, the deceased Namekians were suddenly revived. How are we alive? Many Namekians rose from the ground, staring at their hands in disbelief. Unforgivable. Unforgivable. You wretched thieves. Frieza arrived just in time to witness Parunga transforming into a beam of light and then dispersing into 7 shooting stars. Hot steam billowed from his head as he hovered in midair, bellowing at Goku and the others. Gohan, be careful. That guy is here, Goku said, his expression turning serious as he gazed at Frieza. You all step back. I will handle him. Suddenly, Goku paused for a moment, subtly nodding. Or perhaps Gohan, King Saint, and King God, you should take action, Goku said cheerfully to the 3 bewildered youngsters. The trio, unsure of what was happening, exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Aware of Frieza's formidable strength, they dared not conceal their power. Gohan, having been empowered by the Elder, now possessed the greatest strength among them. With a fierce shout, a wave of energy erupted around him, and he charged forward. King God was enveloped in a white glow, his aura surging dramatically, while King Saint was comparatively weaker. Upon seeing their nemesis, Frieza's rage ignited. The moment he laid eyes on King God, his fury reached a boiling point. If it weren't for this detestable individual, he would not have lost the Dragon Balls. The wish he had just made should have been his. Frieza, growing increasingly agitated, gathered all his energy and lunged at King God, completely disregarding Gohan, doubting the strength of the boy, thinking one prodigious child was already too many to exist. As they crossed paths, Frieza casually swatted away Gohan's attack with his left hand, while his right hand built up immense power for a devastating blow aimed at King God. Boom! Frieza's eyes widened in disbelief as Gohan's fist connected with his cheek, sending him flying to the side, his tightly clenched right hand releasing its energy. He had underestimated Gohan. That son of Kakarot was surprisingly strong. Meanwhile, Vegeta, having recovered from his injuries, stealthily hid behind a massive rock. Witnessing the scene before him, his eyes nearly popped out of his head. No cosmic enhancement could have been this swift. Frieza, I never imagined the Emperor of the Universe would find himself in such a dire predicament. Vegeta felt a wave of satisfaction as he observed Frieza's dismay. After enduring 20 years of subservience under Frieza, it was the first time he had witnessed his adversary being struck. As he pursued the fleeing Frieza, the God of Kings smiled mischievously. Just as Frieza regained his composure, the child he loathed appeared before him, launching a fierce attack. The two engaged in a brief yet intense skirmish, with explosive shockwaves erupting around them. Observing the God of Kings in a precarious position, Wang Sheng and Gohan swooped in, and the trio united to assail Frieza. Though Wang Sheng and the God of Kings lacked Frieza's overwhelming power, Gohan led the charge, and the 3 continued to press their attack. Suddenly, Wang Sheng made a misstep and was sent flying by a punch from Frieza. With a battle power of merely 200,000, he was no match for Frieza's formidable strength exceeding 1 million. Despite Frieza directing most of his assaults at Gohan and the God of Kings, even a glancing blow was enough to leave Wang Sheng reeling. Rest well. Let Gohan and I handle him, the God of Kings said with concern. Though well-intentioned, Wang Sheng, like any child, yearned to prove himself and not be outshone by others. Tears welled in his eyes as he crouched on the ground, feeling a wave of helplessness and inferiority. Why was he so weak, unable to fight alongside them? Goku, noticing Wang Sheng sitting with his knees drawn up, felt a surge of compassion and intended to console him. However, just as he lifted his foot, a smile broke across his face, and he withdrew. A figure slowly descended before Wang Sheng, casting a shadow over him. Instinctively, Wang Sheng looked up, tears glistening at the corners of his eyes. "Father!" he cried out, suddenly throwing himself into the embrace of the unexpectedly appearing Wang Yang. "Little Sheng, why are you crying?" Wang Yang gently comforted his son. "Father, I feel so useless. Gohan and the God of Kings are so much stronger than me. I can't contribute at all." Wang Sheng lamented, tears streaming down his cheeks. The path of life is long, and it is never devoid of obstacles. Do not lose heart over temporary setbacks. When I was young, I encountered formidable opponents as well, yet I never surrendered. Even in defeat, as long as we persist in our training, we will eventually triumph. Wang Yang reassured him. "You are a good son, and like your father, you must foster an indomitable spirit, regardless of the strength of your adversaries. A son facing adversity deserves encouragement. Continue onward," Wang Yang urged as he set Wang Sheng down. "But father, I am not his equal," Wang Sheng hesitated. "You and little Shun harbor immense, untapped power within you. It requires diligent training and fierce battles to unleash your potential. Look at little Shun. With each battle, he grows stronger. Have you forgotten how you fought valiantly against Vegeta in the past?" Wang Yang explained. Nearby, Vegeta overheard Wang Yang's words and was instantly incensed. His fists clenched tightly as he glared at the detestable father and son duo. Chapter 68. The three little warriors confront Frieza. Upon closer inspection, Wang Sheng realized that indeed, the power of Wang Shun was continuously amplifying, and in a remarkably short span, he was able to overpower Frieza. The thought that if he persevered, he too could attain such strength filled him with determination. Gritting his teeth, he expelled the fear from his heart and prepared to advance towards Frieza. "Let us go. Fight valiantly." Wang Yang affectionately patted Wang Sheng's small head, his palm radiating with luminous energy. Suddenly, Wang Sheng felt a peculiar sensation as knowledge of transformation began to infiltrate his mind. As he absorbed this unfamiliar wisdom, a brilliant white light enveloped his body, and an overwhelming aura surged forth. "What is this technique? Why has my power surged tenfold? Could it be akin to the Kaioken?" Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment at Wang Sheng's transformation. "What?" Vegeta leaned forward, his mouth agape in disbelief, nearly dropping his eyes to the ground. "What?" Frieza, taken aback, witnessed the small figure he had just dispatched unleash a tremendous wave of energy. The immense pressure that followed startled him profoundly. Bang! A figure, barely visible to the naked eye, flashed past, and Frieza was once again hurled away, crashing into several mountain peaks before finally becoming ensnared in the debris. Wang Sheng's silhouette gradually materialized where Frieza had previously stood. "Do you possess this technique as well?" Wang Shun marveled at the white light enveloping Wang Sheng, recognizing the identical energy signature. "My father taught me," Wang Sheng replied with a joyful smile, feeling a strength surpassing even that of Wang Shun and Gohan. Wang Sheng cast aside his earlier despondency, his confidence restored. "I am even more powerful than Wang Shun, father?" Upon glancing around, Wang Shun's eyes widened in surprise when he spotted his father, who was gazing at him with a warm smile. Without hesitation, he soared toward Wang Yang. Wang Yang embraced the small frame of Wang Shun with a smile. "I am quite pleased with your performance over the past few days," he said cheerfully. "Haha, it's been all right." Wang Shun chuckled awkwardly, feeling rather disheveled himself. How infuriating. How did he achieve this? Vegeta stared intently at Wang Yang, his eyes ablaze with fervor. What if I could wield this technique? As this thought crossed his mind, a thunderous explosion erupted, followed by a tremor that shook the ground. A brilliant light erupted from Frieza's location, sending countless debris flying in every direction. "You have provoked my wrath. I shall annihilate you." As the smoke cleared, Frieza underwent a significant transformation, his form shrinking, yet two long bony spikes sprouted from his back, and his head elongated, rendering him even more menacing. With this latest transformation, Frieza's power escalated further. He wiped the blood from his face, casting a cold, menacing gaze at the three little warriors who had left him in such disarray. Wang Sheng and his companions took to the air, each positioning themselves to encircle Frieza. The second round was about to commence. Frieza let out a chilling laugh, swiftly appearing beside King God. With a single punch, he sent him flying, then materialized behind Gohan, delivering a fierce kick that sent him soaring. Finally, he abruptly stood before King Saint. With a crack, King Saint raised his fists, barely managing to block Frieza's assault. "Your power has increased tenfold since before. yet you still stand no chance against me. Frieza's voice quickened, the ferocity of his attacks intensifying as countless strikes overwhelmed King Saint. Gritting his teeth, King Saint fought valiantly against the onslaught, even as his wounds multiplied. The intricate patterns on his back shimmered with golden light, boosting his strength exponentially. As the battle raged on, the power of the child before Frieza grew stronger, a creature unlike any he had encountered. Truly a monster. Why did their strength only increase with each clash? Vegeta, bewildered, found himself grappling with the incomprehensible. Could it be that they were indeed the legendary Super Saiyans? Startled by his own thoughts, Vegeta shook his head vigorously, dispelling the notion. Regardless of the perspective, they appeared to embody the essence of Super Saiyans far more than he did. No, I, Vegeta, am the true Super Saiyan. They are imposters. Vegeta resolutely banished the thought from his mind. Shifting his gaze, he now perceived Frieza as not invincible. He sensed the immense power surging within him from his injuries. Frieza, take this. Unable to contain himself any longer, Vegeta unleashed an explosive assault toward Frieza. Regardless of past grievances with the Earthlings, his singular desire was to vanquish Frieza and seize his dominion. Boom. Their fists collided, and Frieza felt the force emanating from Vegeta, his expression darkening. Haha, are you afraid? Frieza, I have now become a Super Saiyan. Vegeta boasted, a triumphant smirk gracing his lips as he pointed his thumb at his own head, pride radiating from him. What an insufferable monkey, Frieza remarked coldly, launching himself at Vegeta. Come at me. The surge of power within Vegeta bolstered his confidence. As they engaged once more, Frieza wore a detached smile, vanishing behind Vegeta and landing a heavy kick to his back, sending him crashing away. An energy blast followed closely, erupting with overwhelming force, engulfing Vegeta in its wake. Frieza dispatched Vegeta with alarming ease, akin to swatting away a mere insect, and was poised to deliver another blow when a figure appeared ahead. Frieza clenched his teeth, raising his fist to repel the approaching King Saint. What a peculiar bunch. It seems I must resort to my ultimate transformation, lest I be dragged down by them. Frieza's body radiated with red cracks, resembling shattered glass, as it began to fragment. Another transformation? Goku observed, astonished by Frieza's display. How powerful! Klin sensed the relentless aura emanating from Frieza, feeling a tightening in his stomach. Wang Sheng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, rose to his feet, and joined Gohan and Wang Shun, gazing gravely at Frieza. A blinding flash of white light pierced the air, dispersing the smoke, revealing Frieza transformed into a silvery figure. His diminutive form appeared less imposing than before, yet none present dared to underestimate him. Frieza flexed his arms, observing his powerful limbs, a slight smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. As the smoke cleared, Vegeta half sat up, regarding Frieza's new transformation with gritted teeth, moving away slightly. This battle was no longer suitable for him. How infuriating. Chapter 69, Refusion Suddenly. Wang Sheng and Gohan exchanged glances, nodding in silent agreement, and then distanced themselves from one another. Wang Shun looked on, puzzled by the actions of his two companions. How would it fare without the Kaioken? Could he manage in this state? Wang Yang approached Goku, chuckling lightly. It should be fine. Goku laughed heartily. After relentless training aboard the spaceship these past few days, he felt his strength had significantly increased. Upon hearing Goku's confidence, Wang Yang was reassured of his friend's capabilities. However, Frieza had yet to unleash his full power, and the outcome remained uncertain. I truly wish to face him in battle. Goku observed the two youngsters preparing for fusion, casting a covetous glance at Frieza and murmuring, "Fusion." As the voices of Wang Sheng and Gohan resonated, a brilliant flash of light erupted, accompanied by howling winds and swirling dust, making it nearly impossible to keep one's eyes open. The once self-assured Frieza suddenly felt his eyelids twitching uncontrollably, sharply turning to investigate. As the light subsided, a strange youth clad in a vest materialized in their midst. Fusion? The technique of the Metamorans? Frieza's expression grew serious. Having dominated the universe for years, he had heard whispers of peculiar secret arts within the cosmos. The sight of this fusion technique brought back memories of a report from many years past regarding the Metamoran race. Yet, relying solely on this technique would not secure victory against me. Frieza brimmed with confidence. Wang Yang, do you think Gohan can defeat this fellow? Goku inquired, curiosity piqued. If in their ordinary states, they would be no match for him. But if he employs the techniques I taught him, it should pose no problem at all. Wang Yang replied. He was uncertain about the fusion's power across other parallel universes, but based on his estimations, the combat prowess of the fused Gohan and Wang Sheng would be around 30 to 40 million, far inferior to Frieza's peak state of 120 million. Transforming this fusion technique into a divine skill would require the synergy of a Saiyan's super transformation, amplifying their power to an explosively terrifying degree. What exactly is that technique of yours? Is it akin to the Kaioken? However, it seems this technique does not impose much strain on the body. With a spark of realization in his eyes, Wukong gazed intently at Wang Yang. Are you aware of the Saiyan Great Ape transformation? He inquired eagerly. Wang Yang nodded affirmatively, and Wukong listened with rapt attention. That technique involves harnessing the power of the Great Ape transformation in its constant state, Wang Yang explained nonchalantly. Ah, I see, Wukong exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon him. He was indeed familiar with the tenfold amplification of the Great Ape transformation. Alas, my tail is no longer with me. Otherwise, I would love to give it a try, he lamented, a hint of disappointment creeping into his voice. You should reconsider, as a lower-class warrior. Transforming into a great ape would cause you to lose your sanity. Unless you can strengthen your soul to maintain clarity during the transformation, Wang Yang bluntly admonished. But how do I enhance my soul? Wukong persisted, unwilling to concede. Travel to the planet Adatella. Their research on energy is profound, and they possess powerful techniques for soul enhancement. My instant transmission was learned there, Wang Yang stated matter-of-factly. Wukong's eyes lit up with fervent desire as he gazed at Wang Sheng, his face practically begging to be taken there. Don't look at me. Once this is over, have someone from the spaceship take you there, and bring those children along as well, Wang Yang chuckled. He would never admit to misleading Wukong. His suggestion to take everyone to Adatella was merely a ruse to buy time. Not far away, Wuxing and Frieza faced off, both wearing expressions of confidence. Suddenly, Wuxing moved. When he reappeared, he was above Frieza, launching a kick aimed at Frieza's neck, only for it to be blocked by a single hand. I expected more from you. It seems you are not as formidable as I thought, Frieza remarked coldly, then with a powerful motion. He sent Wuxing spiraling like a kite before crashing him forcefully to the ground. What? Piccolo's eyes widened in shock, his complexion paling. This is outrageous. Frieza is that strong? Vegeta clenched his fists, seething with indignation. He had been easily defeated by Wuxing. And now Wuxing was unable to overcome Frieza. Didn't that indirectly signify his own inferiority to Frieza? Although the truth was indeed painful, the anger within him could not be suppressed. With gritted teeth, Wuxing rose once more, shouting as he charged at Frieza again. Kamehameha, Demon Flash, Super God Wave. The fusion of Wuxing and Frieza ignited a fierce battle. Energy blasts frequently aimed at Frieza. Such feeble power cannot hope to defeat me. Frieza easily exploited Wuxing's openings, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks that made Wuxing cry out in distress. In that moment, Frieza executed a spinning maneuver in midair, delivering a ferocious kick that struck Wuxing in the abdomen, sending him hurtling towards the ground. Wukong's expression turned grave. Indeed, Wang Yang's assertion was correct. Post-fusion, Wuxing was no match for Frieza. Let this planet perish along with you, Frieza declared, as he conjured a colossal purple energy sphere above his head. Dragon Ball has been exhausted. He no longer wishes to continue playing, especially with these three peculiar children, each more enigmatic than the last, whose powers seem to escalate with each battle. He fears that if this continues, the situation may spiral out of control. A purple energy sphere descends rapidly, causing the Namekian to cry out in terror. Goku, Wang Yang, will you not make a move? Piccolo's face turned an even deeper shade of green. After all, Namek was his homeland, and he could not bear to witness its destruction. Moreover, if Namek were to explode, none would survive. Do not worry, look. Goku, unfazed, gestured towards Wuxing, who had managed to stand once more. At this moment, Wuxing was enveloped in a halo of white light, his aura surging, having evidently activated the power of the great ape. In this instant, Wuxing's face radiated confidence, the corners of his mouth curling upwards as he lifted one hand, effortlessly supporting the energy sphere with a single palm. What? Frieza exclaimed in astonishment, pressing down with both hands, channeling a relentless flow of energy into the sphere, attempting to overpower his opponent. It seems you are faltering, Wuxing chuckled softly, launching himself and delivering a powerful kick to the energy sphere, which then shot back towards Frieza at an alarming speed. Ah! Frieza roared in desperation, yet he could not alter the course of the energy sphere. He watched helplessly as it collided with him. In a moment of crisis, Frieza crossed his arms, striving to shield his vital points. A tremendous explosion resonated through the sky, shaking the entirety of Namek. Chapter 70. Super Saiyan. After a considerable time, the light gradually diminished, and the smoke cleared, revealing Frieza, battered and bruised. Before the eyes of the onlookers, he had just brushed perilously close to death, and now he could no longer contain his fury, unleashing a thunderous roar. Ah! Frieza's body sank slightly as he gathered his energy, his aura swelling rapidly before the astonished gazes of the crowd. Frieza, unleashing 100% of his power. Battle power of 120 million. You startled me. I thought you had a new transformation, but it seems you merely elevated your energy, Wuxing remarked. Hands on his hips, leaning forward slightly with a smile directed at Frieza. Let us see if you can still laugh after this. Frieza, enraged, launched himself towards Wuxing. With a resounding crack, Frieza's powerful fist struck Wuxing's face, causing him to lean back. To Frieza's astonishment, Wuxing slowly straightened, wiping a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth, casting a sidelong glance at Frieza. Is that all? At that moment, Frieza was so furious he seemed on the verge of exploding, shouting as he unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks at Wuxing, even incorporating his tail into the assault. Wuxing, arms crossed, gracefully retreated, absorbing Frieza's entire barrage with just one right leg. The disparity in their powers was monumental. Wuxing's effortless demeanor left the spectators in awe, while Vegeta seethed with envy. Fusion, how formidable, King Kai observed, his eyes sparkling with admiration for Wuxing's form. Truly remarkable, Goku exclaimed with joy at this scene. Wang Yang's gaze narrowed slightly. There was an air of recklessness. This style of combat bore no resemblance to Little Saint. Wang Yang mused to himself, directing his attention towards Sun Wukong, who was thoroughly engrossed in the spectacle. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. Indeed, it must be the influence of Gohan. Wukong was quite audacious, and Gohan inherited that trait. Hence the recklessness of Wu Sheng had no connection whatsoever with Little Saint. Wang Yang nodded, applauding his own astute deduction. In the skies, Wu Sheng finally executed a counterattack, swapping roles with his opponent, sending Frieza hurtling back and forth. Faced with Wu Sheng's relentless assault, Frieza struggled to defend himself, his visage marred and battered, his body riddled with wounds. At that moment, a flicker of desolation accompanied Frieza's fury. Could they truly be his nemesis? Why had they snatched the Dragon Balls from him? Why had he been unable to defeat them even in his first transformation? The second? The third, his ultimate form, still proved ineffective? Why? Frieza roared towards the heavens, his voice reverberating like thunder, his aura surging, causing the very clouds above to scatter. With a resounding slap, Frieza unleashed his energy in a bid to repel the advancing Wu Sheng. However, he was met with a solid punch to the face, causing his momentum to deflate like a punctured balloon, blood spewing forth as he was sent flying. How annoying! Wu Sheng huffed, brushing off his fist as if dusting away the remnants of a trivial encounter. Frieza, struggling to rise, saw his opponent undeterred and charging forward once more, and hastily raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Wait! Wu Sheng paused, his fist hovering perilously close to Frieza's nose, a powerful gale buffeting Frieza's skin painfully. The latter swallowed hard, his throat constricting. Do you have something to say? Wu Sheng retracted his fist. I concede. Frieza sighed, conceding defeat. Concede? Wu Sheng blinked in surprise, scratching his head as he glanced towards Wang Yang. Daddy, he says he concedes. Wu Sheng, since he concedes, let him go, Wukong called out. Wang Yang shot a speechless glance at Sun Wukong. Just then, Wu Sheng radiated an overwhelming brilliance, signaling that the time for fusion had arrived, and two diminutive figures materialized in their stead. Upon witnessing this, Frieza's expression transformed into one of malice, as he thrust his hands forward, unleashing two beams of purple energy aimed at the newly formed duo. This is bad. Wang Yang sensed the impending danger as the two separated, and he activated his instantaneous movement. His actions mirrored Frieza's almost perfectly. Just as Wang Yang's form appeared before Wu Sheng, a piercing energy struck him, imbued with formidable penetrative force. Even with Wang Yang's indomitable physique, his skin bore the mark of a crimson imprint. Gohan, Piccolo shouted, rushing forward in a burst of energy. A resounding roar reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth as a fierce wind swept through. Gohan's body, thrown into the air, was caught by a robust figure. A golden radiance ascended into the sky, causing the ground to tremble violently, the sea to surge, and mountains to crumble. At that moment, Goku's pupils transformed into a light green hue, his eyebrows and hair shifting from black to gold, standing tall and proud, enveloped in a golden aura. Wang Yang, who had just shielded Wang Sheng from Frieza's attack, felt an ominous sense of foreboding upon witnessing Gohan being cradled in Goku's embrace, a pang of guilt striking his heart. As a father, his instinct was to think of his child first. Wang Yang swiftly grasped Wang Sheng with his right hand and appeared beside Goku, a mystical being inexplicably appearing in his possession. Goku, quickly give this to Gohan. With a stern expression, Goku received the bean, crushing it with a gentle squeeze before allowing the powder to enter Gohan's mouth. Gohan, consume the bean at once. You'll be all right soon. Goku's cold demeanor belied the tenderness of his words. As Gohan hovered on the brink of death, hearing his father's voice, he instinctively swallowed the bean. The moment he ingested it, the gaping wounds on Gohan's body vanished, and all negativity dissipated. Haha, I'm back, Gohan exclaimed, opening his eyes and marveling at his hands, a joyous laugh escaping his lips. Is this the Super Saiyan? Vegeta stared in disbelief as he watched Kakarot transform into a Super Saiyan. How infuriating! How could a lowly warrior like him attain such a form? The Super Saiyan should be me. Vegeta seethed, his teeth clenched, consumed by envy as he glared at Goku, yearning to usurp the Super Saiyan form for himself. I too shall transform into a Super Saiyan. Once I achieve that, none of you, including you Kakarot, will stand a chance against me. With clenched fists, Vegeta was imbued with a mysterious confidence. Observing the golden-haired figure across from him, Frieza was suddenly reminded of the ancestral warnings imparted by his father, King Cold, many years ago. An ancestor had cautioned them to beware of the golden-haired Saiyans. Frieza's heart raced with trepidation as he contemplated making a stealthy exit while Goku was distracted. He found himself compelled to flee, disregarding the ancestral warning. The energy emanating from the golden-haired warrior instilled a chilling fear within him, making it impossible to muster even a modicum of fighting spirit. Chapter 71, Different Paths. Incompatible goals. Gohan, stand beside Wang Yang. I will handle this fiend, Goku declared, immediately spotting Frieza attempting to sneak away. In the blink of an eye, Goku appeared before Frieza, his voice low and ominous. Where do you think you're going? Get away from me. Frieza barked, his tone harsh and commanding. Having suffered greatly at the hands of that child moments before, he was now in agony, every inch of his body in pain. Desperate to return to the healing chamber for proper treatment. You lack any sense of martial virtue, resorting to ambushing two innocent children. As Goku recalled that moment, a shiver ran down his spine. Gohan had nearly lost his life. You, a group of aggressors, dare to accuse me of lacking martial ethics? You have gone too far. Frieza, struck at his core, roared in fury, saliva flying from his mouth, veins bulging on his forehead, clearly enraged to the utmost. Goku, reflecting on this, felt a twinge of embarrassment and offered a sheepish smile. At that moment, Wang Yang disregarded the two, appearing beside Wang Sheng with Wang Sheng in tow. Father, Wang Sheng, upon seeing his father's silent demeanor, called out softly, a hint of fear lacing his voice. Do not fuse with Gohan again, Wang Yang stated matter-of-factly. Those who are overly reckless often fail to recognize the gravity of their actions, sometimes exacerbating the situation. Why? Wang Sheng asked, puzzled. Wang Sheng's gaze shifted towards them, contemplating the immense power gained from the fusion. Why would his father prohibit its use? There is no reason. Focus on your training. You must become strong enough to defeat your enemies alone, rather than relying on such tricks of fusion, Wang Yang sighed. Understood, Wang Sheng declared loudly, his determination evident. Wang Yang nodded in approval. Meanwhile, under Frieza's emotional tirade, Goku reluctantly reverted from his Super Saiyan form, his head hung low. I am gravely injured. If you wish to take advantage of my vulnerability, feel free to strike, Frieza scoffed, crossing his arms, exuding an air of indifference. He had long since deciphered the Saiyan temperament. Seeing Frieza's reluctance to engage, Goku, fidgeting with impatience, exclaimed, Hey, Wang Yang, do you have any more senzu beans? I could use another. Wang Yang tossed one over, exasperated, fully aware that this fellow was not only restless, but also incorrigible. The Senzu bean shot through the air like lightning, and Goku caught it deftly with his right hand. Here, this is a Senzu bean. Consuming it will restore you completely. Goku extended his hand towards Frieza. Frieza, hesitating, glanced at the green bean in his palm. Confusion etched on his face as he regarded the eager Saiyan before him. A Saiyan showing such kindness? Hurry up and eat. Once you're restored, we can have a proper fight. Goku looked at Frieza with hopeful eyes. Frieza's hand, grasping the Senzu bean, suddenly stiffened, his mouth twitching as his body began to tremble increasingly. You despicable Saiyan monkey. I have no intention of fighting you. Abandon that thought. Frieza bellowed in rage, forcefully pushing Goku aside and launching himself into the distance. Deep down, Frieza knew well that despite his cunning and brutality, he was not a fool. Aware of his disadvantage, he would never willingly become a punching bag, nor did he believe his body was made of indestructible cosmic alloy, oblivious to pain. Goku watched Frieza depart, not attempting to stop him. Wang Yang narrowed his eyes, observing the retreating Frieza. The inhabitants of Namek glared with clenched teeth at the departing Frieza, feeling utterly powerless in comparison to his overwhelming might. As they watched him leave, what thoughts crossed their minds? Wang Yang gently patted the heads of his two sons. He will continue his reign of terror. He must be stopped, Wang Shun declared resolutely. He is a villain, Wang Sheng added, scratching his face. Uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts, Wang Shun, having been raised in a feudal society devoid of the concept of equality, was more astute in recognizing the malevolence of humanity than the naive Wang Sheng. He was also more decisive in matters of life and death. Little Shun speaks wisely. With Frieza's departure, his brutal nature remains unchanged. He will undoubtedly wreak havoc on other planets, slaughtering the innocent. As for Namek, we are here now to thwart Frieza's schemes. But we will soon depart. Who will stand against him when we are gone? Without resistance, the pure-hearted Namekians will be mercilessly slain once again. It is better we remain unaware of such atrocities. Yet how can we turn a blind eye when encountering evil? Father, go and eliminate him. Do not allow him to continue his wickedness, Wang Xin urged, looking up at his father. In his eyes, his father was omnipotent, the most magnificent being. With his intervention, Frieza would surely be vanquished. Indeed, Wang Xing nodded in agreement. Rest assured, he will not escape my grasp, Wang Yang replied, ruffling his son's hair while gazing at the spaceship ascending in the distance, a faint smile gracing his lips. You cannot evade me, and your reckoning shall come. In the face of instant transmission, Frieza, I could let you flee for 10 days, or even half a month. Remember, we exist in this world to cultivate benevolence. We must not engage in wrongdoing or indiscriminate slaughter. Throughout my journey, I have encountered numerous malevolent individuals, and a single act of kindness, performed with ease, may save a life, even a family. Wang Yang looked at Wang Shun, filled with profound emotion, reminiscing about his arrival on Blue-Green Star. Had he not intervened to halt Paragus' bloodshed, perhaps the likes of War King and Yu Air would have perished, and the planet would have been left in ruins. Each life is a series of choices. Some choose indifference, others choose destruction, while Wang Yang has chosen his own path. Those who walk different roads cannot understand each other. The indifferent cannot grasp the compassionate, and the destructive cannot comprehend acts of kindness. For the time being, Wang Yang felt content with the choices he had made. However, blind benevolence is not advisable. One must not hesitate to strike when the time comes, lest future troubles arise. Wang Yang's tone shifted as he solemnly advised his sons. Possessing a conscience does not preclude the necessity of righteous fury. Indeed, Wang Sheng and Wang Shun both nodded earnestly. The two children, still young and in the process of shaping their characters, must not be led astray. One must always remember that in the battle for survival, one must not harbor any illusions of luck. Just moments ago, Wuxing seemed to believe that everything was under control, almost leading to Gohan's demise when the time for fusion arrived. Wang Yang gently patted the heads of the two children. Wuxing lowered his head slightly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Chapter 72. Vegeta, let's engage in equivalent exchange to the formidable beings of Earth. We express our heartfelt gratitude for vanquishing our foes. The Grand Elder said weakly to the gathered crowd. Haha, no need for thanks. In truth, we owe you our gratitude for lending us the Dragon Balls to fulfill our wishes, allowing us to resurrect our companions. Goku chuckled heartily. Grand Elder, through this battle, Namek has now been exposed to the cosmos. especially since you possess the wish-granting Dragon Balls, which will undoubtedly attract relentless adversaries from across the universe. Wang Yang remarked to the Grand Elder. Indeed, you speak wisely. Namek is no longer secure. The Grand Elder nodded in agreement. Once the Dragon Balls are restored, we shall use them to wish for a new homeland. Innocent individuals may suffer for possessing precious things. The warriors of Namek are still insufficient to withstand the might of the universe's strongest. The nights on Namek are tranquil and serene, with a cool breeze carrying a subtle fragrance that invigorates the spirit. Wang Yang held the hands of the two children as they walked upon the soft, tender grass. Not far from Wang Yang, a solitary figure leaned against a great tree, seemingly merging with the shadows. It was Vegeta, who lingered on Namek out of fear of leaving. Having seized Frieza's Dragon Balls, the thought of returning only to be captured by Frieza filled him with dread. Having witnessed Frieza's ultimate power, Vegeta recognized the disparity between them. For the time being, it was wiser to remain with these Earthlings, escaping this calamity, and once he transformed into a Super Saiyan, he would no longer fear Frieza before departing. Tomorrow, you will accompany Uncle Goku to Yardrat. It is a splendid place, and I believe that through training there, your strength will significantly advance, Wang Yang said. Vegeta's interest was piqued by Wang Yang's words. The allure of increasing his power was tremendous, causing him to listen intently. Though as a proud Saiyan prince, he would never stoop to eavesdropping. Dad, why don't you come with us? Wuxing looked up at Wang Yang. I have already been to Yardrat. I learned my instant transmission there, and going again would serve no purpose. You must behave well and respect Elder Pibro while you are there, Wang Yang replied with a gentle smile. I miss Mom a bit, Wuxing murmured, lowering his head. Since you miss her, you must study diligently while there. If you master instant transmission, you will soon be able to return on your own. Wang Yang encouraged with a smile. Wang Shun remained silent, his gaze reflecting a deep yearning. Little did I expect that Goku would transform into a Super Saiyan due to misfortune. Wang Yang sighed softly. Super Saiyan. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's eyes widened in astonishment. Sparkling with a brilliance that seemed capable of illuminating the dark night sky, he leaned forward, gripping the tree trunk tightly, his fingers sinking deep into the bark. His gaze unwaveringly fixed on Wang Yang. Is the transformation to golden-haired form what they call a Super Saiyan? Wang Shun's eyes glimmered with excitement. The sheer magnitude of that power was overwhelming, and he yearned to attain it. Indeed, this is the Super Saiyan, a transformation that amplifies one's strength 50-fold. 50-fold. Vegeta's breathing quickened as he envisioned himself as a Super Saiyan, delivering powerful blows to Frieza, kicking Kakarot, and even overpowering Wang Yang. Dad, how do you know this? Wang Shun inquired, puzzled, as they had only learned about the existence of Super Saiyans today. Because your father can also transform, Wang Yang replied nonchalantly, though a hint of pride flickered in his eyes. How infuriating! Vegeta seethed with jealousy. The first to become a Super Saiyan should rightfully be the Saiyan Prince himself. So, father, can we also transform into Super Saiyans? Wang Shun gazed hopefully at his father. Vegeta, momentarily forgetting his jealousy, eagerly strained to hear the response more clearly. Every Saiyan has the potential to become a Super Saiyan, but the transformation requires a specific catalyst. Through the research conducted by your mother Bulma, we discovered that within our Saiyan physiology lies a unique cell. Once this cell reaches a certain threshold, coupled with an intense rage, one can transform into a Super Saiyan. Perhaps by channeling energy into the back to awaken these cells within. To cultivate this cell, a tranquil state of mind is essential, and the training on Planet Vegeta is particularly beneficial for you, making the transformation easier. This is why I wished for you to travel to Planet Vegeta. Wang Yang explained with a smile. Now I understand. Wang Shun exclaimed with newfound clarity. I shall journey to Planet Vegeta. I must become a Super Saiyan, Wang Shun declared, clenching his small fists. Indeed, you both can surely achieve it. Wang Yang encouraged his children with a gentle smile. Channeling energy into the back? Vegeta's eyes burned with fervor as he immediately began to concentrate his energy towards his back. As a noble elite warrior, he believed his cells had already met the required standard. However, regardless of how much energy Vegeta gathered, he did not experience any transformation. His expression darkened as he observed the trio walking away, and in a fit of anger, he shouted, Damn it! You must know I am here. Deliberately coming to mock me. Planet Vegeta. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly. While on Planet Vegeta, do not solely focus on training. occasionally seek out someone for intense battles. Dad, who should we challenge? Wang Sheng questioned, looking at Wang Yang with curiosity. Fighting Gohan would not allow you to unleash your full strength. I mean Vegeta. This guy is merciless in battle and serves as the perfect training partner. Any breakthroughs you achieve, you can test against him. He should be quite willing, Wang Yang chuckled. Vegeta, let us engage in an equitable exchange. I shall impart the knowledge of transforming into a Super Saiyan, and in return, you will assist in honing my two sons. This arrangement is decidedly advantageous for you. However, Father, will he journey to Planet Yardrat? Wang Sheng inquired curiously. Indeed, he will certainly go. Little Sheng, do not divulge anything about Little Shun when conversing with your mother, do you understand? If she were to learn of it, she would quarrel with me. Wang Yang was aware that he possessed a communicator capable of conversing with Bulma, who resided far away on Earth. Upon hearing Wang Yang's words, Wang Sheng paused momentarily, instinctively nodding in agreement. When you return home, refrain from mentioning your acquaintance with Wang Sheng to your mother, understood? Wang Yang directed his gaze toward Wang Shun. Why should we keep it from mother? Grandfather and uncle have many wives, yet mother has never raised an issue. Wang Shun expressed his confusion, but nodded nonetheless. Just follow my instructions. Oh, also, make sure to advise Goku and the others not to let anything slip. Chapter 73. Crushing with ease after a night of rest on Namek. The following morning, a group bid farewell to the Namekians and boarded their spacecraft, preparing to embark towards their new destination, Yardrat. Haha, Vegeta, are you joining us on planet Yardrat? Goku exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Vegeta proudly crossing his arms as he entered the ship. Humph. Vegeta responded with a haughty snort, stepping into the vessel. Regardless of his desire to transform into a Super Saiyan or to enhance his strength, his journey to planet Yardrat was inevitable. Krillin and Piccolo exchanged uneasy glances at Vegeta, whose intimidating presence lingered vividly in their minds. Goku, undeterred by Vegeta's arrogance, turned to Wang Yang with a smile. Wang Yang, are you truly not leaving with us? Why would I leave with you? I possess instant transmission. I can go wherever I desire. Wang Yang replied with a cheerful grin, activating his instant transmission and vanishing before their eyes. Instant transmission is remarkably useful. Goku gazed enviously at the spot where Wang Yang had just been, resolutely deciding that upon reaching Yardrat, he must master this technique as well. In the vast cosmos, 5 small spacecraft approached a circular ship. At that moment, a massive opening suddenly appeared in the belly of the circular vessel, allowing the 5 small crafts to arc gracefully into its interior. Frieza stood at the edge of the ship, quietly gazing into the cosmos, his mind recalling the disarray he had experienced on Namek. Just then, a metal door within the ship swung open, and 5 individuals entered. Rickham, Berta, Jeez, Guldo, and Captain Jinyu. We are the Jinyu Force. We pay our respects to Lord Frieza. The 5 performed a comical dance, striking awkward poses that elicited embarrassment. Frieza, filled with rage, felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him at their antics. My lord, you summoned us to planet Namek. Why have we diverted our course? Captain Jinyu questioned, perplexed as he looked at Frieza. As the sensitive topic was broached, Frieza's teeth began to chatter ominously. At that moment, Wang Yang's figure abruptly appeared beside him. What brings you here? Frieza exclaimed, instantly perceiving Wang Yang as a formidable adversary. Although he had not witnessed Wang Yang's prowess during their encounter on Namek, the attitude of those Earthlings towards him suggested that his combat abilities were not to be underestimated, likely rivaling that of a Super Saiyan. I have a question for you. Where is your father, King Cold? Wang Yang inquired, his gaze fixed upon the visibly distressed Frieza. Who do you think you are, daring to be so insolent towards Lord Frieza? Jinyu, eager to demonstrate his loyalty, leaped forward and pointed at Wang Yang, shouting loudly. With a mere glare, Wang Yang exerted a mental pressure that caused Jinyu and his elite team to collapse to the ground, unable to rise. The sheer force of his gaze left Frieza astounded, prompting him to swiftly distance himself from Wang Yang. Just as Frieza's feet touched the ground, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his neck, realizing that his body was being lifted off the ground by Wang Yang. You have yet to answer my question, came Wang Yang's eerie voice, echoing in Frieza's ears. Terror washed over Frieza as he sensed his energy becoming chaotic and uncontrollable. A chilling dread enveloped him, casting a shadow of mortality over his thoughts. Meanwhile, Jinyu and the others were rendered speechless, having never encountered such an overwhelming strength. With just a glance, they were incapacitated. and their king was effortlessly subdued like a mere chick. My father is in hiding on the ice planet. Frieza stammered, his voice trembling. The ice planet. Wang Yang surmised it to be the home world of the ice demons. Take me there, Wang Yang commanded, casually tossing Frieza to the ground. All right. Frieza acquiesced, and the Jinyu force promptly fell silent, no longer daring to act. How long will it take to reach the ice planet? Wang Yang inquired, his patience wearing thin. If it would take over a year, he would have no choice but to eliminate Frieza and proceed alone. It will only take a month. No, 20 days, 10 days, yes. Just 10 days. Frieza quickly replied, sensing the danger in Wang Yang's eyes. Very well, then it shall be 10 days. If you fail to arrive by then, your life is forfeit, Wang Yang stated coolly. Why has your father retreated to a life of seclusion? Wang Yang asked, perplexed. King Cold appeared ambitious. What could have driven him to such a decision? Many years ago, he was gravely injured by a Saiyan child. After his recovery, he sought vengeance against that child, but found no trace of him after a long search. Eventually, he returned to the planet and has not emerged since, Frieza explained respectfully. At the mention of the Saiyan child, Frieza dared to glance up at Wang Yang, only to find himself caught in the calm intensity of his gaze, prompting him to quickly avert his eyes. You guessed correctly. I am indeed that Saiyan child you speak of. I fought your father once, and I have been searching for him all these years, Wang Yang said with a faint smile. Thank you immensely. Had it not been for you, I would still be in the dark regarding your father's whereabouts. The universe is vast, and the aura of the Kurdish king does not travel far, rendering Wang Yang perpetually unable to detect him. No need for thanks, it is but my duty. Frieza chuckled awkwardly, his gaze lowered and flickering as he contemplated his escape. This fellow possesses terrifying strength. That old fool is as dim-witted as a pig, taking thousands of years to master even the first transformation. At that rate, we shall surely be no match for him. What shall we do? Frieza's expression darkened, his mind racing. But Gula's power surpasses even mine. If I summon him, the three of us should possess the strength to contend. Suddenly, Frieza's thoughts turned to his enigmatic brother, and his eyes brightened. And that Goku? Take me to the training room. Wang Yang strode toward the exit. Yes. A diminutive green-skinned creature with 4 eyes, hearing Wang Yang call his name, hurriedly followed suit. Flustered, he lacked ears, their place occupied by 2 large eyeballs. You may withdraw. Once Wang Yang and his companion had distanced themselves, Frieza immediately resumed his lofty demeanor, coldly commanding Jinyu and the others. Yes, the 4 of them exited, tails between their legs. Once they had departed, Frieza dashed to the adjacent communication room, connecting to a signal from an exceedingly distant location. The screen flickered to life, revealing the imposing upper half of the Kurdish king. Though he appeared quite different from Wang Yang's previous encounter, his body was adorned with numerous metal plates, and even the left horn upon his head was entirely metallic. Chapter 74. Frieza's Deception. Father, the Saiyan boy you have been searching for over a decade has appeared. Upon seeing the Kurdish king's figure, Frieza exclaimed hastily. Where? The Kurdish king's countenance darkened, his urgency palpable. The monstrous form he now bore was a result of that boy's actions, and his hatred was vast enough to fill an entire galaxy. He is aboard my spaceship. Father, his strength is exceedingly formidable, and I am no match for him. He is now coercing me to find you, and should I fail to comply, he will take my life. Frieza lamented pitifully. The Kurdish king's expression shifted. If even his son Frieza was no match for this adversary, how could he expect to stand a chance? Panic seized him, displacing the anger in his heart with fear. It was unfathomable that a single error from years past had allowed this calamity to arise. Regret gnawed at him deeply. The Kurdish king glared at his son with disdain. While he sought a tranquil retirement on his planet, his offspring had unwittingly delivered a formidable enemy to his doorstep, truly a betrayal of the highest order. If he is so powerful, why would you bring him here, you wretched child? Do you wish for me to meet my end sooner? The Kurdish king's anger swelled, and he abruptly stood, pacing restlessly while unleashing a torrent of invectives at Frieza on the screen. Father, there is no escaping your fate. I will contact Gula shortly, urging him to promptly arrive at the Frozen Star for our assistance. Otherwise, both of us shall meet our doom. Frieza is currently displaying an audacious defiance, willing to drag down anyone he can. Curse that Frieza. Father, do not be angry. We shall arrive in just 10 days. How can I not be enraged? My mind is on the verge of turmoil. Now, You must quickly divulge the methods for subsequent transformations. You two ungrateful sons only seek to conceal your knowledge, fearing that my power might surpass yours and threaten your dominion. Very well, but you must promise not to contest me for territory in the future. Frieza hesitated for a moment before conceding. Enough of this. Quickly tell me. The King of Cold displayed an urgent expression, for who could predict what would unfold afterward? The subsequent transformation is as follows. Frieza gestured with his fingers upon his body. The King of Cold appeared as a diligent student, attentively absorbing Frieza's instruction. Father, do you comprehend? Shall I repeat it? Once the guidance was concluded, Frieza cautiously observed the King of Cold, fearing that if his elderly father mastered the ultimate transformation, he would be compelled to tread carefully in his presence. I understand. I shall go and try it now. As he gazed at the flickering screen adorned with snowflakes, Frieza's expression darkened. It's all your fault, old man. Contact Gula. As Frieza's words fell, Gula's image swiftly materialized on the screen. At that moment, Gula sat regally upon a chair, the surroundings resembling the interior of a spaceship. Brother, how have you fared all these years? Frieza's voice was somewhat muted. Having always lived in his brother's shadow, he felt a pang of fear upon seeing him. Frieza, it has been quite some time since you reached out to me. Gula observed Frieza with a playful glint in his eye. I have been exceedingly busy. I sincerely apologize. Brother, Frieza replied with a strained smile. Now, what brings you to contact me? Gula was well aware of his brother's tendencies, knowing that he would not reach out without substantial cause. It is about a Super Saiyan heading to our ancestral star with the intent to annihilate our entire frozen clan. His strength is formidable, and I thought we could unite our forces to confront him. Frieza elaborated on the situation to Gula. A Super Saiyan? How intriguing. Gula chuckled with interest. Furthermore, I have discovered a remarkable fusion technique. Since you are relatively close to Metamora Star, I suggest you procure this technique, and we can practice it together. Frieza felt a tinge of insecurity and continued, What technique are you referring to? Frieza, you are becoming increasingly timid. With my power, how could a mere Super Saiyan ever pose a threat to me? Gula scoffed. Yet, he is the legendary Super Saiyan. Frieza exclaimed anxiously. Frieza, are the tales passed down from Zild so terrifying that they have instilled fear in you? Zild is a weakling who cannot even transform, far inferior to us. His fear of Super Saiyans does not necessitate that I share his trepidation. Do you understand? Gula interjected with a derisive laugh, displeased that even his ancestors were being insulted. He had undergone 3 transformations, his power far exceeding that of the former Zild, especially since he had recently comprehended the next stage of transformation. I just engaged him in battle, and before him, I found myself utterly incapable of resistance. His strength surpassed mine by a great margin. Furthermore, he had yet to transform into a Super Saiyan. Imagine the magnitude of his power should he choose to do so. Gula, you must heed my words this time. Frieza exclaimed loudly. Only by confronting Wang Yang directly could one truly grasp his terror. Employing any means against him would be justifiable. Gula instinctively recoiled, intimidated by Frieza's words. Does this imply that even if I were to assume a completely new form, I would still be no match for him? Since you plead so earnestly, I shall reluctantly acquiesce. I happen to have 2 subordinates from the Metamor race. I shall inquire with them. Gula feigned compliance, switching off the communicator, and hastily summoned the 2 Metamor beings. Do you understand why I asked you to lead the way? Wang Yang inquired, gazing at the bespectacled Goku before him. I do not know, Goku replied cautiously. This was a being even more formidable than King Frieza. The atmosphere around him was so oppressive that one scarcely dared to breathe. I've heard you possess the ability to halt time, Wang Yang remarked. Why yes, I can indeed freeze the flow of time in the world, Goku replied, his demeanor transforming. Filled with pride at this revelation. Over the years, he had yet to encounter another with such mastery over time. Wang Yang was evidently skeptical. To halt the passage of time for an entire world would require an immense power. A mere Goku could not possibly wield such strength. Although the mechanics of time freezing eluded him, Wang Yang speculated that Goku's ability merely allowed him to step outside the continuum of time, only to reappear at a prior moment, thus giving the impression that he had paused time itself. How did you acquire this ability to halt time? Is it the result of rigorous training? Wang Yang asked, his gaze intense with curiosity. Any connection with time was an extraordinary gift. Chapter 75. Time stasis. The ability to suspend time, while of limited utility to the relatively weak Goku, would be transformative for someone like myself. Mastering this power would be akin to a cow soaring through the skies, an unparalleled feat. I do not know. Ever since my childhood, my body has been capable of absorbing a mysterious energy, enabling me to freeze time. It must be an innate talent, Goku replied, shaking his head in confusion. Is that so? Wang Yang mused, stroking his chin, marveling at the wonders of the universe. The emergence of a being capable of absorbing the essence of time seemed less implausible in the vast tapestry of existence. Use your time-stopping ability to attack me, Wang Yang commanded Goku, as an invisible force of soul energy enveloped him entirely, leaving no detail overlooked. Goku, bewildered but obedient, complied without question. As Wang Yang took a deep breath, his cheeks puffed out, and the next moment he felt a tickle on his back. Goku had silently appeared behind him, delivering a punch squarely to his back. Wang Yang stroked his chin, deep in thought. After Goku activated the time-stopping ability, he himself was astonished at how he had managed to materialize behind Wang Yang. Ouch, that hurts, Goku exclaimed, standing behind Wang Yang, wildly shaking his hand and blowing on his swollen knuckles. He felt as though Wang Yang's body was as hard as steel, nearly breaking his hand upon impact. You needn't exert all your strength. This amount of force is hardly sufficient for a massage. Continue, Wang Yang replied without turning, his tone indifferent. Yes, Goku responded respectfully, once again activating time-stopping, positioning himself in front of Wang Yang, and lightly tapping his finger on Wang Yang's abdomen. Keep going, don't stop. In the days that followed during their cosmic journey, Goku was incessantly pushed to his limits by Wang Yang, each time exhausting his internal reservoir of time energy before releasing him. Initially, Goku had the weakest combat prowess, often looked down upon by the likes of Jinyu. Yet his ability to halt time barely qualified him for the Jinyu force. However, since gaining Wang Yang's esteem, Goku's status within the Jinyu team had risen significantly, with Jinyu and others occasionally flattering him, much to his delight. Aware that his elevated status was solely due to Wang Yang, Goku remained fiercely loyal to him. As for Frieza, who was Frieza? On this particular day, prompted by Goku, Wang Yang realized they had finally arrived at the ice planet. Sensing a unique white energy within him, distinct from his usual ki, Wang Yang slowly opened his eyes. Have we arrived? Indeed, my lord, we have reached the ice planet, Goku replied with utmost respect. Wang Yang nodded and stepped outside. Upon encountering Frieza, who stood respectfully at the entrance, Wang Yang paused momentarily, scrutinizing Frieza from head to toe. My lord, why do you keep staring at me? Frieza, feeling uncomfortable under Wang Yang's gaze, averted his eyes, glancing around nervously. Your power has significantly increased. It seems you have been secretly training these past few days, Wang Yang remarked with a smile. How did he discover this? Frieza was struck by a bolt of realization. Ever since he learned that Wang Yang had come seeking vengeance against his father, King Cold, he harbored doubts about whether Wang Yang would ultimately spare him, prompting him to secretly train as well. Ignoring Frieza's shocked expression, Wang Yang gazed through the spaceship's window at a silvery planet, comparable in size to Earth, not far away. The planet was enveloped by a thin atmospheric layer, and even from such a distance, he could sense the harshness of its environment. The frigid temperatures and the almost non-existent air were accompanied by sporadic gusts of icy winds sweeping across the planet's surface. It was no wonder Frieza's race could survive in the cosmos. The conditions on this planet were scarcely different from those in space. A thin protective shield enveloped Wang Yang as he flashed into the cosmos. With a subtle lift of his right hand, aimed at the frozen planet below, a sphere of white luminescence coalesced in his palm. Frieza's expression shifted dramatically. This scene was all too familiar to him. Over 20 years ago, he had obliterated Planet Vegeta with a single strike of a planet-destroying blast. Wait, Frieza shouted towards Wang Yang, but as his words hung in the air, the energy wave in Wang Yang's grasp descended like a meteor towards the planet. Damn it, Frieza gritted his teeth. Although he had not returned to his homeland for years and held a disdain for its environment, disliking it was one matter, while its annihilation was another entirely. Wang Yang cast a nonchalant glance at Frieza, disregarding him entirely. Just as the energy wave was about to collide with the planet's surface, two beams of purple light suddenly ascended from below, rushing to intercept the descending energy wave. Emerging from the surface of the frozen planet were two figures, a robust man adorned with two curved horns and a body cloaked in extensive metallic armor. alongside another individual strikingly similar to Frieza's ultimate form, yet with purple skin beneath his white armor and towering over Frieza by a head. His blood-red eyes and purplish-black lips, coupled with two crimson streaks beneath his eyes, exuded an air of cold indifference. They were King Cold and Frieza's older brother, Cooler. Upon receiving the news, they both levitated in the air, poised to confront the formidable enemy Frieza had mentioned. However, what awaited them was a devastating energy wave plummeting from the sky. Observing the terrifying energy racing towards them, King Cold and Cooler exchanged glances, their expressions shifting slightly. They hastily raised their arms, unleashing their own energy waves in an attempt to counteract the obliterating force aimed at the planet. The three energy waves collided in the air, erupting in a brilliant display of light. King Cold and his son gritted their teeth, desperately channeling their energy in a relentless effort to withstand the assault. After a moment of stalemate, the white energy wave from above began to overpower King Cold and Cooler's attack, continuing its descent towards the planet with cataclysmic force. As the father and son duo braced for impact, Cooler let out a thunderous roar, his form rapidly transforming as four spiked horns erupted from his round head, his aura surging dramatically. With Cooler activating his fourth transformation, his energy radiated overwhelmingly, and the energy wave emanating from his palm expanded significantly, merging with King Cold's attack. Soaring skyward, the clash of white and purple light in the air became a fierce struggle, oscillating between ascent and descent, a battle of tremendous intensity. Frieza's eyes gleamed with understanding. Realizing that his father and the others had intervened, he saw Wang Yang's assault thwarted. If he were to strike from behind, it could prove advantageous. With this thought in mind, Frieza bellowed, unleashing his energy as he burst forth from the spaceship, fists clenched, charging towards Wang Yang. Chapter 76. The Paternal Love of King Cold Saiyan Monkey. Take this. Frieza cackled maniacally as he unleashed a barrage of devastating punches and kicks upon Wang Yang, each blow heavy as a mountain, relentlessly raining down upon him. In response to Frieza's assault, Wang Yang paid no heed whatsoever. His physique was extraordinarily robust, and with the enhancement of his energy, it would not be an exaggeration to assert that even attacks from opponents of equal combat prowess would struggle to inflict significant harm upon him. To truly injure or slay him, one would need a power far exceeding his own. As for Frieza, despite his clandestine training, his strength still paled in comparison to Wang Yang's. With one hand, Wang Yang formed an energy sphere and hurled it forcefully towards the energy wave directed at him. The sphere appeared no larger than a human head, yet upon colliding with Wang Yang's prior energy blast, it erupted in a brilliant radiance, expanding dramatically and obliterating Gula's energy wave. A tremendous force surged forth, causing Gula to tremble, his expression shifting to one of horror as he could no longer withstand the onslaught. He hurriedly attempted to evade the impending impact. King Cold, seizing the opportunity, had already retreated. Gula, noticing the flash of light before him, quickly glanced downward, witnessing the energy wave penetrate the planet's surface. A prolonged silence ensued, devoid of any explosion, leaving both King Cold and Gula with grave expressions and beads of cold sweat upon their brows. The stillness was indeed the most terrifying aspect. Is that enough? Wang Yang's demeanor was icy as he grasped Frieza's fist, tightening his grip slightly. It hurts. So painful. Frieza's body convulsed, and moments later, he opened his mouth wide, emitting a cry of anguish. Regrettably, in the vastness of space, his screams could not be transmitted. His face contorted in agony, his body curled like a shrimp, twitching uncontrollably. Suddenly, Wang Yang released his grip and delivered a series of slaps to Frieza's face, causing him to see stars and froth at the mouth. Brother Goku, given our amicable relationship, you must speak favorably of me in front of the adults, Bart remarked, a mischievous glint in his eye as he rested a hand on Goku's shoulder. Of course. Brother Goku, I look forward to your continued support. You shall be the captain of the Goku Special Forces from now on. Inside the spacecraft, Jinyu observed Wang Yang's display of might as he mercilessly tormented Frieza, disregarding Goku's inferior combat capabilities, and continued to flatter Goku. How can I accept such an honor? Let us continue to call it the Jinyu Force. Goku feigned modesty, though his heart swelled with pride. I too believe it should be called the Goku Special Forces. The other team members chimed in enthusiastically. Goku beamed radiantly, his four eyes narrowing into slits. He relished the sight of Jinyu, who once disregarded him, now groveling in subservience. And he felt that aligning himself with Wang Yang was undoubtedly the wisest decision of his life. At that moment, the planet below convulsed violently, its surface erupting with torrents of lava as countless glaciers melted away. The radiance intensified, engulfing the entire planet in flames, culminating in a violent explosion that transformed it into a magnificent display of fireworks within the cosmos. Some young figures, still encased in ice, were obliterated by this force. Reduced to mere particles, you have annihilated the Saiyan planet. I shall obliterate your frozen demon world, thus achieving equilibrium. Wang Yang gazed contentedly at the exploding planet below. King Cooler and Gula watched in horror as their homeworld erupted and their kin perished, trembling with rage. Turning to see Wang Yang tormenting Frieza, they were consumed by fury. A blazing aura enveloped them as they propelled themselves into the cosmos, charging towards Wang Yang without hesitation. Wang Yang felt no trepidation at their arrival. The disparity in power between them was vast, making their defeat a mere formality. If their combined strength were to coalesce into a singular entity, it might have posed a challenge to Wang Yang in his current state. With a slight maneuver, he distanced himself from them, then unleashed his energy, transforming into a streak of light that darted past Frieza and his cohorts with the swiftness of a serpent. Upon contact, the three were struck as if colliding with a high-speed aircraft, instantly spitting blood and being sent flying. Frieza, propelled backward, felt a jarring impact, as though he had collided with something formidable. "Incredible!" exclaimed Jinyu and his allies, their eyes widening in disbelief at the ferocity of the battle they witnessed. Observing the clash between Frieza and his progeny, resembling candied hawthorn skewers, Wang Yang raised his hands. A sphere of white energy materialized before him, radiating immense power. Leaning slightly backward, he then hurled the potent energy orb towards them. "May you three be annihilated together." As the energy orb approached, King Cooler grasped Frieza and Gula firmly, forcefully casting them aside while he braced himself against the impending assault. "Father!" Frieza cried out in disbelief, his gaze fixed on his father. Were it him and Gula in the same position, sacrificing their father or brother for their survival would not have elicited a moment's hesitation. In his final moments, King Cooler pushed his sons away, and for reasons unknown, Wang Yang felt a pang of empathy, a resonance within him. This was the essence of paternal love. In a dire situation, one would indeed send their children away. The love of parents for their children is profoundly deeper than that of children for their parents. In the next instant, the energy orb struck King Cooler's robust form, propelling him into the distance. His features contorted in agony as the orb detonated, unleashing a brilliance that surpassed even the explosion of a planet. Wang Yang sighed softly. While he admired King Cooler's sacrifice, sparing him was not an option. As he prepared to eliminate the remaining two of the Frieza brothers, Wang Yang suddenly displayed a look of astonishment as he gazed towards the epicenter of the explosion. In his perception, an extraordinarily violent aura surged with astonishing velocity. At that moment, Wang Yang's expression subtly shifted, as a glimmer of light emerged from the smoke of the explosion, followed by a slender figure flashing with silvery radiance, charging towards him. The figure moved with lightning speed, so swift that it was nearly impossible for him to discern. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Yang unleashed the power of the giant ape, crossing his arms over his chest as a layer of white light enveloped his body. A tremendous force struck him, propelling him away and crashing him into a nearby meteorite. A silvery figure elegantly manifested before all present. Chapter 77. The Ultimate Transformation of King Cooled. Who is he? The members of the Jinyu force on the spaceship were taken aback, startled that the invincible Lord Wang Yang had been sent flying by a single punch. Who could have done this? And why did he resemble King Frieza so closely? Could he be a brother? Questions swirled in their minds. King Cooled. Wang Yang, filled with rage, flickered and appeared before the figure, tentatively inquiring. His voice resonated through mental communication, reaching the other's mind. That previous strike had not harmed him significantly. Indeed, King Cooled nodded slightly, energy fluctuations emanating from him as his voice was automatically transmitted. To survive in the cosmos, their kind had developed unique techniques for communication. Since this transformation was learned from Frieza, King Cooled bore a striking resemblance to Frieza himself, his entire body predominantly silver, though he appeared larger than Frieza. The metallic patches adorning his form had peeled away during his recent metamorphosis. Can you transform as well? Wang Yang expressed his astonishment. He had always believed that King Cooled was incapable of transformation. Thanks to you, this brand new transformation was taught to me by Frieza. My combat power has now escalated to a terrifying realm. None of you shall be my match, King Cooled proclaimed with pride. The power he wielded was indeed formidable, beyond anything he had previously imagined. While Frieza might have been somewhat unfilial, one could not help but marvel at his talent, achieving the third level at such a young age. Indeed, Frieza's talent is indeed a significant leap beyond yours, Wang Yang concurred. Sometimes, even within the same race, the disparity in talent could be vast. In the realm of transcendence, Frieza had reached in mere months the achievements that took Goku over a decade of rigorous training. His talent was undeniably exceptional. Wang Yang speculated that Frieza was akin to Broly, a rare genius appearing once in a millennium. After you fled, King Cooled's gaze fell upon Wang Yang. Wait, who fled? Wang Yang interjected, eager to correct the misinterpretation in King Cooled's words. When the planet exploded, the battle was interrupted. I have been searching for you all these years to finish our unfinished battle. I did not concede back then. I have always held you in high regard. After all that has been said, I shall offer you one final opportunity. If you agree to become my son, I shall overlook the grievances of the past. With his body restored and his strength once again surging, King Kurd was in high spirits, unable to resist granting Wang Yang another chance. He believed that even if Wang Yang were to transform into a Super Saiyan, he could never rival him. Enough of this idle chatter, let us engage in combat, Wang Yang thought, feeling exasperated. If you seek your demise, then I shall oblige. King Kurd's expression darkened as he began to gather energy. It was due to underestimating his opponent that he had faltered in the past. This time, he would unleash his full power. Once I battled you with the strength of a giant ape, and now I shall do so again, thus bringing closure to our encounter. Wang Yang's aura surged dramatically, the white flames surrounding him intertwining with King Kurd's purple energy. The two radiances shone as brilliantly as the sun. And amidst the friction and compression of their energies, countless bolts of lightning materialized. Once both had amassed their strength, they exchanged a brief glance before vanishing simultaneously. In the next moment, their right fists collided, their forms suspended within the cosmos. The powerful explosion resulting from their fierce clash engulfed them entirely. Onlookers could only perceive two shadowy figures engaged in an intense battle. In the distance, two figures quietly concealed themselves behind a massive boulder, observing the fierce confrontation ahead. Is father truly this powerful? Frieza exclaimed in astonishment. Frieza, you fool! How could you teach him the transformation technique? Now that his power has grown so formidable, will we not be obliged to heed his every command? Cooler gazed at Frieza with a mixture of frustration and disbelief. He had kept the transformation method tightly under wraps. Yet Frieza had grasped it and imparted it to King Kurd, driving him to the brink of exasperation. But if I hadn't taught him, how could he contend with that individual? Frieza pointed toward the two figures locked in combat. Have we not mastered fusion? Can we not defeat him? Cooler scoffed, feeling irritated by the oversight. There is someone overseeing our actions, which is quite vexing. While there is some merit to your argument, I had sought out father first. Frieza lamented with a hint of regret. The two exchanged glances before slowly averting their gazes. King Kurd possessed slightly more energy than Wang Yang. However, Wang Yang's remarkably resilient physique allowed him to maintain an offensive advantage with his ferocious strikes. As time progressed, a heavy sense of foreboding settled in King Kurd's heart. At that moment, his assault intensified, delivering a powerful blow aimed squarely at Wang Yang's face. Quick to react, Wang Yang lowered his body slightly, raising his left hand to block, while simultaneously launching a counterattack with his right hand in a technique known as the Skyward Fist. Crack! King Kurd felt a searing pain in his jaw, stars dancing before his eyes as he was involuntarily propelled backward, tumbling several times before crashing against a massive meteorite. The body of the King of Kurds shattered against the meteorite, his momentum slightly diminishing, yet he flew thousands of meters before finally stabilizing himself. After all these years, you have made no progress. Wang Yang shook his head in disappointment. During their first battle, he had not perceived it. However, with the rapid enhancement of his combat experience and sharpened vision over the years, he immediately discerned the numerous flaws in the King of Kurds during this encounter. The king had dominated the cosmos for millennia, with only his two sons capable of being his rivals. Yet he seldom engaged in combat with either Frieza or his other son. Furthermore, after years of seclusion on a frozen planet, he had not sparred with anyone. leading to a continuous regression in his combat prowess. Just as the King of Kurds managed to halt his body, still adjusting his stance, Wang Yang's figure suddenly appeared in his line of sight. A massive foot descended upon him, striking his face with a force so great that it caused blood to spurt, staining Wang Yang's trousers. Crack! Crack! The King of Kurds seemed to hear the sound of his bones shattering. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, his aura surged violently, unleashing a tremendous wave of energy that obliterated countless surrounding meteorites. Suddenly, Wang Yang keenly sensed a subtle movement from the king, prompting him to swiftly retreat. In the next moment, a crimson beam of light flashed past the very spot where he had just stood. Die! Failing to land a surprise attack, the King of Kurds, in a frenzied state, unleashed a barrage of purple energy orbs, surrounding Wang Yang from all directions, leaving him with no avenue of escape. Chapter 78. The death of the King of Kurds. Wang Yang stood calmly in the void, observing the irrational King of Kurds. Faced with the multitude of energy orbs, he exhibited no sign of panic. Die, perish! The King of Kurds abruptly clasped his outstretched arms, commanding the energy orbs hovering around Wang Yang to converge rapidly towards the center. Unbeknownst to him, as the orbs made contact with Wang Yang, his form dissipated like an illusion. An explosion ensued. As each energy orb detonated, the brilliance intensified, resembling a colossal star, with terrifying energy waves radiating outward. Haha! Let us see how you escape this time. The King of Kurds hovered in the void, slightly bending forward to catch his breath, a radiant smile breaking across his face as he gazed at the center of the explosion. Suddenly, he felt a tightening at the base of his tail, accompanied by a piercing pain emanating from his rear, rendering him momentarily out of control. I am behind you. Wang Yang had firmly grasped the King of Kurds' tail, his aura surging as he propelled him swiftly into the distance. The King of Kurds opened his mouth wide, the uvula in his throat seemingly on the verge of being expelled. Wang Yang hurled the King of Kurds towards a massive meteorite with ferocious force, causing the solid rock to explode upon impact. Wang Yang continued to flash through space, driving the King of Kurds against one meteorite after another, each collision reducing them to mere dust scattered throughout the cosmos. Under the violent onslaught of Wang Yang, the Kurdish king was immediately rendered dazed and battered, his body bearing numerous wounds and his aura significantly weakened. Wang Yang spun the Kurdish king around like a windmill before forcefully hurling him upwards. Superwave. Wang Yang's body slightly sank as he gathered his hands, a terrifying energy converging in his palms, with countless bolts of lightning swirling around. As he silently recited the incantation in his heart, he thrust his hands forward, releasing a vast and formidable energy that surged towards the unsuspecting Kurdish king. As the shockwave approached, the Kurdish king's visage twisted in agony. The force of the explosion violently tore through his tail, blood gushing from his body, dissolving in the terrifying energy storm and searing heat. A radiant white light illuminated the dark cosmos as the cataclysmic energy rippled outward. Wang Yang, with an expression as calm as a still pond, quietly observed the unfolding scene. After a long while, as the smoke cleared, a charred body quietly floated in the cosmos. His form still trembled, indicating that the Kurdish king had not yet succumbed. Wang Yang, gazing at his severely weakened adversary, shaped his fingers into a sword, conjuring a 100-meter energy blade, which he swiftly brought down. The Kurdish king was instantly cleaved in two by the sharp energy blade, and as the fissure erupted with energy, it obliterated his severed halves, dispersing them into the cosmos. The Kurdish king was vanquished. The decade-long enmity thus came to an end. Suddenly, an unforeseen surge of power materialized, a flash of white light flickering in the universe. Instinctively, Wang Yang turned, raising his hands in defense. However, his efforts were in vain. His hands were forcefully pushed aside, and a punch struck his chest, sending his entire body flying several thousand meters. Before him stood a figure clad in a silver vest, with a head resembling Gula's, adorned with 4 protruding spikes, yet his form shimmered with Frieza's silvery hue. After sending Wang Yang flying, he hovered in the very spot where Wang Yang had just stood, raising his hands and surveying the surroundings, completely disregarding the now stabilized Wang Yang. Fusion. Wang Yang felt a tightness in his chest, shaking his seemingly broken arm, and upon observing the stranger's attire, he quickly grasped the situation. It seems I underestimated you, Frieza. To confront the formidable Wang Yang, Gula had, after acquiring the method of fusion, practiced the fusion movements with Frieza multiple times through projection. Both were prodigies of the Frost Demon race. And under the guidance of two Metamoran masters, they swiftly learned to control the fluctuations of their internal energies. The fused warrior, Frieza, sensed an ocean-like power within him, clenched his fists, and wore an expression of unwavering confidence. Is this truly my strength? The power felt overwhelmingly potent, almost beyond belief. Now that you possess this trump card, why wait until I have slain the Kurdish king to reveal yourselves? Are you truly the sons of the Kurdish king? Wang Yang inquired, perplexed. In this vast expanse of life, how could one languish beneath others for so long? That old fellow's power has grown terrifying. He shall undoubtedly exert his influence over us. And he is our father. Thus, you conspired to eliminate the Kurdish king through my hands, so you could evade the burden of patricide? Enlightenment dawned upon Wang Yang. With a sly smile, Frieza turned his gaze towards Wang Yang, extending his index finger in a beckoning gesture. My father cares for me deeply. Soon, I shall avenge him by taking your life. Wang Yang chuckled lightly. What? Are you still incapable of transforming into a Super Saiyan? Frieza, grinning widely, regarded Wang Yang with amusement. You are not worthy of provoking my transformation into a Super Saiyan, Wang Yang replied, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Arrogant. Frieza's expression shifted as he lunged forward, delivering a powerful right hook aimed at Wang Yang. He believed himself to be audacious, yet this individual surpassed him in hubris. Wang Yang, exuding confidence, clenched his right fist and charged towards Frieza. Their fists collided, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion of force that sent shockwaves through the atmosphere, toppling distant spacecrafts in its wake. The crew aboard the ship, including Jinyu, hastily maneuvered their vessel to a safer distance, wary of the unfolding chaos. While their blows appeared evenly matched, those observing from afar noted the grave seriousness etched upon Wang Yang's face, contrasting sharply with Frieza's nonchalant demeanor. It was evident that Frieza had yet to exert his full strength, leaving Wang Yang at a distinct disadvantage. Is this the extent of your prowess, Saiyan? Frieza taunted, a smirk dancing upon his lips. His voice, echoing through the vacuum of space, carried an air of elegant mockery, inciting a desire to confront him. Observing Frieza's brazen demeanor, Wang Yang chuckled coldly, retreating as the luminous aura surrounding him dissipated. Faced with a warrior born from the fusion of Frieza and Cooler, the tenfold enhancement of the great ape form seemed to falter. 20-fold Kaioken. With a resounding roar, Wang Yang ignited in a blaze of crimson flames, his muscles taut, as if a fire raged within him. Under the 20-fold Kaioken enhancement, Wang Yang felt an exhilarating surge through his body. My physique is capable of even greater augmentation, he mused, examining his firm and robust arms. The demands of the Kaioken technique on the body were substantial, unlike the relatively minor burden imposed by the Super Saiyan form. In an instant, he appeared behind Frieza, delivering a sweeping kick to his midsection that sent Frieza hurtling through the air. Almost immediately, Wang Yang reappeared above Frieza, bringing his hands together for a devastating strike that sent Frieza flying once more. With another swift motion, Wang Yang seized Frieza by the tail, spinning him around like a whirlwind. During this process, Frieza appeared utterly stunned and did not resist. Under the astonished gaze of Jinyu and his companions, Wang Yang forcefully hurled Frieza away, channeling a terrifying energy wave towards him. A brilliant light erupted, and thick smoke enveloped the vastness of space. A figure gradually emerged from the haze. Frieza, rolling his neck, wore a smile that was as radiant as ever. Are you merely tickling me? He jested. From the recent confrontation, Frieza had discerned the disparity between them, and thus a confident smile graced his face. Laugh, keep laughing. There will come a time for you to weep, Wang Yang retorted coldly. On planet Yardrat, Goku and the others balanced precariously on a long pole when, suddenly, a gasp escaped their lips. What an immense aura. This energy feels reminiscent of Frieza, yet distinctly different. Could he be battling Wang Yang? Goku was taken aback by the two powerful auras emanating from a great distance. Distracted, he found it impossible to maintain his balance, teetering on the pole as if engaged in a dance. Wang Yang, Vegeta, too, sensed the formidable energies from the cosmos, losing his grip and tumbling from the pole. How infuriating, such a presence emanating from so far in the universe. He gritted his teeth, seething with frustration, motivated by Wang Yang's prowess. Vegeta resolutely climbed back onto the pole, determined to train diligently and ascend to Super Saiyan. That's my father. He is extraordinarily powerful. Wang Sheng exclaimed joyfully, filled with pride. I, too, shall become as formidable as my father, Wang Shun declared, clenching his tiny fists, his youthful voice brimming with resolve. Wang Yang. I never imagined that the boy from years past would attain such incredible strength in such a short span of time. Truly astonishing, Pibra, the elder of Planet Yardrat, mused as he gazed at the starry sky, sighing softly. He held vivid memories of Wang Yang, a disciple who had astounded him, mastering skills that others would take a lifetime to learn in mere moments. Instant transmission. Goku steadied himself, attempting to activate the technique taught by Pibra. Eager to discover whom Wang Yang was battling, he felt an unsettling urge to witness the clash firsthand. Alas, despite his fervent attempts, he could not execute the instant transmission. This is infuriating. Goku's composure wavered once more, and he fell from the pole. Fortunately, he did not advance. With Wang Yang engaged in cosmic combat, recklessness could spell disaster. Frieza roared, enveloped in a swirling violet aura, a beam of purple light shooting from his crown, illuminating the cosmic expanse. Terrifying bolts of lightning danced around him, rendering his figure both divine and demonic. The dust clouds from exploding planets were dispersed by his energy, scattering in all directions. Having gathered his energy, Frieza transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards Wang Yang at breakneck speed. Witnessing this, Wang Yang also refused to be outdone, his aura surging with crimson light as he charged towards Frieza. 25 times. Who shall emerge victorious? Goldo swallowed hard, posing the question with difficulty. It must be the one who bears some resemblance to King Frieza, right? Genu expressed uncertainty, observing the states of both combatants. Wang Yang appeared to be at a disadvantage, particularly as his energy did not radiate with the explosive intensity of Frieza. Genu lowered his gaze slightly towards Goldo, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. This fellow had grown rather arrogant in recent days. Should Wang Yang be defeated? Oh dear. Sensing Genu's ill intentions, Goldo gulped nervously and began to retreat, wishing to distance himself from the scene. He understood that his recent bravado had surely incited the displeasure of Genu and his companions. Where do you think you're going when such a thrilling battle is unfolding? Genu exclaimed, seizing Goldo by the scruff of his neck and lifting him aloft. Put me down. Goldo struggled desperately. Boom. Wang Yang collided with Frieza, and the two began to spin rapidly, intertwining in a fierce struggle, leaving the universe illuminated solely by their radiant red and purple lights. The two combatants exchanged blows with ferocity, each strike resonating with raw power, perfectly showcasing the pinnacle of violence. The two energy storms relentlessly tore and clashed, shattering surrounding meteors into dust. Although Wang Yang's strength paled in comparison to Frieza's, he relied on his immensely robust physique. Despite being at a disadvantage, he fought valiantly against Frieza. With such meager power, you dare to challenge me? Truly a fool's errand. Frieza taunted, feeling the sting of Wang Yang's punches as he desperately swung his fists in retaliation. Wang Yang remained silent. The pain ignited his dormant fervor, an indescribable desire for battle blossoming within him, filling his body and spirit with exhilarating delight. This was the kind of combat that a Saiyan relished. In a sacred realm, the Kaioshin and his attendant sensed the powerful auras emanating from the lower realm, leaving them astounded. Who could it be? Why have such formidable individuals emerged from the lower realm? The Kaioshin gasped, recalling how a terrifying force had previously surged from below, and now two more powers were rising. Truly, in this era, the lower realm was teeming with strength. Wang Yang's attire lay tattered, while Frieza's silver vest was similarly in tatters. After an extended battle, Frieza suddenly sensed something amiss. Why is it that despite my superior strength, you can endure this onslaught for so long? Frieza remarked, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, panting as he gazed at Wang Yang. At that moment, Frieza's eyes widened in shock as he beheld his formidable adversary. A grievous wound marred Wang Yang's chest, yet it was visibly writhing, rapidly regenerating before his eyes, and in the blink of an eye, the injury had vanished entirely. His bronze physique gleamed with a golden radiance under the sun, resembling a deity of war. Chapter 80. The battle comes to an end, so it is. Your body is surprisingly more formidable than that of our frozen demon clan. Frieza glared with gritted teeth at this scene. No wonder this fellow is so troublesome. Not only is his physique incredibly resilient, but his recovery ability is also astonishing. He is truly a tenacious existence. Frieza roared to the heavens. His body enveloped in a blazing purple aura, electric serpents dancing wildly, as the dark starry sky seemed to be replaced by a radiant purple light. Frieza's muscles swelled, and he raised his arms, a purple energy sphere rapidly expanding until it transformed into a massive orb larger than a planet. He knew this could not continue. He had to defeat him with his most powerful force, or he would be dragged down to his demise. No matter how strong your body is, I refuse to believe you can withstand this strike. Prepare to meet your end. Frieza bellowed as he thrust his hands forward, and with his motion, the colossal energy sphere surged forth like a streak of light towards Wang Yang. As the energy sphere drew closer, Wang Yang remained unfazed, his right fist clenched tightly, energy accumulating around it. Moving with the flow of energy, Wang Yang shot upwards like a crimson rainbow towards the enormous energy orb. Frieza smirked coldly, a glimmer of triumph dancing at the corners of his mouth. He was certain that the energy sphere he had gathered with all his might could not be resisted by this detestable Saiyan. Just as Wang Yang was about to collide with the energy orb, he flickered and appeared on the opposite side of the sphere. What? Frieza was taken aback to see Wang Yang evade the purple energy orb. As Wang Yang charged towards him, Frieza hurriedly relinquished control of the energy sphere and crossed his arms over his chest in a desperate attempt to block Wang Yang's punch. At that moment, Wang Yang's figure vanished once more, and when he reappeared, his fist, as large as a cooking pot, struck Frieza's skull with tremendous force. Bang! A dull thud resonated through the air. Wang Yang's fist, glowing with radiance, plunged directly into Frieza's smooth head. Frieza was sent flying, crashing through a storm of meteors. His eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets, his mouth agape, saliva spraying forth. There lay Frieza, battered and bruised in the vastness of space, momentarily disregarding his pain as he desperately clutched his head, struggling and howling. The agonizing, tearing pain in his skull rendered him incapable of coherent thought, leaving him devoid of the strength to continue fighting. It hurt so much, Frieza roared, feeling as though a sharp blade was incessantly slicing through his flesh. At that moment, the white light enveloping Frieza became unstable, and the fusion state was finally unable to be sustained. The light dissipated, and he quickly split into Frieza and Cooler. The two exchanged a glance, their faces paling in unison, and enveloped by a sense of urgency, they hastily fled in opposite directions. It is utterly terrifying. That individual is simply dreadful. Frieza, you wretched fiend, you lured me here to meet my demise. Guldo, filled with regret, had initially aimed to slay a Super Saiyan to enhance his illustrious reputation, but he never anticipated the sheer terror embodied by this Saiyan. Had he known, he would have refrained from wading into such treacherous waters. Both individuals were engulfed in fear. At that moment, they exerted every ounce of strength they possessed, striving to fly faster and farther. Why do we, the Frost Demons, lack wings? On board the spaceship, Jinyu watched the unfolding scene, paralyzed by fright, and cautiously set Guldo down. Guldo, are you hungry? Allow me to fetch you something to eat. Humph. Guldo slightly raised his head, emitting a disdainful snort. Guldo, let me massage your shoulders. Observing Frieza and Guldo desperately fleeing, Wang Yang's lips curled into a subtle smirk. Had he chosen to merge with King Cold earlier, perhaps he could have unleashed his full power. Now let me demonstrate my technique. Time pause. As Wang Yang's words resonated, a fine strand of gray energy within him began to dissipate. Jinyu merely witnessed Wang Yang's figure materialize at the opposite end, followed by the explosive fragmentation of Frieza and Guldo, reducing them to countless shards. Jinyu and the others were left bewildered. Did King Frieza just self-destruct? Time has stopped. It must be the time pause. This technique was taught to me by my master. Guldo leaped with joy. This technique, which his master used to vanquish King Frieza, meant that Guldo had, in a sense, slain King Frieza himself, and he reveled in the glory. Jinyu and the others suddenly understood. It turned out that when Wang Yang activated the time pause, he had concentrated a lightsaber in his hand, swiftly slicing through Frieza and his companion into innumerable pieces. The Frieza race possesses remarkable vitality. They are not only incredibly resilient, but even when fragmented, they may not necessarily perish. Contemplating this, Wang Yang promptly raised a finger to strike at those fragments. Two beams of light flashed, illuminating the dark cosmos with brilliant flames. As the smoke cleared, the traces of Frieza and Goldo were utterly obliterated, leaving them incapable of resurrection through technological means. The power of time is indeed enigmatic and unfathomable. Feeling the complete depletion of his temporal energy, Wang Yang was filled with profound thoughts. In the clash of masters, every move is lethal. A mere second of error can determine victory or defeat. For Wang Yang, the time pause was nothing short of a divine technique. He believed that if he continued to comprehend it, one day his mastery over time would transcend his own limitations, allowing him to effortlessly reverse time for an entire planet by 3 minutes or even longer, much like the transcendent Whis. Depart now. I will summon you if necessary. From now on, behave yourselves. Wang Yang swiftly returned to the spaceship, leaving behind a single admonition before vanishing in an instant. Jinyu and the others exchanged glances. Standing aboard the spaceship, utterly perplexed. Earth, the heavenly realm. Wang Yang appeared beside the celestial being. Wang Yang, what brings you here? The celestial being inquired, puzzled by Wang Yang's sudden presence, as he was known for his elusive nature. Sensing an opportunity, he wished to further cultivate in the spirit time room. Wang Yang smiled at the celestial being, saying, very well, you know the location of the room. You may proceed on your own. The celestial being nodded in acknowledgement. All right. No sooner had Wang Yang's words left his lips than the celestial being vanished from sight. With such formidable strength and relentless effort in cultivation, it seems that Wukong will find it quite challenging to catch up. The celestial being mused. The temporal energy here is far more concentrated than in the outside world. As Wang Yang stepped into the time room, he immediately felt a surge of temporal energy unlike anything he had experienced before. Chapter 81. The power of time and space. A sudden eruption of crimson light transformed Wang Yang into a Super Saiyan 4. Fine red fur enveloped his muscular form, rendering him wild and imposing. Yet, devoid of any overwhelming aura, he appeared calm and composed, having perfectly controlled the power within him without allowing any energy to leak out. With a single step, another figure split from him. At that moment, the plaza of the Celestial Palace was engulfed in a rift in space, and a figure with black hair and a body covered in fine red fur emerged from the shattered void. The celestial being and Bobo exchanged glances, hurrying forward to peer through the rapidly healing dimensional barrier. They caught a glimpse of a fleeting red silhouette within the dimensional space. Are you Wang Yang? The celestial being asked cautiously, observing the face that mirrored Wang Yang's own. Indeed, this is my Saiyan transformation. Just know that in this form, my power is greatly amplified. Wang Yang replied with a smile, choosing not to elaborate further. Disregarding the curious gazes of the celestial being and Bobo, Wang Yang settled into a meditative posture, levitating in the air with closed eyes, immersing himself in cultivation. Within the spirit time room, a red figure darted through the vast, white expanse. This figure was, in fact, Wang Yang, a consequence of his splitting technique. By utilizing two bodies, he sought to comprehend the fluctuations of time between reality and the passage of time within the time room, allowing for a clearer understanding of temporal dynamics. After flying for some time, Wang Yang came to a halt. In the dimensional space, the distribution of temporal energy was uneven. In some areas, time flowed at the same rate as in the outside world, while in others, it sped up to 3 times faster, and in some locations, it even lagged 10 times behind. Wang Yang stroked his chin, pondering, I wonder who constructed the spirit time room? It is remarkably situated in the area where time flows most rapidly. After traversing the dimensional space for quite a while, Wang Yang found no location where time flowed faster than in the time room. His figure continued to flit back and forth in the dimensional space. As he delved deeper into the mysteries of temporal energy, and the power within him surged rapidly. Meanwhile, the Wang Yang in the outside world occasionally extended a finger, puncturing the spatial barriers as he sought to grasp the essence of spatial energy. With the foundation of instantaneous movement through space, Wang Yang's progress in the path of spatial mastery has been remarkably swift. He no longer requires breath as a medium. He can manifest at any location on Earth at will. The celestial being and Bobo, initially taken aback by this spectacle, have since grown accustomed to it. Even as Wang Yang soared and stood amidst the shattered dimensions, simultaneously resisting the world's restorative forces while cultivating, they were no longer astonished. Wang Yang is no ordinary individual and cannot be assessed through the lens of normalcy. At that moment, Wang Yang, seated cross-legged at the dimensional portal, vanished in an instant. The portal, deprived of his sustaining power, began to shrink gradually until it vanished from the celestial being's sight. Wang Yang's figure reappeared within the time chamber, merging seamlessly with his other self inside. As the two Wang Yangs fused, the powers of time and space within them intertwined at their navel, akin to the harmonious blend of water and milk. Before Wang Yang's astonished gaze, the two energies coalesced into a mysterious, chaotic hue. Is this the power born from the fusion of time and space? Is it truly this effortless? Or is it because I am unlike anyone else? Wang Yang pondered. The path he now traverses has been solely crafted through his own research, devoid of any mentor's guidance, and even the original text divulged scant information. Everything has been a journey of trial and error, leaving him uncertain whether the merging of these two forces is simple or arduous. However, as events progressed favorably, he ceased to dwell on such concerns. With a thought, his focus shifted entirely to the energy residing beneath his navel. Would infusing his internal energy into it accelerate its growth? Wang Yang contemplated, and in an instant, energy surged forth from within him like a tidal wave. The chaotic energy mass, akin to a whale consuming water, absorbed a significant amount of Wang Yang's energy, yet only slightly increased in size. Far slower than his absorption from the external world. It appeared that seeking shortcuts was futile, and a hint of disappointment crossed his countenance. In the ensuing time, Wang Yang remained within the time chamber, diligently exploring the applications of the path of time and space. After an indeterminate period, he sensed that the chaotic energy within him had notably intensified. Testing the potency of this newfound power, he concentrated, channeling the chaotic energy into his fist, and unleashed a punch towards the spatial void before him. Boom! In the next moment, the emptiness in front of Wang Yang melted away like snow under the blazing sun, revealing an entrance tall enough for a person to pass through. Inside, radiant lights shimmered, a kaleidoscope of colors flashing like shooting stars, imbued with mystery and the unknown. What is this place? Wang Yang gazed in astonishment at the scene unfolding before him. Curiously, he leaned towards the edge of the portal, extending his vast mental energy within to explore, only to discover that this enigmatic space was immensely vast. Even at full capacity, he could only perceive an infinitesimal portion. Such a rich essence of time and space. Is this a passage to another time and space? A transformation swept across Wang Yang's face as his gaze fixated intently ahead, his expression betraying an insatiable longing. In that moment, he resembled the revered Master Roshi beholding an exquisite beauty in revealing attire, or a ravenous spirit encountering a sumptuous feast. The entrance to the temporal rift gradually diminished, and Wang Yang's countenance mirrored his internal struggle, reluctant to part with his opportunity. He pondered the effort it took to create such an aperture in the continuum of time. The prospect of waiting for its full restoration was daunting. I shall remain close by, not straying far. Once I have absorbed the energy, I will return at once. With a resolute bite of his lip, a silhouette erupted from within him, enveloped in a cocoon of golden energy. Just as the opening shrank to the size of a basin, he darted through it in a flash. As this essence departed, Wang Yang's aura plummeted dramatically. Watching the temporal rift close before him, he felt an abrupt severance from his other self. Even more disconcerting was the realization that his grasp of martial arts, once as effortless as sipping water, had become obscured. His clarity of understanding diminished to a mere fraction of its former self. Transitioning from opulence to austerity is no simple feat. He felt as if he had transformed from a prodigy into an ordinary individual. But I must tread carefully. I cannot afford to lose my way. Wang Yang murmured anxiously to himself in the dimensional space, acutely aware that both entities were manifestations of the same being. Venturing into the unknown while leaving behind a significant portion of his essence posed risks that could lead to prolonged distress should misfortune arise. The vast and enigmatic nature of time and space held untold dangers, leaving no room for recklessness. Chapter 82: Fractured Time and Space in this current temporal realm. Wang Yang felt an overwhelming sense of security, assured that he was free from peril, even if his other self encountered unforeseen circumstances and could not return. He was confident in his ability to confront any impending adversaries. Thus, he had entrusted the majority of his power to his other self, nurturing hopes that it would cultivate remarkable experiences and return with enhanced strength, enabling a formidable fusion upon reunion. However, Wang Yang remained true to his nature. Despite the lurking concerns, he swiftly composed himself, adopting a demeanor of normalcy as he stepped out of the door to the temporal sanctuary. Wang Yang, you have returned. How was your training? The celestial being inquired, unable to suppress their curiosity upon seeing him emerge. Wang Yang found himself momentarily at a loss for words. It was adequate. I shall take my leave now, he replied dismissively, activating his teleportation to return home. Observing his demeanor, the ancient deity harbored doubts about the fruits of his endeavor. You are back? Where is little saint? Why did you not bring him with you? Bulma exclaimed upon catching sight of Wang Yang, her eyes darting about in search of her son. He has gone to train on the planet Adrat. Wang Yang replied with a grin, drawing Bulma close into an affectionate embrace. Training again? Little saint is still so young. He deserves a joyful childhood. Bulma's brows furrowed, her voice rising in indignation as she smacked away the errant hand that sought to disrupt her peace. Who says he lacks a childhood? You have no idea how much joy he finds on planet Namek. How delightful it is to engage in combat with adversaries. Let us not trivialize the childhood of Earth's children, who indulge in mud and marbles. For the Saiyans, childhood ought to be an exuberant celebration of the thrill of battle. Wang Yang expressed his dissatisfaction. Regardless, I cannot help but feel nostalgic for Xiao Sheng, who has been absent for so long. Bulma pouted, her lips painted in vivid hues, simmering with irritation. Do you not possess a communicator? If you miss him, you could always video chat. But it is not the same. How is it not the same? Children inevitably grow and depart. One must learn to let go. Here is an idea. Since you cherish children so much, why not conceive another? Wang Yang chuckled, lifting Bulma into his arms. He had mastered the art of diverting Bulma's attention, knowing precisely how to engage her mind elsewhere. You rogue, always changing the subject. Bulma's playful voice echoed softly in the room. In an inexplicable realm, vibrant specks of light danced around. This very dimension seemed to sever my connection to the reality I once knew. Wang Yang suddenly furrowed his brow, realizing he could not sense the presence of his other self. However, as he became aware of the potent flow of time and spatial energy surrounding him, his expression brightened. He freed himself from his constraints and began to absorb the time-space energy with fervor. The once dwindling reserves of power within him surged visibly. The essence of time and space resembled water. His understanding of this realm served as a vessel. Deeper comprehension expanded his capacity to contain this energy. Conversely, a lack of insight rendered one incapable of absorbing it. In the vastness of time and space, a figure drifted like a leaf, with wisps of black and white energy seeping into him. Time passed, though its measure was elusive, until Wang Yang finally opened his eyes. Have I reached a bottleneck? He murmured, sensing that his absorption of time-space energy had hit a limit, beyond which he could no longer maintain control. Where am I? Wang Yang surveyed his surroundings, feeling an unsettling notion that he was not in the same place he had entered. This is dire. I cannot locate my coordinates. How shall I return? A sense of foreboding gripped him. In this ever-shifting expanse, even the slightest deviation could lead to monumental miscalculations. Standing still would not prevent his position from altering. My two beautiful wives, and now even a sweet, obedient child, are nowhere to be found. Wang Yang felt a twinge of melancholy. Despite the existence of another self, it was intangible and unseen. The two Wang Yangs were akin to the left and right sides of a body. Now, the left, representing his essence, lay paralyzed and unresponsive, while the right, embodying the reality he knew, could still reach out to familiar warmth. The paralyzed left yearned for sensation. After a moment of despondence suspended in time, Wang Yang swiftly composed himself. Ah well, the ship will find its way to the bridge. Lamenting further will serve no purpose. Once I have amassed sufficient power, I shall undoubtedly find my way back. Wang Yang, with habitual ease, patted his trousers and rose to his feet. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly let out a mighty roar, his entire being illuminated in a brilliant red glow, as he transformed once more into the formidable Super Saiyan 4 form. With both hands raised, a magnificent sphere of white energy materialized above his head, vast as a planet, rendering Wang Yang's physique minuscule by comparison. At that moment, he brought his hands together, and the energy sphere above him visibly diminished in size. As it shrank, its radiance intensified to an unbearable brightness, ultimately condensing into a fist-sized orb of energy that was blinding to behold, crackling with countless arcs of lightning. Go! Wang Yang bellowed, hurling the culmination of his might with great force. With a surge of focus, a terrifying energy erupted forth, flooding the space-time continuum with blinding light. Squinting, Wang Yang gazed upon his creation. Is it still insufficient? With my current strength, can sheer power truly not breach the fabric of time and space? After a prolonged pause, the radiance subsided, and the surrounding space returned to its original state, prompting Wang Yang to murmur softly to himself. Yet, this outcome did not surprise him. After all, time and space are not akin to dimensional realms and would not be easily pierced. Otherwise, should anyone be able to traverse time and space at will, chaos would ensue throughout the continuum. It seems I must resort to the energies of time and space. No sooner had Wang Yang uttered these words than he thrust his hands forward, clenching his fists with determination. Shatter the void. Crack. With a powerful punch directed ahead, a colossal black rift materialized, splintering the vibrant hues of space like a shattered eggshell. Wang Yang soared into the air, and in the blink of an eye, he traversed the rift, emerging in an entirely new realm. All around him was a sea of white, a sense of déjà vu washing over him, igniting a spark of realization in his eyes. This is the dimensional space, with a time flow rate over 300 times greater. Overcome with excitement, Wang Yang swiftly unleashed a punch, unleashing a fearsome force that obliterated the barriers of the dimensional realm, propelling him toward the outside world. A breath of fresh air wafted in through the opening, and Wang Yang laughed heartily, his body transforming into a streak of light as he dashed forth.